Chapter 1. The Dormitory Survival Game, Nightmare Sequence. Su Lang, a first-year student at Kong University, has been plagued by nightmares since childhood. He is frail and sickly, earning him the moniker the young master of kidney deficiency. On the first day after the winter break, he fell fast asleep in his single dormitory. Though small, the dormitory is well-equipped, adorned with charming potted plants and a tidy desk, exuding a cozy ambience. Given his reputation for being unlikable, he felt it imperative to treat himself with more kindness. Otherwise, life seemed hardly worth living. In a state of drowsiness, Su Lang was jolted awake. The external world was shrouded in darkness, punctuated by crimson hues, as though a cauldron of burning coals had been overturned in the sky. Taken aback, Su Lang clicked his tongue in resignation, still dreaming. How I loathe recurring dreams. Just then, a chilling, somber voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a funeral bell tolling. Welcome to the dormitory survival game in this sanguine and despair-laden misty realm. The dormitory is your only sanctuary. Remember, safeguard your dormitory. Do not allow it to be compromised. Here are the 3 ironclad rules of the dormitory survival game. 1. The dormitory will not collapse until the main door is breached. 2. The landlord possesses absolute authority over the dormitory. Tenants may not attack the landlord within its confines. 3. The dormitory building will persist indefinitely. Let the performance commence. Survive, survive, survive. Am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? Su Lang rubbed his eyes, noticing a trail of blood mist seeping into the dormitory. In an instant, the entire dormitory underwent a rapid transformation. The walls crumbled, the desk vanished, and the bright lights morphed into a solitary chandelier. Aside from the absence of dust, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a dilapidated haunted house abandoned for decades. Simultaneously, the voice of the dormitory survival game resonated once more. Chatroom is now open. Trading Network is now open. Information panel is now open. Game countdown. 1 day. The theme for this round is zombie invasion. Lasting 5 days, with monster strength gradually increasing, Su Lang soon regained his composure, clicking on the pulsating chatroom icon in his field of vision. Ate Chow Bin. What the hell? How did a novel materialize into reality? 32 fan. I'm the protagonist. My name says it all. 177 Wong Howren. Little Yi, your immediate task is to uninstall that particular novel. 144 Wan Lei. May Buddha bless me, so I can return home to see my parents. 32 fan. Only now do you seek divine aid? Sometimes, I truly fear you foot fetishists. 200 Su Lang. The chatroom buzzed with a flurry of comments. Su Lang tentatively sent a message, discovering he could type with his thoughts and that errors were nearly non-existent. Moreover, he could add friends by clicking on their names. The numbers preceding their names indicated their dormitory room numbers. It's real. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. Suddenly, a frantic scream erupted from outside. This shout acted as a starting gun, prompting all the students in the dormitory to rush out. In an instant, the corridor was teeming with people. Su Lang's heart raced as he pressed his back against the door, fearing someone might burst in. Yet, as it turned out, his concerns were unfounded. Room 200 went entirely unnoticed. Leaning against the door, Su Lang accessed his personal information. Player, Su Lang. Qualification: a crawling worm, likely to perish at any moment. Room number 200, landlord. Attributes: physique 4, spirit 6, skills none. Inventory 1/3, beginner's gift pack. Funds: copper coin 0, silver coin 0, gold coins 0. Congratulations, you have met the prerequisites. You have awakened the Lord of Nightmares sequence. Sleeping will yield nightmare coins, enhancing all things. The comfort of sleep will increase the conversion rate of nightmare coins. Current nightmare coins 0. Lord of Nightmares. Su Lang was taken aback. Just then, a crack echoed behind him, causing him to jump. Turning around, a panel popped up in his view. Worn wooden door type. Facility level 0. Defense. For durability 12/13. Requires wood X1 for repair. Decomposition yields wood X8. Upgrade requirement 10 nightmare coins. Description: due to someone's excessive leaning, it has lost some durability. Please call me the Wodor. This panel bore similarities to the personal information panel, akin to a boy's bangs, ever present yet painfully annoying. Ignoring it would diminish its significance, and it triggered in an intelligent manner. Can this wooden door withstand a zombie attack? Su Lang grimaced, peeking through the peephole at the cacophony outside. He pushed his bed against the door and settled down to rest. With zombies set to arrive in a day, he needed to maximize his sleep. The dormitory door was peculiar, lacking a lock, and there were no windows, rendering it entirely sealed. This peculiarity brought Su Lang a semblance of comfort, a desolate nightmare bed, permanently bound. Type, facility level, 0, durability. Comfort, 10, increases the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 10. Effect, Sleep the Lord of Nightmares earns 5 nightmare coins for every hour of sleep, capped at 8 hours per day. Effect, permanent, non-decomposable, non-detectable. If damaged, the Lord of Nightmares can summon it again. Upgrade requirement, 200 nightmare coins. Description, starting with a small bed is quite fortunate. Hurry and lie down to develop. Bang bang. Su Lang had no idea how long he had slept when the door was suddenly kicked several times. Voices of 2 boys reached his ears. Su Lang, are you dead or alive? The teacher summoned you. Why aren't you going? Didn't you see the messages in the chat room? Are you blind? Forget it, forget it. Su Lang, are you home? If not, we're leaving. Okay, we can go. Just tell the teacher he isn't here. Truly outrageous. I had to run up 10 flights to summon him. The first boy exclaimed, kicking the wooden door once more. Then, their footsteps faded away. Awakened from his slumber, Su Lang furrowed his brow in annoyance. He recognized those 2. The one kicking the door was Zhou Tao, while the other was Huang Hao. Both were quite boisterous and favored exerting their influence over others. Su Lang had never gotten along with them, and hearing their voices only soured his mood further, especially with the door being kicked. Worn wooden door durability. 11/13 requires with X2 for repair. Damn, the durability has indeed decreased. Su Lang pursed his lips and brought up the chat history. Not much had occurred. The main event was someone had died. A classmate attempted to approach the blood mist, but was decapitated by a monster upon nearing the edge. It was a single gulp. The body was dragged into the blood mist. Some individuals had captured photos of the headless corpse and shared them in the chat, sending chills down the spine at a mere glance. Panic ensued, and everyone rallied together under the call of their homeroom teacher, constructing defenses outside the dormitory building. So there's been a fatal incident. No wonder Zhou Tao was so irate, but that doesn't give him the right to kick my door. Chapter 2. The Campus Goddess and Unparalleled Comfort. Apart from this matter, the students have also gathered some useful information. Firstly, the dormitory building consists of 10 floors. With 20 units on each floor, it is a co-ed building, but the dormitories are separated by gender. Secondly, only those who possess private rooms are considered landlords, while the others are mere tenants. If one stays in another's dormitory for over an hour, a suffocating situation may arise. Thirdly, certain areas harbor gaming items. The initial gameplay seems to require venturing out to collect resources, yet this runs counter to my nightmarish lord's abilities. And the distinction between landlords and tenants seems to have yet to manifest. Securing a single dormitory through special school approval is no easy feat. The only reason he enjoys such privileges is due to the terrifying countenance he displays while experiencing nightmares, rendering him unsuitable for cohabitation. Su Lang pondered for a moment and opened the dormitory information on his personal panel. Landlord, Su Lang, dormitory level, 0, area, 30, tenants, 02. Facilities, rotted wooden door, desolate nightmare bed, chandelier. After reviewing the details, Su Lang swiftly covered himself with a blanket and fell into a deep slumber. For some inexplicable reason, upon entering this survival game within the dormitory, he found himself sleeping soundly. Zombie invasion countdown, 45 minutes 32 seconds. He had inadvertently slept for such an extended period. Su Lang hurriedly rose. The outside world had quieted down significantly, becoming somewhat serene. He instinctively clicked into the chat room, only to be met with astonishing news. Another murder had occurred. Moreover, it was a case of mutual harm among players. The perpetrator was Wang Ao. This individual, tall and robust, was the star of the campus sports team. While searching the teaching building with companions, he stumbled upon a level 1 gate blueprint and engaged in a dispute with a fellow player, resulting in a fatal incident. Although several physical confrontations had transpired throughout the day, this incident was undoubtedly the most severe. It took some time for the matter to be discovered, and by the time it was, Wang Ao had already fled back to his dormitory and upgraded the gate. He was now holed up in dormitory 86, boasting defiantly. 86 Wang Ao, the apocalypse has arrived. Who cares about your nonsensical commands? 86 Wang Ao. Fools, we are all in shared rooms. Only by killing another can one become a landlord and renovate the dormitory. This is a hidden rule. If you can't grasp the game, then don't play. 86 Wang Ao. My door now has a defense rating of 12. Your attack power is insufficient to wear it down. Don't waste your efforts. 86 Wang Ao. Come on, who dares to challenge me? I'll trade 1 for 1. Wang Ao's emotions were running high. He was not only spewing trash talk in the chat room, but could also be heard shouting in rage. If the situation escalated, they might indeed breach the door. However, that would mean facing the deranged Wang Ao. No one was eager to take such a risk. After all, he had committed murder. No wonder Sun Shawan suffered a dismal defeat. Sometimes, humans are indeed inferior to pigs. Su Lang murmured, his brow furrowing. This guy had already seized the initiative. The survival game's countdown had yet to conclude, yet the competition among players had already begun. Scavenging for resources was the first round of the contest. Not everyone is as fortunate as Wang Ao to acquire upgrade blueprints. For many, merely binding a piece of cardboard around their wrists constitutes the pinnacle of their equipment. Su Lang quietly exited the chat room and checked his nocturnal gains. Basic nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 10. Total nightmare coins earned in 8 hours, 44. Total nightmare coins, 44. The small nightmare bed afforded an additional 10 conversion rate, yielding him an extra 4 nightmare coins. While Wang Ao resorted to murder for a level 1 blueprint, Su Lang could upgrade 4 gates simply by resting. The stark contrast of their situations elicited a sly smile from Su Lang. However, he did not immediately upgrade the gates. Instead, he opened the novice gift pack. Acquired whole wheat bread X3, damaged water dispenser X1. The images of the 2 items appeared in the empty slots of his inventory, with the 3 whole wheat loaves stacked together, occupying only a single space. Whole wheat bread, type, food. Level, 0, satiation, 30. Upgrade requirement, 5 nightmare coins. Description, if consumed sparingly, a single loaf can sustain one for an entire day, albeit it is somewhat difficult to swallow. A single whole wheat loaf, roughly the size of Su Lang's 2 fists, was surely sufficient for a day, truly a miraculous artifact in a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, the fact that food could be upgraded was astonishing. Su Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the attributes of the other item. Damaged water dispenser, type, facility, level, 1, water capacity, 0. 10 liters, durability, 125, non-reparable. Decomposition yield, plastic X7, filter X1. Upgrade requirement, 65 nightmare coins. Description, wow, a rare level 1 item, part of the novice pack. The odds of acquiring it are akin to winning the lottery. Even though it is currently a worthless heap, one cannot deny your luck is, quite simply, abysmal. Upon reading the description, Su Lang felt a twinge of mockery directed at him. Yet, he remained unfazed, even slightly exhilarated. Bed, food, water, gates. Now, he could truly lie back and develop. He merely needed a phone to live the life of a recluse. The only concern was whether the water would overflow after upgrading the dispenser. Just as Su Lang contemplated the use of his nightmare coins, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Bang, bang. The door was knocked upon. Immediately, a sweet voice called out, Su Lang, are you home? He approached the peephole and discovered a tall, fashionably dressed blonde girl standing outside. Sporting a baseball cap, her elegant facial contours were partially obscured by the shadow of the brim. Her shapely legs were clad in thick black stockings, with a hint of white socks peeking from her shoes, exuding an undeniable charm. Name, Chao Yashuan. Status, a reptile on the brink of demise. Door number, 20, tenant. Comfort level, 96, can enhance the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 96. Chapter 3. The second knock. I am the homeowner. What the hell? Su Lang had no intention of responding, but upon seeing Chao Yashuan's information, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The nightmare bed, with a mere comfort level of 10, has somehow skyrocketed to 96? At this moment, he comprehended a profound truth. With a skilled technician, even a narrow bed of half a meter is worth its weight in gold. Without a technician, even a premium mattress falls flat. Senior Chao, do you need something? Su Lang inquired, his demeanor remarkably composed. Upon hearing Su Lang address her by this moniker, Chao Yashuan's expression darkened. Renowned at Chinkong University, she was a wealthy second generation capable of driving a Maybach and adept in social circles, embodying a high-status woman. Such a figure exerts considerable influence over younger male students, compelling every freshman to inevitably address her as Senior Chao. Teacher Liu asked me to inquire about the items you've received from your starter package. We have formed a mutual aid alliance where we can equitably distribute resources. Chao Yashuan said, suppressing her agitation. Equitable distribution? Su Lang nearly chuckled. In such an extreme environment, expecting over 200 individuals to share resources equally within a mere 24 hours? Did she think she was the reincarnation of Li Shiming? They may be university students, but they are not fools. When one's own survival is at stake, would they willingly share their provisions with classmates, even if their classmates were on the brink of starvation? I apologize, but I have no interest in your mutual aid alliance, Su Lang decisively refused. Chao Yashuan furrowed her elegant brows. How about I buy it? How much would you like? What money? 1 million. I can transfer it immediately once the game concludes. Senior, if you continue with this nonsense, you might as well keep your distance, Su Lang interrupted her bluntly. Had she mistaken him for someone easily manipulated? Even without a so-called golden finger, his response would remain unchanged. He was well aware of the petty schemes among students. Some individuals, weak in character and yielding to pressure, had already begun to grumble in the chat room about not relinquishing resources to the collective. Though Su Lang had been sleeping, he had perused every message in the chat room. Chao Yashuan's expression soured, nearly slipping from her composure. In this environment, how many could maintain their mental fortitude? The fact that she was managing to converse with Su Lang so calmly already spoke volumes about her character. All right, I'll be direct. I wish to exchange rooms with you, Chao Yashuan said, taking a deep breath, her tone serious. This was her true intention. Su Lang occupied the 10th floor, nestled in the innermost independent dormitory. This location was nothing short of prime. Considering that nearly 400 participants were involved in this survival game, the fortunate few with independent dormitories numbered no more than 10. Dream on, Su Lang scoffed. Don't say I didn't warn you. There are those already eyeing your position. If you transfer the ownership to me now, I can still allow you to remain as a tenant. If you wait for them to arrive, you won't even have the right to stay inside. Chao Yashuan, in a panic, spoke rapidly. The threat was unmistakable. Su Lang's expression shifted dramatically as he opened the door. Chao Yashuan's face lit up with joy. But before she could utter a word, Su Lang seized her snow-white wrist and pulled her into the room. Thud! The door slammed shut. Chao Yashuan was left in a state of shock and fury. She usually engages in rock climbing and fitness, boasting a commendable physique and a courageous spirit. With a sudden surge of strength, she attempts to resist. In the next moment, a large hand clamped around her throat, forcefully pinning her against the wall with a resounding thud. If you wish to live, behave yourself. Su Lang's seemingly vacant black eyes emanated a profound malice. A chill coursed through Chao Yashuan's spine, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. The disparity between an adult woman and an adult man is inevitably vast. If Su Lang were truly resolved to end her life, the thought rendered Chao Yashuan breathless, filled with regret for having come alone. Wasn't it said that this junior was a weakling, rarely displaying any assertiveness? How could he possess such ruthless tenacity? Unbeknownst to her, her terror stemmed not merely from a weaker individual's fear of a stronger one. Su Lang's demeanor and movements were reminiscent of nightmarish creatures, instilling a fear that was far from unfounded, particularly in the oppressive atmosphere of the dormitory and her vulnerable predicament. Su Lang, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze on the wooden door, disregarding Chao Yashuan entirely. With imminent danger looming, any further hesitation would be tantamount to courting death. In that moment, a flash of light enveloped the wooden door as it completed its upgrade. Iron door, type, facility, level, 1, defense, 12, durability, 3030, decomposition yield, iron material X18. Lock core X1, upgrade conditions, 100 nightmare coins. Description, behold, for as a door, I can now stand proudly in this world. Come, my dear, test your strength against me. Just as Su Lang successfully upgraded, the sound of footsteps echoed faintly from the corridor. No talking, and absolutely no using the chat room. Senior, I trust you are an intelligent person, Su Lang whispered menacingly into Chao Yashuan's ear. As he spoke, the pressure from his hand increased, rendering her face nearly blue, making it clear that he was not jesting. Su Lang locked eyes with her as if seeking confirmation, then abruptly released his grip, allowing her to collapse into his embrace. Trembling in fear, Chao Yashuan leaned against him, powerless, her eyes darting to the inexplicably transformed iron door, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful gaze. Su Lang, open the door. We're looking for you, an iron door. Outside, Zhou Tao was about to knock when his words faltered. Brother Tao, did Su Lang's beginner's gift pack yield facility blueprints? Huang Hao jested. Another student anxiously shouted, Su Lang, open the door. This is the apocalypse. We must unite. Exactly. Su Lang, Brother Tao and I will come in to protect you. We brought food. With your iron door, we are bound to succeed. Huang Hao chimed in. Su Lang, are you still holding a grudge over me taking your seat? You're being rather petty, Zhou Tao exclaimed, knocking on the door while loudly declaring. Let me apologize to you right here. His voice brimmed with a sense of triumph and delight, as if Su Lang's dormitory already belonged to him. The three of them implored him earnestly for a while, but received no response, their tone gradually growing more unsettling. In the end, Zhou Tao and the others erupted in furious curses, forcefully slamming the door, yet it remained steadfastly unmoved. Although the iron door and wooden door differed merely in rank, their defensive capabilities were worlds apart. Even a determined assault from an ordinary person would scarcely diminish the durability of the iron door. Moments later, the sound of departing footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Su Lang felt a tug at his sleeve. He turned to see Chao Yashuan shaking her head, signaling that the people outside might not have left yet. This woman was astute. Realizing that taking advantage of the chaos was futile, she promptly shifted her allegiance. Su Lang suppressed a chuckle. Women like Chao Yashuan were unlike the typical female college students. Her social media accounts showcased her in evening gowns at campus ceremonies or jet-setting across the globe during holidays. She was well-informed and quick-witted, destined to graduate as a CEO at the very least, or perhaps even as a wealthy matron. Su Lang pointed to the bruises on her neck and gently ruffled her hair. Chao Yashuan shook her head, forcing a strained smile to indicate that she was untroubled. In truth, she felt quite nauseated. Did he perceive her as a mere young girl? Had he consumed too much of the virtual world? Pathetic. In the past, had Su Lang touched her hair, she would have slapped him on the spot. Now, under the pressure of circumstance, she had to feign a smile, resembling those who pursued her only to be unwittingly belittled. Time ticked away, and Chao Yashuan took the initiative to add Su Lang as a friend. They exchanged a few brief words before succumbing to silence. The reason lay in Chao Yashuan's inquiry regarding the iron door. Ever since that moment, Su Lang had refrained from sending her even a single message, his gaze fixated on her with an intensity that spoke volumes. Chao Yashuan forced a smile, obsequiously insisting that she had erred, nearly bowing down in apology. Lies, deceptions, evasion. Regrettably, these were not within Su Lang's realm of choices. Understanding the situation, within his dormitory, he was the master. It was Chao Yashuan who owed him an explanation. What gave her the audacity to pry into his secrets? Chapter 4. You don't wish to be merely a reserve, do you? Chao Yashuan felt a profound regret, wishing she could slap herself. Was she truly to be eliminated for merely brushing against Su Lang's secrets? Why was her tongue so reckless? While one side fidgeted in discomfort, the other remained unfazed. When suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from the iron door. What the hell? Immediately following, Zhou Tao's voice erupted in curses. This guy had actually squatted outside for over half an hour. Huang Hao, feeling anxious, urged, Tao, let us hurry. The zombies are coming. Once we find the tools, we will definitely break down that iron door. Another boy chimed in menacingly. Right? We'll make him perform an aerial act. Zhou Tao shouted back. Just wait, Su Lang. He had never doubted Su Lang's presence in the dormitory, for Su Lang was precisely that type of person, utterly unremarkable and exceedingly unlucky. The footsteps receded. This time, they had truly departed. However, it wasn't long before the incident involving Su Lang and the iron door spread throughout the chatroom. Su Lang's neighbors had long wished to discuss the matter, but had been silenced by Zhou Tao and his companions. Suddenly, countless individuals were calling out to Su Lang. With more than 30 requests for friendship pouring in, some brought provisions, seeking a tenant spot, while others played on emotions. And some even attempted to purchase the landlord position with soft currency. Su Lang ignored them all, seemingly unaffected by the outside chaos, quietly awaiting the countdown's conclusion. With a resounding alarm echoing in everyone's minds, a horde of zombies surged forth from the blood mist. The so-called defensive fortifications were instantly shattered. The elite students, armed and stationed at the front, turned and fled in panic, shoving and swinging their weapons as they ran. With a flurry of blows, they exceeded their limits without hesitation. Numerous individuals fell to the ground. Students in the dormitory corridor gasped in shock, soon escalating to frenzied screams. How could no one mention that the hallway was also a spawn point for zombies? From the stairwell of 10 floors, zombies emerged in droves. In an instant, the entire dormitory building erupted into chaos. Zombie, type, monster, level, 0, skills, unknown, description, a pitiable bioorganism. Can you guess if it carries a virus? Su Lang remained behind the door's peephole, feeling little fear, as he had encountered far more terrifying scenes in his dreams. Once, a butcher had relentlessly hacked away in his dreams for an entire night, creating a mountain of corpses, akin to a hell on earth. After he departed, Chao Yashuan crouched behind the peephole, her complexion paling gradually. A student was devoured right before her eyes, their screams piercingly tragic. Just as she trembled, uncertain of what to do, a voice inquired from behind her. Chao, do you have a boyfriend? Chao Yashuan was taken aback, turning around to look at Su Lang in disbelief. In such dire circumstances, was he really discussing trivial matters? Su Lang gazed into Chao Yashuan's eyes and replied slowly. You see, those zombies are different from those in movies. They move with agility. Do you recall the initial warning? The game's difficulty escalates progressively. Do you think our iron door stands a chance against the zombies? Instantly, Chao Yashuan's face turned ashen, nearly causing her to faint. If what Su Lang said were true, did that not mean their demise was inevitable? What should we do? she instinctively asked. The reins of control had shifted to this obscure junior. No. It had been in Su Lang's hands the moment Chao Yashuan entered the room. Su Lang smirked. Since death is imminent, why not indulge a little before the end? His words were rather crude. Yet, the astute Chao Yashuan dared not show her displeasure, forcing a laugh as she replied, That's not appropriate. Surely you've seen apocalyptic films. Conserving energy is crucial in such situations. A novice at romance, even at such a critical juncture, he was still preoccupied with such matters. It seemed that the senior believed in extreme survivalism. Su Lang did not refute. Instead, a broad smile illuminated his face. Survival is the foremost principle of life, he declared with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Chao Yashuan maintained an awkward grin, as outside, the air was filled with piercing screams. The atmosphere within the dormitory grew increasingly peculiar, almost unsettling. Noticing Su Lang's sudden silence, Chao Yashuan felt a shiver run down her spine as he sat on the bed, his deep gaze scrutinizing her. Is something wrong? She inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Su Lang continued in his languid tone. The body fat percentage of adult females typically ranges between 20 to 25. Senior, you exhibit signs of exercise. Your body fat percentage should be around 18. However, fat is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal factor is your hydration level. I apologize. I misspoke. It should be your blood volume. You know, to survive, the most essential resource is not food, but water. Chao Yashuan was taken aback, but soon grasped the implication, nearly causing a scene. Please, stop talking. So, you brought me here because you genuinely find me appealing? She exclaimed, her voice rising in distress. Junior, please don't frighten me. Your demeanor is quite alarming. She feigned composure. For Su Lang resembled a lowbrow university student who would casually drape his arm around a friend's shoulder while mimicking a basketball shot. How could she possibly entertain such thoughts? Su Lang stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, Since you brought up the movie, such behavior seems rather normal. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps the allocation of shared dormitories in this game is rooted in that very idea. In a post-apocalyptic world, who can survive without a stockpile of provisions? Don't you think so, Senior Chao? Chao Yashuan believed him. Su Lang indeed seemed capable of such actions, for his tone remained unchanged, almost chillingly indifferent. Who, if not a pervert, would behave in such a manner? She mused. Rest assured, I am no monster. The first love is what lingers most in a man's heart. Would you consider being my one and only first love? Su Lang's expression shifted dramatically as he sighed. Truthfully, my desire to date you stems from a deeper struggle. What struggle? Chao Yashuan interjected hastily. Is a mere infatuation a legitimate struggle? Su Lang replied somberly. Within my heart, there exists both Buddha and demon. Do not be deceived by my outward simplicity and innocence. It is merely a facade that has kept the darkness within me at bay. Now, as the survival game descends upon us, my inner demon threatens to break free. I ask you, when faced with a true demon, can you maintain your composure? Can the entire dormitory remain calm? Thus, I wish to quell the demon within me with the sweetness of love. Chao Yashuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. At such a time, could you refrain from jesting? Don't you hear the screams from outside? Your classmates are being devoured. Junior, could you grant me a moment more? This is all too sudden, she pleaded, her tone bordering on desperate, nearly kneeling before him. Very well, Su Lang acquiesced with a nod. Chao Yashuan breathed a sigh of relief. This junior was, after all, reasonable. Su Lang then continued. Could you kindly step out of my dormitory? Your presence is rather vexing. Chao Yashuan, I did not request a tenant quota, yet you still want to expel me. Are you a devil? If not, shall I lend you my black stockings? In that moment, as the words escaped her lips, a wave of shame washed over her. Su Lang cast a fleeting glance, the sheer stockings glimmering faintly with an ethereal light, exuding an air of sophistication, perhaps even a hint of fragrance. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Why don't you step outside for 3 minutes? Return after that. Chao Yashuan. The dormitory was enclosed on all sides, the chandelier flickering ominously, casting a dim light. Despite the mere meters that separated them, they could only discern each other's silhouettes. Su Lang had already risen, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. This was a survival game, not a social gathering. The sooner he acquired the nightmarish coins from this accelerator, the better. Chapter 5, Apologies, I am a Sigma male. Ultimately, with no other choice, Chao Yashuan acquiesced, but insisted on receiving a tenant quota. Su Lang readily agreed. How quick? In the darkness, this marked Chao Yashuan's final act of defiance. Su Lang remained indifferent, his mind consumed by the desire for the nightmarish coins. Simultaneously, he recognized a crucial oversight. This was Chao Yashuan's first experience. It was no wonder. Such a privileged young lady had never encountered the likes of those scoundrels in university. Subsequently, wielding his authority, he seized the items from Chao Yashuan's novice gift pack, which included 5 boxes of tissues and a baseball cap. After completing this, Su Lang proceeded to disarm Chao Yashuan. Her clothes, leather shoes, and white socks were stuffed into a pillow, while the stockings were employed to bind her wrists. Without such measures, he would find no peace in slumber. Game prompts aside, Su Lang would not gamble with his own life. Should Chao Yashuan attempt a daring maneuver to swap their original flavors for a dagger in the dead of night, it would indeed spell disaster. Su Lang fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chao Yashuan found no solace in slumber. The thought of stabbing Su Lang in the middle of the night did cross her mind. However, the issue lay in Su Lang's technique. The two stockings bound her wrists firmly, and he held her from behind as he slept, leaving her hands confined to her lap. Any slightest movement would trigger a warning of expulsion from the game. For the time being, she endured. But he truly seemed to embody the rumors. A figure like me, an exquisite beauty, could fall asleep in an instant. How insipid, how insipid. Weak men, scoundrels, novices. Repugnant creatures. Once I discern the nuances of this game, watch how I usurp his position. Chao Yashuan gritted her teeth, her heart ablaze with the desire for vengeance. As she kept a vigilant eye on the chat room, plotting to secretly eliminate Su Lang. This detestable junior likely had no inkling of the significance of information. While you sleep, I am evolving. What do you possess to contend with me? As light permeated the room, Su Lang awoke. A new day began with a stretch. Chao Yashuan, having endured a sleepless night, watched Su Lang's nonchalance ignite her frustration anew. This thick-skinned individual was bound to meet his demise in the survival game. What are you staring at? Su Lang scoffed. Huh. A perfect cold smile graced the corners of Chao Yashuan's lips, forming a flawless 35-degree arc. Get out. My apologies. Esteemed landlord. Su Lang leaned against the wall, opening the chat room, only to find that many avatars had turned gray. Wow. So many have been eliminated overnight. The casualty rate is nearly over half. 149 Wang Dazhuang. Mom, I want my mom. 32 Yi Fan. This is a dream. It isn't real. 40 Zhao Shuang. Look, it's daytime, and those zombies have retreated to the corridor. For some, their dreams of being protagonists had shattered in just one night. The classmates they had spent day and night with perished before their eyes. Not everyone could bear that. Su Lang quickly skimmed through the messages, identifying several key pieces of information. The names on the casualty list generally met their demise within the first 5 minutes. It appeared that no players had been killed by zombies breaking down doors. The dormitory seemed to possess a hidden ability to conceal its inhabitants, making it harder for players inside to be discovered. In contrast, those who had the wit to hide in other buildings at the start of the game suffered dire consequences. None of them escaped. They all perished. Indeed, zombies possessed the capability to infect, and the mutation time was a mere 3 minutes. So swift. Su Lang frowned slightly. Peering out through the peephole, it seemed there were no zombies left in the corridor. Zhao Shuang, located in the last room on the second floor, mentioned that the zombies had retreated to the corridor, which should not have been a lie. Junior, during the day, zombies become less active. Would you like to go out and take a look? Chao Yashuan suggested. No, Su Lang shook his head. Continuing like this is no different from waiting to die. Chao Yashuan frowned, her expression pitiful. In the past, when she displayed such a delicate demeanor, no man could resist her charm. Especially considering that they had shared an intimate moment the previous night. She believed that staying inside was better than going out to face death. Su Lang shook his head again and plopped back onto his bed. After removing his previous persona, he had transformed into a cold and unyielding Sigma male. Chao Yashuan, exasperated, puffed up her chest. You promised to treat your girlfriend well. Can you really bear to let her wait for death in this room? She speculated that Su Lang's starter pack contained blueprints and corresponding upgrade materials, and with such a generous pack, there surely was no food included. Neither did she have any. At this rate, they would truly starve to death. Su Lang leaned against the door, checking his nightmare coin balance. Basic nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 106. Total earnings in 8 hours, 82 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 116. The output of nightmare coins was directly doubled. This score-boosting feature was incredibly useful. Su Lang cast a grateful glance at Chao Yashuan. Don't worry, I won't let you die. At least you have a conscience. Chao Yashuan felt warmth in her heart. Su Lang's words felt so tender and sincere. With so many nightmare coins, he needed to consider what to enhance. Initially, he thought about enhancing himself, but that proved unfeasible. Life seemed to be outside the realm of enhancement with nightmare coins. Thus, he could only enhance items. He opened the trading network, discovering that the items available were scant and the exchange requirements ludicrous. A loaf of bread for a barrel of water? Did they think the trading network was a wishing well? The trading network offers 2 forms of exchange, barter and currency purchase. However, at present, few possess currency and even fewer trust the monetary system, leading most to opt for barter. The trading network is sparse in resources. It is prudent to observe its developments for now. As for the nightmarish coin, it shall be kept in reserve, allowing those who cannot resist the temptation to gather information first. As long as I am more adept than others, calamity will always lag behind me. When Su Lang was wealthy beyond measure, he was willing to assist the impoverished. Yet now, as he finds himself in dire straits, his priority is mere survival. Just as he contemplated shutting down his interface, a friend request appeared. 86 Wang Ao. Brother, I heard you have upgraded your gate too. Su Lang accepted the friend request. 200 Su Lang. Is there something you need? 86 Wang Ao. Nothing in particular, just wanted to say hello. It's a pity we are so far apart. Otherwise, we could collaborate. I have high hopes for you. 200 Su Lang. Thank you for your appreciation. 86 Wang Ao. Let us see who can last longer. Is this a competition for heroes over wine? Su Lang silently scoffed. It is likely that Wang Ao's reputation has soured, leaving few willing to engage with him, hence his approach to Su Lang. Su Lang replied with a simple acknowledgement and closed the chat window. Su Lang, what are your plans moving forward? Do you have any strategies? Asked Chao Yashuan. I am not anxious. Why are you? Su Lang replied nonchalantly. Chao Yashuan's lips twitched, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, could you help me untie my stockings? That is not feasible. Su Lang shook his head. Stockings have elasticity. They will not cause discomfort even when tied for a while. But they are uncomfortable, she protested. It will be fine soon. Just put on your little shoes. Chapter 6. Seeking Supplies. A tapestry of lives. The goddess remains unfazed by any exertion. Su Lang is no benevolent figure. With someone as unattainable as Chao Yashuan, even a mere brush of hands was once a challenge. Now that he has the opportunity, he intends to explore this dynamic thoroughly. While other students are consumed by anxiety and repeatedly shatter their mental defenses, Su Lang's small dormitory pulsates with vibrant life. Swapping a Phoenix brand bicycle for a camp, does that not require vigorous pedaling? As the afternoon wore on, Chao Yashuan expressed her hunger. Su Lang shrugged, indicating his own hunger as well. Then I shall stave off my hunger for now, she exclaimed. The lingering impression of Su Lang's culinary prowess from the previous day, too profound to ignore. As evening fell, the zombies began to stir, their growls faintly audible. Su Lang retrieved a treasured piece of whole grain bread, offering half to Chao Yashuan. How do you still have food? She exclaimed in surprise. Su Lang remained silent. Learning her lesson, Chao Yashuan refrained from probing further, eagerly devouring the bread, only to cough as it lodged in her throat. This is truly dry. Su Lang glanced at the water dispenser in his backpack, forcibly suppressing his desire to upgrade. Upgrading the dispenser costs 65 nightmarish coins, a significant sum indeed. As time passed and nightfall enveloped the surroundings, the dormitory broadcast echoed ominously in everyone's minds. Dormitory broadcast. On the second night, the hunting instincts of the zombies are heightened, increasing the game's difficulty. This announcement resonated like a death knell. Players were engulfed in trepidation. Indeed, the undead have become extraordinarily active this night, and there are faint signs of them attempting to breach the door. This has caused some players to unleash fervent outbursts in the chatroom, yet in reality, they dare not utter a word. 3 Yang Yang. Dormitory game, am I right? 112 Wu Leitang. Who has some wood? Lend me a bit, I need to repair the door. 74 Wang Yingying. Can the boys on the 4th floor make some noise to lure the zombies away? I'll bring them over after that. We can evade the zombies together. Once Su Lang's cooldown for the nightmare bed elapsed, he immediately commenced construction. He was cautious about Chao Yashuan's comfort being unrecognized. Thus he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. A sense of unease enveloped Chao Yashuan. The door to dormitory 200 had been struck by the zombies, and the chilling shrieks from outside were audible. Under such conditions, she dared not make a sound. To expedite Su Lang's task, she began to cooperate willingly. This strategy proved effective. Su Lang swiftly concluded the battle, devoid of any lingering sentiment, and collapsed into slumber. Wasting even a minute would be a disrespect to the nightmare bed. He was truly covetous of the nightmare coins. Wretched man, Chao Yashuan muttered softly, soon succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, Su Lang immediately checked his balance of nightmare coins. Base nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 106. Total earned in 8 hours, 82 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 198, splendid. Su Lang excitedly pecked Chao Yashuan on the cheek. Thinking again? You're impressive. Chao Yashuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. People often say that boys in the morning are quite something, but she truly had no such thoughts at the moment. Only yearning for rest. Hee. Su Lang chuckled with delight, feeling a sense of security envelop him. Upgrading the door would require 100 nightmare coins, while enhancing the water dispenser would demand 65, which was entirely sufficient. However, he refrained from frivolously spending his nightmare coins. He decided to let his less affluent comrades gather intelligence first. As a night passed, the most unfortunate student found the durability of the door reduced to merely 2 points. If an opportunity was not seized soon, death would be the only fate awaiting him, regardless of the number of impoverished individuals. The reality remains that the affluent earn money more easily than the poor and live longer as well. 84 Li Wang. This cannot continue any longer. 24 Zhou Tao. I must go out. Who will join me from the second floor? 170 Lu Yan. I'm in despair. Those of you on lower floors can search for supplies elsewhere, but we on higher floors can only await our demise. 147 Wang Yaji. Being on a higher floor has its advantages. The zombies rushing in through the blood mist gather below, and when they riot, those on the lower levels will suffer first. 186 Wang Bo. Thank you, Sister Ya, for the consolation. The thought of waiting to die on the ground sends chills down my spine. 175 Zhou Yi. Brothers below, if you find food supplies, could you trade me a bit? I have a craft knife here. 9 Sun Hong. I found supplies and can give them to you for free. But you must invest in me first. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst and lack the strength to continue. 84 Li Wang. Sun Hong. You owe me 200 yuan, which you haven't repaid. Do you think you can be trusted? Yi Fan, I am offering compensation for supplies. For those brothers and sisters too fearful to venture outside, you can pass your supplies to me, and I shall dispose of them for you. Chow Bin. Yi Fan. A commercial genius. Suddenly, a brave soul hurled a canister downwards, producing a thunderous noise. A few scattered zombies let out growls, yet none emerged from the stairwell. The chat room erupted with excitement. Zhou Yi, brothers on the lower floors, what are you waiting for? It's merely the first and second floors. Just leap down. It's safe. Wang Yaji, remember to keep your voices down. Sun Hong, I request a bottle of water. Anyone who remains upstairs for 3 minutes is a coward. Gradually, students began to emerge from their dormitories, only to uncover a startling revelation. The zombies appeared to have entered a state of dormancy. Perhaps if they remained quiet, everyone could descend during this lull in activity. However, despite such optimism, the initial wave of players consisted solely of those on the lower floors, opting to jump rather than risk navigating past the horde of zombies. Wang Yang, I found a chocolate bar in the teaching building. Be cautious when you come over. There are zombies lurking in the shadows. This news significantly lifted spirits. As the student council president, Wang Yang's words carried weight. Jean Xian, what happened to the brother with the utility knife? I have half a cup of water to trade. Anyone interested? Attached image. Wang Nan. Oh heavens. Please refrain from flooding the chat. Hurry and gather supplies. We're counting on you. Those on the lower floors were elated, while those above felt even more anticipation, hoping to benefit from the bounty of others. It's the age-old principle of the rich aiding the poor. Fools, as if this were a time of peace. Inside the teaching building, Jean Xian smirked, ready to mock, but Wang Yang pulled him back. Don't provoke them. We must avoid alerting the zombies, Wang Yang said sternly. Jean Xian felt a chill in his heart. Jean Xian, there's plenty of supplies outside the dormitory. They seem to refresh randomly. Don't fret. Everyone will have food soon. Search quickly, Wang Yang urged quietly. With few venturing outside, they were among the first to discover the treasures of the Blue Sea. Once more players joined, the search for supplies would grow increasingly challenging. This world has never been devoid of clever minds, and Wang Yang was certainly among them. He speculated that the first 2 days of gameplay were merely a period of acclimatization. If they did not seize the opportunity to thrive now, future growth would be arduous. While upper-tier players suffered in silence, harboring hope, lower-tier players reveled as if they had stumbled upon a gold mine, their intentions inscrutable. It can only be said that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate universally. Chapter 7. Superior Water Dispenser. On the first floor, the authority was clear. Su Lang, I am parched, Chao Yashuan lamented. This time, it was not mere pressure she sought to impose on Su Lang. She was genuinely thirsty. For 2 days, she had not tasted a drop. Su Lang was in a similar predicament. After contemplation, he resolved to upgrade the water dispenser first, should the water source prove insufficient. His plans would need to adapt, shifting from passive development to strategizing how to trade for water resources. Chao Yashuan observed Su Lang retreating to a corner, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Her partner seemed rather ineffectual. Where was his fighting spirit? It appeared to be reserved solely for her. He retrieved a dilapidated water dispenser from his backpack, placing it in the most logical spot. The water dispenser was in a state of disrepair, as if ravaged by 100 rodents. The existence of such a low-durability contraption seemed solely for the purpose of disassembling raw materials. Su Lang felt a surge of anxiety. Yet at this juncture, hesitation was futile. With a flash of white light, the water dispenser underwent an upgrade. A large barrel of purified water brought a sense of profound reassurance. Superior Water Dispenser. Type. Facility. Level 2. Water capacity. 1,818 liters. 1 liter of purified water can be converted for 100 copper coins. Durability. 3,030. Deconstruction yield. Plastic X13. Stainless steel X3. Filter X1. Upgrade requirements. 150 nightmare coins. Description. Plug it in, and my fervor can scald you to exclamation. What a delight. Su Lang clenched his fists tightly, his spirits lifted. With this water dispenser at his disposal, he could comfortably await the collapse of the survival game. Moreover, it was intriguing to discover how copper coins could be utilized. Although copper coins could be found at supply points, their purpose remained ambiguous, and few engaged in transactions using them. Su Lang possessed a unique advantage, with a conversion rate of 100 copper coins for 1 liter of purified water. Selling a liter for 300 copper coins was certainly not unreasonable, given the unknown applications of copper coins. However, he had no intention of becoming a monopolist. Selling a few liters was manageable, but selling in excess would surely attract the attention of fellow survivors rather than the undead. He had no desire to be besieged. With the Nightmare Lord sequence in place, lying back in peace was utterly delightful. Even so, a smile could not be contained on Su Lang's face. He opened the compartment beneath the water dispenser and discovered paper cups. Come and drink, he called to Chao Yashuan. Instinctively, she turned away. How peculiar. There was no scent of the heather. The paper cup was lifted to her lips, and upon opening her eyes, she was startled, as if she had seen a ghost. Due to her exaggerated movement, some water spilled from the cup. She hurriedly licked the droplets away and then cradled the cup, draining it in one gulp. After a moment, gazing at the empty cup, her first thought was, where did my water go? Her second thought was that there were still droplets remaining. Wasting them was not an option. She tilted her elegant neck back, savoring every last drop. Am I dreaming, Su Lang? Su Lang did not respond, for he too was tilting his head back to drink. There was water, and it had allowed her to be the first to partake. How unexpectedly touching. He certainly cherished his resources. After all, if he inadvertently allowed the precious coin supply to dwindle, he would have no tears left to shed. After a moment of emotional reflection, Chao Yashuan finally noticed the water dispenser in the corner. Where did you get this? She exclaimed in astonishment. I possess a skill that sometimes allows me to conjure items, and at other times, to upgrade them. The cooldown period is random, Su Lang replied. Chao Yashuan has become part of the family, albeit somewhat perfunctorily. To my surprise, you possess skills too. I had only heard that Teacher Wang had discovered a skill scroll, but regrettably, he has passed away. Chao Yashuan felt an immense joy. Do not waste the water recklessly. I intend to barter for supplies with others, Su Lang warned. Moreover, you cannot safeguard this barrel of water alone. Do not let any information slip, and refrain from harboring improper thoughts. This barrel of water is sufficient to sustain us until the game's conclusion. Chao Yashuan pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved, and murmured, Su Lang, I am hungry. So am I. Su Lang replied, shrugging his shoulders. Observing Chao Yashuan's pitiable demeanor, he continued to explain, currently, the market price outside remains uncertain. The value of precious items and those of little worth are ambiguous, making it impractical to exchange water. Regardless, as the essence of life, water's value will undoubtedly escalate, becoming increasingly precious as time progresses, potentially allowing us to trade for superior goods. Oh, Chao Yashuan responded, turning away, seemingly a little irritated. With inadequate food and sleep, compounded by the extreme environment, a person's psyche is prone to distortion. Noticing this, Su Lang furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate further. Today marks the 3rd day of the zombie invasion game, a day for the lower-tier players to revel, albeit limited to the 1st and 2nd floors. A brother from the 3rd floor leaped down, breaking his leg, and could not suppress a cry, which subsequently attracted a horde of zombies, leading to a gruesome demise. This incident rendered higher-tier players even more reluctant to venture downstairs. Gold XIN, the 1st floor is king. The crowd opened the message and discovered that this individual's door had notably upgraded to an iron gate. Additionally, Gene XIN had changed rooms. When a homeowner dies, the key naturally drops, and when the door lock appears, opening it will automatically grant one ownership of the room. Zhaowan, Gene XIN. I have added you as a friend, please accept. Li Ming, Genie, could you spare some water? I'm on the verge of dying from thirst. Just look at my condition. Wu Leitang, indeed, Genie, if you help us through the novice period, you will be our ruler henceforth. Gold XIN, you two should devise a way to become homeowners soon, otherwise, there is no future. Chao Bin, Gene XIN, it's still early, you should gather more supplies. I'm quite anxious. Gold XIN, I'm tired, I don't feel like going. Such pretentious remarks nearly caused the high-tier players to choke with rage. In the span of a day, the 1st and 2nd floor players had transformed into affluent individuals, though this was limited to those daring enough to descend. Some 2nd floor players were too terrified to jump down, yet they still claimed to cherish resources. In Dormitory 86, Wang Ao witnessed those 2nd floor players begging Gene XIN for supplies and could not help but scold, utterly useless. Damn it, with such advantageous conditions, they still do not dare to descend. This game clearly indicates that the challenges will only intensify in the future. What are those individuals doing, cowering in their homes? The fear within a person's heart is a formidable mountain. Others have indeed acquired supplies, but what if one ventures out and inadvertently attracts the zombies? Perhaps waiting a little longer might yield new opportunities. Wang Ao glanced at the dusk sky, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Having taken a life, would it not be in vain to perish within this game? Subsequently, he began to flood the chat, seeking to exchange resources for items such as ropes. Before escaping back to his dormitory, he pilfered some supplies, rendering himself a minor magnate. Dormitory 200. Su Lang nestled in his bed, eagerly anticipating the dusk. As the cool-down period for the nightmare bed refreshes at night, the currency collection time also falls in the evening. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from downstairs. Shortly thereafter, the chatroom was abuzz with alarming news. A student had jumped from the building. Chapter 8. A beauty for dormitory 200. The jumper was Zhang Yin from the 8th floor. Prior to her tragic leap, she had pleaded for help several times in the chatroom, yet no one came to her aid. Her desperate plunge evoked no sympathy within the chat. Rather, it was met with a chorus of condemnation. Some players were still scouring for resources outside. Her actions were nothing short of detrimental. Su Lang remained silent. Beside him, Chao Yashuan was startled awake by the sound of the fall and the wails of the undead. After checking the chatroom, she turned to Su Lang and said, "Su Lang, Zhang Yin has jumped." "I know," Su Lang replied with a slight nod. Chao Yashuan pursed her lips. "Su Lang, many people noticed that my room number is the same as yours and are asking me what is going on." "Say whatever you like," Su Lang responded nonchalantly, while simultaneously crafting a message in the chatroom. "Oh," Chao Yashuan nodded. She refrained from disclosing her private transaction with Su Lang, merely mentioning that when the game commenced, she happened to be in Su Lang's room. 200 Su Lang, seeking to acquire a weapon, offering 10 cups of pure water, totaling 1 liter. 24 Zhou Tao, where did you get so much water? Are you bragging? 112 Li Ming, no way, he really has it. Su Lang is at the auction house. 32 Yi Fan, concealed talent, Brother Lang. 24 Zhou Tao, no one will trade with you. Weapons are the most precious right now. Surely they will be needed in the future. Whoever has a weapon, I will trade resources for it. Su Lang truly wished to refrain from speaking in the chatroom, fearing such situations, but with no one selling weapons on the trading site, he had no choice but to shout in the chatroom. 200 Su Lang, Zhou Tao, if you keep yapping, I'll be watching you like a hawk when you go downstairs tomorrow. Dormitory 24. Damn, do you really think the supplies I gathered won't last until the game ends? Zhou Tao's face darkened, his fist pounding the bed. At that moment, several friends sent private messages, all from the lower-tier players who had scavenged resources together that day. These individuals had added each other as friends without the higher-tier players' knowledge and had developed a certain camaraderie. The private messages urged Zhou Tao to remain calm. They still wished to reap the benefits. If the higher-ups caused a stir, it would be akin to losing a mother. We collectively saved you. Zhou Tao fumed, ultimately choosing to back down. After his confrontation with Zhou Tao, Su Lang turned his attention to friend requests. Soon, one particular request caught his eye. 12 Wang Jiwei, I have a baseball bat. Would you like to trade? Su Lang accepted the friend request, and shortly thereafter, the other party sent the item information. Baseball bat, type, weapon, level, 1, damage, 8, durability, 1414, decomposes to birchwood X9. Upgrade requirement, 50 nightmare coins. Description, thud thud. 12 Wang Jiwei, currently. Weapons are rarer than food, and this is merely a level 1 weapon, so I need 2 liters of water. Is that acceptable? 200 Su Lang, with a weapon in hand, tomorrow's resource hunt should be easier. Why the exchange? 12 Wang Jiwei, I found this today. My girlfriend is still on the 8th floor, and I wish to bring her some drinks. Besides, you wouldn't be sharing with those on the 1st or 2nd floors. Would you? This Wang Jiwei, though affectionate towards his girlfriend, is no fool. He understands that providing weapons to companions increases competition. 200 Su Lang, alright. 12 Wang Jiwei. By the way, here is a tip. If you've played online games, many resource points are guarded by large guilds. Ordinary individuals who approach are doomed. Even if you manage to descend, you won't secure any resources. Su Lang's heart tightened momentarily, but he quickly returned to a state of calm. This information seemed of little use to him. After all, he only needed to focus on leveling up. Nevertheless, he prepared an extra cup of water. The trade interface opened, and the stack of 21 paper cups vanished, replaced by a baseball bat. Su Lang took out the bat, swung it a couple of times, and then sent a message in the chat room. With safety assured, he could now proceed with his next plan. The dormitory could accommodate 2 tenants. 200 Su Lang, 2 liters of water, looking for a small beauty for dorm 200. And their S1 tenant slot available. Image, 88 Chao Bin, Boss 866. Are you even trying to act? 112 Wu Lei Tang, Lang Gu, Lang Father, Lang Yi. I implore you to assist me a little. 89 Zhou Li. Su Lang, where do you get all that water? Aren't you with Chao Yashuan? 9 Lin Han. Don't mind who he is with. A person like him wouldn't he survive even with Wonder Woman? 48 Qin Yun. How does someone like him possess such excellent resources? 78 Zhao Wan. Su Lang, add me as a friend. Although I can't come, I can send you voice messages. 5 Zhu Yan. Brother, do you have any idea how difficult it is to scavenge for resources outside? Don't be foolish. 186 Wu Hui Hui. Zhu Yan, are you disparaging women? A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Many who seldom spoke began to chime in, inundating the chat room with messages. Simultaneously, numerous individuals sought to add Su Lang as a friend. In Dorm 5, Zhu Yan's face darkened from the scorn. In Dorm 1, Jean Xian laughed like a pig. Goodness, such an extraordinary occurrence truly exists. He continued to vent to friends on the first and second floors about Su Lang's foolish actions, while also responding to messages from several female students. A few had already sent him private photos, many calling him hubby. Despite his pride, he would part with a small amount of resources. Of course, just a little. However, he perceives his actions as a noble act of salvation, entirely distinct from the foolishness of Su Lang. Even if he is lascivious, he considers himself to possess a higher form of desire. To directly demand a woman, how utterly vulgar. Yet, on a different note, Lu Qianqian from the 4th floor is willing to be his girlfriend. Is there a way to entice her down? Living alone in this modest dormitory is indeed lonesome. Aren't many apocalyptic novels constructed in this manner? Possessing power, having women at one's disposal, able to kill or sleep with whomever one desires. Su Lang had previously refrained from recruiting another beauty, fearing that she might be accompanied by a robust protector. Now armed, he feels considerably less intimidated. Even by such a figure, a calculated risk seems worthwhile. However, the level of comfort appears to correlate with his assessment of women. For instance, if Chao Yashuan were to remove her stockings, the comfort level would diminish. Unpleasant odors and dirt would similarly detract from it. Su Lang, what have you been saying in the chat room? What do you mean by recruiting another beauty? Chao Yashuan gazed at Su Lang, her anger evident. Although their time together had been brief, she had begun to regard Su Lang as a potential boyfriend. Yet, he had the audacity to act in such a manner. How can you be so cold-hearted? Su Lang admonished. What is wrong with me? Chao Yashuan's body trembled with indignation. Do you not wish to assist your classmates? Can you bear to witness a classmate starving to death? How can your heart be so cruel? Upon hearing this, Chao Yashuan seized her playful demeanor, her expression turning serious. Su Lang, do not presume that I am entirely devoted to you. Su Lang replied bluntly. If you do not wish to stay, you may leave. However, do not think this is a society governed by law where you can take half of my possessions upon departing. While Chao Yashuan is indeed significant, if one cannot discern priorities, her value must be reassessed. Hearing this, Chao Yashuan's expression stiffened, and she regained some composure. If you come over, I will count to 3. Su Lang declared, hands on his hips. 32. Just come if you're coming. Can't you be a bit kinder? Why so fierce? Chapter 9. Pay attention. This woman is named Tong Chi. Rinse your mouth. A cup of water was handed to Chao Yashuan. She felt utterly wronged. Are you really looking down on me? Do you even know that I am a rich and beautiful girl while you are but a pathetic loser? When I attended school ceremonies, you didn't even qualify as a guard. Su Lang let out a soft sigh, slightly closing his eyes while checking private messages. 112 Wu Leitang, Brother Lang. Are you really with Chao Yashuan? Do you have any private photos of her? This group of opportunists has no limits. Su Lang decisively blocked Wu Leitang. Besides those requesting private photos, there are also girls sending such requests, all seeking some supplies. However, they are not on the same floor as him. There are 2 exceptions, Wu Huihui from dormitory 186 and her roommate Zhou Wei. Just as Su Lang was about to accept the friend request from the 2 ladies, a new friend request caught his attention. 170 Tong Chi. Su Lang, I will come up tomorrow at noon. Could you spare me some water? The postscript was quite simple. A vague image of a short-haired girl wearing glasses surfaced in Su Lang's mind. Yes, it is indeed vague. Tong Chi is a burgeoning heroine, whose presence evokes an automatic duong-duong sound in one's mind as she strides, causing one to inadvertently overlook her appearance. This undoubtedly aligns with Su Lang's aesthetic preferences, ensuring a comfortable experience. 200 Su Lang. Your information reveals you to be a homeowner. 170 Tong Chi. A friend has passed away. Image. The image is a selfie of Tong Chi, marking Su Lang's first earnest scrutiny of her face. She sports a youthful bob, her slightly chubby cheeks appearing somewhat gaunt at this moment, yet it is evident that her complexion was once quite fine, embodying the delicate beauty of a refined young lady. However, the photograph only captures her head, failing to highlight the essential features. Su Lang refrains from articulating his thoughts, lest he inadvertently cross into inappropriate territory. Overindulgence in such banter could lead one to become the sort of individual who crouches to tie their shoes, merely to indulge in the scent of a junior's athletic footwear. Before Su Lang could respond, messages from the other side resumed. 170 Tong Chi. Could you lend me a cup of water? I promise to repay you later. 200 Sulang. 170 Tong Chi. I'm so sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll come by tomorrow, I promise. But could you please trade me a cup of water now? I genuinely feel like I'm going to perish. A small question mark seemed to press against Yasuo's forehead, making it hard to fathom the extent of the emotional turmoil inflicted upon Tong Chi's tender spirit. Even through mere text, one could sense the disarray on the other end. Tong Chi, raised in a rural setting by her grandmother, is a particularly bashful girl with few friends at school, exhibiting a timid and quirky disposition. However, if one were to label her as eccentric, Su Lang would be the last to cast stones. Not receiving a response from Su Lang, Tong Chi began to apologize anew. 170 Tong Chi. I'm so sorry. Perhaps I should never have been born, truly. I'm sorry. An emotional appeal? Su Lang's darker inclinations led him to entertain such thoughts. Casting a glance at the water cooler brimming with liquid, he considered the gamble of offering a cup of water. As for whether Tong Chi would possess the ability to ascend the stairs the following day, he did not dwell on such matters. It was akin to discovering a stack of scratch-off tickets. The urge to scratch one was too compelling to resist. Glistening tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, etching a damp trail upon her withered cheeks. It was unclear whether the saltiness of her tears was at fault or if her dry skin had betrayed her. As the tears traversed her face, they brought with them a slight sting. Tong Chi felt as though she was on the verge of shattering, akin to porcelain subjected to excessive fire. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at the dormitory door, it appeared to shimmer faintly, and in the periphery, a spectral figure of an elderly woman waved at her, whispering, "Little Tong, the big city is not a suitable place. Return, and I shall prepare your meals." Her mental state was clearly unraveling. As thoughts of self-harm intensified, a notification for a transaction emerged. Moments later, she found herself in possession of a cup of water and a piece of bread crust. Dormitory broadcast. Night 3, the zombies' predatory instincts have heightened once more. Some of the undead who have feasted upon human flesh are retreating into the shadows. Players must remain vigilant. This evening, the zombies began to intermittently and violently batter the doors. Due to the early disclosure of information by some students regarding the effectiveness of using a bed against the door to mitigate durability consumption, the rate of door breaches is rather low. Over the course of 3 days, starvation is a challenge. Thus tonight primarily serves to torment everyone's spirits. In dormitory 200. Su Lang, why are you still not in bed? Are you still upset with me? Let me be frank. Su Lang's refusal to lie down causes Chao Yashuan immense psychological pressure, preventing her from sleeping. Speak, Su Lang. While swallowing hastily, he sips water and nibbles on toast. This toast was exchanged for a cup of water. Chao Yashuan, lying sideways on her bed, gazes intently at Su Lang with her large eyes. Have you been sneaking food behind my back? As she speaks, she swallows hard, her stomach audibly protesting. Su Lang glances at the soft, sweet bread in his hand, then at Chao Yashuan's wide-eyed expression, and after a moment of silence, he concedes. If you say so. Is it delicious? Chao Yashuan swallows again. It is. Su Lang nods. Then, Su Lang takes a bite, finishing his water to suppress his hunger. Chao Yashuan reassures him. It's fine, I'm not angry with you. In times like this, conserving resources is wise. Taking a deep breath, she smiles. Come on. Let us go to bed. Su Lang can be quite fierce at times, yet at others, he resembles a child, stubbornly refusing to sleep due to a minor quarrel. How frustrating. No, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Su Lang shakes his head. There is truly no need for that. Su Lang, what are you doing? Su Lang removes the blankets and sheets, lying flat on the ground. On the dismal nightmare bed, Chao Yashuan hugs her knees, feeling the hard surface uncomfortably against her backside. She finds Su Lang's reasoning incomprehensible. Isn't this driving one to madness? Once the game concludes and Su Lang secures the MVP title, she, Chao Yashuan, would be the one who merely lay there, achieving victory without effort. Who would she blame for that? Chao Yashuan remains perplexed, and Su Lang feels no need to explain. Lying on the nightmare bed, he fears succumbing to sleep. After so many days, he has discerned a pattern. Nighttime is far more perilous than daytime. The optimal routine is to sleep during the day and keep watch at night. Thus, he is intentionally shifting the nightmare bed's time zone, allowing its cooldown period to reset during the day. Chapter 10. A visit from Xiaomei, the war god Wu Huihui. This night, zombies roared outside for most of the night. During this time, a door on the 5th floor was violently breached by a zombie, resulting in horrifying screams. The players on the 1st floor suffered as a consequence. As the zombies flocked to their location, by the following day, only 4 players remained on the 5th floor. This turn of events was akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over one's head, progressively diminishing the atmosphere in the chat room. Except for those on the 1st and 2nd floors, once the sun appeared, they ventured out in search of supplies. They had ample opportunities. unlike the players on the upper floors who could only await their demise. In a certain equipment room, Wang Yang, testing the lethality of a golf club, struck and shattered a zombie's skull. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared beneath the zombie's armpit, revealing a piece of paper. Wang Yang reached down to pick it up. Information note, type, item, content. During the day, zombies slumber in shaded areas, significantly reducing their energy consumption. Upon awakening, their mobility is also greatly diminished. Introduction. This item has no level, nor can it be disassembled or upgraded. It is merely for observation. In an instant, Wang Yang's fists clenched. His eyes ablaze with fervor. He realized he had been utterly mistaken. The gameplay of this game had been misconstrued from the very beginning. The true strategy involves guarding the gates at night and scavenging for supplies during the day, systematically eliminating zombies. If this intelligence were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly save countless lives. However, doing so would compromise his own advantage. Should everyone rush downstairs, the initial edge held by players on the first and second floors would dissipate. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yang attempted to slay other zombies and was astonished to discover that they dropped food and raw materials. Perhaps they might even yield blueprints. This information was now even more critical to keep secret. Once revealed, every player would compete with him for resources and zombies, potentially inciting chaos. This game certainly extends beyond this single round. After all, you are all destined to perish. Better to let me thrive. As long as he maintained the rhythm and kept noise to a minimum, these zombies would remain oblivious even if their companions fell nearby. The dormant zombies were no different from passive observers. On the fourth floor, Wang Ao grasped the edge of the wall and gently pushed off, using the momentum to leap to the third floor. He repeated the motion and astonishingly reached the ground floor. Success! Wang Ao nearly erupted with joy as he drew a small knife, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he dashed toward the cafeteria. Oh, I knew such a place would harbor treasures. In the principal's office, Zhou Tao held a vial containing an unusual syringe, admiring it momentarily before hearing footsteps outside, hastily concealing it in his backpack. The newcomer was a frail boy who opened the office door, momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhou Tao, then grinned shiftily. Zhou Tao, did you know Li Xing has found a skill book? A skill book? Zhou Tao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it's fortuitous that you are here. Let us inquire whether he intends to sell it. Certainly. By the way, have you discovered anything worthwhile here? Don't even mention it. It's been nothing but misfortune. Everyone harbored their own plans. Everyone was in action, except for Su Lang. Today marked the 4th day since the game commenced. And while everyone's hearts underwent a profound transformation, Su Lang remained lethargically indifferent. Knock, knock, knock. Su Lang, open the door. I know you're home. The survivors on the 10th floor had all gathered outside Su Lang's door, a mix of men and women. Su Lang furrowed his brow, disturbed from sleep. Su Lang, should we go out and take a look? Whispered Qiao Yashuan. No need to concern ourselves with them. Su Lang shook his head. If they create too much commotion, the zombies will teach them a lesson. Outside dormitory 200, the boys wore expressions of despondency, while one girl appeared particularly anxious. Wu Hui Hui, the chief instigator of the knocking. The boys present stepped back, wary of being inadvertently harmed. Wu Hui Hui was simply too imposing. The enhanced version of Sister Meiyu. Can you endure it? The bitter tea could be dismantled to provide Su Lang with a vest. Even her roommate, Wang Tingting, has distanced herself slightly. Lang, oh Lang, open the door. It's me. Wu Hui Hui. Wu Hui Hui pounded on the door, her wails echoing. A boy, unable to contain himself, quietly advised, keep your voice down. I could swear I heard a zombie calling. I don't care. Su Lang said he wanted little Mei, and I can do anything. Besides, he has resources, why not share with us? Wu Hui Hui lamented before her indignation began to swell. A boy stepped forward with a serious demeanor, stating, Su Lang, if you do not open the door, we will force it open. We are classmates after all. How can you stand by and let us suffer? Exactly. He has resources to pamper women. Qiao Yashuan is now in the same dorm with him. She must be thoroughly played. Who would have known Su Lang was such a person? Outside, the murmurs grew louder. Su Lang paid no heed. Previously, Zhou Tao had been lurking around him, without a single warning, which was disheartening. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from the hallway, causing everyone to flee in panic. Wu Hui Hui did not escape. Her heart shattered by Su Lang, she sobbed while glaring at the zombie. Damn you! Her eyes reddened, and when the zombie approached, she delivered a powerful kick. The blow struck the zombie's chest as if it were a critical hit, causing its ribcage to cave in. The zombie's head tilted, and it fell lifelessly. A flash of white light revealed a can of yellow peaches dropping beside the zombie. Wu Hui Hui froze, and those who had been fleeing also halted in their tracks. All eyes converged on the can of yellow peaches, yet no one dared to seize it. Wu Hui Hui, with her bloodshot eyes, resembled a crazed bull. Sister Hui Hui, what is your physical attribute? A boy asked, swallowing hard. 8. Wu Hui Hui replied, swinging her arm, thicker than most legs, as she picked up the can of yellow peaches. Instantly, the tension broke. The former basketball team standout only had a physical attribute of 7. So, you are the mightiest among us on the 10th floor. No need to rely on Su Lang. We have our own warrior on the 10th floor. Wu Huihui and her companions did not hold back, sharing their experiences of obtaining items from slain zombies. A new storm brewed within the chat room. Everyone was eager to hunt zombies. But a question arose. Where would they procure weapons? Not everyone possessed Wu Huihui's ferocity. After enduring so many days in this apocalyptic world, everyone's mental state had deteriorated, and their physical strength had significantly declined. Without weapons, confronting zombies head-on was simply impossible. Chapter 11. Successfully captured the second Palu. At that moment, Zhu Yan from room 5 proposed that everyone go to the vacant dormitory to dismantle wooden beds, thus acquiring wooden sticks. University students, though a controversial group, are never lacking in imagination and initiative, especially in such extreme circumstances. The entire dormitory building sprang into action, collectively gearing up to eliminate zombies. During this period, various conflicts and absurd events transpired, leading to heated exchanges in the chat room. Some individuals even fell victim to the infection of the awakened zombies. Nevertheless, it can be said that the overall atmosphere is gradually shifting towards a more positive direction. Everyone has begun to perceive a glimmer of hope for survival. Today marks the 4th day since the apocalypse began, and the number of individuals succumbing to hunger remains relatively low. Currently, nearly 200 people occupy the entire dormitory building, and eliminating the zombies should pose no significant challenge. In dormitory 200, Chao Yashuan turned around, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Lang. Su Lang, it seems we might actually survive. Su Lang replied nonchalantly. If you wish to venture out and slay zombies, you may do so on your own. I never suggested going out. I merely wanted to share the good news, Chao Yashuan retorted. She was not foolish enough to risk her life hunting zombies. Su Lang suddenly remarked, thus far, zombies generally align with our cultural understanding of them, and typically, there is not just one type of zombie. Hence, it is highly probable that other varieties will emerge in due course. Alternatively, some terrifying zombies may make a sudden appearance on the final day, surprising everyone. Upon hearing this, Chao Yashuan's expression of joy faltered. Su Lang did not consider himself particularly clever for foreseeing what others could not. Indeed, many likely sensed the same. After all, no one is a fool. It is merely that some chose not to voice their thoughts. You should just stay home and be a little waste of space. Do you understand? Su Lang scoffed. Your CPU Jinjimi, Chao Yashuan pouted. Extreme circumstances truly have the potential to transform a person. Take Chao Yashuan, for instance. In the past, even if Su Lang were indeed her boyfriend, she would never have displayed such a demure demeanor. However, now, with insufficient sugar intake and lack of sleep, maintaining her previous cognitive prowess has become challenging. Coupled with Su Lang's assertiveness, she naturally became somewhat dependent on him, her attachment to him significantly magnifying. At that moment, a subtle sensation arose, prompting Su Lang to open his private messages. 170 Tong Chi. It's a bit chaotic right now. May I come back later? 200 Su Lang. I can wait for you at most another hour. Tong Chi spoke the truth. It was indeed chaotic outside. However, even if she were to break her word, Su Lang would find it perfectly understandable. After all, amidst the fervor outside, many were likely clinging to the mindset that the past was irretrievable. I should have opened the door back then, Su Lang mused regretfully. Wang Ting's comfort level was not high, but still at 40. As for Wu Huihui, her comfort level had been completely obliterated, likely due to nightmares from her sleep. Tong Chi was quite fortunate. The side of the building where the warrior Wu Huihui was sweeping was on her side. Warrior. This was the new nickname bestowed upon her by the players. Now, a group of about 10 surrounded her, determined to fight their way to the first floor. After satisfying her own hunger, she generously shared her food with others, even though she herself had not eaten to fullness. The flattery and praise from those around her had indeed made her feel somewhat elated, a treatment she had never experienced before. With an air of youthful exuberance, Wu Huihui remained oblivious to the fact that the other teams in the corridors were taking turns to combat the zombies, while she boldly undertook all the perilous tasks herself. Is anyone on the 9th floor joining us? Sister Hui is leading the team, Wang Tingting inquired. Wait for me, I'll be out shortly, Zhou Daxiong responded. Hold on for me too, Li Wenba added. Wu Huihui's team did not go door to door to recruit allies, as some dormitories might harbor zombies. Their primary objective was to descend and procure supplies, rather than to exterminate the undead. Such a grand display compelled the players on the 1st and 2nd floors to hasten their search for resources. In this survival game, defeating monsters typically yielded items. Yet most of the time, what dropped were mere copper coins, whose utility remained ambiguous, rendering the sought-after supplies far more valuable. Tong Chi had remained in her dormitory until Wu Huihui and her team began clearing the 9th floor corridor, at which point she stealthily ascended to the 10th floor. Some individuals noticed her presence, but refrained from comment. Although Tong Chi was a beauty, the gravity of the situation rendered any attempts at flattery futile. She had promised to return within an hour, yet her arrival before the stipulated time greatly pleased Su Lang. "You go open the door," Su Lang instructed, wielding a baseball bat and standing back. "Why?" Chao Yashuan, aware that Tong Chi was at the door and sensing her leader's displeasure, nonetheless approached to open it. "The lovely Palu has arrived." Indeed, she was a charming sight, and there was no imposing figure behind her. Su Lang, observing the somewhat timid Tong Chi, cheerfully beckoned. "Come in." Name: Tong Chi. Qualifications: a crawling creature prone to imminent demise. Room number: 170. Owner: comfort level: 87. Capable of enhancing the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 87. With a resounding thud, the door closed. Su Lang allocated the last rental spot to Tong Chi, then commenced his point-accumulating endeavors. Upon her agreement to become a tenant, the key to room 170 automatically appeared on its lock. Before diving into his point-gathering activities, Su Lang offered Tong Chi some food and drink, as well as a chance to wash her face. The washing water was first used by Su Lang, followed by the two women, as frugality was still paramount. Chao Yashuan maintained a comfort level of 96, proving quite resilient, while Tong Chi's comfort level soared to an impressive 90. This prompted Su Lang to contemplate the idea of giving both women a proper bath. Unfortunately, given the scarcity of water resources, such aspirations remained mere fantasies. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly, particularly from dormitory 200. So exhausting, was Su Lang's final thought before sleep. To ensure the comfort level would be effective, he fired off shots continuously. Indeed, it was primarily to guarantee comfort, and certainly not due to any exhilaration. Chapter 12. The Fourth Night. Points leaderboard. Sleepless, the ranks of the weary grew. Su Lang lay on the outermost layer of the bed, with Chao Yashuan nestled in the middle, held in his embrace, and Tong Chi positioned on the innermost side. The two women exchanged glances, each feeling the strain of the moment. On the first day of the game, Chao Yashuan had possessed the courage to venture out. Although the number of survivors had plummeted by more than half, the fervor outside remained palpable. However, after lying flat with Su Lang for a few days, her initial determination had dwindled. The art of relaxation was undeniably exquisite. During this time, she had envisioned numerous scenarios of the two of them struggling to survive together, even conjuring up dramatic scenes where they would selflessly risk their lives to save one another. Such fantastical narratives had crossed her mind. Yet, she had never anticipated Su Lang to be so pathetic. With such meager resources, could he truly sustain himself? It seemed he was recruiting individuals, which appeared to be sufficient for survival. From her observations, water remained a scarce commodity. If Su Lang were to disclose the existence of that barrel of water, all the students would undoubtedly flock to dormitory 200. Chao Yashuan's mind raced as her thoughts whirled. In contrast, Tong Chi was not as preoccupied. With her large, innocent eyes fixed on Chao Yashuan, she suddenly sent a friend request. 200 Tong Chi. Hello. Chao Yashuan rolled her eyes, but reluctantly accepted the request. 200 Chao Yashuan. When do you plan to leave? 200 Tong Chi, huh? 200 Chao Yashuan. Now that we've discovered the zombies' weaknesses, it's not too dangerous outside. We could take a chance. 200 Tong Chi. Then why don't you go? 200 Chao Yashuan. Do you think Su Lang would allow me to leave? He is quite clingy. Tong Chi bit her lip, glancing down at Chao Yashuan's handcuffs and falling silent. Chao Yashuan felt a bit awkward and quickly sought a new topic. 200 Chao Yashuan. To be frank, Su Lang is rather weak. If you stay here, he will eventually meet his demise. Instantly, Tong Chi's face flushed like a boiled shrimp, and she considered turning away but was wary of waking Su Lang. Yet, inexplicably, discussing this topic stirred a sense of excitement within her. 200 Tong Chi. No, I feel a bit of pain. 200 Chao Yashuan. Silly girl. Pain indicates he isn't capable. 200 Tong Chi. It's fine. Even 3 minutes is quite impressive, and I don't particularly enjoy this. What was going on? Wasn't Chao Yashuan supposed to be a goddess? Why did she seem so forlorn? Chao Yashuan was immediately filled with indignation, simultaneously educating Tong Chi on matters of romance while disparaging Su Lang. If Su Lang were to catch wind of this, he would surely retaliate. 200 Chao Yashuan. I'm telling you, don't doubt me. 200 Tong Chi. I believe you. Thus, the two women engaged in an animated conversation. When Chao Yashuan chatted, she exuded the charisma of a rural elder commanding respect, analyzing the origins of survival games and critiquing the survival rates of their classmates with remarkable eloquence. Tong Chi was left in a daze, thinking to herself that a wealthy girl truly possessed vast knowledge. Seeing Tong Chi gaze at her like an infatuated fan filled Chao Yashuan with delight. It was more refreshing than sipping a glass of cool water. There was no denying her pent-up frustrations. Her circle of friends had not entered the survival game, and Su Lang was not one to engage in conversation. In this survival endeavor, solitude was a formidable challenge. Despite the bustling chat room, few were eager to engage in casual dialogue. An hour later, 200 Chao Yashuan. You should settle down here. No one can drive you away, I assure you. When Su Lang awoke, he discovered that both women were asleep, accompanied by soft sounds of breathing. By assessing the game countdown, he realized he had slumbered for 8 hours. His immediate instinct was to access the chat room, for information is often the most crucial survival tool. To his astonishment, the top of the chat room displayed, Chat room 153400. How could so many have perished again? Through the chat messages, Su Lang gleaned the reasons behind the fatalities. The cause of death was quite straightforward: territorial disputes. The cafeteria, equipment room, and teaching building were all coveted locations. The cafeteria easily yielded food. The equipment room was a source of weapons, and the teaching building provided blueprints. Skimming past the irrelevant chatter, it became evident that the students had primarily formed 3 factions. Firstly, there was the group led by Wang Yang, Jin Xin, and Zhou Tao, who occupied the equipment room. Secondly, Wang Ao led the Super Male Collective, which took control of the cafeteria. Thirdly, Wu Huihui commanded a large group of less capable players, who occupied the teaching building. What astonished Su Lang the most was Wang Ao's resurgence. It must be said that in a post-apocalyptic setting, a figure like Wang Ao possesses a certain charisma. Most notably, he is generous, protective of his subordinates, and unyielding against the lower-tier players. He truly embodies strength. This has led some players, who adhere to the law of the jungle, to believe that aligning with Wang Ao maximizes their chances of survival. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. After several days in this apocalyptic game, everyone's mentality has undergone a transformation. They are no longer mere students. They are players, survivors in this game. This recent lesson should instill in everyone a deeper understanding of the game. However, it is worth noting that zombies have seemingly become mere playthings, as many have begun to actively hunt them. The resources gathered by these hunters have significantly improved, with many upgrading their doors. The most alarming development was Wang Yang's group discovering ammunition in the equipment room. This signal is exceedingly perilous. Yet, none of this concerns me. I can simply lie back in peace. Su Lang's expression shifted as he ultimately decided to close the chat room. It is best to limit interactions with others. Humans can be quite unpredictable, as evidenced by various team-based competitive games. If one could send a knife through the internet, one might wonder how many tragedies would unfold in a single day. After 8 hours, Su Lang had accrued a base of 40 nightmare coins. With the conversion rates from the nightmare bed, Chao Yashuan, and Tong Chi totaling 196, combined with the previous balance of 133, Su Lang now possessed total nightmare coins, 251. His nightmare coins had directly surpassed the 200 mark. Everything in his view was upgradable, including the nightmare bed. As he pondered how to utilize these nightmare coins, the dormitory broadcast sounded once more, solidifying his resolve. Dormitory broadcast. On the 4th night, 3 types of newly aggressive zombies have emerged. The leaderboard is now open. Defeating zombies will earn points. At the conclusion of the game, the top 10 dormitories on the leaderboard shall be upgraded, with the top 3 receiving additional special rewards. Tonight, the zombie count is limited and will not refresh. Players, please protect your dormitories diligently. Chapter 13. The Steel Door Upgrade. A Gleaming Barrier. 1 Jin Xin, Chao. The difficulty has increased again. Fortunately, my door has been upgraded, and I have ample repair materials. 88 Chao Bin. Same here, but I wonder if a level 1 door can withstand the onslaught. 5 Zhu Yen. The leaderboard? Does this survival game truly deem us worthy to survive until the end? 6 Wang Yang. It's not about passing, it's merely about surviving this round. 12 Wang Zhuwei. I will definitely return to see my parents, without fail. For many, the conviction is simply to survive this round of the survival game and return to the real world. Yet, Su Lang harbors doubts about its feasibility. If the creator of this survival game is indeed a deity, would the younger version of yourself release the little ants back into their nest? Su Lang and Chao Yashuan exchanged anxious glances. Tong Chi, biting her lip, appeared deeply troubled. Both women were roused by the game's notification. It's all right, Su Lang reassured, shaking his head as he approached from the doorway. Suddenly, Chao Yashuan gasped, pointing at the door and stuttering. The door, the door, the door. Tong Chi rubbed her eyes, questioning her senses. Had the door really changed its appearance? She attempted to probe the door's information, but was met with failure. One cannot investigate the information of an object owned by another, unless the owner chooses to share it. Gleaming steel door. Type. Facility. Level 2. Defense. 3030. Durability. 5050. Effect. Gleaming. There is a chance that anyone attacking the door will have their own attack rebounded. Decomposition yields. Steel X19. Steel lock. Core X1. Upgrade requirement. 300 nightmare coins. Description. Come, waiter, Give me 10 burly men for a massage. All right, enough staring. Turn off the lights and remain silent, Su Lang said with a smile, his words concise and clear. The defense of the steel door had doubled, as had its durability. If they couldn't survive this round, the game would be utterly unreasonable. In the very moment he switched off the power, a sudden click echoed through the corridor as the lights flared to life. Almost immediately, the chilling howls of zombies resonated. Practically all players adopted the same strategy. They shut their doors and remained silent. Earlier in the day, many had set obstacles in the hallway, piling up debris to slow the advance of the zombies. However, within a mere 3 minutes, casualties began to occur. So swift, Su Lang felt a jolt of alarm. Many in the chat room noted this phenomenon, and chaos erupted. The first casualties emerged from the first floor. It is worth noting that players on the first and second floors, due to their advantageous position, had nearly all upgraded their doors. 1 Gene Xian. Goodness, there are so many zombies on the first floor. Image, 12 Wang Jiwei. Can someone lend me some wood? Wang Han. Players on the 4th floor, do not fear. Report the number of zombies at the cat's eye. It appears there is a specific configuration of zombies in our corridor. Zhou Yi. It seems there are 10 in total, 3 of which appear to be special zombies. Wu Huihui. The 10th floor also has 10 zombies, with 3 being special ones. Gene Xian. What the hell, why? Everyone has seen the images posted by the players on the first floor. The figures of special zombies are rare, yet ordinary zombies are nearly crowding the corridors. Almost every residence door is besieged by several zombies scratching at it. Wang Yang. Quickly clear the zombies from the corridor to assist us, otherwise, if the zombies from the first floor ascend, we are all doomed. The night is still long. Wang Yaji. However, the zombies at night are entirely different from those during the day, and there are also unknown abilities of special zombies. Zhu Yan. At such a time, let us not dawdle. The first floor is of utmost importance. Bring in some timber resources. I am willing to trade supplies for it, and have already posted on the trading network. Su Lang hastily opened the trading network and discovered that Zhu Yan had indeed listed numerous supplies at surprisingly reasonable prices. The items sought were all raw materials for repairing the door. Zhu Yan's actions directly created a herd effect, prompting players from the first and second floors to follow suit. If the first floor were breached, the second floor would be the next to suffer. Thus, players on the second floor also needed to take precautions. Chaobin. Haha. You all make me laugh. Whatever you consumed earlier, spit it out for me. Gene Xian. You find this amusing, do you? Do you believe I will evade this calamity and come up to slay you? Hurry and trade for iron materials. Zhaohong. Sister Huihui, can you save me? There are zombies clawing at my door, and that fat zombie spews venom. Be careful. Within the chat room, a vivid tableau of life and death unfolded, revealing the various facets of human nature. Whether there are great opportunities amidst this peril remains uncertain, but there is certainly profound terror. The true nature of those on the first floor was evident, and they all reveled in each other's misfortunes. Su Lang gazed hungrily at the well-stocked goods being hastily listed. Yet regrettably, he had no iron materials to barter with. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to trade some. Su Lang, what is the situation with that door? Tong Chi tugged at Su Lang's arm, inquiring curiously. Su Lang opened his mouth to respond, but Chao Yashuan interjected. Don't ask what should not be asked. At once, Su Lang chuckled softly. Chao Yashuan was becoming increasingly perceptive. In a swift motion, he removed Chao Yashuan's handcuffs made of stockings. It seems that tenants are indeed forbidden from attacking landlords, which must be a steadfast rule, including poisoning and setting traps. Otherwise, after so many days, there would surely be reports of such incidents. Chao Yashuan was overjoyed, and she warned Tong Chi with a fiercer demeanor. In the future, if you notice anything strange in the room, do not ask further questions or speak of it, understood? Tong Chi, feeling aggrieved, replied, Oh. Su Lang smiled. You two should hurry and sleep. You will need to guard the door during the day. With such eerie sounds outside, who could possibly sleep? Nevertheless, both girls obediently curled up under the blankets. Su Lang felt a surge of satisfaction at this sight. The water dispenser can be upgraded to level 3 for merely 150 nightmare coins, yet the upgrade for the main gate demands a hefty 300 nightmare coins. The disparity in upgrade requirements between primary facilities and these auxiliary ones is quite pronounced. The nightmare little bed is the most expensive, requiring 200 nightmare coins just to reach level 1. With this in mind, Su Lang produced a slice of whole grain bread. Upgrade requirement, 5 nightmare coins. The leap from level 0 to level 1 is the simplest. The main gate's upgrade initially only cost 10 nightmare coins. Without hesitation, Su Lang opted for the upgrade. After all, it was merely 5 nightmare coins, and it would be intriguing to observe the effects of the enhancement. Delicious whole grain bread. Type, food. Level, 1, satiation. 50, slightly accelerates energy recovery. Upgrade requirement, 20 nightmare coins. Description, if consumed sparingly, a single slice can last 3 days. A touch of cheese will delight children. Although the upgrade price has quadrupled, it remains quite affordable, and indeed, high-quality food possesses exceptional effects. Having grasped the gist, Su Lang chose not to further experiment. The ensuing moments felt somewhat tedious. He had also gleaned information about the 3 types of special zombies in the chat room. They comprised the bloated zombie that spews corrosive liquid, the swift runner zombie, and the robust giant zombie. Although all were at level 1, their power starkly contrasted with that of ordinary zombies. Chapter 14, Zombie Virus Immunity Serum. Wu Huihui takes action. The bloated zombie is rather formidable. Su Lang had witnessed one firsthand. As soon as it appeared, it unleashed a viscous phlegm upon all players' gates. This disgusting tactic left everyone lamenting, as the slime steadily eroded the gate's durability. However, after half an hour of observation, Su Lang noticed that his door's durability had not diminished in the slightest. 186 Wu Huihui. Brothers and sisters, we cannot continue like this. If we do, we will truly perish. Voices encouraging a confrontation grew increasingly prevalent in the chat room. Yet no one took action. It was only after Wang Jiwei's door on the first floor was breached that a new development emerged. With his gate's durability at its end and lacking materials for sustenance, he boldly opened the door to engage in battle, slaying the bloated zombie that had been spitting at his doorway. The equipment room, controlled by players on the first and second floors, was the most likely place to spawn weapons. How he managed to kill the bloated zombie remained a mystery, but the message he subsequently sent in the chat room sent a shiver down the spine of every player. 12 Wang Jiwei. Anyone on the first floor who wishes to survive, come out. Killing the special zombies can yield Zombie Virus Immunity Serum. Zombie Virus Immunity Serum. Type: Medicine. Level 1. Effect: Injection increases resistance, granting immunity to the zombie virus. Description: Cannot be decomposed, but seems to save your life. A mere 10 seconds after Wang Jiwei sent this message, his name faded. There was no escaping the overwhelming number of zombies on the first floor. This player, who had been kind to his girlfriend, met his demise. And Su Lang did not even know her name. However, the message he ultimately conveyed ignited a fervor among all players. 9 Sun Hong. Senior players, why do you hesitate to take action? Do not fear death. 88 Chao Bin. Damn. Brothers on the first floor, send me a weapon. I shall come to your rescue. 186 Wu Huihui. Everyone on the 10th floor, prepare to venture out, and do provide us with some weapons. The most terrifying aspect of zombies is the virus. If this were disregarded, the players could launch a counterattack with ease. It is not that they possess an absence of fear for death. Rather, if this situation persists, it would be akin to awaiting death itself, and the circumstances would only deteriorate further. In room 186, due to her valiant combat, Wu Huihui suddenly found herself surrounded by more friends. Wang Tingting volunteered to move into a new dormitory, only to return as Wu Huihui's tenant. Additionally, there was another female tenant standing in the room. Wu Huihui paused for a moment and suddenly found 3 weapons in her hands. She distributed 2 dumbbells to Wang Tingting and the other tenant, saying, "When I shout charge, we shall all rush out together." Sister Huihui, isn't that unwise? Wang Tingting said, her voice trembling with fear. What is unwise about it? I've come to understand this game. If we don't fight, we shall perish. Wu Huihui confidently waved her hand, the dumbbells cutting through the air with vigor. Rest assured, with me around, those zombies won't be able to approach. As she spoke, she notified the chat room and swung the door open. It is worth mentioning that the majority of the tenants on the 10th floor are female, as Sister Huihui shows particular favoritism towards her female companions. On the first floor, in Dormitory 6, Wang Yang observed the surge in Wu Huihui's score points and let out a silent sigh of relief. I indeed did not misjudge her. She is a straightforward one, easily manipulable. Wang Yang scrutinized the fluctuations in Wu Huihui's score points and quickly deduced a pattern. Ordinary zombies yield 1 point each, while special zombies yield 10 points. This means that the total points from all zombies on one floor amount to 37, with a significant portion coming from special zombies. The incessant knocking of zombies outside did not disturb Wang Yang's thoughts. He stood at the door, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, repairing the main door while notifying players on the first and second floors to supply weapons to the higher level players. Only when the high level players are liberated will the first floor players have a chance to survive. My wood supply is dwindling. Had I known, I would have recruited 2 tenants. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Wang Yang silently regretted. Su Lang, hearing the commotion in the corridor, was truly tempted to open the door for a glimpse, but restrained himself. After more than 10 minutes, the scoreboard displayed. Scoreboard: Wu Huihui, 25, Wang Ao, 23, Zhou Tao, 15. Wu Huihui maintained her lead, yet her score had remained unchanged for some time. There was still one zombie in the stairwell, a behemoth known for its brute strength. This type of zombie excels at breaking down doors. Unless it is a reinforced door, the brute can shatter it with just a couple of blows. Its combat capability is formidable. Wu Hui's close friends were incessantly calling for assistance in the chat room, the pressure extending even to Su Lang. Wang Tingting 188. There's only one zombie left now. Hurry and help Hui. On the 10th floor, many residents flung open their doors to witness the fierce battle unfolding in the corridor. In this moment, Wu Hui found herself pinned to the ground by a colossal zombie, struggling to fend it off with a dumbbell bar, though her shoulder bore several grievous bites. Ultimately, it was Wang Tingting who rushed to her aid, striking the giant zombie on the head with the dumbbell bar, thereby rescuing Wu Hui from her dire predicament. The giant zombie turned to reveal its menacing visage, which momentarily froze Wang Tingting in place. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Hui summoned her strength and hurled the giant zombie down the stairwell. Though the spoils it might have yielded were lost, the 10th floor was liberated at last. Wang Tingting commenced a search for medical supplies in the chat room. After this harrowing encounter, Wu Hui was nearly spent, without any medical provisions, and her life hung in the balance. Wang Yang shook his head. His dormitory was stocked with medical supplies, yet he had no intention of offering further assistance to Wu Hui. A distant remedy would not quench an immediate crisis. His primary concern lay with the players on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The names of those players had already begun to appear on the leaderboard. In less than half an hour, nearly half of the players on the 1st floor had perished. The memory of the earlier day, when individuals vied for control of the dormitories on the 1st and 2nd floors, brought a smile to his face. Wang Ao dominated the leaderboard with an impressive score of 87. Defeating special zombies guaranteed the drop of virus immunity serums. After receiving an injection, Wang Ao became utterly frenzied, leading his entourage directly to the 2nd floor. Despite the reluctance of those who had not yet been injected, Wang Ao boldly declared that anyone who refused to assist would face dire consequences. Thus, the crowd yielded to his tyrannical authority. Moreover, he generously distributed the virus immunity serums to 2 of his most trusted subordinates, both of whom were robust and formidable, creating a fearsome trio. How enviable indeed. In dormitory 200, Su Lang lamented his current score of 0. He too desired the rewards promised by the game's settlement system. Alas, he could only bide his time. He wondered if the virus immunity serum could be upgraded, and what the effects of such an upgrade might entail. Opening the trading network, he offered 2 liters of water in exchange for a virus immunity serum. It was a precautionary measure, yet regrettably, after a lengthy wait, no one engaged in trade. Instead, his offer of 2 liters of water attracted some attention. Chapter 15, Bulk Water Trade, Monopoly Status. 3 hours later, all threats on the 10th floor had been neutralized, and no new zombies had emerged. Meanwhile, the living inhabitants of the dormitory had dwindled to a mere 101. Wang Ao stood at the pinnacle of the leaderboard with an impressive score of 87. The design of this leaderboard evidently encouraged participants to venture forth and fight valiantly. The 5th day's dawn light pierced through the blood mist, illuminating the dormitory building. The corridors, strewn with remnants of the fallen, bore blood, either fresh or desiccated, which, under the crimson sunlight, appeared strikingly vivid. I shall be among the last to survive. Wang Yang pushed open the door to his dormitory, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He too had sustained injuries the previous night. Had he not swiftly dispatched a special zombie, he would have met his demise. All the leaders shared Wang Yang's resolute belief in their inevitable victory as they dragged their weary bodies to open their dormitory doors. These elder brothers must rise early to guard the resource points, lest they be plundered. Those resource points capable of yielding precious items have already been tacitly designated as their territory. Were it not for the lurking dangers, they would gladly slumber at these sites. In his moments of idleness, Su Lang would sit in meditation, clearing his mind to maintain mental acuity. As Chao Yashuan and her companion gradually awoke, they were struck by the sight of merely 100 individuals remaining in the chat room. It was not merely that they had survived the zombie onslaught. Some would still succumb to injuries and ailments. Furthermore, conflicts could arise among players. Imagine if Shou Tao were now lying at home, gravely injured. Would Su Lang harbor thoughts of ending his life? Undoubtedly. Su Lang, open the door. What happened last night? Why didn't you come out? Hurry, open the door. Has your door been upgraded? Is this a level 3 door? Su Lang, I wish to become your tenant. This morning, the entrance to room 200 was once again surrounded by a throng of people. Besides the local residents on the 10th floor, there were several players eager to switch dormitories. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Su Lang's distinctive door. What should we do, Su Lang? Tong Chi expressed her trepidation as the knocking outside grew increasingly fervent. Su Lang shook his head. No need to worry. The durability didn't diminish after the giant zombie crashed into it yesterday. Chao Yashuan had grown accustomed to the persistent knocking, seemingly oblivious as she perused the chat history. This young lady was not oblivious, understanding the importance of gathering intelligence within her means. At that moment, Su Lang received a private message. 44 Wang Ao. Brother, I heard your door has been upgraded. How did you achieve that? Wang Ao had changed dormitories while retaining his status as the landlord. In survival games, a landlord must possess keys to other rooms to switch dormitories. As the leader of a group, Wang Ao likely found it easy to make such changes. Su Lang chose not to respond to Wang Ao's inquiry. He was uncertain how to reply and deemed it unnecessary. Wang Ao did not press further, sensing that Su Lang might pose a danger, and he had to safeguard his resource point, leaving him no time to provoke a new adversary. Thus, Su Lang adopted a strategy of indifference until fatigue overtook him. Before long, the players outside dispersed, having toiled throughout the night, their exhaustion starkly contrasting Su Lang's vitality. He stretched lazily, drawing Chao Yashuan and Tong Qi close, and fell into a deep slumber. His peace of mind stemmed from a crucial insight gleaned by players in recent days. Tenants must seek permission from the landlord to open the door. This arrangement was remarkably humane. Otherwise, should the landlord venture out, tenants could conspire with outsiders to ransack the room, which would be rather entertaining. In essence, tenants were akin to parasites of the landlord, reminiscent of knights and their lords. One day, 14 hours, and 30 minutes remaining until the game concludes. When Su Lang awoke from his slumber, a full 8 hours had elapsed. His biological clock had grown accustomed to this routine. The foundational nightmare coins stand at 40. With a conversion rate of 196, yielding a total of 118 nightmare coins over 8 hours. The accumulated nightmare coins now amount to 264. With merely 1 day remaining until the survival game concludes, Su Lang contemplated upgrading his nightmare bed thereafter. The prerequisite for a leisurely development lies in the ability to relax. One must not exhaust their nightmare coins only to find oneself in a dire situation on the final day, potentially leading to an unfortunate turn of events. Currently, life in this state is rather pleasant. According to prior customs, nightfall would not arrive until midnight, which implies that Su Lang still has 2.5 hours of leisure time at his disposal. During these 2.5 hours, he is far from idle. He first indulged in a meal to replenish his strength, followed by a brief perusal of the chat room. This process consumed half an hour. Subsequently, he embarked on an ambitious shopping spree. Drawing from the experiences of the previous night, he was nearly certain that the door to his dormitory was in an invincible state. With such impeccable protection, the exposure of wealth became inconsequential. The trading network, after several days of fluctuations, had stabilized. Currently, there are 4 types of resources in high demand among players: dormitory door upgrade blueprints, iron materials, medicine, and water. Su Lang lacked the first 3 but had an ample supply of water. Canned beef? Purchased. French bread? Acquired. Instant noodles? Obtained. Ham sausages? Secured. Empty paper cups? Bought. Clean female student uniforms? Procured. Toothpaste? Acquired. He continued to buy. Nearly half of the water in Su Lang's bucket had been depleted, replaced by a collection of supplies stacked in the corner of his dormitory. Following this, he posted a transaction notice on the trading network. Seller: Su Lang. Item: 1 liter of water. Price: 500 copper coins for 5 portions. Quantity: 5 portions. Additional information: I'm asleep, please do not message. Simply purchase if interested. The price of 500 copper coins was determined after careful observation. It is affordable for anyone who is not excessively impoverished. Initially, this transaction notice garnered little attention until someone shouted in the chat room. In an instant, Su Lang's 5 liters of water were sold out. Indeed, it was a matter of moments. It is crucial to understand that water is currently the most scarce resource. Many individuals, even if they possess water, have begun to engage in self-circulation. This underscores the preciousness of water. As for copper coins, as of now, no one knows their purpose. If they occupied inventory space, they would scarcely be deemed worth picking up. Simultaneously, a multitude of players began to add Su Lang as a friend. Upon serious calculation, nearly 90% of players had sent him a friend request. The chat room was abuzz with activity. 186 Wang Tingting. Su Lang, you are so wealthy. 5 Zhu Yen. Su Lang, bro, quickly tell us. Have you awakened the system of a wealthy individual? 112 Wu Leiting. Yen. The Lord Lang has an abundance of resources, not wealth. He might have discovered a hidden resource point. 195 Hang Yen. Impossible. I have never seen Su Lang open his door. Wang Yu. Su Lang, just open the door for a moment, and I will come in for just an hour. I assure you it will be comfortable. My demands are modest. Su Lang chose to ignore this and walked over to the water dispenser, pressing a green button on the machine's interface. Instantly, a consumption prompt appeared. Copper coins, 100. Su Lang held down the green button, causing the water inside the dispenser to rise steadily until it was full. After deducting a mere 1,500 copper coins, not only was his water replenished, but he also retained an additional 1,000 copper coins. This exchange yielded a remarkable 5-fold profit. It was a thrilling experience to grasp the essence of monopoly. Su Lang's Spirit Sword. Chapter 16, Night 5, The Zombie Upgrade. Thus, Su Lang repeated this process, nearly exhausting all available copper coins in the market, establishing himself as the primary supplier of water in the dormitory. Many were curious about Su Lang's purpose for accumulating copper coins, yet he remained tight-lipped, leaving others to deplete their own reserves. The saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. After all, many were genuinely parched, otherwise Su Lang would not have been able to lure Tong Chi with merely a cup of water. Such occurrences are only conceivable in extreme circumstances. They are unthinkable in peaceful societies. After amassing all the copper coins, Su Lang noticed that there were still requests for water in the chat room. He proceeded to continue his procurement of water. Purchase what you deem valuable. After all, there is no shortage of water. Funds, copper coins, 10,100, silver coins, 0. Gold coins, 0, over 10,000 copper coins. Su Lang confidently asserted that no one in the dormitory was wealthier than he. Those familiar with gaming understand that where there is currency, there must be opportunities for expenditure. While others were focused on the present, Su Lang was betting on the future. As time passed, several groups gathered at the entrance of room 200, yet Su Lang paid them no heed, adopting an air of a homeowner absent from his dwelling. It was infuriating that the shelves were continuously restocked. Some people grumbled about Su Lang's secrecy, while others expressed gratitude, acknowledging that without him, they would have no access to water at all. Upon waking, Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi inquired about the commotion surrounding Su Lang and why so many had added her as a contact. Su Lang provided the standard response, ignore them. Thus, as everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, darkness began to envelop the sky. Time remaining until game end. 1 day, 12 hours, 01 minute. Dormitory announcement. Night 5. Gameplay upgrade. Zombies are gathering in one location for unknown reasons. The dormitory announcement resonated for a while, yet throughout the night, the eerie cries of zombies were absent. Some daring individuals ventured outside their rooms, discovering zombies intermittently converging towards a specific direction, the gymnasium. Wang Yang stood in the corridor, witnessing this scene, his pupils dilating in shock. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as if dark clouds had descended. The chatroom erupted with discussions regarding this development, yet no one had any clarity on the situation. Wang Ao contemplated organizing a team to combat the zombies, but the issue remained that the zombies were congregating in the open, having yet to enter the building. Who dares to confront a horde of zombies in broad daylight? Wang Ao also deemed the risk too great, and the matter was left unresolved. Thus, the group anxiously endured 3 long hours, until someone could no longer contain their curiosity and expressed a desire to venture to the gymnasium. This individual, Zhang Dehai, a player from the 2nd floor, had slain a sprinting zombie during last night's assault, earning a sprinting skill that granted him mobility akin to that of a provincial track athlete. The chat room did not allow for recordings, but it did permit photographs. As Zhang Dehai made his cautious approach, he uploaded the captured images to the chat room. Except for a few players who had succumbed to fatigue, everyone was engrossed in this visual live broadcast. I truly am baffled by these people. Not a single soul is willing to accompany me into the midst of those zombies. It is evident they are biding their time for a grand move. Although Zhang Dehai took a brave step forward, his mind was rife with apprehension. Before long, he ascended to the gymnasium's ventilation duct and peered inside, his complexion turning ashen as he nearly lost his footing. Inside the gym, a sea of zombies congregated, forming 3 distinct circles. At the center of each circle stood a grotesque zombie devouring its kin. Mutated zombie, level 1, skill, devour, description, a zombie in the process of mutation. When Zhang Dehai shared this information along with the images in the chat room, all present were left breathless in shock. They are engaging in self-cannibalism, Wang Yang exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot. What is wrong with you, Yang? 2 of his roommates immediately turned to him. The 3 players shared a dormitory, which was currently the optimal configuration. Upgrading individual dormitories would be resource-intensive, and in times of crisis, no one would be able to support one another. Look at the message I sent. Wang Yang, eyes aflame, produced a slip of paper. He knew that the final day would not be so simple. Information note. Type. Item. Content. Devour. Evolution requires copious consumption to grow stronger. Be wary of those zombies that consume their own kind. Description. This entity has no level and cannot be dismantled or upgraded. It is merely for observation. Players had, to varying degrees, acquired such notes in recent days. The more they understood, the less fear they harbored regarding this round of the game. Yet, as soon as this note was released, chaos erupted in the chat room, plunging everyone into a state of panic. 9 Sun Hong. Damn it, Wang Yang. Didn't we agree to share all information notes? 88 Chao Bin. They are evolving. What do we do? 5 Zhu Yan. A level 1 zombie is already the limit of what we can handle. A level 1 zombie could nearly incapacitate Wu Huihui. If a level 2 zombie were to emerge, no dormitory would withstand the onslaught. This exceeded the capacity of any normal human. Unless one were a combat prodigy like the slippery tiger, we must prevent them. At that moment, these 6 words became the collective concern of all. The urgency of the situation could not be overstated. There was no time to lose. The advantage of having a leader among the flock became apparent. Wang Yang, Wang Ao, and Wu Huihui, the 3 leaders, conferred and resolved to take the initiative. Without directly discussing the elimination of those evolved zombies, it is essential to lure some of them into a trap to alleviate the pressure of guarding the gate later on. A day ago, one might have suggested waiting until dawn, hoping the zombies would disperse on their own. However, after enduring the trials of recent days, the survivors have transformed and would no longer utter such foolishness. The brutality of this ordeal has been starkly evident since the first day. They cannot expect such fortuitous outcomes. This is no mere game, but a veritable hell. In room 200, Su Lang is savoring tea. Though he has had no shortage of food in recent days, he is not in the best state. It is the final day of the game, and he wishes to elevate his spirits. Su Lang, are you not worried? Tong Chi inquires, her expression curious. Worrying is futile, Su Lang replies, shaking his head. After enduring nightmares for over a decade, few things can instill fear in me. Humph. Xiao Tong, you haven't seen our door, have you? Xiao Yashuan strides confidently to the steel door, her face beaming with pride. It appears quite sturdy. Tong Chi scratches her head. Although I know the enemy cannot breach it, one still feels fear, does one not? These past few days, she has hidden in the dormitory, living in constant trepidation. It is the last day, let us take a bath together, Su Lang suggests. The 2 women exchange glances. Tong Chi, somewhat shy, remains silent. Xiao Yashuan, however, decisively nods. All right, it is the final day, let us indulge. The room is cluttered with various items, including shampoo, body wash, and a large red basin reminiscent of the 1970s and 80s. A drain in the corner alleviates concerns of flooding. The primary worry is others drinking the water, otherwise, the bathing water could serve as a valuable trading commodity. Chapter 17. Indulgence and the player's counterattack after bathing. The 3 don fresh attire, appearing much cleaner and more invigorated. Essential items such as black stockings and comforts must be adequately provided. Otherwise, Su Lang would be distressed if the 2 women's comfort levels diminished. Following the routine, Tong Chi's comfort level rose to 93, while Xiao Yashuan's reached 97. It seems that although Xiao Yashuan's appearance comfort level had declined in recent days, her compatibility and personality compensated for that loss. While her disdainful yet somewhat resentful glances were amusing, sharing a bed raised concerns about her potential antics, which was slightly off-putting. Since they are to indulge, let them do so thoroughly. Su Lang produces a small table, setting it with a rapid-heating hot pot, beer, marinated chicken legs, and an array of snacks. After arranging these, Su Lang suddenly hesitates. Damn it, why must I do all this? He promptly directs the 2 women to assist, and the setup is swiftly completed. The self-heating hot pot is steaming, and the trio enjoys their meal while engaging in conversation and glancing at images being streamed in the chat room. As they dine, Tong Chi suddenly bursts into tears. Tong Chi, what is wrong? Xiao Yashuan exclaims in surprise. This is so delicious, Tong Chi, with the red oil from the hot pot still clinging to her lips, sobs. Even if I were to die now, it would all be worth it. You scared me. What are you talking about? Xiao Yashuan exclaims, patting her chest. Huh, what nonsense about dying. We 3 will surely survive. Perhaps 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, Su Lang quietly supplemented. Tong Chi's tears further solidified Xiao Yashuan's belief that following Su Lang was indeed a wise choice. This life of leisure, akin to that of a parasitic worm, was undeniably delightful. It is worth noting that lying idle at home is a cherished aspiration for many in a peaceful society, and now, astonishingly, they were allowed to realize it within the confines of this survival game. They have begun, they have commenced. In the corridor, several individuals were observing from a distance. The success or failure of Wang Yang and his companions directly impacted the lives of all players, instilling a profound sense of anxiety among them. Some watched from afar, while others lagged at the rear of the main group. Upon careful consideration, although Wang Yang's team comprised merely over 20 individuals, each had been administered the virus immunity serum and possessed combat experience. One should not underestimate this small cohort, despite the overwhelming number of zombies. There is a saying that rings true. One can engage in combat with humans, but one cannot challenge them to a duel, especially not in a group confrontation. No faction in the world could possibly surpass humanity in terms of organized skirmishes. It is hoped that Wang Yang and his team succeed. They must eliminate those evolved zombies. The number of zombies remains relatively unchanged. We triumphed last night, and surely we can do so again. Come on, Sister Huihui. Everyone harbored expectations, their hearts laden with trepidation. Zhang Dehai concealed himself within the ventilation duct, shivering with fear. He could see Wang Yang and his companions approaching through the darkness. Yet he harbored little faith in their victory. Within the gymnasium, hordes of zombies roamed, and Wang Yang's team had voluntarily relinquished the advantage of fortification to embark on an offensive. They could very well be swept away by the zombies in a single wave. Wang Yang and his companions were acutely aware of this disadvantage regarding open-field combat, yet they found themselves with no alternative. Moreover, they had no intention of charging recklessly into battle. Suddenly, a powerful zombie, alerted by an unusual sound, twitched and turned to confront Wang Yang and his group, letting out a furious roar as it lunged forward. A male student halted his action of striking the ground with a dumbbell, casting a fearful glance at the formidable zombie. As the creature charged, the group immediately scattered, brandishing their weapons in unison. In the blink of an eye, the powerful zombie collapsed to the ground, vanishing in an instant. A flash of white light illuminated a dropped item beside the fallen behemoth. Just like that, maintain this rhythm. Wang Ao inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement as he spoke. When humans engage in collective combat, their fighting prowess is unparalleled. Who was it that felled the powerful zombie? Wang Yang inquired, turning to his companions. It was I. I gained 10 points. A round-faced male student raised his hand proudly. Wang Yang nodded. Go ahead and collect the item. Qiao Bin's expression brightened as he bent down to retrieve the dropped object. The final assailant would have 30 seconds to claim the item. After that, others could pick it up. This is not solely yours. Do not stash it in your backpack, Zhou Tao remarked with some annoyance. Do not worry. Just place it in the backpack. It is cumbersome to carry, Wang Yang replied hurriedly, adding, we must take out the immunity serum to recruit those brothers at the back. He glanced at several individuals lagging behind them. The group nodded in understanding. A group of individuals did not squander their time. After posting a recruitment message in the chat room, they continued onward. The ambush lasted for approximately 10 minutes, and their backpacks were filled to the brim. This style of gameplay was undeniably exhilarating. If they had possessed such teamwork capabilities from the outset, what a different scenario it would have been. Contemplating this, Wang Yang sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of shame for concealing information, only to swiftly harden his heart. In this game, those with a soft heart were doomed. Ahead, several zombies howled as they charged forward. Wang Yang cleared his thoughts and prepared for battle. 84 Li Wang, keep it up. 186 Wang Tingting. There's hope, truly. These zombies are as dull as a rock, fixated solely on the gym. 32 Yi Fan. But doesn't that make it even more terrifying? The presence of a major boss is palpable. 165 Wang Tong. Yi Fan, didn't you go after them? How do you still have time to chat? 32 Yi Fan. Regardless, I can't alter the larger situation. I might as well scavenge for some scrap to enhance my survival odds. 84 Li Wang. 6. Indeed, scavenging was far preferable to staying at home in a state of anxiety. The players exhibited a variety of behaviors. Aside from scavengers like Yi Fan, most were waiting, while others called for collective efforts to slay the zombies. Today was the final day. If they could endure, they would be in the clear. In dormitory 200, Su Lang stuffed a piece of beef tripe into his mouth and let out a soft burp. He was only slightly concerned about the conditions outside, but another worry loomed. After such a hearty meal, would he be able to sleep come dawn? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Lang glanced over at the two girls, who were joyfully indulging in their food, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. At that point, he would have to resort to the Palu sleep technique. Su Lang oh. Chao Yashuan picked up a pair of enoki mushrooms and offered them to Su Lang, her smile radiant. Brother Lang, are you full? Would you like to rinse your mouth? Tong Chi playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at Su Lang with warmth. Upon receiving Su Lang's nod of approval, she went to prepare toothpaste and a toothbrush for him. The room was stocked with so many daily necessities that it could easily function as a small convenience store. Chapter 18. Level 3 Monsters, the Ruthless Wang Yang. As night fell like ink, Wang Yang and his companions advanced cautiously, a multitude of zombies littering the ground. Behind them, as long as there were people in the rooms, lights were turned on simultaneously to illuminate their path. At last, they approached within 100 meters of the gym, and the zombies outside had been nearly lured to their demise. The group settled on the ground to regain their strength. Wang Yang inquired in the chat room with Zhang Dehai about the current situation. Zhang Dehai did not respond verbally, but sent an image instead. The picture revealed that numerous zombies still occupied the gym, including several level 1 zombies, while 3 special zombies continued to feast. Shall we wait for those 3 zombies to finish eating before we proceed? Zhou Tao panted, suggesting, after all, we've slain so many zombies. Those 3 cannot possibly evolve further. Huang Hao concurred exactly. This way, they can eliminate each other, and we shall reap the benefits. Having vanquished numerous zombies, he found his legs weary and yearned for a moment of respite. Indeed, if those zombies could devour one another, it would simplify their task considerably. Wu Hui's eyes sparkled with the notion, deeming it a splendid idea. No, Wang Ao declared vehemently. Resting now would merely afford our enemies the opportunity to evolve. Even if they succeeded in their evolution, one must not underestimate their potential. After all, there are merely 3 of them. We can easily blockade the corridor. A girl accompanying Wu Huihui whispered. She was merely a bystander, having received a dose of the zombie immunity virus through her connection to Wu Huihui, and thus had no choice but to follow. All players who had received the immunity virus were present. Failure to come would render them pariahs. Wang Ao furrowed his brow at her words and turned to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, you don't share this sentiment, do you? Wang Yang hesitated briefly before responding. Let us rest for another 3 minutes then. At that moment, Zhang Dehai, noticing their inaction, hastily alerted them in the group chat. Zhang Dehai, hurry up, don't delay. Image. Everyone opened the image to find the 3 zombies' bodies adorned with crimson muscles, resembling ghastly red specters, an eerie sight, indeed. How terrifying. Perhaps we should reconsider and guard the dormitory instead, suggested the girl who had earlier proposed a break. Sometimes retreat can be a sound strategy, but this was certainly not the moment for it. Wang Yang inhaled deeply and spoke. Although he lacked Wang Ao's imposing presence, he possessed undeniable leadership qualities. His words diverted the hawkish attention from the girl, averting unnecessary internal strife and reinforcing their resolve. Meow meow, you should wait here to prevent any zombies from emerging elsewhere. Wu Huihui instructed the timid girl. All right, she readily agreed. This girl not only exhibited fear, but also a lack of foresight. Her demeanor attracted many disapproving glares. What a waste of a vial of immunity serum. Some individuals simply cannot grasp the dynamics of a game, much like in real life. The group pressed forward with renewed vigor, quickening their pace. What is so frightening? The timid girl murmured, hastily retreating to the dormitory. Should a horde of zombies surge forth, she wouldn't even have the chance to flee. Furthermore, even if she left early, Wu Huihui, the ever-supportive sister, would not hold it against her. Inside, there are still many zombies. We shall adhere to our plan and eliminate them one by one. Wang Ao's gravelly voice was deliberately subdued. The group nodded in agreement. As they neared the entrance, a slender boy stepped forward, wielding a long stick. This lanky boy was a specialist in luring zombies, always the one to draw them out for the others to slay. The rest halted, forming a tacit encirclement. Upon observing the situation in the gymnasium, the slender boy was taken aback and cautiously tapped the ground with his stick. A zombie turned its head, initially seeing only the swaying stick. Oblivious to the presence of a person, after a moment's hesitation, it approached, but as it crossed the threshold, a fire axe swiftly severed its head. Wang Ao retracted the fire axe and raised his chin slightly towards the emaciated boy, silently urging him to proceed. With heavy weaponry at hand, an ordinary zombie posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Currently, he dominated the leaderboard, suggesting an undeniable gap between himself and the others. Those around him inwardly lamented their missed opportunity for that precious point. As the slender boy continued to lure the zombies, everything appeared to unfold smoothly. However, it was clear that such ease could not be expected to last. On the 7th attempt to attract the undead, a colossal zombie emerged. Wang Ao swung his axe, but did not succeed in delivering a fatal blow. The commotion quickly escalated, with dozens of zombies flooding forth. Fortunately, they did not coalesce into a horde, granting the players some maneuverability. A weapon-wielding adult was far superior to an ordinary zombie. After receiving rabies vaccinations, the terrifying upright apes would teach the wild dogs the meaning of cruelty. The zombies were swiftly eradicated. Although Wang Yang and his group suffered the loss of 3 members and 5 others sustained serious injuries, the true devastation had been wrought by those 3 level 1 zombies. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A dark-skinned boy whimpered, clutching his protruding intestines, panic evident in his voice, his forehead slick with sweat. Such an injury, barring a miracle, was undoubtedly fatal. Wang Ao frowned, taking a glance before dismissing him, his fierce gaze now fixed upon the gymnasium. Wu Huihui, her face betraying compassion, was about to speak when a tremendous roar erupted from within the gym. In the next moment, a formidable figure burst forth. Standing over 2 meters tall, his body was enveloped in intricately patterned red muscles, wisps of steam swirling around his form, exuding an aura of intimidation. Some onlookers were so frightened they lost their voices and scrambled away. Having just been scattered by the zombies, facing such a behemoth left them bereft of courage. Great zombie, level 3, skill, sweep, description, you should fear me. Indeed, it was a level 3 creature. Wang Yang felt a jolt of alarm as he noted that the giant zombie's initial target was not himself. He cautiously lowered his raised arm. With a resounding crash, the giant zombie's arm swept across, striking a student who was immediately flung against the wall, bones shattering upon impact. This scene left the spectators in stunned silence. Wang Ao instinctively stowed away his fire axe and turned to flee. He was reckless, but not foolish. In such dire circumstances, remaining still was tantamount to awaiting death. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. Everyone skidded to a halt and turned to look. There stood Wang Yang, close behind the great zombie, clutching a sleek, black pistol. In this life-and-death moment, his back trembled with tension, pupils dilated, and teeth chattered as he focused intently on the giant zombie's head. The life of a human being hung in the balance, all for the sake of that one fatal shot. Wang Yang was ruthless and astute. Chapter 19. Wang Yang's Demise. The pistol in hand, the great zombie slowly turned its head, a gaping blood hole appearing in the back of its skull. Its milky white eyes devoid of eyelids fixating on Wang Yang. All paused, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Wang Yang locked eyes with the giant zombie, swallowing hard. In the next moment, the colossal zombie let out a terrifying roar and lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow with its iron elbow to Wang Yang. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent flying several meters away, his head twisting grotesquely. This esteemed president of the student council, adored by numerous female students and a leading figure among players, met his untimely demise. His death was abrupt and weighed heavily on the atmosphere. Run! A cacophony of terrified screams erupted as players scattered like startled birds, fleeing in every direction. Zhang Dehai trembled in fear, glancing at the fallen handgun of Wang Yang and then at the intimidating figure of the gigantic zombie, before hastily retreating into the ventilation duct. Clutching his head and shaking uncontrollably, the players began to dwindle in numbers, indicating that the monstrous zombie was now pursuing them. Despite his initial fright, Zhang Dehai, having dared to venture out alone, proved his courage. After a moment of panic, he contemplated retrieving the handgun. Fortune favors the bold, he thought. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his backside, as if pierced by steel. In a hasty glance over his shoulder, he spotted a crawling monstrosity behind him, its elongated, trumpet-like tongue having inflicted the painful injury. Oh dear, will I not be allowed to live? Zhang Dehai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet he was reluctant to succumb to death. In a frantic scramble, he emerged from the ventilation duct, tumbling down without time to find a safer landing. Blood streaming from his nose, he deliberately chose to flee towards the location of the handgun, grabbing it as he passed. He sensed the creature might pursue him yet again. Oh no, it truly is coming. Spare me from this treachery. Zhang Dehai gasped in terror as he beheld the creature emerging from the duct, nearly losing control of his bladder. Some people fall silent in fear, while others scream. Zhang Dehai, however, preferred to lighten the mood with self-deprecating humor. Amidst the chaos, he fired 2 shots with unwavering determination. One bullet missed entirely, while the other struck the creature's shoulder. Not daring to examine the creature's status, he took off running. The monster, thoroughly enraged, accelerated, closing in on Zhang Dehai. In a critical moment, he aimed his weapon at the creature and fired relentlessly. Bang! 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 The bullets flew out in a frenzied barrage, emptying the magazine. Zhang Dehai didn't even dare to look back, fleeing with all his might. Even if the creature had perished, he would not return. There were more special monsters lurking, including one in the gymnasium, who knew what awaited him there. Zhang Dehai, having narrowly escaped, immediately sent out a message. Friends, does anyone have bandages or painkillers? I'll trade you for my handgun. The pain was excruciating. Once the initial surge subsided, he felt a deep despair. Now hiding in an academic building, he dared not return to the dormitory, as the colossal zombie had already pursued him there. 147 Wang Yaji. Dehai, what is the situation now? 84 Li Wang, a handgun? How did you come by a handgun? Did you fire it? 32 Yi Fan, I have medicine. In dormitory 32, an unremarkable young man rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang Dehai is a man of integrity, never deceiving others. It is highly unlikely that anyone could be misled during transactions. One can inspect item details. Yi Fan's expression fell instantly. A gun without bullets is no different from a mere stick. Some individuals clicked on the image, gasping at the gruesome scene before them. A chunk of flesh had been bitten off the victim's backside. The brutality of it was staggering. Zhang Dehai waited for a moment, observing that everyone was engrossed in idle chatter and inquiring about the situation outside, with not a single soul offering him medicine. His heart sank into despair. His injury, while not critically severe, was certainly painful and posed a risk of infection. Had he not previously taken a virus immunity serum, he might have already succumbed. At that moment, a trade notification popped up, and Zhang Dehai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Langgu, it must be you. The painkillers from Su Lang's stash had vanished, replaced by a handgun. Colt automatic pistol. Type, firearm. Level, 2. Damage, 32. Durability, 1010. Ammo capacity, 0.15. Deconstruction yield, barrel X1, magazine X1. Steel X3. Upgrade requirement, 200 nightmare coins. Description, just shoot. The sensation of holding a real gun was distinctly unique, unexpectedly heavy and emanating a chill, embodying the beauty of human industrial craftsmanship. Su Lang, how did you manage to swap it? Xiao Yashuan inquired, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Tong Chi continued to enjoy her meal, savoring the hot pot soup with rice, a delightful combination. This robust girl had quite the appetite. Just playing around, Su Lang casually replied. Beginning to acclimate to the feel of the gun. He had fired weapons during military training, so handling it was not an issue. Noticing Su Lang genuinely engaged in play, Chao Yashuan paid him no mind. As a wealthy heiress, she understood that if other players saw Su Lang exchange precious painkillers for scrap, they would likely be aghast. Su Lang, are you planning to go out and slay zombies? Tong Chi suddenly interjected. Not really. Su Lang shook his head. Maybe. There were only 2 zombies remaining outside, a large one and a semi-transparent variant. This information had already been shared in the chat room. The other unique zombie had met its end at Zhang Dehai's hands, securing his position at the top of the leaderboard. However, few were concerned about him now, as the large zombie had arrived at the dormitory and was currently attempting to break down the door. The number of players was steadily dwindling. Chapter 20. The Final Night. The Ultimate Hunt. Wu Leitian was among those who ventured out to hunt zombies. Having fled swiftly, he returned to the dormitory. Now witnessing the names of lower-tier players fading one by one, sweat beaded on his forehead as he trembled with anxiety. What should he do? That monstrous creature was about to invade. Through the gradually diminishing rhythm of names, it becomes evident that the formidable zombie can breach an iron door in merely 10 minutes. This speed is indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that the total number of players currently stands at a mere 85. This implies that, in just 14 hours, this colossal zombie could slaughter its way through the entire dormitory building. This time, those residing on the lower floors are truly doomed. Unfortunately, Wu Leitang resides on the 4th floor and will likely meet his demise in a few hours. With over 10 hours remaining until the game's conclusion, he feels utterly trapped on this floor. There is no escape for him. I must flee. I must escape. Yet, where should I run? Where on earth should I go? Wu Leitang's mind was clouded, and beads of perspiration streamed down his face uncontrollably. At this moment, many others found themselves in the same predicament as Wu Leitang. Oh, I could seek assistance from the upper-level players, perhaps become a tenant. I refuse to be a tenant of this wretched landlord. With this thought, Wu Leitang attempted to open the door and step outside. However, halfway through, he hesitated. A pressing question confronted him. The resources during the day had been nearly depleted by the lower-level players, and many of the rental units on higher floors were secured with wooden doors. This meant that the colossal zombie could undoubtedly eliminate them all in no time. Furthermore, it seemed there existed another unique type of zombie. Just as one issue remained unresolved, another emerged. He could not dwell on it any longer. Contemplating further would drive him to madness. At this very moment, countless individuals found themselves ensnared in the same dilemma as Wu Leitang. Yet, there were those who were even more distraught than he. On the 1st floor, once a gathering place for elite players, despair now reigned supreme, with fear gripping every soul. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sounds of pounding on doors reverberated continuously, leaving the players on the 1st floor in a state of dizziness. At that moment, the target of the colossal zombie was room 9. Quick, trade me iron materials. If I perish, you all shall follow, cried Sun Hung in the chat. To his surprise, some players indeed responded and traded iron materials to him. There was no other choice. His door had been breached, and the next victim would inevitably be another. With wave after wave of support, Sun Hung astonishingly managed to endure. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until suddenly, the pounding ceased. Almost immediately, the direction of the assaults shifted. This time, room 10 was under attack. The players sheltered within were taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been the most proactive in trading with Sun Hung. Instantly, he sought help in the chat, echoing the very words of Sun Hung. However, tragically, no one was willing to assist him. Everyone had just been in a frenzy, selflessly providing raw materials to Sun Hung. And now they realized the folly of their actions. Was this not a foolish endeavor? They themselves were on the brink of death. Yet they were bleeding resources for others. Had they lost their minds? Boom. Before long, room 10 was breached, and in less than 30 seconds, the name of that player faded into oblivion. Now it was room 11's turn. Help. The player in room 11 gasped, muttering to himself, not even bothering to send a message in the chat, for he understood that no one would come to his aid. The names of the players gradually faded, symbolizing the loss of countless lives. It was not until several players had perished that the cold, mechanical rhythm of the horde of zombies shifted. In their desperate quest for survival, the players resorted to extreme parkour. Initially, some players on the ground floor attempted to stealthily escape their dormitory, only to explode upon being caught in the gaze of a zombie. Upon spotting the living, the formidable zombies did not engage in any feudal door games. With their long legs, they sprinted forth, leaving few capable of outrunning them. Yet, this distraction also provided an opportunity for other players to escape from their rooms. The chat room was now filled with the desperate cries of the lower-tier players. Let me into your room, and I will offer you all my supplies. Those without rooms began to scurry through the dormitory, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with ghosts. "Brother, how much iron do you have left?" A robust young man shouted towards a shorter companion in the stairwell. "I have 46 units. Why do you ask?" The shorter boy replied, puzzled. Suddenly, a knife plunged into his throat. After seizing the supplies from the shorter boy, the robust young man sought refuge in a high-level apartment with an iron door, proposing to the owner to only accept tenants with iron supplies. Survive one round, and the zombies would relocate to attack anew. Su Lang observed the flood of pleas in the chat room, his expression growing serious. Without hesitation, he began to gather ropes and other tools in his room, gesturing as he devised a plan. "What are you doing, Su Lang?" Chao Yashuan inquired. "Setting traps. We cannot solely rely on the steel door," Su Lang replied earnestly. Tong Chi was astounded. She had no idea Su Lang was capable of laying traps. "Can these traps kill the zombies?" Chao Yashuan gulped nervously. "Not likely." Su Lang shook his head. "Thus, you must be mentally prepared. Once the traps ensnare the zombies, we will make a run for the upper floors." "Why run to the upper floors? Isn't that a dead end?" Chao Yashuan felt skeptical. Su Lang explained, "I just spoke with Zhang Dahai. He mentioned that the zombie he killed could climb walls, indicating that one pursuit has been eliminated. If we reach the top floor, we can use my rope to descend swiftly. We won't need to drop too many floors, just one or two. Theoretically, we can evade them." Chao Yashuan swallowed hard. "It sounds incredibly difficult. This is our last resort. Since this is our final chance, surviving with certainty is utterly impossible," Su Lang stated solemnly. In truth, the best course of action would be to upgrade his handgun now and eliminate those two zombies. Yet, there was another conundrum. The other zombie had yet to reveal itself. Its capabilities remained a mystery. The most prudent strategy was to wait for nightfall to pass, allowing for the day to refresh the small beds, enabling him to sleep quickly, gather 300 nightmare coins, and reinforce the main door. Only by surviving could he hope to strike back. This had been Su Lang's initial plan. Had he known the players would be so inept, he would have avoided adjusting his sleep schedule. Theoretically, in any given round, there should have been a few survivors. He had upgraded the steel door to level 3, effectively sealing the fate of the last survivors. Yet, the players' situation was dismal, their survival rate evidently plummeting towards 0. He had underestimated the ruthless nature of the dormitory survival game. One misstep led to another, and they had scarcely made a correct move. Their resources had been drained to the point of no return, and yet they still hoped for a turnaround. How absurd. Who claimed that novice rounds were guaranteed to provide a way out? Chapter 21. Cold Viper, Slaying the Cat Demon. The sanguine slaughter continued unabated. A terrifying atmosphere pervaded the dormitory, with chaos, brutality, and horror permeating the air. This aura crept into the very marrow of each player, insidious as a festering wound. Some players realized that fleeing was far preferable to remaining within the dormitory. No matter how formidable the zombies were, they could only confront one at a time. As long as it could not soar through the skies or vanish into thin air, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Inside the dormitory, Su Lang observed that the rate of player fatalities had begun to slow. By piecing together information from the chat room, he deduced the unfolding situation, which provided him with a sense of relief. To the players, the monsters were merely threats, while to the monsters, the entire dormitory represented the enemy. The strength of all players was, in essence, a reflection of individual prowess. This game still leaned towards teamwork. Had they united from the outset and descended together, they would have all perished in one fell swoop. It was wiser to focus on one's own survival while, when possible, extending a hand to others, Su Lang mused. While others were desperately fleeing for their lives, Su Lang had already begun to contemplate the core essence of the game. This was the foundational logic that many knowledge creators often discussed, sometimes useful, yet at times utterly futile. Ultimately, everything hinged upon strength. Were Su Lang capable of obliterating the dormitory with a single punch, such considerations would be unnecessary. Of course, that was pure fantasy and not worth pondering. Su Lang. It seems all is well, Chao Yashuan said joyfully. Indeed, Su Lang nodded. Wait, Brother Lang, look at the chat. Tong Chi suddenly exclaimed. 112 Wu Leitang, help. Brothers. I've encountered another type of special zombie. Upon reading this message, Su Lang felt a jolt, instinctively twirling his handgun. 147 Wang Yaji. Quickly, tell us what happened. 33 Zhang Duhai. I'm just here for the drama. I'm not going back to the dormitory, let it be. 112 Wu Leitang. This zombie can turn invisible and has sharp claws. It killed Zhou Lele the moment it appeared. I'm on the 8th floor, someone. Please open the door and save me. Image. Su Lang clicked on the image, revealing a humanoid creature adorned with numerous feline features, resembling a cat demon. The image depicted it hunched over, feasting on a young man's heart. Invisible and armed with claws, Su Lang had a clearer understanding now. To be frank, this creature posed quite a nuisance. If they could mob it, its frail physique likely wouldn't withstand many blows. However, The prospect of forming a united front seemed but a fool's dream at this juncture. The chat room buzzed incessantly with new messages. A faction of the upper-level residents urged the players not to ascend further, suggesting that vitality could be found elsewhere. Meanwhile, another group of players, having fled their dormitories, fervently sought refuge, aspiring to become tenants among the upper echelon for mutual benefit. What should we do, Brother Lang? The rate of player deaths seems to be accelerating, Chao Yashuan exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, everyone had grown accustomed to referring to their former classmates as players, and Chao Yashuan was no exception. You should finish your hot pot first. That's the priority, Su Lang remarked, glancing at the self-heating hot pot. With a darkened expression, Chao Yashuan retorted that she had no appetite for food at this moment. Tong Chi blinked her large eyes in surprise. Wasn't this Chao Senior a campus goddess, previously rumored to be aloof? Now, she seemed to possess a rather dependent demeanor, inquiring about everything from Su Lang. Perhaps it was fear of death, Tong Chi conjectured. Death was a concern for her as well. Yet, after a satisfying meal, she felt extraordinarily calm, as if, just as she had previously stated, dying on the spot would be inconsequential. Time flew by, and within mere minutes, someone dashed to the 10th floor, discovering the uniquely crafted door of room 200. What the hell, Su Lang, what is this door? The outsider exclaimed in astonishment before covering their mouth, urgently pleading, Su Lang, open the door quickly. That invisible monster is coming. Su Lang observed through the peephole, remaining unmoved. Since outsiders held no hierarchical relationship with the homeowner, they could attack the homeowner within the room. Based solely on this fact, Su Lang could not allow anyone inside. Su Lang, did you hear me? The person outside called again, then attempted to contact Su Lang through the chat room. 200 Su Lang. Go away, I don't admit outsiders here. Su Lang directly declined, unwilling to waste his time. 15 Shihang. Are you joking with me? On what grounds do you deny me entry? Is this dormitory yours? Su Lang was taken aback. Not mine. Does that mean it's yours? Su Lang, open the door. Shihang pounded on the door, desperation evident in his tone. The thick, metallic texture of the door made him envious. If only he had such a door, he wouldn't be trapped in the dormitory. This dormitory belongs to the school. Do you understand? Your selfishness will leave you without help later. Brother Lang, just let me in for an hour. Su Lang shook his head, ceasing further persuasion. Let them knock. After all, it was not his escape time being wasted. Damn it. Shihang fumed, delivering a powerful punch to the steel door. A flash of light glimmered on the steel door, followed by a bone-cracking sound that sent a shiver through Su Lang. He grimaced, simultaneously feeling a sense of gratitude towards the man. Thank you for testing the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known the steel door was so resilient. Perhaps he had underestimated the door's defensive capabilities. Even 2 zombies attacking might not cause it to break. Shihang winced in pain, pleading, I beg you. For the sake of our shared status as classmates, I still have a design blueprint for the iron door and some iron materials. Aren't you in need of copper coins? I can give you the copper coins I have. Just let me in, and I will agree to anything. Su Lang's face remained expressionless, simply enveloped in silence. Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan also chose to remain quiet at such a moment. Neither felt the need to utter any foolish, self-righteous platitudes. After all, this was already the 5th day of the game, and those who had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation had long since met their demise. When Shihang realized that pleas were futile, he lost the strength to scold and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a shadowy claw suddenly appeared out of thin air. Shihang, arms crossed and neck withdrawn, found that the attack merely caused his skin to tear, sparing him from instant death. With a scream, he turned to flee. A gray figure lunged at Shihang, clawing frantically at his chest. It was the creature from Wu Leitang's photograph, a being that resembled neither cat nor human. Cat Demon, Level 3, Skills, Disguise. Claws, Description, Give me your heart, the still one. Upon witnessing the zombie's rear facing him, Su Lang inwardly exclaimed that it was a splendid opportunity and hastily upgraded his handgun. Would you like to spend 200 nightmare coins to upgrade the Colt automatic pistol? Yes. Su Lang had not anticipated this turn of events and shouted in his mind. Please select one of the following upgrade paths and make your choice within 1 minute. 1. Colt Viper. Significantly enhances accuracy and lethality. Magazine capacity of 17. 2. Colt Silver Wheel. Transforms into a high-power revolver. Increased aiming difficulty. Magazine capacity of 5 rounds. The Viper. The Colt Silver Wheel's limited 5 rounds offered too little margin for error. In the next instant, a flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, and Su Lang's black-gray handgun was tinged with a vibrant green. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, and the unlocked door swung open automatically. The frigid air from outside rushed in, chilling him to the bone. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession, all 3 striking the target's head. Su Lang reveled in the superb feel of the handgun. It was as if he could shoot precisely where he aimed. He then swiftly retreated 2 steps, keeping his gun trained on the cat demon until he confirmed that 100 points had been credited to his account, after which he stepped forward to collect the dropped items. Shi Hang lay lifeless on the ground, his entrails strewn about. Throughout the ordeal, Su Lang's focus remained solely on the cat demon, not sparing a glance at Shi Hang. Once he finished collecting the loot, he returned directly to his dormitory, wasting not a single second. Chapter 22. The Great Zombie Slayer, Zhou Tao is dead. Colt Viper. Type, Firearm. Level, 3. Effect, Deadly Snake's Kiss significantly increased hit rate. Lethality, 49. Magazine capacity, 1417. Durability, 131 313. Deconstructible, Stabilizer X1, Barrel X1. Bullets X14, Steel X13. Upgrade requirement, 420 Nightmare Coins. Description, 1 shot, 1 soul. This was a worthy achievement. Next came the spoils, 1 medical item and 1200 copper coins. Gene Optimization Serum. Type, Medicine. Level, 2. Effect, increases physical constitution by 3 points post-injection. Grants immunity to zombie viruses, influenza, hepatitis B, and other viruses. Upgrade requirement, 145 Nightmare Coins. Description, an excellent biochemical product. Subcutaneous injection is all it takes. With 1 shot, what wonders await? Why is my head so pointed? Su Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had directly enhanced his base attributes. It was indeed a divine item. However, he wondered if the description truly reflected a head that was genuinely pointed. He had inquired with Chao Yashuan and the others, discovering that each individual perceived the item descriptions somewhat differently, with a portion influenced by their subjective consciousness. It should be fine, Su Lang thought to himself. Su Lang, did you kill that zombie? Chao Yashuan swallowed hard. Su Lang's speed had been astonishing, so much so that they had barely caught any details. Nonetheless, it was commendable that, even in such a sudden situation, the 2 women had not screamed. The 5-day survival game had taught all players the importance of silence. Absolutely, Su Lang replied confidently, putting away his Colt and offering a broad smile. It had been a while since Chao Yashuan had seen such an exuberant expression on him, causing her to pause momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. As long as you're happy. You are currently ranked 2nd in points. Winning the game will yield great rewards. The dormitory broadcast seemed to mention that the top 10 could upgrade their accommodations, which she anticipated with a hint of excitement. Let us focus on surviving for now. Su Lang chuckled. What is this? Tong Chi pointed at the blue potion in Su Lang's hand. It dropped from a cat demon, Su Lang replied, as he lifted the potion and injected it into his arm. A brief sting followed, quickly replaced by a refreshing chill. The potion appeared quite rare. If upgraded with Nightmare Coins, it could yield excellent results. However, Su Lang decided that even if he had the coins, he would prefer to use them to upgrade his nightmare bed or door rather than on the gene optimization potion, which was not a prudent choice. Others were thriving economically, and he stood no chance against them. It was better to enjoy the journey than to struggle later. Minutes later, while Su Lang's physique showed no significant change, he could distinctly feel a surge of strength, his posture straighter than before. Su Lang, are you going out? Chao Yashuan felt a tightness in her chest. Suddenly struck by a strong intuition, Su Lang was about to leave. Not in a hurry, Su Lang replied, his expression composed as he casually donned Chao Yashuan's baseball cap. He was just a step away from claiming the top of the leaderboard. There was no reason not to strive for it. Hearing this, Tong Chi bit her lip, suppressing her urge to dissuade Su Lang. At such a moment, once a man had made up his mind, she chose to remain silent. After all, she believed Su Lang's judgment was more sound than her own, and she would support him. Su Lang, Chao Yashuan hesitated, a hint of pleading in her voice. Can you not go? I cannot. Su Lang shook his head. He could hide in the room and remain undisturbed if he chose to venture out. No one could pull him back. Each individual must bear the consequences of their choices, and he was willing to take this risk. The dangers of the dormitory survival game exceeded his expectations, igniting a profound sense of vigilance within him. Progress in this endeavor was akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. If an opportunity presented itself and he chose not to seize it, that would not be survival, but cowardice. Su Lang leapt lightly on the spot twice to loosen his body, then positioned himself behind the door, gun at the ready. Minutes passed, and finally, the opportunity arrived. The colossal zombie ascended to the 10th floor, its chilling shrieks reverberating through the corridor, while players in the chat room issued warnings. At this moment, those being pursued knew that prolonging their survival meant extending their own lives. Unfortunately, the player in flight met a tragic end as the giant zombie struck him down upon reaching the 10th floor. Subsequently, the monstrous creature began to batter the door. Its dormitory number was 186, which belonged to Wu Huihui. What should we do, Sister Wu? Wang Tingting exclaimed in a flurry. Do not panic. First, use the iron materials to reinforce the door, Wu Huihui instructed, clutching the iron supplies. She understood that if the door's durability waned even slightly, she could utilize the materials to patch it up. With a flash of brilliance, the iron supplies vanished from her grasp in a most astonishing manner. Don't just stand there. Quickly ask other players to lend you some iron materials, Wu Huihui urged, her voice resonating with authority, imbued with the timbre of vibrating vocal cords. All right, Wang Tingting, taken aback, hurriedly called out in the chat room. In the room, it was just the two of them. Their other roommate had met a grim fate at the hands of the giant zombie, and had it not been for her request for immunity potions from Wu Huihui, she would not have been there either. Due to the prestige they had accumulated, several players gradually sent Wang Tingting some iron materials, albeit in meager amounts. Bang, bang, bang. The giant zombie relentlessly pounded the door, the sound resembling a funeral bell tolling. Why is it fixated on us? Wang Tingting despaired. They had exhausted their iron supplies, and could only watch as the door's durability diminished gradually. Wu Huihui, wielding her weapon, dared not linger behind the door, but instead positioned herself a bit farther away, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she fixed her gaze on the entrance. Bang! The giant zombie crashed into the door again, causing a slight crack, through which Wu Huihui could glimpse the terrifying silhouette of the creature. Wang Tingting trembled uncontrollably, yet gritted her teeth, plotting to slip past the giant zombie when it charged in. Sister Hui, let us split up and run when the time comes. All right. Both sisters were gripped by fear, yet they recognized that before them lay the singular path of facing death to seize life. Bang! The giant zombie gathered momentum, lunging forward. But midway, it faltered slightly, and the precarious door remained standing. Moreover, the thunderous sound was not that of the door being breached. Immediately, a cacophony of banging ensued, leaving the two women in the room bewildered. What is happening? They exchanged perplexed glances, utterly confused. Su Lang stepped forward, stooping to retrieve the items dropped by the giant zombie. It was a beautifully designed card, adorned with a ferocious zombie at its center. He did not linger to admire it, swiftly picked it up, and hastened toward the stairwell. The dormitory building below was enveloped in darkness, with only a couple of streetlights piercing the gloom. Apart from that, silence reigned, and no one dared to utter a sound. Su Lang sprinted with urgency, soon arriving at the entrance of the gymnasium, where he beheld the corpse of the crawling creature. To his surprise, he also spotted a familiar face. Others shared Su Lang's sentiments. Su Lang? Zhou Tao picked up the items dropped by the crawling monster, squinting slightly. Upon confirming Su Lang's identity, he could not help but burst into joyous exclamations. Well, look who we have here. You dare to show your face. Take me to your room. Hand over the location of the homeowner at once, he exclaimed, brandishing a hockey stick from his backpack, intent on striking Su Lang with ferocity. The sight of Su Lang filled him with uncontainable joy, rendering his speech illogical and his voice a chaotic howl, reminiscent of a wild dog. Chapter 23. The game concludes. The Mad King of the Dormitory Bang. Before Zhou Tao could approach, Su Lang fired his weapon with precision and decisiveness, exhibiting no hesitance. In his nightmares, he often found himself reversing situations when faced with butchers pursuing him, and he had no desire to experience such a fate in reality. Kill when necessary. Even if there were lingering grievances, he could always seek out Chao Yashuan and the others to exchange for nightmare coins, which would soon dissipate. According to the information at hand, all the zombies had already been dealt with. Su Lang, having no pressing tasks at the moment, crouched down while lifting his head to survey the area, scavenging as he did so. In such moments, he wished for Tong Chi and the others to be present, as they could cover him to prevent a second firearm from being drawn. He mused silently, only to suddenly pause in realization. Wasn't that tantamount to using Tong Chi and the others as human shields? Ah, how shameless of him. With his backpack already full, Su Lang collected the items that had spilled from Zhou Tao's bag and continued to rummage through his belongings. It was often said that players bore similarities to monsters. Upon being defeated, all items would spill from their bags, and the victor would enjoy a 30-second advantage. Suddenly, Su Lang halted, glancing to his left while raising his handgun. Do not shoot. It's me, Huang Hao. The figure quickly emerged from its hiding place, hands raised in surrender. Oh, it's you. I thought you were a zombie. Su Lang chuckled. As Huang Hao drew closer, his features became clearer. He swallowed hard and addressed Su Lang. Su Lang, I just heard gunfire. Did you kill Zhou Tao? Su Lang cast a glance at the bloodied hole in Zhou Tao's head and replied with a smirk. Indeed, he attempted to ambush me and was met with retribution. Well done. I had already suspected he was no good. Huang Hao chuckled. I am Zhou Tao's roommate. Could you possibly spare me the key to Dormitory 24? Absolutely not. Su Lang shook his head, intent on continuing his search through Zhou Tao's belongings. However, as he bent down, his handgun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The ingratiating smile on Huang Hao's face vanished in an instant as he lunged forward, closing the distance to Su Lang within mere steps. Thud. Su Lang pivoted. a baseball bat materializing in his hand, and he swung it forcefully at Huang Hao's forehead. Huang Hao fell swiftly, his skull caving in. Anyone who kicks my door must perish. Su Lang felt a sense of satisfaction for saving a bullet. He resumed scavenging. Zhou Tao's possessions were meager, only a few cans and a hockey stick. Huang Hao was even more pitiful, his backpack containing nothing but food. And he possessed merely a small dagger on his person. Su Lang secured the hockey stick on his back, adjusted his baseball cap, and proceeded towards the gymnasium. No one had ever claimed that resource points would not refresh items at night. It was merely the case that no one had ventured there during the dark hours before. Upon entering the gymnasium and conducting a thorough search, Su Lang indeed uncovered some valuable items. Plum Blossom 3. Type: card. Level: unknown. Description: indivisible and unclear in purpose. Su Lang tucked the card into his pocket. Those familiar with the game understand that such enigmatic items possess inherent collectible value, and lacking upgrade requirements, it practically bears a hidden agenda. After thoroughly searching the gymnasium, Su Lang made his way directly to the nearest infirmary. During this journey, he frequently toggled the chat room to gather insights on other players' movements. The news of the great zombie's demise had spread, and through the leaderboard, it was common knowledge that Su Lang was the one responsible. His name illuminated the public screen. Undeterred, Su Lang maintained a steady pace, firearm in hand. The other players, momentarily stunned, found themselves surrounded by easily obtainable resources, failing to seize the opportunity. Before long, Su Lang arrived at the infirmary, where he encountered a notable figure. Upon sighting Su Lang, Zhang Dehai swallowed hard, instinctively concealing a medical kit behind him. Upon noticing Zhang Dehai's presence, Su Lang's gaze flickered, and he hastily proceeded to the next resource point. Zhang Dehai exhaled in relief and quickly departed the infirmary, knowing it would soon become a site of contention. Next, Su Lang visited the equipment room and cafeteria, where he discovered a pair of Tier 2 items. Instant sirloin steak. Type: food. Level: 2. Satiation: 100. Effect: rapidly restores energy. Upgrade requirement: 40 nightmare coins. Description: I am a delicious steak. Alloy battle blade. Type: cold weapon. Level: 2. Damage: 30. Durability: 2525. Deconstruction yield: Alloy X10. Upgrade requirement: 150 nightmare coins. Description: while lacking any special effects, my durability should assure you of my resilience. A baseball bat boasts a mere durability of 14, while the alloy battle blade stands at 25, indeed quite resilient. As Su Lang passed the entrance of the equipment room, he noticed a zombie with severed legs still clinging to life. With a swift motion, he drew the battle blade and pressed it against the creature's neck, delivering a decisive blow. The zombie's head fell away. What a sharp blade! Su Lang nodded in slight satisfaction. Just then, the dormitory broadcast rang out. Dormitory broadcast: all monsters have been vanquished, concluding this round of the game early. Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first session of the dormitory survival game. The second round will commence in 7 days and 14 hours. In 3 minutes. Leaderboard rewards will be distributed one by one. Leaderboard: Su Lang, 201, Zhang Dehai, 100, Wang Ao, 98. This dormitory building, being an original structure, has been unsealed thanks to your valiant efforts, earning the title of Mad King. Congratulations to the players of the Mad King session. To celebrate the dormitory's unsealing, a grand gift package will be released at the first light of dawn, so stay tuned. The marketplace and blood mist exploration mode will also be activated at that time. Anticipate it eagerly. The sound of the dormitory broadcast resonated with a certain fervor. As if the act of opening the dormitory doors was a remarkable feat, Su Lang was greatly intrigued by this notion, yet returning to the dormitory took precedence. With a multitude of belongings in hand, he anticipated the arrival of a grand first-place gift, akin to receiving 10 bountiful cards, an experience that left one yearning for more. Chapter 24, Dormitory Upgrade, Surveillance Equipment. Su Lang, armed and ready, ascended to the 10th floor without obstruction. The players celebrated joyfully in the chat room. Though few dared to venture from their rooms, uncertain if the zombies had truly been vanquished, their fears still palpable. Su Lang, you're back, Chao Yashuan exclaimed upon seeing him enter, laden with packages, her face lighting up with delight. Has everything been well at home? Su Lang inquired after placing his belongings aside. Tong Chi shook her head. No, everything is fine. Chao Yashuan, with a hint of pride, retorted, if there were any issues, we would have contacted you through the chat room. I advised Tong Chi not to disturb you, so as not to distract you. Tong Chi blushed, realizing she had expressed a desire to reach out to Su Lang. In the brief half hour since his departure, while both women had been concerned, they refrained from messaging, fearing it might divert Su Lang's attention. Well done. Su Lang commended them. Hee. Chao Yashuan could hardly contain her glee, her pride swelling as if she were basking in her own glory, oblivious to her own arrogance. Brother Lang, what are all these? Tong Chi asked, her curiosity piqued by the items Su Lang had set down. "These are spoils of victory," Su Lang replied succinctly, adding, "In 3 minutes, we will receive our game rewards. Let us examine these then." Upon hearing this, Tong Chi's face brightened with joy, realizing that Su Lang regarded her as one of his own, openly sharing his acquisitions. Barely 10 seconds had passed when the rewards from the dormitory survival game arrived. "Congratulations, Su Lang, for becoming the top player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Facilities X1, Abilities Potion X1, Free Attributes 6, Backpack upgraded to 3x3, 10,000 copper coins. Congratulations, Zhang Dehai, for becoming the second player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Abilities Potion X1, Free Attributes 5, Backpack upgraded to 2x2, 7,000 copper coins. Congratulations, Wang Ao, for becoming the third player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Abilities Potion X1, Free Attributes 4, Backpack upgraded to 2x2, 5,000 copper coins. Congratulations, Wu Hui, for becoming the fourth player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Free Attributes 3, Backpack upgraded to 2x2, 3,000 copper coins. The rewards for players ranked 4th through 10th remained identical. Those beyond the 10th rank received only 2 free attributes, a 2x2 backpack upgrade, and 1,000 copper coins, devoid of any vocal announcements, merely a series of numbers. "Damn it, I'm actually beneath Zhang Dehai." Wang Ao, resting with the group, cursed upon hearing the broadcast. Su Lang was aware he could never surpass the 200 points that rendered others despondent. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being merely a few points behind Zhang Dehai, despite their rewards being the same. "Brother Ao, that Zhang Dehai's luck is purely fortuitous. Don't take it to heart. Su Lang is probably similar. Both are merely lucky finders. Brother Ao, quickly check what your reward is: an extraordinary ability potion. It sounds remarkably powerful. By the way, should we go to Zhang Dehai's home and seize his reward? Let us go together. Room 186. Ah, splendid. We did it. We are fourth." Wang Tingting raised her hands high, cheering and hopping with joy. "Ha ha." Wu Hui laughed heartily, her chubby cheeks squishing her eyes into mere slits, unable to conceal her delight. "Phew, that was close. We almost fell out of the top 10. Inside the dormitory, Zhu Yin exhaled deeply, clenching his fists with palpable excitement. He didn't seek to be the best, but he couldn't afford to be the worst either. Players outside the top 10 were merely existing on a minimal guarantee. "Alas, brother, you've met your end." Xiao Bin gazed at Wu Leitang's lifeless body, sighing, looking at the zombies. Wu Leitang met his end at the hands of a cat demon. Had he survived, he might have been among the top 10 now. Xiao Bin scored relatively low and didn't share the exuberance or regret of others. He merely surveyed the bloodshed throughout the building, feeling somewhat dejected and nauseous. In room 200, Su Lang observed 2 floating orbs, one labeled dormitory, the other facilities, accompanied by a 30-minute countdown. "Can you see the 2 orbs?" Su Lang turned to ask. Tong Chi shook her head. "I can't see them." "What orbs?" Chao Yashuan blinked. "They are prompts for upgrading the dormitory." Su Lang pondered if the 2 girls could elevate their dormitory by 3 levels if they placed in the top 3. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lang was the first to raise his hand and touch the dormitory orb. While mental contact would suffice, using his hand felt more tangible. Instantly, the dormitory orb dispersed, revealing 3 distinct layouts. Su Lang considered briefly and chose the central design. This layout featured an entrance hall, a living room, a bedroom, an open kitchen, and a separated bathroom. An independent bathroom. How luxurious it sounds. Upon making his choice, the entire room's configuration began to transform, as if someone had pressed a fast-forward button. Sofas, living room furniture, chandeliers, and kitchen appliances all materialized. Owner: Su Lang. Dormitory level 1, area 60, tenants 23. Facilities: gleaming steel door, gas stove, exquisite sofa, incandescent lights. High-quality water dispenser, flushing toilet, showerhead, clock. Room 200 underwent a remarkable transformation. Aside from some glaring clutter, the entire dormitory appeared rejuvenated, resembling a public rental apartment. Su Lang felt the air become fresher, inhaling deeply before rushing into the shower. "Wait for me," Chao Yashuan exclaimed anxiously, hastily pursuing him. How can a boy contest a girl for the right to the washroom? Su Lang, still outside the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, removing the showerhead. He eagerly prepared to use it, only to receive a notification. The showerhead incurs a fee of 30 copper coins for every 5 minutes of use. Would you like to pay the fee? As Su Lang observed the situation, he began to form a clearer understanding. No wonder the monsters almost always dropped copper coins. They were evidently waiting here. Predictably, facilities such as toilets and lights would also require these coins. While Su Lang was fixated on the showerhead, Chao Yashuan burst in. Having stripped herself bare, the two began to shower together. Subsequently, Tong Chi joined them, and the three shared a joyful moment, during which a few minor incidents occurred. Yet none lingered for too long. There was also a time-limited upgrade option. After indulging, it was time to move on. Su Lang dried himself off, rummaged through the miscellaneous items to find a clean outfit, and then proceeded to activate the second light orb. The orb, representing facilities, exploded, dispersing into 4 distinct items: a camera, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, and a microwave. Su Lang frowned, perceiving these as rather commonplace items. Once he could perhaps scavenge if luck was on his side. Moreover, the next dormitory upgrade might even include them by default. After some contemplation, he chose the surveillance camera. This item, at the very least, would contribute to survival, bearing some practical value. In an instant, the light orb vanished, leaving a 30-centimeter surveillance screen embedded in the wall. Su Lang approached, and discovered that the view was quite expansive, capable of monitoring the corridor to his left, as well as dormitories 199 and 198 on his right. Drawing forth his Colt, he exited the room and gazed at the surveillance camera positioned above the doorplate. Surveillance camera. Type: Facility. Level: 1. Effect 1. Surveillance monitors a 10-meter radius around the door. Requires payment of 100 copper coins every hour. Can be manually deactivated. Effect 2. Tenacity cannot be destroyed until the main door is breached. Durability: none. Description: Security Officer 1 is ready. Chapter 25. Accounting for gains. Zombie summoning card. To his surprise, it was bound to the dormitory door. Su Lang eagerly checked the surveillance camera information to ascertain its durability, only to be met with an unexpected answer. A camera that could not be destroyed was thrilling to contemplate. It could prevent ambushes and allow observation of external monster activity, proving immensely useful. This led him to infer that the refrigerators and air conditioners might not be simple either. Nevertheless, what was missed was missed. There was little point in regret. Excitedly, Su Lang returned to the dormitory and shared the surveillance camera details with Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi. The two women erupted in gleeful shrieks. This camera was of great significance, as it meant they could now see the live footage outside the door, no longer reliant on merely peering through a peephole. Following this, the trio began to tidy up the room. Previously indifferent to cleanliness, they now felt compelled to pay heed. The clutter was overwhelming, glaringly apparent in the center of the room, and Su Lang was thoroughly pleased with the upgraded dormitory. The only slight disappointment being the absence of windows. He had examined all 3 layouts at the time and had not discovered any windows or balconies. Having completed all of this, Su Lang directly opened the chat interface. The crowd surrounding him was considerable. Many inquired whether he possessed a firearm, how he had vanquished the formidable zombie, and what treasures the creature had relinquished. Others expressed concern over the rapid upgrades to his door. However, upon noticing Su Lang's silence, their enthusiasm waned, and references to him became less frequent. Nearly everyone in their hearts assigned Su Lang a label of indifference, yet none dared to voice their grievances publicly. This restraint arose from the shocking revelation that Zhou Tao had been killed by gunfire. Most individuals had allocated their attributes to bolster their physical constitution. Su Lang, meanwhile, quietly gathered information, observing that the benefits of enhancing mental attributes were not as pronounced as anticipated. It merely heightened focus and clarity, prompting regret among many who had invested in it. He then opened his information panel. Player: Su Lang. Experience: Phase 1. Door number: 200. Owner: Attributes: Constitution 7. Mental 6. Free attributes: 6. Skills: None. Inventory 39. Baseball bat, alloy combat knife, Colt Viper. Funds: Copper coins 21, 320, silver coins 1. Gold coins 0. A constitution score of 7 felt rather inadequate, even inferior to Wu Hui, a disadvantage stemming from his prior frailty. Su Lang contemplated how best to allocate his points. The wisest course of action for free attribute points seemed to be conserving them. The mental attribute was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, or else it would be a futile endeavor. Yet, he faced the immediate challenge of competition for the forthcoming super gift package. This distinction between individuals became evident, while others reveled in their narrow escapes. Su Lang, the foremost player, was already contemplating future strategies. Had Wang Yang still been alive, perhaps he would have shared this foresight. Alas, he was deceased. What are you pondering, Su Lang? Chao Yashuan inquired, noticing his distraction. Contemplating how to allocate my points, he replied, regaining focus. By the way, what are your attributes for constitution and mental? Chao Yashuan responded, both are 5. I'm the same, Tong Chi added, nodding in agreement. Su Lang remarked, so it seems that even a woman surpasses my constitution? This attribute likely encompasses not only strength, but also agility and coordination, with each individual emphasizing different aspects. Then don't rush to allocate points. The attributes might prove immensely valuable later, Su Lang advised. All right, Tong Chi concurred. Chao Yashuan instinctively retorted, How do you know? Believe it or not, Su Lang shrugged. At once, Chao Yashuan pouted, sensing a hint of severity in Su Lang's tone, though he merely spoke in a perfectly ordinary manner. Now, let us examine our spoils, Su Lang said, clearing his throat to shift the topic. It was time to assess their acquisitions, enabling a comprehensive evaluation of their combat capabilities. Great. Tong Chi clapped her hands, assuming the role of morale booster. Su Lang began by presenting the loot from the formidable zombie, which included a handful of copper coins and, in addition, a mysterious card. Zombie summoning card. Type, permanent item. Level, 1 effect, summons a level 0 zombie to attack enemies for 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 minutes, summon creature attributes. Constitution 3, summon creature skill. Infection, upgrade requirement, 75 nightmare coins. Description, a biotic creature capable of emitting a chilling howl, a permanent item? Su Lang found this term rather intriguing. If permanent items exist, then transient items must also be a reality. Hey, Su Lang, quickly put that thing away, Chao Yashuan exclaimed. A hint of trepidation in her voice. She had not taken the zombie virus immunity serum, and a mere scratch could spell doom for her. Although Su Lang had shared the information, they remained unaware of the upgrade requirements. It felt reminiscent of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, Tong Chi mused nostalgically. Su Lang chuckled and tucked the card away. Though this summoning card possessed limited combat prowess, it could certainly serve as a means to instill fear. Furthermore, the infection skill was quite formidable, capable of causing cellular chaos within a person, resulting in mild fever and dizziness, or, in severe cases, transforming them into a zombie. Subsequently, Su Lang produced the spoils he had acquired from Zhou Tao. The loot from the crawling creature was likely already claimed. Yet one issue persisted. Su Lang had not discovered anything extraordinary among Zhou Tao's belongings, save for a solitary silver coin. Would you like to store it in the panel? Su Lang affirmed, and the silver coin vanished from his grasp. Su Lang, did you kill Zhou Tao? Chao Yashuan's voice was faint, her gaze drifting toward the key inscribed with the number 24. Speak clearly. You sound like a mosquito, Su Lang remarked, frowning. Chao Yashuan inhaled sharply and inquired. Did you indeed slay Zhou Tao? Perusing the chatroom records, one could discern that someone had claimed Su Lang gunned down Zhou Tao. Yes, I did, Su Lang nodded. Well then, Chao Yashuan responded nonchalantly, merely seeking clarification. After all, it was entirely normal to indulge in the gossip of the event's protagonist standing before them. Following her statement, Chao Yashuan turned to Tong Chi to elucidate. Zhou Tao had previously kicked our door. He is our adversary. Oh, Tong Chi responded, her expression one of realization. She had assumed Zhou Tao intended harm towards Su Lang, prompting the latter's drastic action. Little did she know of the underlying animosity between them. It was most unfortunate indeed. This could prove useful, Su Lang mused as he sifted through the items, ultimately stowing an injector in his backpack. Adrenaline injector. Type, medicine, level, 1. Effect, significantly reduces pain sensation and enhances endurance. Upgrade requirement, 40 nightmare coins. Description, there is no need to question the value of this life-saving injection. In the end, he organized his acquisitions and found that only 8 items remained in his backpack: a Colt Viper, an alloy combat knife, an adrenaline injector, a packaged sirloin steak, delectable whole grain bread, a Green Bull energy drink, 10 bottles of mineral water, and the zombie summoning card. Additionally, he held something far more precious than all the items combined in his hand: an ability serum. Chapter 26, Extraordinary Abilities and Tension. Ability potion. Type, medicine, level, 3. Effect, randomly acquire an extraordinary ability upon injection. Upgrade requirement, 370 nightmare coins. Description, hurry. Do you desire time suspension or hypnosis? I have it all here. I wish to suspend time, Su Lang murmured. Tong Chi, her large eyes blinking curiously, inquired. Brother Lang, do you wish to use it now? Certainly. Otherwise, it would merely gather dust, Chao Yashuan interjected. Tong Chi was actually pondering whether Su Lang intended to use the potion now or save it for an upgrade. Although she arrived later, she had managed to glean the general direction of Su Lang's abilities through subtle clues. This could be deemed a remarkable insight, as her intellect subtly overshadowed that of the goddess, Chao Yashuan. Yet, the girl remained reserved, shunning ostentation. Let us use it now, Su Lang sighed. One must not hesitate. Fortune favors the bold. Zhang Dehai and Wang Ao lacked the capacity for upgrading items and would undoubtedly use theirs immediately. Moreover, with a throng of followers surrounding Wang Ao, Su Lang recognized that lacking an extraordinary ability would place him at a significant disadvantage. Regardless, once I acquire the nightmare coins, my first upgrade will be the nightmare bed. I won't require the ability potion just yet. In such a perilous environment, realizing potential as early as possible was paramount. Su Lang resolved to embrace the principle that early gratification leads to continuous success and proceeded to utilize the ability potion. Skill, extraordinary ability, enhanced intuition, effect, heightened sixth sense, improved perception of malice, goodwill, and emotions in living beings. This was the extraordinary ability Su Lang had newly acquired. While it may not directly augment combat prowess, its practical value was immensely high, suitable for both lone wolves and leaders alike. Moreover, it aligned well with Su Lang's inclinations. With this ability, he need not worry about enemies deploying spies to sabotage his quarters from within, significantly reducing the likelihood of ambush. At that moment, Su Lang received a transaction notification. Your order number 3 has been completed. Su Lang had nearly forgotten what the third order entailed. Upon checking, he discovered it was the transaction in which he exchanged water resources for a virus immunity potion. The trader was Li Yu, as she was a female acquaintance. He had added her as a friend and promptly inquired, 200 Su Lang, where did you acquire the virus immunity potion? His curiosity was genuine. 181 Li Yu. It was given to me by Ji Wei. 200 Su Lang. Are you his girlfriend? I thought you were on the 8th floor. 181 Li Yu. Yes, I have now moved up to live with Sister Hui Wei. At such a critical juncture, Wang Jiwei had chosen not to utilize the potion for himself, but rather to bestow it upon his girlfriend. Su Lang stroked his chin, recalling that dormitory 181 should still have a wooden door. Without hesitation, he initiated a transaction with Li Yu, sending her a blueprint for an iron door, an item confiscated from Shihang. 181 Li Yu. Why are you giving this to me? All residents on the 10th floor. If you upgrade your main entrance, it might endure a bit longer. This statement was undeniably true. The defensive capabilities of players on the same floor were significantly enhanced compared to those on other levels. Upgrading the virus immunity serum to level 3 would likely transform it into another extraordinary potion. Su Lang mumbled to himself, placing the virus immunity serum into his backpack, hoping they would not awaken any grotesque abilities. Unsure if his luck was merely unfavorable in drawing the ultra sense, he dismissed it as it did not hinder his disparagement of the other 2 individuals. Subsequently, he allocated all 4 attribute points to his constitution, reserving 2 points for flexibility. After all, his primary combat strength lay in his handgun, so there was no need to invest entirely in constitution. Upon testing, he discovered that his strength was at least double that of before, his heartbeat was steady, his breathing robust, and even his vision appeared enhanced. As dawn approached, Su Lang inquired, do you wish to venture outside? It would be advantageous to bolster their presence with the 2 women. Absolutely. They responded in unison. Su Lang nodded, allowing each woman to select a weapon. Chao Yashuan opted for a powerful baseball bat, while Tong Chi chose a hockey stick for its extended reach. Before stepping outside, Su Lang offered a few final reminders. Seeing both women comply obediently, he led them out. Upon exiting, someone called out his name. Su Lang. A slender young man halted him. Is there something you need? Su Lang turned to face him, his expression impassive. Hello? The young man stammered. Su Lang proceeded toward the stairwell. The young man bit his lip, gazing enviously at the graceful figures of Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi. 2 stunning beauties. What a celestial existence. While he had to rely on fawning over Wu Huihui, Su Lang was already flanked by 2 lovely companions. Bro, that guy seemed to be Zhao Chun. Tong Chi remarked as they descended. Do you know him? Su Lang casually inquired. Yes, he was a classmate from before. I didn't expect him to have turned out like this, Tong Chi reflected. Zhao Chun had been quite ordinary in the past, but he had at least resembled a student. Seeing him now, she almost mistook him for a vagrant. It's fortunate he is still alive, Chao Yashuan sighed softly. From 400 people, only 50 remain. This dorm survival game is indeed merciless. Do you think new individuals will arrive? Tong Chi mused. To her surprise, she received a confirming response. It's highly probable. Su Lang nodded. Without waiting for further questions, he continued. Let us imagine a deity who created an amusement park. It would undoubtedly attract a continuous stream of visitors rather than just one batch before closing down. Whoa, are you comparing us to ants? Chao Yashuan exclaimed, startled. Su Lang chuckled. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth remains, and the dormitory announcement did mention that new residents would be arriving. That makes sense, Tong Chi acknowledged. The sky was dimly lit, and an unsettling stillness lingered that even their conversation could not dispel. Noticing the darkness in the stairwell, Su Lang switched on the flashlight he had prepared in advance. A vivid scarlet scene unfolded before their eyes. A player, presumably caught by a massive zombie, lay lifelessly in the corridor, reduced to a gory mess. Tong Chi's slightly chubby face twitched, nearly causing her to retch. Chao Yashuan quickly covered her mouth, feeling as though the air itself had turned foul. Hurry, hurry, Chao Yashuan urged, swiftly maneuvering around the grim sight. Tong Chi clutched Su Lang's sleeve, and the trio continued their descent down the staircase. Su Lang's gaze flickered, silently approving their resilience. He had previously pondered whether the 2 women could acclimatize to the harsh environment outside. Their performance thus far was commendable. Despite feeling queasy, they displayed no signs of fear. In fact, Tong Chi, rather than succumbing to dread, glanced back as they passed, curious about the identity of the fallen. This individual had once been one of her own kind. However, all she could discern was a bloodied head, rendering the face unrecognizable. Pressing her lips together, she silently followed Su Lang further down. Before long, the trio reached the ground floor, stepping into the open space before the dormitory. Su Lang surveyed his surroundings and chose a position against the wall, wary of potential ambushes. In less than 10 minutes since their descent, others began trickling down from above. Wang Ao was surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals, all exuding a menacing air. Wu Huihui had gathered an even larger group, approximately 15 strong. The remaining individuals were either yet to arrive or remained in their respective spots. Everyone was intrigued by the airdrop mentioned in the broadcast. So many people. Chao Yashuan murmured in awe. They had encountered a few corpses in recent days, but living souls were a rarity. Indeed, Tong Chi concurred. Su Lang gripped his Colt, casting his gaze around, but failed to spot Zhang Dahai. The latter's whereabouts were unknown, and Su Lang was concerned about this unpredictable variable. Wu Huihui whispered to Wang Tingting, suggesting they search the resource points for supplies and gather as much as possible if they found any. Wu Huihui possessed a modicum of cleverness, though it wasn't particularly astute. Such matters could simply be communicated directly. Wang Tingting nodded and departed with Zhao Chun. Wang Ao, however, did not permit his subordinates to disperse. The individuals surrounding him were all elites, known for their daring and combat prowess, with several ranking among the top 10. Possessing 2 points in free attributes and exceptional battle strength, valuable assets for the impending airdrop. Ha ha ha, it seems everyone is quite eager for the forthcoming drop. Wang Ao suddenly bellowed, surveying the crowd with a commanding gaze that ultimately landed on Su Lang. Why don't we establish some ground rules to prevent any infighting once the time comes? The atmosphere instantly grew tense, charged with anticipation. Chapter 27. A bullet of warning. Wang Ao's downfall. As Wang Ao's words hung in the air, a domineering aura radiated from him, evoking a sense of intimidation that caused some to instinctively take a step back. Meanwhile, Wang Ao's subordinates puffed out their chests, brimming with resolve. It was well known that Wang Ao was a ruthless individual, having taken lives on the very first day. This is the reason others fear him, and also the reason they follow him. Humanity is a complex creature, difficult to define in terms of good and evil, at least in the eyes of these underlings. Wang Ao is a good man because he can keep them busy. Huh. Su Lang let out a cold laugh. The sound of a magazine being ejected followed by the glimmer of bullets being revealed. Then he reloaded and looked at Wang Ao, stating, I still have 7 bullets. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Wang Ao instinctively took a step back, and then, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, Su Lang, what do you mean? Are you opposing me? Everyone was well aware of the situation, so what was there left to discuss? Su Lang shrugged. There are fewer of us here, and rather than letting you take advantage of the chaos and seize the supplies, it would be better to eliminate you first. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. Wang Ao's followers instinctively began to disperse slightly. Good heavens, Wang Ao is ruthless, but Su Lang is even more so. It is said that Zhou Tao was shot dead by Su Lang. Could that possibly be true? It is quite possible. I heard gunshots back at the gym. This guy would kill for supplies and waste bullets. His murderous intent is far too strong. The surrounding individuals were abuzz with nervous chatter, all watching Su Lang warily, fearing he might turn his gun on them. In such an environment, one could do anything, even leap from a height. Su Lang, do you know what kind of supernatural ability I have awakened? Wang Ao shouted sternly. He was infuriated, having known that one day he would have to confront Su Lang. But he never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Can you withstand bullets? Don't push your luck. Can you withstand bullets? I have 8 people here. Can they withstand bullets? Wang Ao's face turned ashen, and he instinctively retreated into the crowd. Su Lang continued to advance, his arms seemingly relaxed, yet his finger remained poised on the trigger. I will give you 30 seconds. If you do not leave, I will resort to indiscriminate killing, Su Lang sneered. Su Lang, do not go too far. Finally, a young man from Wu Huihui's side could no longer contain himself. Go too far? Su Lang cast a cold glance in his direction. If I hadn't dealt with those 2 special zombies, you would all be dead. Am I going too far? What era are we living in? He had no patience for petty schemes. This was not a peaceful society, but a blood-soaked battlefield darker than the deepest jungle. Had it not been for his reluctance to weaken the overall strength of the dormitory, Su Lang would have shot Wang Ao in the head without hesitation. The young man's lips trembled with anger. Seeing Su Lang look his way, he quickly ducked out of sight. You want to hoard it all for yourself? Be careful not to choke on it. Wang Ao retorted angrily. Airdrop supplies are undeniably valuable. He would not relinquish his portion unless absolutely necessary. That's better than starving. Su Lang coldly replied. Wang Ao argued back, trying to rally his stance. Your actions are far too selfish. The supplies belong to everyone. You have no right to stand on a moral high ground and criticize me. Su Lang barked. If I didn't see any potential in you, I would have killed you already. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, his temples pulsing. He bore a somewhat menacing expression, leaving no doubt about the veracity of his words. Everyone could see that, compared to Wang Ao, Su Lang was the most formidable contender. Su Lang, I have a superior plan. Wang Ao suddenly stepped forward, puffing out his chest. How about a one-on-one duel? No need for interference. If you win, we shall acknowledge you as our leader. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. Su Lang suddenly fired to his left, and a young man clad in black, who had stealthily approached, collapsed instantly. A single shot to the head. In an instant, the crowd was struck with sheer terror. Why kill an innocent bystander just because Wang Ao provoked you? Is Su Lang truly mad? Gasped the bystander, recognizing the fallen youth as one of Wang Ao's men. Playing these games with me? Su Lang mocked, regarding Wang Ao with feigned calmness, though internally, he was astonished. This heightened intuition was indeed remarkably effective. Although the young man had not been within his line of sight, he had continually exuded a profound hostility, drawing closer. Just as Su Lang had lamented the lack of authority, this opportunity had presented itself. In survival games, a madman is preferable to a coward. To his surprise, the fallen youth was indeed one of Wang Ao's men, which made the situation even more favorable. Su Lang locked eyes with the visibly distressed Wang Ao. His gaze icy and aggressive, chin held high, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, an expression commonly seen in the animal kingdom as a sign of provocation. Should Wang Ao dare to charge, Su Lang would not hesitate to fire a couple more bullets, at most. He would merely need to rest 2 nights to upgrade his pistol, after which his ammunition would be replenished. Wang Ao, just hand over the goods to Su Lang. If we manage to survive this, he will be our greatest benefactor. As the tension between the two escalated, Wu Huihui interjected. Wang Ao stared at her incredulously. Wu Huihui, have you lost your mind? You won't fight for this. I simply believe it's unnecessary to incur casualties, Wu Huihui replied, shaking her head and addressing the others. Let's take this opportunity to gather more resources. With that, she genuinely led a group away. Huijia, are we really leaving like this? At least we could divide some of the spoils, a young man exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and frustration. Wu Huihui seemed far too lacking in ambition. Why were strategists abundant and fierce warriors numerous in tumultuous times? Because those who do not seize the moment perish. Engaging in false modesty during a survival game was akin to being trapped in a restroom with a glaring lantern. Did Su Lang appear to be the sort to relinquish resources? Wu Huihui remarked, casting a casual glance around. Su Lang is one of us on the 10th floor. As he grows stronger, our safety will undoubtedly improve. Upon reflection, the group realized there was merit to her reasoning. Those who had deemed Wu Huihui overly timid began to calm down. In truth, Wu Huihui had other motives for her willingness to depart. While Su Lang and Wang Ao faced off, Su Lang had sent Wu Huihui a message, advising her to remain a passive observer, thus allowing him to reward her with a bullet in the future. Should she assist directly, she could earn 3 bullets. 1 bullet equated to a chance to act. Wu Huihui was deeply enticed, weighing the pros and cons before agreeing to the arrangement, keeping this transaction a secret from the others. Having endured so much, Wu Huihui had become considerably wiser. As for the reason why she chose not to wait any longer, she believed that if she refrained from actively attacking Su Lang, Wang Ao would not engage in a confrontation with him. At that moment, Wang Ao was persistently messaging her, urging her to strike, to kill, and to divide the spoils after eliminating Su Lang. Although this proposition was undeniably tempting, she felt that Wang Ao lacked the reliability of Su Lang. His words seemed to be laden with insincerity. Chapter 28. The airdrop has arrived, guardian spirit of the demon child. Seeing Wu Huihui truly depart, Wang Ao's expression shifted between uncertainty and agitation. Once 30 seconds had elapsed, Su Lang instructed Chao Yashuan to inspect the corpse while he maintained his stance against Wang Ao. Let us go. Wang Ao scoffed coldly and turned to leave. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to exit immediately, but subtly distancing themselves instead. Su Lang paid them no mind, resolutely positioning himself against the wall. Before long, Chao Yashuan hurried over, exclaiming, Su Lang, look what I found. In her arms was a crossbow, its arrowhead exuding an ominous chill. Tong Chi covered her mouth, her face pale with fear. Brother Lang, he intended to ambush you with this just now. No wonder Wang Ao had fled so quickly. He was at a disadvantage. And now the artifact had fallen into their hands. Su Lang took the crossbow and examined its details. Handcrafted crossbow, type, mechanism, level, 2, damage, 45, arrows, 11, durability, 99, decomposition yield, arrow X1, wood X8. Wooden mechanism X1, upgrade requirement, 170 nightmare coins. Description, I only have 1 shot, sob, though it was only level 2. Its damage was merely 4 points less than that of a venomous snake. Had Wang Ao wielded this against the formidable zombie earlier, he might have achieved an instantaneous headshot. Regrettably, he seemed to have been biding his time or perhaps holding back his trump card, ultimately failing to utilize it and allowing Su Lang to seize the opportunity. Bah! This was not merely luck, but rather a reward for Su Lang's genuine skills. This dormitory survival game was rife with peril, had it not been for his heightened instincts. He might have found himself in grave danger. He resolved to remain within the safety of the dormitory, venturing out only with great caution. Turning to Chao Yashuan, he said, "You should keep this crossbow for self-defense. I can't manage it alone. Is that truly acceptable?" Chao Yashuan blinked in disbelief. Su Lang nodded, intending to reassure Tong Chi, only to find her beaming with joy for her friend, prompting him to say nothing further. The two girls had kind hearts, while Su Lang felt a bit tainted. "Thank you, Su Lang," Chao Yashuan exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. The onlookers were nearly driven to the brink of frustration. To obtain treasure and earn the favor of a beauty, such was the privilege reserved for the protagonists of tales. Su Lang remained silent, cautiously surveying the surroundings from the corner of his eye. Chao Yashuan clutched the handcrafted crossbow, reveling in her newfound treasure, occasionally gesturing as if it were a toy. Su Lang pondered how this esteemed campus beauty had come to be like this. Perhaps it was simply her true nature. Before long, a slender ray of dawn pierced through the blood-red mist, illuminating the campus. A metal box adorned with a parachute descended slowly from the sky, ultimately landing steadily on the ground. All eyes were drawn to this airdrop, a palpable sense of anticipation lingering in the air. At that moment, Chao Yashuan anxiously tugged at Su Lang's arm, whispering, "Someone messaged me, saying there are people upstairs with stones, planning to throw them at us." Su Lang was taken aback, inquiring, "Who told you?" "A sycophant," she replied. Without Chao Yashuan's warning, Su Lang had no intention of stepping out carelessly, fearing precisely such a situation. Immediately, he and Chao Yashuan, along with Tong Chi, dashed sideways for over 10 meters, finally emerging from under the eaves. As they stepped out, Su Lang glanced back and indeed spotted several figures peering down from the 8th floor, armed with stones and bricks. All were members of Wang Ao's faction. Upon noticing Su Lang's gaze, they quickly retreated. Su Lang remained silent as he led the two girls straight to the airdrop site. "These people are despicable," Tong Chi remarked with a cute frown. Su Lang dismissed her concern, stating, "This is an expected outcome." Chao Yashuan cast a subtle glance at Su Lang. A person so unfazed by others' malice either had grown accustomed to it or possessed an innate fortitude, profoundly self-absorbed. The trio reached the airdrop box, and Su Lang discovered it could not be stowed in his backpack, frowning slightly as he instructed Tong Chi to open the box while he and Chao Yashuan stood guard. Witnessing Su Lang's cautious demeanor, the onlookers quickly abandoned any ill intentions. The deterrent effect of two long-range weapons was not to be trifled with. Tong Chi effortlessly opened the airdrop box, retrieving a black sculpture resembling a young boy. "Is that all?" Su Lang, fearing a distraction, refrained from checking the information and instinctively glanced into the box. It was empty. Tong Chi nodded, equally surprised that such a large airdrop box contained only this small object. The boy sculpture, the size of a human head, sat cross-legged on a lotus pedestal, fangs bared, resembling a malevolent spirit. "All right, let's go," Su Lang nodded, storing the boy sculpture and effortlessly lifting the airdrop box with one hand as they headed back to the dormitory. The box appeared to be made of steel, and dismantling it would yield some raw materials. The steel door would inevitably succumb to wear over time. The onlookers were left in awe, astonished that Su Lang could lift the box, which was at least a meter on each side, with such ease. What immense strength must he possess? They returned to their 10th floor dormitory without hindrance, and Su Lang retrieved the black boy sculpture. Its texture was reminiscent of neither wood nor jade, and as he gazed into its pitch-black visage, a chilling sensation enveloped him. This object exuded an air of malevolence. Ghost Boy, type, Guardian Spirit, level 3, Vitality, 70, skills, House Protection, Demon Consumption. Witnessing, upgrade condition, 500 Nightmare Coins. Description, Ultimate Evil begets an Ultimate Guardian. Is it bound to the current dormitory? Su Lang fixated on the Vitality section, soon receiving a detailed response. The Guardian Spirit possesses no durability. Once its life force is depleted, it perishes, only to be reborn gradually. Its skills incur no cooldown, yet their usage depletes life energy. Home Protection. The spirit will safeguard your room, detecting malevolent entities within its visual range and instilling fear in otherworldly beings. Devour. The spirit will consume ethereal entities to restore its life force, with a chance of advancement upon excessive consumption. Witness. Enforces control over an adversary for 1 second. What a remarkable treasure. Su Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this guardian spirit by his side, he need not fear attacks from malevolent entities, even though he had yet to encounter one. Given the sinister nature of this game, it was certain he would face such horrors in the future. Humanity harbors an innate fear of these invisible presences. How adorable. Tong-chi gazed at the spirit's dark little face, unable to suppress a laugh. Perhaps she and the spirit shared a similar cherubic roundness. Suddenly, the spirit turned its face and smiled at Tong-chi. She shrunk her neck in fright, resembling Yi Gong's admiration for dragons. It can move, Chao Yashuan exclaimed in astonishment. Su Lang nodded and chose to bind it. In the next moment, the spirit vanished from his hand. A peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a homeowner's intuition, surged through Su Lang, prompting him to rush outside for a check. He discovered the spirit perched beside the doorplate, enshrined in a small altar. A bit higher, Su Lang instinctively remarked. Noticing it obstructed the surveillance camera's view, the altar immediately adjusted its position. Su Lang was taken aback and, after further rearranging the altar to his satisfaction, paused to observe the spirit, reluctant to enter the house. He yearned for a ghost to appear and test the spirit's capabilities. Chapter 29, The Supermarket Arrival. Opportunity to recruit Xiaomei again, damn it. Brother Wang, are we just going to let this go? A dark-skinned youth confronted Wang Ao in dormitory 33. At that moment, all of Wang Ao's subordinates had gathered within the dormitory. Although theoretically disallowed, as long as the gathering did not exceed an hour, it was permissible. Of course, we can't just let it in like this. Before Wang Ao could respond, another voice erupted. Shut up, all of you. If you're so brave, why didn't you charge in earlier? Wang Ao retorted angrily, silencing the crowd. He understood that this matter could not be resolved so easily. Losing authority would make it difficult to lead the group. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. This requires careful deliberation. That handgun of his is far too formidable. One of his subordinates murmured, Brother Wang, didn't you awaken a fire-breathing ability? Wang Ao's lips twitched. That ability has a range of no more than 10 meters. Can it compare to the distance of a bullet? Everyone nodded in agreement. They could only devise a plan for a surprise attack. However, the dormitory is quite small, and with so many people around, we cannot guarantee that no one will leak information, Wang Ao continued. The dark-skinned youth appeared utterly perplexed. What should we do then? Wait. Wang Ao uttered a single word. The group exchanged confused glances as he smirked derisively. We'll wait for an opportunity when Su Lang emerges. I refuse to believe he can resist for long with so many resources available. Seizing a single opportunity, I could claim his life. At these words, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue. This plan was promising. Dormitory 200, Su Lang slumbered soundly, having just concluded a fierce battle that left him somewhat fatigued. Truth be told, he had never felt so formidable before, which made the experience all the more exhilarating. He sensed his driving skills were improving, effortlessly executing drifts and extreme vehicle changes. Chao Yashuan and Tong-chi were also deep in slumber, thoroughly satisfied with their revitalizing surroundings. Their lips curling into smiles, even in sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Lang awoke, eager to check his gains. Basic nightmare coins, 40, conversion rate, 196. 8 hours yielded, 118 nightmare coins, total nightmare coins, 182. Previously, Su Lang had spent 200 nightmare coins to upgrade his Colt, leaving him with a mere 64. Now, it seemed that his slumber had propelled his nightmare coins towards the 200 mark once more. However, Su Lang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with this progress. The basic nightmare bed provided too meager an amount of coins. He needed to expedite its upgrade. Furthermore, he could now recruit new companions. Blast it. In future upgrades of the dormitory, the first order of business should be to recruit the younger sister. This time, being short a few nightmare coins had hindered his ability to upgrade the nightmare bed, causing his momentum to falter. Su Lang felt a pang of regret as he recalled the beauties among the female players, deeming Wang Yaji to be the most aligned with his aesthetic. She possessed grace and gentleness, with no scandalous rumors surrounding her, exuding the scholarly charm typical of a third-year student. With this in mind, Su Lang refrained from immediately messaging Wang Yaji. Instead, he glanced at the wall clock and, considering the cool-down time of the nightmare bed and the game countdown, formed a rough estimation of the current time. It was now 5 p.m., the game commenced at 6 p.m., and the refresh time for the nightmare bed was 9 a.m. At this moment, the game countdown showed 7 days and 14 hours remaining, with just an hour left in the additional 14 hours, likely a reward for ending the game early. Normally, the rest period would only amount to 7 days. Rising from his bed, Su Lang began to exercise. At this hour, physical training could only prove beneficial, especially since he had an ample supply of food. His physical enhancement was accompanied by an increase in perception. He felt capable of honing his body to its finest intricacies, achieving remarkable results. With 10 minutes remaining until 6 p.m., Su Lang halted to wipe the sweat from his brow and rehydrate. He had a premonition that something new would transpire at 6. His intuition proved correct as Tong-chi and the others were roused from their drowsiness by the system's announcement. Dormitory broadcast. The supermarket is now open. Everyone hurry to shop. Before the second round of the game begins, new residents will gradually move into the Mad King's dormitory. A supermarket? Upon hearing this word, Chao Yashuan's spirits surged. Langgu, it seems we can go out to buy things. Tong Chi remarked, a spark of excitement in her eyes as she looked at Su Lang. He nodded. Let's tidy up and prepare to head out. At that moment, the chat room erupted with fervor. At last, a supermarket has emerged. Let no one compete with me. The first to enter the supermarket may very well receive a reward. Everyone on the 10th floor, gather. As footsteps echoed and voices rose in the corridor, the atmosphere was far from the excitement of the game's inaugural day. Back then, 400 players thrived, but now only about 50 remained. Each floor housed a maximum of 5 individuals, with several floors now completely deserted. The 10th floor had the largest population, while the first floor was the most populated. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chao Yashuan and her companion hastened their pace. A supermarket. It was a symbol of civilization. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Su Lang approached to find Wu Hui standing outside. What is it? He inquired. Su Lang, would you like to join me at the supermarket? Wu Hui asked. Sure, just wait a moment. Being too isolated was not conducive to survival. To prevent any trouble from Wang Ao and his faction, it would be wise to follow the crowd. Of course, he needed to remain vigilant of Wu Hui as well. Su Lang turned to Chao Yashuan and her friend. Check your backpacks and clear out any unnecessary items, as we'll likely need to purchase supplies at the supermarket. All right, they echoed in unison. Hui Jia, when did you become so close with Su Lang? Wang Tingting inquired curiously. We're merely exchanging words, Wu Hui replied, shaking her head. Those surrounding her exchanged glances, their expressions ambiguous, their minds swirling with questions. Could it be that Wu Hui harbored feelings for Su Lang? If one day she became as formidable as Su Lang, might she also recruit admirers? After all, that was precisely what Su Lang had done. Before long, Su Lang emerged. A long knife secured at his waist, eschewing a firearm. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. His prowess was well ingrained in their minds. Just before stepping outside, Su Lang casually turned off the lights. Activating them required copper coins, albeit at a relatively low cost. Such expenses would automatically be deducted from his account as the homeowner. A heavy burden indeed. Let us depart, Su Lang declared. Okay, Wu Hui nodded, making her way to the staircase. She had anticipated Su Lang would join her for conversation, only to glance back and find him lingering at the rear, causing her lips to twitch slightly. Su Lang, there is no need for such caution. The 10th floor is like one big family. We'll support one another. We already know about you providing Li Yu with the blueprints. You are indeed a good person, aren't you? She said earnestly. Su Lang fell silent for a moment before flashing a smile. Yes, I am a good person. You all may go ahead. I want to shoot. A chill ran down the spines of those present. Wu Hui sensed the atmosphere growing tense and quickly added, all right. You stay behind and keep an eye on us. With that, she quickened her pace, as did the others. What a surprise. They were descending together. On their way to the supermarket, Wang Ao and his group observed Su Lang and his companions descending in haste, their expressions shifting slightly. They had indeed contemplated surrounding Su Lang along the way. Don't look too much. Hurry to the supermarket, Wang Ao commanded coldly. The supermarket lay not far from the dormitory, its diameter measuring no more than 500 meters. The supermarket appeared suddenly and naturally. The players on the first floor were among the initial entrants, only to discover that someone had arrived even earlier than them. This young man, round-faced and dressed in a trench coat, was none other than Zhang Dehai, who had previously shared live images with everyone. Dehai, how did you arrive so quickly? Jean Xian inquired, surprised. I was just wandering outside when I happened to see the supermarket materialize, so I came in. Zhang Dehai chuckled awkwardly. The others, upon hearing this, paid him little mind and began to examine the supermarket instead. This establishment lacked staff and was significantly larger than the average convenience store, with bright lighting and exquisite facilities. Broadly divided into 5 major sections: the living area, entertainment zone, equipment section, skills area, and facility zone. Goodness, how exorbitant. A level 1 weapon costs me 800 copper coins, exclaimed one player. ISNT that Su Lang's battle knife? It's priced at 6,000 copper coins, enough to buy my life. Another noted in disbelief. A bottle of mineral water costs only 120 copper coins, yet Su Lang charged us 500. What a black market. Yajia, you should ask him, urged a boy from the 10th floor, encouraging a graceful girl. This girl, with her long black hair and standing around 7 meters tall in flat shoes, possessed a striking appearance and an admirable demeanor. Are you sure it's okay to ask? Wang Yajia replied, her confidence wavering. I promise, he will definitely answer you. The boy assured. Yes, Yajia, you're so beautiful, and Su Lang is quite the flirt. Surely he will tell you. Another chimed in. Indeed, Yajia, that boy seems like he might be airdrop rewards. He could be quite formidable. The surrounding crowd began to chatter excitedly. Wang Yajia, what is that black boy hanging next to your door number? Wang Yajia hesitated, glancing back at Su Lang, her voice serene and melodic. Instantly, everyone held their breath and slowed their steps. Wu Huihui was no exception, perhaps because she had allowed everyone to use the bathroom. The cleanliness among the 10th floor members was quite normal, while Wang Yajia's flowing hair emanated an enchanting allure. That's a guardian spirit. It can protect my dormitory from attacks, Su Lang replied. Name, Wang Yajia, experience, Phase 1, door number, 193, tenant. Comfort level, 92, can increase the nightmare coin conversion rate by 92. Wang Yajia exemplified the beauty of the East with her delicate features. Although she might not possess the striking detail of Chao Yashuan or the grand presence of Tong Qizhen, her gentle aura was undeniably captivating. Simultaneously, she held the highest comfort level among all the girls on the 10th floor. Due to Wu Huihui's previous care for the girls, they had largely congregated on the 10th floor, creating a significant gender imbalance. Oh, Wang Yajia smiled, playfully toying with her hair before quickly turning back. Her heart raced, and she felt a hint of warmth on her cheeks. Su Lang had actually responded to her. Although college students had largely moved beyond the allure of school bullies, it still depended on the individual. Everyone knew how disreputable Guanqigu was, but during his peak attractiveness, his presence on campus would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the girls. Moreover, the current status of Su Lang is significantly more substantial than that of Brother Guanqi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he holds the power over the lives of others. Su Lang has truly returned to Yaji. Wu Huihui was deeply shocked and simultaneously felt a tinge of melancholy. If only she had been as stunning as Wang Yaji at that time. Would Su Lang have consented to open the door? Sister Yaji, there's hope. Su Lang genuinely likes you, exclaimed a girl who was closest to Wang Yaji. She was the resident of dormitory 193 and shared the best rapport with Wang Yaji. If Wang Yaji could align herself with Su Lang, she felt she too would bask in fortune. Darling, could you perhaps marry a wealthy man? An octogenarian would be splendid. Brother, I can hardly bear it. Can you seek out a wealthy woman? Who cares about likes and dislikes? Wang Yaji blushed profusely. Seeing her flustered demeanor only incited the crowd further. A spark of vitality illuminated the otherwise dreary world. In 7 days, the next round of the game would commence. Su Lang felt an underlying urgency. Who knows what the next round would entail, but it would likely be far more terrifying than a zombie invasion. Otherwise, the game would lose its essence. Moreover, the dormitory announcement mentioned that other players would be joining. This would inevitably lead to new social conflicts. Contemplating this, Su Lang considered giving a gentle reminder to Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan, but seeing their enthusiastic expressions, he refrained from being the dampener. Since the game allowed for a 7-day rest period, they might as well enjoy it. Yet, his rest would be unlike anyone else's. It would be a continuous journey toward strength. Not long after, the group arrived at the supermarket. At the entrance, signs prohibiting fighting and destruction were prominently displayed. No one dared to test the waters. This game was exceedingly bizarre. As Su Lang and the two women entered the supermarket, they noticed graffiti on the walls with messages such as items refresh weekly and close during gameplay. After a brief glance, Su Lang led the two ladies directly to the equipment section. Staring at the array of uniquely designed weapons in the display cases, Su Lang felt a surge of excitement. Players could check item information through the glass display and purchase them with a click. Su Lang paused before a level 2 bulletproof vest. To be honest, he was quite apprehensive about the possibility of someone taking a cheap shot at him. If the price were reasonable, he would not hesitate to buy it. However, the issue was that this bulletproof vest was sold as part of a tactical set, totaling 800 copper coins. Su Lang, over here are the bullets. Chao Yashuan nudged his arm, signaling him to look aside. Bullet no. 6. Type. Consumable. Level. 1. Upgrade requirement. 10 nightmare coins. Description. Suitable for most conventional handguns. Price. 20 copper coins. The Colt Python uses bullet number 6. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to purchase some, a commotion erupted from the facilities area, drawing his attention. Brother Wang. Isn't that the steel door of that Su Lang kid? Indeed, it's a level 3 door, but nothing extraordinary. The highest here has level 4 door blueprints, and they're exorbitantly priced. My goodness, we have struck gold. Brother Wang, look what I have discovered. This game includes offensive facilities. Now, we need not fear the zombies any longer. Ha ha, I can hardly believe it. Oh supermarket, how I adore you. Why did you not appear sooner? Alas, how exorbitantly priced. A swift crossbow costs a staggering 2,000 coins. Su Lang approached with two ladies, and upon entering, he beheld Brother Wang and his companions gathered beneath a row of crossbows. Swift crossbow, type, offensive facility, level, 1, damage, 12, attack speed, standard, bolts, 11, each bolt requires 40 copper coins, durability, 3030, Decomposition yield, wood x6. Bolts x1, upgrade requirement, 100 nightmare coins. Description, an automatic firing crossbow that replenishes its bolts, serving as an excellent aid for defending against thieves and enemies. Can be manually turned off or on within the dormitory. Price, 2,000 copper coins. Beside it hung a warm reminder on a yellow sign. Warm reminder, for every level your dormitory ascends, you may install 2 offensive facilities. A level 1 dormitory can accommodate a maximum of 2 offensive facilities. Chapter 31, Fireball. Meditation aim. Offensive facilities. Su Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a marvel exists. Chao Yashuan exclaimed in astonishment. Had this been available in the previous game round, we would have faced level 0 zombies without a trace of fear. 1 arrow, 1 kill. The rows of swift crossbows were abundant. Yet Su Lang was not in haste to purchase. Instead, he casually browsed other items. The most prevalent offerings were design blueprints. Blueprints for gates, water dispensers, sofas, and double beds, among others. Brother Wang and his group noticed Su Lang, but chose not to confront him, instead engaging in discussion amongst themselves. Only those with a level 1 dormitory could install offensive facilities, and given the steep price of the swift crossbow, how to procure them posed a significant dilemma. Currently, Brother Wang's team had expanded to 12 members, yet only 3 possessed a level 1 dormitory, leaving 3 unable to reside in a facility-equipped dormitory. Ultimately, Brother Wang decisively declared that whoever contributed the most funds would reside in the level 1 dormitory. By the time they reached an agreement, Su Lang had already purchased 2 swift crossbows and departed. Brother Wang's expression shifted slightly, and he instructed a subordinate, "Follow him and observe what he has purchased." The subordinate nodded and stealthily trailed Su Lang. The swift crossbow stood at 1 meter in height, constructed primarily of wood. After some time playing, Su Lang stored it in his backpack. Any facility could only exert its effects within the dormitory. Carrying such cumbersome items was indeed a burden. "Brother Lang, your foresight in having us clear our backpacks in advance is truly commendable," Tong Chi remarked with a sweet smile. Each player upgraded their backpack slots, which may appear as a mere safety net, but is, in fact, a critical resource of space. Su Lang replied, "Indeed." Chao Yashuan wholeheartedly agreed. The significance of having a small bag is well understood by women. After browsing the equipment area and the facility area, the trio proceeded to the skill section. The display cases were filled with an array of skill scrolls, each priced handsomely. In the skill area, there is a warm reminder sign. The note states, "Warm reminder. Utilizing active skills will consume stamina and mental energy. Employing skills across magical sources will result in significant expenditure." At first glance, this reminder may seem perplexing. However, a brief examination of several skill scrolls will elucidate the matter. Fireball, active skill. Type, skill scroll. Level, 1. Upgrade requirement, 40 nightmare coins. Description, consumes a small amount of mental energy to unleash a fireball from the supernatural realm. Price, 3,999 copper coins. Low kick, active skill. Type, skill scroll. Level, 1. Upgrade requirement, 35 nightmare coins. Description, consumes a small amount of stamina to execute a kick that exceeds one's own strength. Price, 2,499 copper coins. Some skills deplete mental energy, while others consume stamina. When casting stamina-based skills, mental energy can substitute, but the cost will be exorbitant. The precise amounts of stamina and mental energy remain unspecified within the game. Although it is characterized as a survival game in a dormitory, there are notable distinctions from conventional data-driven games. There is no concept of mana here. A multitude of players congregates in the skill area. Upon noticing Su Lang and his companions approaching, they instinctively part to clear a path. This treatment, akin to that of a fierce tiger, brings Su Lang a sense of satisfaction. The more advanced skill scrolls in the area exist in singular copies. Once purchased, they vanish instantly, prompting Su Lang to scan swiftly. Currently, he possesses the most copper coins and must capitalize on his initial advantage. It is prudent to acquire highly practical skills promptly to avoid being outbid. Children Shi and Chao Yashuan can only watch wistfully, each possessing merely 1,000 copper coins, insufficient even for the most basic skills. At that moment, Su Lang spotted Wang Ao and his entourage approaching from the facility area and promptly turned to purchase a skill scroll from a display case. Wang Ao's group, eager to flaunt their prowess, boasted that Wang Ao had awakened a fire-breathing ability. The combination of fireball and fire breath is likely to create a mutation. Su Lang has no intention of granting Wang Ao this opportunity for transformation. The notion of the wealthy uplifting the less fortunate? Nonsense. If you become affluent when danger arises, it will be I who must step forward. Su Lang is not so foolish. He intends to maintain his position as the foremost player in the Crazy King dormitory. Moreover, he requires such offensive skills himself. Fireball may seem common, yet its adaptability is likely considerable. Wang Ao, upon noticing Su Lang, narrowed his eyes, and began perusing the skill scrolls in the display case. Su Lang observed that one individual in Wang Ao's group was subtly watching him, presumably to see what he would purchase. Consequently, he positioned Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan on either side to obscure their view. The skill area boasts an abundance of enticing items, stirring Su Lang's envy. After considerable deliberation, he decided to purchase another skill scroll. The skill scrolls in the area are priced between 2,000 and 12,999 copper coins, and the scroll he acquired is the sole item priced at 12,999 copper coins. Meditation Active Skill. Type: Skill Scroll. Level: 1. Upgrade requirement: 45 nightmare coins. Description: Enter a meditative state to accelerate mental recovery. If mental capacity is at maximum, it gradually increases the total mental attribute. Price: 12,999 copper coins. After purchasing this item, Su Lang's substantial fortune of 21,000 dwindled to nothing. Subsequently, he ungratefully borrowed money from Chao Yashuan and Tong Qi. The two women, filled with enthusiasm, visited the supermarket and bought nothing. Yet they handed all their money to Su Lang, the unscrupulous fellow. With 2,000 copper coins in hand, he acquired his third skill scroll. Aim Passive Skill. Type: Skill Scroll. Level: 1. Upgrade requirement: 30 nightmare coins. Description: Enhance your throwing and shooting accuracy. Price: 2,000 copper coins. Su Lang's previous marksmanship was solely due to the excellent feel of the Colt Viper. To truly become a sharpshooter, the aim skill is indispensable. With 2 swift crossbows costing 4,000 copper coins, along with 3 skill scrolls valued at 18,998 in total, Su Lang's expenditure reached 25,000 copper coins, leaving him with merely a little over 500. It was truly a pitiful state. Regardless, after splurging, he had no intention of venturing out again. Su Lang sequentially tore open the 3 skill scrolls, absorbing all the skills, feeling a sudden clarity in his mind as a wealth of new knowledge surged forth, accompanied by a semblance of muscle memory. This sensation was remarkably enchanting. He took out the Colt and practiced a few maneuvers, finding the handling even more refined. He proclaimed, "Let us go explore the living and entertainment districts. I will buy you anything you desire." "It's all right. We don't want anything," Tong Qi replied, scratching her cheek. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Chao Yashuan remained silent, her gaze fixed on her toes. "No, we must buy something," Su Lang declared, thumping his chest. "The items in the remaining 2 districts are surely inexpensive. I can still afford them." This outing's objective was to exhaust his funds, after which he intended to retreat into solitude. "What about our utility expenses? We also need funds for defensive facilities," Chao Yashuan murmured. "Don't worry about it," Tong Qi chimed in. "Let us just take a look." Indeed, the prices in the living and entertainment districts were relatively low, especially in the living district, where clothing, hats, shoes, and bags were both affordable and appealing. Naturally, the more attractive items tended to be pricier. Ultimately, Su Lang purchased a small gift for Chao Yashuan, a perfume priced at 35 copper coins. Deep within the entertainment district stood 2 lottery machines, one silver-white and the other brass-colored. "Come on, jackpot, jackpot." A crowd gathered around the brass lottery machine, clamoring excitedly. Tong Qi's eyes sparkled with interest. Su Lang approached, pondering what small gift to acquire for Tong Qi. And an opportunity presented itself. The brass lottery machine required 100 copper coins per draw, offering items far exceeding that value, while also producing some worthless trinkets. In contrast, the silver lottery machine, devoid of patrons, demanded 1 silver coin per attempt, a rarity that few had even encountered. "Here, have a go." Su Lang extracted the silver coins and handed them to Tong Qi. "Is this a silver coin?" Tong Qi gazed at the gleaming silver coin in her palm, her mouth forming an adorable O shape as she emitted a soft, endearing sound. Go play quickly," Su Lang chuckled. Tong Qi's large eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, Lang Gu. You're just teasing us without delivering." Someone lamented. "Oh dear, how time flies. Brother Dahai, what a pity you didn't win that pair of Gale shoes again. I seriously suspect that the lottery machine has it in for you. Brother Dahai, can you spare that useless junk for me?" In front of the brass lottery machine, a throng of players was lost in their excitement, oblivious to the arrival of Su Lang and his companions until the silver lottery machine erupted with dazzling lights and chimes, jolting them back to reality. Zhang Dahai, gripping the joystick, was momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing to the side, he spotted Su Lang and his friends. "Whoa, it's Su Lang." One person stumbled back several steps in fright, while others shifted aside. Zhang Dahai glanced at the chaotic silver lottery machine and then at Su Lang, inquiring, "Su Lang, how did you acquire those silver coins?" "I obtained them from defeating monsters," Su Lang replied. "All right then," Zhang Dahai nodded. He held Su Lang in high regard, as he had once provided him with medical supplies and had refrained from taking from him in the medical room. "Hey, look at the rewards appearing in the silver lottery machine," someone suddenly exclaimed. The small screen on the machine flickered with an orange glow, revealing a bizarre long knife radiating orange light, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Ghost Slayer knife. The items within the lottery machine could only be identified by their names and appearances, lacking detailed information. Su Lang. The lottery machine contains items of 5 different tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and orange, with orange being the finest. And it seems there's only one of those, Zhang Dehai said, his excitement palpable. Su Lang fixed his gaze on the lottery machine, licking his lips. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi clenched their fists, their eyes glued to the screen, brimming with anxious anticipation. The emotions of the surrounding crowd were stirred up. After experiencing the harrowing threat of zombie attacks, this gambling-type game seemed to particularly captivate the players. Someone whispered, "Come on, come on, come on." If something good truly emerged, Su Lang might share some benefits with everyone, just as Zhang Dehai had done previously. Amidst the collective anxiety, the images within the lottery machine suddenly shifted, revealing a pair of glowing green gauntlets. Oh no, why did it change to green? This is messing with our heads. The players felt as though they had been struck, sighing in disappointment. Thunderstorm gauntlets. The screen continued to transition, showcasing a complete outfit emanating purple light, which then froze in place. Zhang Dehai's mouth dropped open, leaving him utterly stunned. After playing for so long, the best he had ever received was a blue item. Yet Su Lang had effortlessly acquired a purple item from the silver lottery machine. Su Lang's heart raced, feeling as if he had struck gold. "Would you like to extract?" "Quick, extract it," Su Lang urged. Tong Chi hastily clicked to extract, then exclaimed, "Lang Ge, it's now in my backpack." "Good," Su Lang said without hesitation. Turning to leave, Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan quickly caught up and soon began to run. As they passed the equipment area, Su Lang casually purchased 15 rounds of number 6 bullets. Some individuals instinctively considered giving chase. "What are you all doing?" Zhang Dehai barked. The group paused, exchanging glances. Indeed, could they dare to pursue and commit robbery? Not to mention Su Lang's handgun. Even his 6 points of free attributes would render them powerless. The trio sprinted all the way back to dormitory 200. Breathless, the 2 women leaned against Su Lang, gasping for air as they crossed the threshold. Su Lang retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water, offering them to both. "I feel revived," Chao Yashuan exclaimed, tilting her elegant neck back and gulping down the water, feeling as though her lungs might burst. Su Lang was momentarily taken aback, noticing how beautiful Chao Yashuan appeared at that moment, her fair neck glistening, resembling either sweat or droplets of water. "Returning home feels wonderful," Tong Chi sighed, her breath coming in waves. Both women, being astute, refrained from voicing any complaints. Clearly, fleeing was the wisest choice under such circumstances. The 3 settled onto the couch, and Chao Yashuan rubbed her hands together, eagerly saying, "Little Tong, quickly show us what you have." "All right," Tong Chi responded, and soon a khaki trench coat ensemble appeared in her hands. Survivor's outfit. Type: clothing. Level: 3. Effect 1. Enhanced 1 constitution, 1 spirit. Effect 2. Low profile reduces presence, even outside the dormitory. 1 will not be deliberately targeted by monsters. Effect 3. Survivor satiety will not decrease below 5. Durability: 2323. Decomposition yield: high-grade fabric x10. High-grade leather x10. Upgrade requirement: 400 nightmare coins. Description: the one who survives till the end will surely be me. Remarkably, it's a level 3 outfit. Chao Yashuan exclaimed with delight, adding, "And it's a hunger-resistant artifact." Su Lang chuckled, "This gear is perfect for wilderness survival. If only we had this in the last game, we could have hidden in a container with enough food." Of course, that was assuming no probing monsters were present. "Doesn't that make it somewhat unsuitable for you, Brother Lang?" Tong Chi said, a hint of shyness in her tone. The high level of room 200 implied they had likely holed up during their gameplay, never venturing out. Su Lang affectionately ruffled her hair. "Regardless, it's definitely a win. After all, it's a level 3 outfit. Tong Chi, you truly have good luck." Yes, you're practically a reincarnation of luck." Chao Yashuan laughed. Tong Chi felt a bit bashful from the praise. Then Brother Lang, quickly try it on. "All right." Su Lang removed his clothing and began to don the survivor's outfit. As he slipped into the boots, pants, and top, the ensemble subtly adjusted to perfectly fit his physique. It felt comfortable and enhanced his strength. Su Lang clenched his fists and smiled lightly. "So handsome." Chao Yashuan's eyes sparkled as she regarded Su Lang with admiration, her gaze primarily focused on his appearance. The survivor's outfit may seem unremarkable at first glance, yet when adorned by Su Lang, it harmonizes splendidly, exuding a palpable essence of a post-apocalyptic industrial aesthetic. In recent days, none have donned any formal attire, making Su Lang's complete ensemble truly unique. After allowing the 2 women to admire his appearance for a moment, Su Lang approached the door, prompting Tong Chi to retrieve the rapid crossbow for installation. With a flash of brilliance, 2 crossbows materialized, one positioned inside the dormitory and the other outside. Their glinting bolts aimed menacingly down the corridor, poised for action. Su Lang, with a hint of obsessive precision, adjusted the 2 crossbows to align perfectly horizontally, nodding in satisfaction. The sight of those crossbow bolts was somewhat intimidating, making Chao Yashuan feel as though she were being threatened by a firearm. Tongqi added. Yet it also instills a sense of security. Su Lang remarked, we can activate or deactivate these bolts from within the dormitory. Once the game commences, we shall keep them armed. After articulating this, Su Lang snapped a photo and shared it in the chat room. 200 Su Lang. Please refrain from approaching my room unless necessary. Image. 5 Zhu Yen. Brother Lang is impressive. He has truly set up the crossbows. 181 Liu. Brother Lang is remarkable. 32 Yi Fan. Whoa, someone buy me a rapid crossbow, and I shall willingly devote myself. Chapter 33. Wang Yaji is ready. The continuous praise from the players for Su Lang filled Chao Yashuan and Tongqi with a sense of pride. As they embraced his arms, their faces blossoming with joy. Su Lang felt this was an opportune moment and decided to send a message to Wang Yaji. 200 Su Lang. Would you like to come stay with me? Wang Yaji's private messages were not as numerous as Su Lang's. Hence she had not set up any filters, allowing her to see the message promptly. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she began to reply. 193 Wang Yaji. ISNT that inappropriate. 200 Su Lang. Then never mind. 193 Wang Yaji. Alright, I'll come take a look shortly. Seeing Su Lang's manner of conversation tightened Wang Yaji's chest, nearly breaking her composure. Was this the modern approach boys took when courting girls? It seemed quite reasonable. Though she understood that society was no longer harmonious, the thought of visiting Su Lang's room made her feel a rush of nerves. Her family background was not inferior to Chao Yashuan's, merely more traditional. Typically, if an ordinary girl were presented with such an opportunity, she would not hesitate in the slightest. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly every living woman had hinted at her feelings towards Su Lang. Xiao Zhu. If, hypothetically, Su Lang were to ask you to go to him right now, what would you do? Wang Yaji inquired of the occupant of dormitory 193, a petite girl. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhu exclaimed, Sister Ya, did Su Lang really ask you to come over now? Wang Yaji nodded, a flicker of confusion passing through her mind. Something felt amiss. Hadn't she phrased it as a hypothetical? How did Xiao Zhu know the truth? This exclamation from Xiao Zhu immediately drew the attention of those around them. In their profession, women predominated, and at that moment, while purchasing sanitary products in the living area, the unexpected exclamation from Xiao Zhu caused all eyes to shift towards Wang Yaji. Their gazes transforming with newfound intrigue. Wang Yaji was poised for great success. A flicker of envy and resentment sparkled in the eyes of a few boys. Naturally, they harbored thoughts about a sister like Wang Yaji, who exuded a scholarly aura. In such an extreme environment, the desires of individuals ran rampant, and thoughts that were seldom entertained began to play out in their minds, perhaps leading to actions in due time. Upon realizing her predicament was exposed, Wang Yaji did not attempt to defend herself, instead appearing rather magnanimous. Yaji, is what Xiao Zhu said true? Wu Huihui approached and whispered. Wang Yaji nodded in response. Wu Huihui, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. This situation resembled both the oppression of the weak by the strong and the benevolence of the strong towards the weak. However, 99% would perceive it as the latter, given the prevailing conditions. I'll escort Yaji, you all wait here. Afterwards, we will sweep the building together. Wu Huihui announced to the group. Although unspoken, everyone was subtly wary of Wang Ao, anticipating Wang Yaji's return. Room 200, Su Lang remarked to Chao Yashuan and Tongqi. The two women were momentarily stunned. Chao Yashuan's expression fell, while Tongqi pondered before cheerfully replying, Sure, 4 of us will be more formidable. Precisely, Su Lang smiled. The more individuals involved, the quicker his development, especially with beautiful women. Chao Yashuan remarked wistfully, Su Lang, can you handle it? At this rate, you'll inevitably meet your demise in bed. Besides, our current bed isn't even spacious enough. The nightmare small bed can barely accommodate 3 people. For we'll surely become a human hamburger. Su Lang patted his chest confidently, saying, No worries, as long as I can safeguard another life. I don't mind squeezing a little. Both Chao Yashuan and Tongqi found his words to be rather shameless. Suit yourself, Chao Yashuan muttered. Tongqi attempted to mediate. It's all right. Senior Wang Yaji is a very kind person. Before long, the doorbell chimed melodiously. Su Lang glanced at the surveillance screen and noted that it was only Wang Yaji and Wu Huihui. I'll get the door, he said as he approached and opened it. Wang Yaji, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a white pleated skirt, met Su Lang's gaze with a flicker of acknowledgement, neither shying away nor lowering her head, but instead meeting his gaze directly. Please come in, Su Lang gestured. Smiling at Wang Yaji. Su Lang, you must not bully Yaji, Wu Huihui admonished sternly. Su Lang glanced at her petite frame and nodded, chuckling. Rest assured, I treat women well. Just look at the spirits of Yashuan and Tong. Hui Hui, you needn't worry about me, Wang Yaji assured Wu Hui Hui. Nodding, Wu Hui Hui turned and left as the door closed behind her. Once inside, Wang Yaji inquired, shall we change our shoes? The shoe cabinet beside them held a few pairs of indoor slippers, yet Su Lang and the others seldom utilized them, for in such an environment, formalities were of little concern. Let us change, Su Lang replied. Su Lang nodded, noting the fair complexion of Wang Yaji's ankles. Under his unwavering gaze, Wang Yaji blushed slightly. Su Lang placed a pair of shoes beside her, prompting her to begin changing footwear. The moment her delicate foot emerged from the flat shoe, Su Lang knew it was worth it. He had made the right choice for his third tenant. It was a true masterpiece. Her ankles were elegantly rounded, the arch of her foot smooth, the flesh evenly proportioned, and her skin as pristine as mutton fat jade, subtly shimmering with a lustrous sheen. The faint veins on the dorsum of her foot added an irreplaceable touch of authenticity. Su Lang glanced at Wang Yaji again, noticing a hint of crimson on her neck. Moreover, her comfort level surged dramatically, an unexpected increase of 2 points. This revelation astonished Su Lang. Did he possess such a peculiar penchant? It wasn't tea that he didn't tea. Rather, the time had simply not yet come. Wang Yaji, feeling bashful, tightly clenched her fists, as if her feet were a body part too embarrassing to reveal. Su Lang regained his composure, cleared his throat, and led Wang Yaji to the living room, smiling. Please, have a seat. Wang Yaji did not immediately sit down, but instead cast a glance at the room's layout. Su Lang's dormitory was similar in size to Wu Hui's, but differed significantly in arrangement. Sister Ya, would you like something to eat? Tong Chi asked thoughtfully. Since Chao Yashuan was unwilling to break the ice, she took it upon herself. I'm not hungry, Wang Yaji waved her hand. Whether we are hungry or not, we must have dinner, Su Lang replied with a smile. Subsequently, the three began preparing the meal. Chao Yashuan pouted like an oil jar, only to become docile after receiving a peck from Su Lang. Wang Yaji felt somewhat embarrassed, as if she were merely a guest. Ultimately, she grasped a bit of the logic behind Su Lang and the others cooking and stepped forward to assist. The clock hung on the wall opposite the sofa, its 3 hands quietly moving until it struck 8 in the evening. It was only then that the 4 of them began to eat. The dishes were abundant, and even though Wang Yaji considered herself not a glutton, she felt as though she could swallow her tongue. As night deepened, Wang Yaji's mood grew increasingly tense. The position of the tenant had been granted to her. Now she could freely reside in this dormitory, equipped with 2 rapid-fire crossbows and dual formidable doors. Yet, she found it hard to feel joy, her anxiety consuming her. It feels as if I am being coerced into this. Ultimately, it only serves to make Su Lang and the others unhappy, and I am unhappy as well. Yaji, you need not feel this way, since a decision has been made. Just live well. Wang Yaji engaged in an internal struggle before feigning a yawn and addressing Su Lang. Su Lang, when do we sleep? I'm feeling a bit tired. Oh, then you should rest first. The faucet in the washroom turns to the right for hot water, Su Lang nodded. Wang Yaji's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, her lower lip curling upward, displaying a hint of innocent confusion. Aren't you going to sleep? No, Su Lang shook his head, then explained. We all sleep during the day and are awake at night. You go ahead and sleep, it's perfectly fine. If she went to bed now, wouldn't he adjusting to the time difference be in vain? Moreover, having slept excessively, he genuinely could not assure himself that he would find rest again once the nightmarish bed cooled down and refreshed. Indeed, Sister Wang, you should rest first, Tong Chi smiled. Then I shall truly retire. Wang Ya's tone, albeit tinged with hesitation, led her towards the washroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Su Lang's copper coins clinked in unison. A few hundred copper coins still felt dreadfully insufficient. After some contemplation, Su Lang organized a few supplies and began communicating with Wu Hui. Moments later, the mundane tasks before Su Lang, along with a blueprint for an iron gate, vanished entirely. With an influx of over 1,000 copper coins, a sense of security enveloped him. Now that blueprints had become commonplace, the materials had turned exceedingly precious. The recent transaction had primarily involved raw materials he no longer required, along with the iron gate blueprint and Zhou Tao's room key. He entrusted the mystery box belonging to Zhou Tao to Wu Hui, as he had no desire to leave the dormitory. So, Su Lang, how much did you sell for? Chao Yashuan inquired eagerly. 1,500, Su Lang replied with a smile. Chao Yashuan let out a long sigh of relief. I thought you might sell it cheaply to Wu Hui. Tong Chi chuckled. Sister Chao? Are you worried that Brother Lang will be bewitched by Sister Wang? This topic had been broached during dinner by Wang Ya. Wu Hui and her companions were in urgent need of raw materials and had asked Su Lang if he had any surplus. Not at all. Chao Yashuan rolled her eyes. I merely feared he would sell it for less. She recalled Sigma Su Lang. In the initial days following his arrival, she had been thoroughly tormented. While he was undoubtedly lustful, Su Lang had never struck her as someone who thought with a limited perspective. Once Wang Ya emerged from her washing up, she noticed Su Lang and the others still seated on the sofa and inquired, "Where shall I sleep?" Tong Chi raised a finger, gesturing for silence, then pointed towards the nightmarish bed. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Wang Ya's eyes. Instead of immediately approaching the bed, she sent Tong Chi a private message. Through this, she ascertained what the group was engaged in. Su Lang was meditating while Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi observed him. Wang Ya leaned in closer, discovering Su Lang languidly reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, breathing steadily, embodying the serenity of a monk in deep meditation. Meditation? What is this? She had heard that Su Lang had acquired the most expensive skill, reportedly named meditation. Immediately, she continued messaging Tong Chi, and the two women began conversing. In times past, when Su Lang struggled to sleep, he had also practiced meditation, employing a technique known as the pilot's sleep method. It was the pilot's sleep method, not the airplane's sleep method. Originally designed for military pilots, it gradually gained widespread recognition. Essentially, it involves relaxing the body and envisioning sunlit beaches and fluffy clouds. This constitutes conventional meditation. However, the skill of meditation was entirely distinct from what Su Lang had previously understood. Upon activating meditation, Su Lang's perception of the external world dulled instantaneously, with all his mental energy focused on the transformations within. The rhythmic pulse, the soothing sound of blood flowing, and the subtle changes in the movement of internal organs all permeated his sensory world, granting him an unparalleled sense of tranquility and the exquisite delight of attuning to his own rhythm. Notably, skills can also be enhanced using nightmare coins, and the price is quite reasonable. As time slowly passed, Chao Yashuan and the others sequentially retired to their beds, oblivious to Su Lang's awareness. It was not until the sun rose the following day that he gradually opened his eyes. Strangely enough, although the dormitory in the survival game was entirely enclosed, sunlight would permeate the room during the day. Wang Yaji had gone to sleep early, and as Su Lang opened his eyes, she too awoke in unison. "Sister Wang, come join me for morning exercises," Su Lang beckoned. Su Lang and his companions had grown accustomed to sleeping during the day, while Wang Yaji, who was unaccustomed to such a schedule, found it somewhat difficult to fall asleep. Fortunately, she was not entirely without engagement. The girls on the 10th floor were fervently discussing various topics, and Wu Hui and her group had scavenged numerous intriguing items, sparking lively conversation. As they chatted, Wang Yaji began to feel drowsy. Few had enjoyed restful sleep in recent days, herself included. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted off to slumber, though the small bed was cramped. It offered a sense of security. Chapter 35, Upgrading the Nightmare Bed, a Mysterious ID. Basic Nightmare Coins, 40, Conversion Rate, 290. 8 hours yield, 156 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins, 338. The value of Nightmare Coins surged dramatically. Su Lang clenched his fist, stifling a cheer. There were so many items available for upgrade. For instance, the pivotal door could be upgraded for only 300 Nightmare Coins. Meditation, perhaps due to its initial level, required merely 45 Nightmare Coins to enhance, a price that was astonishingly low. However, Su Lang realized that he must refrain from impulsively spending the Nightmare Coins for now. Upgrading the bed was paramount. A smile crept across his lips as he forcefully suppressed the urge to splurge. Spending immediately was not a prudent decision. Should unforeseen circumstances arise requiring immediate access to Nightmare Coins, it would pose a dilemma. Rising from his bed, he glanced at the clock, noting it was just past 5. With nothing to occupy his time, he returned to bed and commenced meditation. Meditation can indeed become addictive with excessive practice. Yet, one cannot sustain it for too long, lest it lead to headaches. Before long, Chao Yashuan and the others awakened, bustling about to prepare breakfast. In the preceding days, lacking a kitchen, they had subsisted mostly on bread. Now, with the amenities available, even a simple bowl of hot noodles was a delight. As the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, Su Lang opened his eyes and headed to the washroom to freshen up. Once he was ready, the noodles were already laid out on the dining table. In the white porcelain bowl, the firm noodles floated atop the broth, accompanied by 2 charming poached eggs. Who made these fried eggs? They're simply perfect, Su Lang exclaimed with a smile. Chao Yashuan's lips curled upward, and unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Huh, it was I? I once attended a culinary class. But alas, there's no oven here. Otherwise, I could have baked you a cake. Wow, that's impressive. From now on, the cooking duties shall fall to you." Su Lang gasped in admiration. Upon hearing this, Chao Yashuan immediately pouted her lips, feeling as though a task had been assigned to her. Tong Chi discreetly kicked Su Lang under the table, saying, "Sister Wang and I can cook too." "Indeed," Wang Yaji nodded. "I can prepare Cantonese and Sichuan dishes, though we currently lack fresh ingredients." "Wow, all 3 of you are culinary wizards. From now on, the cooking duties shall be entrusted to you," Su Lang exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Tong Chi chuckled. We're not culinary wizards. We just know how to cook. The atmosphere at the dining table soon became lively. During this time, Wang Yaji also mentioned Wu Hui and her associates, revealing that Wu had consolidated resources to replace everyone's iron doors. The residents of the other floors were eager to benefit from these resources, but the 10th floor had already denied new occupants entry. Even if newcomers arrived, Wu Hui would not offer any material assistance. This maneuver garnered her considerable acclaim. Additionally, players noticed that Zhang Dehai had been lingering outside the dormitory, seemingly aimless. While supplies did refresh in those areas, their quality was generally inferior compared to the last day of the game. Su Lang, when do you think the new residents will arrive? Tong Chi asked, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Wang Yaji and Chao Yashuan also looked to Su Lang for an answer. Su Lang subtly shook his head. How could he possibly know about such matters? It was likely to be within this week, perhaps even in the next couple of days. He responded ambiguously. Do you want them to come or not? Wang Yaji pressed. Su Lang rubbed his nose. Was this the pressure of being the leader? Truly daunting. The three girls were unaware of the challenges he faced in discerning such matters. Yet, as they all turned to him for answers, he felt compelled to maintain a facade. Su Lang replied solemnly, we cannot draw any conclusions just yet, as we remain unaware of what the new players will be like. If they are newcomers like us, it would be advantageous. However, if they are seasoned players, the situation could become dire. The difficulty of the game would undoubtedly increase, and seasoned players may not exhibit a friendly attitude towards newcomers. The three of them felt the weight of his words and instinctively grew anxious, losing some of their earlier excitement. Seasoned players might not extend a friendly hand to them, potentially posing a greater threat than the monsters themselves. In fact, discussions regarding the so-called new residents had been abundant in the chat room, filled with various speculations. Su Lang's perspective was not particularly rare. It merely followed a clear logical chain. As they conversed, night fell. The four could see the darkened sky through the surveillance screen. The blood-tinged night was devoid of both moonlight and stars, eerie and hollow. When Wu Hui and her group returned in the evening, they brought Wang Yaji a deck of cards. At that moment, the three girls were playing Do Di Zhu on the sofa, while Su Lang meditated. Wang Yaji, having never played Do Di Zhu before, was learning the ropes and experiencing a crushing defeat. Time slipped away quietly, and due to the lengthy gameplay during the day, no one felt particularly sleepy until the early morning, when Chao Yashuan and the others finally made their way to bed. Su Lang took a deep breath and approached the bedside. The desolate nightmare bed underwent a transformation. Comforting nightmare bed, permanently bound. Type, facility, level, 1 durability. Comfort level, 20, increases nightmare coin conversion rate by 20. Effect, Sleep the Lord of Nightmares gains 7 nightmare coins for every hour of sleep. Limited to 8 hours per day. Effect, permanent indestructible, cannot be disassembled or detected. The Lord of Nightmares can summon it again if damaged. Exclusive upgrade requirement, 1,000 nightmare coins. Description, time to sleep, time to sleep. The three women, still not fully asleep, sensed the changes in the nightmare bed and couldn't help but open their eyes. They beheld the bed beneath them suddenly expanding, its warmth reminiscent of sun-kissed comfort, with a delightful fragrance permeating the air. The previously haphazardly tossed blankets had also grown larger, now neatly arranged. Although this bed was quite peculiar, capable of self-cleaning, Chao Yashuan had never encountered such a pristine sight before. It seemed to sparkle with brilliance. Basic nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate, 304. Total nightmare coins generated in 8 hours, 226. Total nightmare coins, 364. Over the course of a night, more than 200 nightmare coins. When Su Lang awoke to see his bountiful harvest, a broad smile spread across his face. Now, the main gate could be upgraded directly. Su Lang, what's wrong with you? Chao Yashuan whispered, roused from her slumber. Something good has happened, Su Lang replied, wearing a mysterious smile. No matter how elated he felt, he would never disclose the secrets of the sequence. It was not a matter of trust. Rather, some secrets were meant to be kept to oneself, lest one be considered a fool deserving of divine punishment. How annoying, Chao Yashuan murmured, opening the chat room, assuming something had transpired among the players. The ensuing dialogue captured her attention. 44 Wang Ao. I've filled both my dormitories with rapid-fire crossbows now. Image. 57 Lu Quan. What's there to boast about with those flimsy wooden crossbows? 84 Li Wang. Bro, everyone only has about 1,000 copper coins. Being able to purchase something worth 8,000 copper coins is already impressive. 5 Zhu Yen. Indeed, and many are still in level 0 dormitories, unable to install any attack facilities. 32 Yi Fan. Let's not dwell on that. Who is this person? We don't have anyone like that in our school. 1 Jin Xian. Who the hell are you? 88 Xiaobin. Who the hell are you? 40 Zhao Shuang. Who the hell are you? 44 Wang Ao. Who do you think you are? Chapter 36. The veteran players emerge. targeting Su Lang. Su Lang, quickly look at the chat room. Chow Yashwan exclaimed. Su Lang was taken aback and immediately opened the chat room, subsequently clicking on Lu Quan's personal information. Name, Lu Quan, experience, Phase 3, room number, 57, owner, a Phase 3 player. Su Lang's brow furrowed deeply. A player with 2 levels of experience above him had arrived directly. At that moment, the chat room was abuzz with excitement. 32 Yi Fan, wow. It's a Phase 3 expert, please take us along. Chow Bin, Senior, how exactly do you play this game? Li Wang, Lu Quan, Great One, please take me along. Sun Yen, Lu Quan, Esteemed One, do you still have a vacancy in your room? May I join? Lu Quan, hee, it seems I am the only seasoned player here. When I arrived, I glanced at your profiles. You must be from a newly opened building. I have but one question. Who claimed the starter pack? Lin Bao, Su Lang from dormitory 200 got it. Lu Quan, Su Lang, hand over the items, and I might spare your life. Su Lang furrowed his brow deeply. This person had aimed his gun directly at him upon arrival. Brother Lang, what should we do? Tong Chi's expression was tense. This seasoned player did not appear benevolent, and his intimidating demeanor suggested he had some backing. Let him come, Su Lang replied calmly. Tong Chi felt a sense of relief. Chow Yashwan, fuming, said, perfect. The crossbow has no targets. Let's shoot him. Wang Ye's eyes were filled with concern. Although there had been no direct confrontations among players, the physical prowess of the third phase players was certainly beyond the average person, and they might possess many peculiar items. Lu Quan, those willing to follow me. Gather on the 3rd floor. Wang Ao, you are the floor leader, right? Have your subordinates come with me. In the next round of the game, you can lie down and relax. Su Lang's gaze flickered. He now understood why Lu Quan had targeted Wang Ao upon arrival. It was to build momentum for himself. Such individuals were far more troublesome than mindless lunatics. In the corridor of the 3rd floor, more than 10 players gathered. The brutal dormitory survival game ignited their desperate yearning for a higher authority, akin to that of seniors or leaders, much like humanity's inclination to deify. Upon seeing such a scant number of players, Lu Quan furrowed his brow and inquired, is there no one else? Brother Quan, it seems not. Most players are on the 10th floor, Sun Hung said while rubbing his hands together, smiling. Some were at a loss for words, resorting to flattery. Brother Quan, you truly appear formidable. This Great One can indeed lead them to survive. Flattering him is inconsequential. Lu Quan rubbed his unkempt beard, his expression peculiar, and remarked, all right, enough with the flattery. Let us head to the 10th floor. Brother Quan, did you rob Su Lang? He has a gun, so be cautious. A male student said with a sycophantic smile. Guns are generally tier 2 weapons. It should be fine. Lu Quan replied dismissively, shaking his head. As the group conversed, they proceeded toward the 10th floor. During their journey, many divulged Su Lang's secrets, effectively selling him out, eager to catch Lu Quan's attention. Su Lang is quite lecherous. He has 3 beauties at home. Su Lang possesses a steel door and 2 rapid crossbows. Su Lang purchased meditation. Lu Quan waved his hand. What are the prices of the 5 most expensive items in your supermarket's various sections? A thick-browed boy quickly replied, I know this. The most expensive item in the goods section is a tier 4 battle axe, priced at 19,999 copper coins, and in the facilities section. After listening to the account, Lu Quan fixed his gaze on the boy and inquired, what is your name? My name is Lu Chong, and we are of the same clan, Brother Quan. The young man with thick eyebrows chuckled cheerfully. Lu Quan nodded with profound significance. Your intelligence-gathering skills are quite impressive. Perhaps you could become my tenant in the future. Lu Chong was overjoyed. Lu Quan continued, allow me to share a little tip. The most expensive items that refresh in the supermarket at the end of each game often offer the best value for money. Acquiring them is akin to making a profit. Hee, but we don't have that much money, Lu Chong chuckled. Lu Quan shook his head. That is merely a reflection of your gameplay approach. I will teach you how to save money and efficiently farm monsters. Now, tell me what items you have discovered over the past couple of days. Do not conceal anything. Lu Chong hesitated, overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks at hand. Lu Quan spoke earnestly. Share some unique items, as the attributes of what you find during your leisure time often correlate with the content of the next round of the game. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately chimed in excitedly. Lu Quan maintained a calm demeanor until the mention of the red sleeve shoes and red lanterns made his brow furrow in sudden alarm. Brother Quan, what's wrong? Lu Chong, perceptive as ever, noticed Lu Quan's unusual reaction and instantly expressed concern, as if Lu Quan were his beloved. It's nothing. It's only the 2nd day, and the characteristics are not yet discernible. As the game progresses, the traits will gradually become more evident. Lu Quan said with a deep breath, his voice solemn. I hope it is not as I fear. The red sleeve shoes and red lanterns inevitably evoke thoughts of Chinese horror. Lu Chong then gave his characteristic chuckle and asked, Brother Quan, could you share how you arrived at our dormitory building? The survival game offers a plethora of gameplay options, and the items will diversify. You'll understand in due time that relocating dormitories is not a formidable task, Lu Quan explained impatiently. The others fell silent, as they had already reached the 10th floor. In dormitory 200, Su Lang was acutely aware that Lu Quan had brought people with him, his expression grave. This might very well be the greatest crisis he had encountered in the survival game thus far. A dozen individuals, plus one seasoned player, and a steel door could hardly withstand such numbers. Wang Ao, Su Lang, do you want to collaborate to take down Lu Quan? At that moment, a private message popped up. Su Lang's furrowed brow relaxed as he dismissed the notification. Even in such a critical moment, his close acquaintance Wu Hui remained silent. Let alone Wang Ao, who was utterly untrustworthy. Previously, he and Wang Ao had been at odds, and now he suddenly proposed collaboration. To be frank, individuals like that might very well be the most suited players for the dormitory survival game. Su Lang and his companions remained tense, their eyes fixed on the surveillance screen. When they saw Lu Quan indeed enter the monitoring range with his group, Chao Yashuan promptly activated the automatic attack mode of the rapid crossbow, following Su Lang's earlier instructions. Chapter 37. Dare to challenge Su Lang? An old player falls. A secondary steel door and 2 first-level attack facilities. Truly, a bunch of novices. Lu Quan scoffed at the dormitory's setup, the atmosphere thick with pretentiousness. His gaze swept across the monitors and the shrine housing the ghostly child. Upon gazing at the monitor, his expression remained largely unchanged. However, upon encountering the ghostly child, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Is this truly a guardian spirit? Lu Quan exclaimed, his lips quivering. The onlookers were taken aback. What could have provoked such a reaction from this formidable figure? Brother Quan, what's the matter? Lu Chang inquired cautiously. Lu Quan inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he pointed at the ghostly child, demanding, where did this thing come from? It seems to be the airdrop reward that Su Lang obtained. A male student eagerly responded. In the dormitory, Su Lang observed the fluctuating expressions on Lu Quan's face, prompting him to stroke his chin in contemplation. Could this guardian spirit possess some peculiar significance? Judging solely by Lu Quan's grim visage, he found himself utterly perplexed. Is this person insane? Chao Yashuan blurted out, her exquisite features contorting in displeasure. After mulling over something, Lu Quan seethed. Damn it, he actually used my unsealing package. You all go and deplete the durability of those 2 crossbows first. Afterward, I shall break down the door. This brat must be dragged out and killed. When the spoils are divided, I promise you half. Oh, and do not touch that guardian spirit. Do not damage it. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group sparkled with excitement. I'll go first. A portly young man volunteered. This endeavor undoubtedly carried risks. Otherwise, Lu Quan would not have instructed them to proceed first. Yet, with risk comes the potential for reward, should one display sufficient valor. They might catch Lu Quan's eye and become his roommate. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Su Lang, observing the unfolding events outside, had a fleeting thought and swiftly tapped the control screen of the defensive mechanisms twice, disabling the automatic attack mode. The contest between the 2 parties was officially underway. Bang! The rotund young man brandished a brick and hurled it at the nearest swift crossbow. Crack! The brick shattered, yet the swift crossbow remained unscathed, gleaming as if new. Fool! Lu Quan exclaimed impatiently, it's a waste to use ranged weapons against defensive structures. Then what should I do? The portly young man turned crimson with embarrassment. Use melee weapons. Lu Quan replied, the first-level structures 1T have a fast attack speed. Just be mindful to evade. After a moment of hesitation, the young man gritted his teeth and drew a bone knife, stepping forward. This risk must be taken. Cautiously advancing a few steps, the young man noticed that the crossbow did not retaliate. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, and he burst into laughter. I've figured it out. Su Lang has run out of copper coins. Firing the crossbow requires copper coins. He has purchased so many supplies that his copper coins are depleted. Ha! Upon hearing this revelation, the others' eyes lit up as well. One of the boys brandished a baton, exclaiming, I'll assist too. Bang! As the portly young man laughed, he swung his knife down upon the swift crossbow. The boy with the baton paused momentarily, then, seeing that the portly young man was unharmed, hastened his pace. Bang! The baton struck down, leaving a scratch upon the crossbow. The 2 young men grew increasingly enthusiastic, the sounds of their strikes echoing incessantly. Others exchanged glances before approaching to strike at another swift crossbow. How infuriating! Su Lang, I have long harbored disdain for you. I shall bring you to your end. What audacity is this? Is it merely because you stumbled upon a few blueprints by chance? Do you think your insignificant pistol makes you remarkable? And to dare contend for my women, those are mine. You lecherous scoundrel, by what right do you thrive, and even prosper more than us? 3 women. How could you possibly occupy the affections of 3? You deserve to perish. How does it feel to have your door smashed? As the altercation escalated, the crowd turned against Su Lang, their shouts laced with ire. These individuals had become twisted, After enduring so long, they finally found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, each one consumed by madness. Among Lu Quan's followers, only a few remained in the corridor, hesitant to join the fray. Suddenly, as the assailants crowded the hallway, the swift crossbow activated, releasing 2 bolts almost simultaneously. At first, the crowd did not react, their eyes glazed with rage, continuing their assault until someone collapsed, clutching a wound. The realization struck. Oh no, a murder has occurred. Run, Su Lang is laying a trap. Panic ensued, scattering the crowd and leaving behind 2 corpses and 1 severely injured player. The crossbows unleashed their bolts, mercilessly finishing off the downed players. In mere seconds, 3 had fallen before the door of dormitory number 200. What an opportunity! Yet, as all players retreated, one defied the tide, none other than the seasoned player Lu Quan. Brandishing a long sword, he moved with agility, swiftly reaching the steel door. The sword glimmered with a blue radiance as it thrust towards the dilapidated swift crossbow. Lu Quan's arm, however, pulled to the right, aiming to strike down both crossbows in succession. Without these 2 offensive apparatuses, Su Lang would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Just then, the 2 swift crossbows shimmered, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The wooden bodies were enveloped in bronze casings, and the iron arrowheads morphed entirely into bronze, adorned with intricate, ancient patterns. Bronze crossbow, type, offensive facility, level 2, damage, 20 attack speed, fast, bolts, 11, each bolt requires 65 copper coins, durability, 6,565, decomposition yields, bronze X8. Bronze bolts X1, upgrade requirement, 210 nightmare coins. Description, let the brilliance of bronze shine once more upon the world. In a pivotal moment, Su Lang upgraded the swift crossbow. As both crossbows ascended in rank, their durability was replenished, and their power surged, nearly doubling their lethality. Lu Quan, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, turned pale. However, as an experienced player who had faced death numerous times, he attempted to flee. Yet, Su Lang's swift combination of attacks was far from over. The specter he coveted, Gui Tong, suddenly glowed with intensity, forcibly immobilizing Lu Quan. In that instant of control, 2 bolts struck into his back, sealing his fate. Immediately, 2 bronze crossbow bolts flew through the air with remarkable speed, striking with a rapidity of approximately 1 shot per second. In that moment, Lu Quan had just regained control, and in a desperate bid for survival, he unleashed a powerful burst, propelling himself several meters away. This momentary explosion of energy afforded him a fleeting chance to catch his breath, and without a second thought, he collapsed onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The door swung wide open, and a green-painted pistol emerged, its gunfire resonating like firecrackers during a festive celebration. Chao Yashuan stood in stunned silence, witnessing Su Lang's fingers moving so swiftly they seemed to leave traces in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lang acted decisively, delivering a devastating blow to the unwelcome Lu Quan. With American-style precision, he discharged all 17 rounds, transforming Lu Quan's body into a sieve, lifeless and utterly defeated. Chapter 38. Su Ruyan, the Mechanism of Blood Vengeance. Those who had fled into the corridor were left in shock, unable to comprehend that the formidable Lu Quan had already met his demise. Remarkably, not even 10 seconds had elapsed. The turnaround was astonishingly swift. Just moments before, Lu Quan had led his team with 10-1 odds, and now, how had they lost? In the blink of an eye, allies lay slain, and the leader was down. Lu Quan's name faded into obscurity, marking him with the most definitive testament to his death. Meanwhile, Su Lang had reloaded his magazine and aimed his weapon down the corridor. After the kill, he remained composed, his breath steady, methodically reloading as if he were a professional assassin. With newfound wealth, Su Lang had requested Wu Huihui to procure some number 6 bullets for him. Now, he had ample ammunition at his disposal. The moment he desired to shoot, he could do so without hesitation. As the saying goes, when one wields a hammer, everyone appears as a nail. He would not spare a single one of those intruders who dared to breach his door. Revenge. This was the rational choice. The more rational a person is, the more they understand the significance of retribution. For if one allows others to offend them without consequence, the subsequent affronts will only multiply. Just as Su Lang was about to pull the trigger, a feminine voice suddenly called out from behind him. I advise you not to do that. Instantly, Su Lang pivoted, aiming his gun at the masked woman standing 10 meters away in the adjacent passage. At the same time, he took a small step back, positioning himself behind the steel door to eliminate the possibility of an ambush from the left corridor. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the masked woman's eyes. Impressive reflexes. It's hard to believe you're a first-tier player. Who are you? Su Lang inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the masked figure. The woman was tall and curvaceous, adorned in dark green leather, her black mask shifting with her breath, creating an eerie pattern. However, Su Lang was not fixated on her physique, but rather on the fundamental information. Name, Su Ruyan. Qualification, 3rd tier. House number, 180. Homeowner. Comfort level, 80. Can enhance the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 80. Su Ruyan possessed a melodious voice, and her expressive eyes hinted at the striking beauty concealed beneath the mask. Yet, her comfort level was alarmingly low, for Su Lang had no desire to share his slumber with a venomous serpent. Indeed, this woman exudes the essence of a serpent, a particularly venomous one at that. Due to the unique configuration of the 10th floor, Dormitory 180 also falls within its realm. As an experienced player, I find myself somewhat distinct from the riffraff like him. Su Ruyan appears to smile, her gaze seemingly transcending the iron gate to rest upon the lifeless form of Lu Quan behind it, displaying a nonchalance towards the firearm in Su Lang's hand. I can assure you, this fellow has barely made it into the top 10, perhaps only once. While my 3 game experiences have all secured me a place in the top 10, Su Lang's eyes flicker as he calmly inquires. Then why did you just prevent me from eliminating others? That, of course, was to safeguard the remaining strength of our 10th floor, Su Ruyan, not one to keep secrets. Stated plainly, you have already accumulated blood resentment. Should you continue on this path of slaughter, your blood hatred will only intensify. By the time the first day of the game concludes, the monsters will be at your doorstep. Upon hearing this, an unsettling premonition washed over Su Lang. Yet he maintained his composure and asked, what is blood resentment? Seeing that Su Lang was not intimidated, Su Ruyan's emerald eyes sparkled with admiration as she replied, killing other players during the rest period will bind you with blood resentment. When the next round of the game begins, you will attract the ire of the monsters far more readily than others. Hiding in your dormitory will be of no avail, and the more you kill, the more intense the blood resentment becomes. This term, blood resentment, is a nomenclature we players use, and it also represents a hidden mechanism within the dormitory survival game. Su Lang fell silent, reflecting on how such crucial information had eluded any hints from the game. It was rather insidious. What would be the intensity of blood resentment if I were to kill one person? He inquired. To be precise, it would be 4. But since you did not personally slay them, the blood resentment will be somewhat lessened. Su Ruyan chuckled. Are there any concrete examples? Su Lang pressed further. At this juncture, he desired to cut through any ambiguity, ensuring that every word spoken was to the point. Since Su Ruyan was eager to elucidate, he aimed to extract as much information as possible. A disparity in knowledge is still a gain, and securing it is profit. Interestingly, the player with blood resentment in my last game was the first to perish, having only killed one person, Su Ruyan teased. Thus, I intervened to prevent you from continuing your spree. Otherwise, all the monsters would converge upon the 10th floor, and I would truly be at my wit's end. Su Lang remained silent, inwardly cursing the creator of the dormitory survival game. Observing his forlorn demeanor, Su Ruyan chuckled, her voice rich with magnetism. Fear not. The dormitory survival game has its own penal mechanisms. Your act of killing this time falls under passive retaliation. The blood resentment should not be excessive, or else I would have already switched floors. Thank you. I will reach out for your assistance if necessary, Su Lang replied earnestly. Su Ruyan's words surely harbored ulterior motives. Rather than waiting for her to make demands, he preferred to voice his own terms, ensuring they remained within his acceptable limits. Furthermore, this arrangement resembled a promissory note that required no expenditure. Well, if you wish to repay me, just try to endure a couple more days in the next round of the game, Su Ruyan remarked, turning to leave, her curves accentuated as she walked away. However, Su Lang felt that even if he were to revisit Su Ruyan's information, his level of comfort would not significantly increase. Although she had provided him with some intelligence, his perception of her remained unchanged. She was akin to a venomous serpent. Once the crowd in the corridor had dissipated, Su Lang returned to his room after examining Lu Quan's lifeless body. In the foyer, Chao Yashuan, cradling a crossbow bolt, was unable to contain the tears that sparkled in her eyes upon seeing Su Lang enter. Su Lang, I feared for your safety, she said in a trembling voice. Steady now, don't shoot me, Su Lang replied with a shrug. This crossbow bolt was his last resort, entrusted to Chao Yashuan. Her demeanor remained relatively composed. She could be relied upon in critical moments, and she had been by his side for the longest time. Su Lang, is what that woman said true? Wang Yaji inquired, stepping forward to check if Su Lang had sustained any injuries. Most likely, she had no reason to deceive me to save a few strangers, Su Lang replied, his expression darkening. The 3 women exchanged glances, each harboring a degree of concern. 9 Sun Hong. Damn it, what a foolish veteran player, almost got me killed. 181 Liu. Sun Hong, did you also go to the 10th floor? 9 Sun Hong. Don't slander me, I just want to take a look. 32 Yi Fan, what veteran player? I knew nothing was as reliable as Su Lang. If Lu Quan were truly formidable, he wouldn't have brought you all along. I just informed Su Lang, though I wonder if he saw it. 84 Li Wang. I didn't go either. That veteran player clearly saw us as cannon fodder. 186 Wang Tingting. Everyone hold on. Let me share some news about blood hate. 9 Sun Hung. Damn it, that bastard is indeed trying to harm us. Without a doubt, they'll make us kill Su Lang while they hide behind. 32 Yi Fan. Can you not self-destruct, brother? Aren't you afraid Su Lang will come after you? 9 Sun Hung. It's fine. I have blood hate. 181 Li Yu. That only seems to work during breaks. 9 Sun Hung. To be honest, I have great respect for Su Lang. If it weren't for him, we might all have perished in the first round of the game. The arrival of the clowns sparked a wave of laughter. 32 Yi Fan. Su Ruyan, sister. Could you possibly assist us? 180 Su Ruyan. After paying homage to the elder brother, now you come to worship the elder sister? Aren't you afraid of death? 32 Yi Fan. Hee, I have a feeling you are not a bad person. 180 Su Ruyan. I have no time for such frivolities, and soon enough. Other new residents will be arriving. You may inquire with them. Chapter 39. Counting Gains. The veteran players are quite poor. Su Lang opened his private messages and discovered that, 5 or 6 minutes prior, Yi Fan had indeed sent him a message. After responding with a simple thank you, he opened the chat window with Wu Hui Hui. 200 Su Lang. Do you want Lu Quan's door key? 186 Wu Hui Hui. How much? 200 Su Lang. You name your price. 186 Wu Hui Hui. I doubt I can afford it. Perhaps you should trade with Wang Ao. It would be beneficial for us from the original campus to grow stronger, so we won't be bullied. Su Lang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It appears that Wu Hui Hui is reluctant to accept dormitory number 57, situated on the 3rd floor. After all, the dormitory's main entrance and defensive facilities cannot simply be relocated to the 10th floor. A forced demolition would indeed be a considerable waste. As for selling it to Wang Ao, truth be told, if given the chance, Su Lang would still prefer to eliminate Wang Ao. This sentiment is not rooted in magnanimity, but rather in the previous theory of vengeance. At that moment, Wang Ao's avatar flickered, and a private message arrived. Su Lang clicked to view it. 44 Wang Ao. Brother Lang, are you selling the key to dormitory number 57? A soft chuckle escaped Su Lang's lips. This audacious Wang Ao certainly knows how to humble himself. Well, having already dispatched an old player, which served as a deterrent to other petty individuals, there's no rush to eliminate Wang Ao just yet. Besides, with Wang Ao on the 3rd floor, it is unlikely he would venture up here easily. 200 Su Lang. State your highest offer. 44 Wang Ao, 5,000 copper coins. If you grant me 2 more days, I can gather additional coins, but by then, other old players may arrive, increasing the likelihood of a forced entry. 200 Su Lang, 8,000. 44 Wang Ao, that is truly my highest offer. In dormitory number 44, Wang Ao's face darkened. In his haste, he had indeed revealed his maximum bid. They were all newcomers, lacking any intricate plans. By the end of their first day in the supermarket, they had nearly spent all their funds. His 5,000 coins were primarily amassed through looting and raiding. 200 Su Lang. Let us proceed with the transaction. Present all the valuables you are willing to exchange, and I shall see if they suffice. Wang Ao gritted his teeth, shouting for his subordinates to gather the materials while engaging in negotiations with Su Lang. His eyes reddened at the sight of the key to dormitory number 57 in the trading interface. This was the dormitory of an old player. He had inspected dormitory No. 57, and since Lu Quan had perished, its information was accessible. The entrance was a level 2 steel door, while the defensive mechanism consisted of 2 level 1 water cannons. Just the facade alone was worth 6,000. Hurry and bring everything. Wang Ao urged his subordinates. Before long, a plethora of materials filled his trading interface. On the other side, Su Lang felt it was time and clicked to finalize the trade. Wang Ao immediately agreed, and a key appeared in his hand. Huh. He erupted into laughter, momentarily envisioning the now empty dormitory, and could not help but curse. Damn it. We are even short on food. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he hastily led his 2 subordinates to dormitory number 57 to unlock the treasure chest. This dormitory No. 57 was crucial for him. Otherwise, his subordinates would lack even a level 1 dormitory, which would be quite embarrassing for him. A large amount of resources materialized in Su Lang's dormitory, causing the eyes of the 3 women, Chao Yashuan and the others, to light up. These were exchanged using Lu Quan's dormitory key. Please organize them while I assess the value of his other possessions. Su Lang smiled at the 3 women. Sure thing. Tong Chi rolled up her sleeves. Little Qian, with a tendency to hoard, was the most diligent in organizing the materials. Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji also joined in to help, while Su Lang quickly tallied Lu Quan's assets. He discovered a level 3 longsword, 3 level 2 throwing darts, 2 level 2 ghost-repelling talismans, and a piece of bloodstained map with an unknown purpose. In addition to this, there were merely a few hundred copper coins. It appeared that these seasoned players lacked the habit of saving money. Su Lang felt a profound disappointment, perceiving Lu Quan as rather impoverished. If Lu Quan were to discover this, he would likely be infuriated. Although not an elite player, he certainly should not be deemed less affluent than a newcomer. The reality was that Su Lang's wealth made Lu Quan seem quite destitute in comparison. Apart from the initial 2 days, Su Lang spent the subsequent days reveling in newfound riches, enjoying a life of luxury at home while others struggled. While they toiled, he was at home indulging in self-heating hot pot with 2 stunning beauties. The total worth of these items did not exceed 6,000, and as for the long sword, without the requisite skills, it was arguably less effective than a cleaver, making it difficult to sell. Su Lang stroked his chin in contemplation. After much deliberation, he resolved to retain the weapon for the 3 women's use. He also remembered another matter. If all the members in his dormitory ranked within the top 10, could they upgrade their dormitory multiple times? With this thought, he began to inquire of Su Ruyan. 180 Su Ruyan. So, even a turtle-style player like you harbors such aspirations? Su Lang mused to himself about her impressive information-gathering prowess, realizing how quickly she had discerned his background. Although Su Ruyan mocked him, she shared what she knew. 180 Su Ruyan. It 1T increased the frequency of room upgrades, but the rewards of others will align with the highest scorers. 200 Su Lang. Thank you. And why is Lu Quan so fixated on the guardian spirit? 180 Su Ruyan. Because there is no limit to the number of dormitory guardian spirits, and their functions are diverse and exceedingly rare. Not just him, I am envious too. If guardian spirits recognized only one room owner, I would certainly attempt to seize yours. Su Lang found this puzzling. 200 Su Lang. Then why does Lu Quan still attempt to take it from me? Su Ruyan's response was straightforward and blunt. 180 Su Ruyan. That fool probably doesn't know the specific rules regarding guardian spirits. He has merely heard of their existence. 200 Su Lang. Thank you. Thus, their conversation concluded, and Su Lang arrived at a decision. Yaji, come here, he beckoned Wang Yaji. What is it? Wang Yaji asked, adjusting her white dress as she approached. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi also glanced over. Su Lang directly handed the long sword to Wang Yaji. This is a gift for you. Wang Yaji was momentarily taken aback. Accepting the long sword and realizing it was a tier 3 item, she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, no, no. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Wu Huihui had merely purchased a tier 3 weapon. How could she rightfully possess such fine equipment without having done anything to earn it? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Sister Yaji, please accept it. Tong Chi chimed in with a smile. Su Lang has also gifted us weapons. But this is a tier 3 weapon. Wang Yaji's delicate hands clenched. Feeling a significant pressure, Chao Yashuan suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Just then, Su Lang sent her a private message. 200 Su Lang. In the future, I will exchange new weapons for you as well. This message was also sent to Tong Chi. Though relationships may be amicable, one must consider the imbalance that arises from scarcity, rather than merely the lack thereof. After sending messages to the 2 women, Su Lang addressed Wang Yaji, stating, once you take up this sword, be prepared for battle. If your intention is to remain at home indefinitely, then perhaps it is best to reconsider. Upon hearing this, a surge of courage welled up within Wang Yaji, and she acquiesced. She did not wish to languish in idleness, contributing nothing, should the dormitory doors ever be breached. She desired to lend her strength. Let us see what you can do, Su Lang remarked with a smile. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi, abandoning their tidying, rushed over to observe Wang Yaji wielding the sword. The blade danced through the air, reflecting a sharp glint, easily splintering ordinary wood upon contact. Chapter 40. Player count surpasses 100, upgrading meditation technique. As night fell, a multitude of players flocked to the Mad King's dormitory, causing the population to surpass 100. Among them were not solely seasoned players. A significant portion comprised complete newcomers, even less experienced than Su Lang and his companions, who had yet to participate in a single game. Fortuitously for them, each possessed a starting fund of 1,000 copper coins, a level 1 dormitory, and 2 points of free attributes. This incited some individuals to entertain unscrupulous thoughts. Just imagine the wealth to be amassed by seizing these newcomers. Capturing 10 would yield 10,000 coins, 70 would amount to 70,000. However, such actions were met with a united resistance from the new players, and many seasoned players condemned this behavior. Setting aside moral judgments, these newcomers represented a vital defense, akin to the outer city walls. Dismantling their protection for personal gain was something no one would tolerate. Furthermore, should one inadvertently take a life and become stained with blood, the misfortune would extend to the entire floor. Meanwhile, the external turmoil held no bearing on Su Lang. You may fight as you wish. I shall simply lie back. Evening was the primary mealtime for Su Lang's family. Tonight's fare consisted of stir-fried dishes. Each of the 3 women prepared a plate, and Su Lang relished the meal in silence, eager to finish quickly. Eventually, Chao Yashuan posed the most daunting and indescribable question. Su Lang, how would you rate these 3 dishes? The inevitable had arrived. Tong Qi gazed at Su Lang with sparkling eyes, while Wang Yaji, though reserved in her glance, also displayed a hint of concern. Chao, are you not inciting discord? If I praise your cooking, Tong Qi and Yaji will surely feel discontent, and vice versa. Su Lang set down his utensils, fixing his gaze upon Chao Yashuan with a serious expression. Do not ask such questions again. Oh, very well, Chao Yashuan conceded, sensing the validity of Su Lang's words, but unable to suppress her curiosity. It was instinctual. I currently have over 7,000 copper coins. Is there anything you wish to purchase? I can have Wu Huihui procure it for you, Su Lang suggested with a smile. Although it was late at night, Wu Huihui and others were still out seeking supplies. To be candid, venturing out for resources had become somewhat perilous, with several players having already been robbed. Even if one were not killed, having 2 legs broken was a distinct possibility, thus no one would endure the risk recklessly. This method of robbing a single target is indeed difficult to guard against. After all, as long as it does not involve a collective, unity among individuals wanes. It seems there is none. Wang Yaji shook her head, unable to discern anything she desired. Chao Yashuan and Tong Qi shared the same sentiment. During this period, everyone was being frugal. Actually, Su Lang, I believe you should save your money and upgrade the main gate, proposed Wang Yaji, pursing her lips. The facilities area sells blueprints for level 3 gates. All you need is to gather a bit more material. Currently, the Mad King's dormitory does have level 3 gates. Su Rian's gate, for instance, is a crimson one, reputed to offer special protection against ghostly creatures. Haha, no need. I'll just keep spinning the lottery. Su Lang replied with a smile. The fact that he could upgrade items was ultimately not something he could conceal, so he could only rely on his skill of random item upgrading as a fallback. Alright, seeing Su Lang's insistence, Wang Yaji refrained from further comments. When the swift crossbow was upgraded earlier, all 3 women witnessed it firsthand, understanding that the skill Su Lang spoke of was likely more complex than it appeared, yet they did not inquire further. Additionally, some individuals in the corridor took note of this, but merely assumed Su Lang had purchased the blueprints at some point. The design blueprint for the bronze crossbow was available in the facilities area for 3,000 copper coins, while the physical item would cost 7,000 copper coins, an amount unaffordable for the average person. After finishing their meal, Chao Yashuan and the others went to wash the dishes, while Su Lang pondered and upgraded his meditation skill. Nightmare coins, 45. Meditation, type, active skill, level 2. Upgrade requirement, 115 nightmare coins. Description, enter a meditative state at any time, accelerating mental recovery, if mental capacity is at maximum. It gradually increases the total mental attributes. The description was quite similar to before. After upgrading 2 swift crossbows and meditation, Su Lang was left with only 119 nightmare coins. Should he upgrade meditation? Su Lang found himself in a dilemma. The next upgrade for the gate would require 300 nightmare coins. If he refrained from spending, he could upgrade the gate after tomorrow, undoubtedly the safest course of action. A steel door combined with 2 level 2 attack facilities should suffice, provided the veteran players do not collectively approach. It would be best to wait until after the game starts to upgrade the gate, allowing for a choice in upgrade direction based on game type. Presently, upgrading meditation seemed the most cost-effective, potentially yielding a few extra points in mental attributes. With this thought in mind, Su Lang no longer hesitated and directly upgraded meditation. When an item reaches level 3, it undergoes special changes, and skills should be no exception. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Please select one of the following upgrade directions and make your choice within 1 minute. 1. Sacred Light Meditation. Meditation possesses the ability to heal one's own wounds. 2. Natural Meditation. Increases awareness of nature while in a meditative state. 3. Advanced Meditation. Enhances meditation effects, speeds up mental recovery, and increases the probability of gaining additional mental attributes. After contemplating for merely 10 seconds, Su Lang chose Advanced Meditation. The initial intention behind purchasing the meditation skill was to enhance basic attributes, and now he was determined to pursue this path unwaveringly. Glimpsing the remaining 4 nightmarish coins, Su Lang silently resolved to embrace a particular conviction, to refrain from speaking in the chat room for the time being, thereby minimizing his presence. Ever since the newcomers arrived, his visibility had already waned considerably. The focal point of conversation now revolved around seasoned players dispensing their wisdom, or new players, bewildered, posing questions. The frequency with which his name appeared in the chat room was gradually diminishing. At that moment, an experienced player on the 2nd floor was articulating strategies, confidently proclaiming that during the zombie invasion scenario, he possessed a plethora of methods to ensure the survival of 90% of players, eloquently expounding on his ideas. This garnered him much admiration from the players, who hailed him as a deity. Notably, The 10th floor was already at capacity, precluding the entry of any new players. Su Lang paid little heed to the chatter in the room and cast a glance at Chao Yashuan and her companions before resuming his meditation. This time, the meditation proved remarkably effective, his self-awareness heightened, as if he could perceive the faint whispers of his own cells, a truly wondrous experience. Chapter 41, Audacious Fantasies. Continuously lying flat and developing the following day, at 8 o'clock, Su Lang dutifully settled down to accumulate points, then indulged in a full 8-hour slumber. Basic nightmarish coins, 56. Conversion rate, 304. Total earned over 8 hours, 226 nightmarish coins. Total nightmarish coins, 230. Upon awakening, he glanced at his earnings, feeling less exhilarated than before. With only a few days left until the game commenced, he could only afford to earn nightmarish coins 4 more times at most. In optimal conditions, this would suffice for a single upgrade of his nightmarish bed. However, upon realizing that the upgrade required 1,000 nightmarish coins, Su Lang dismissed any thoughts of upgrading in the near future. It was an extreme endeavor, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Coupled with his subsequent entanglement in blood hatred, such aspirations were all but extinguished. The most prudent approach, he mused, would be to save enough for 2 upgrades of the gate with his forthcoming nightmarish coins, ideally refraining from any further expenditures. Regrettably, if only he could ascertain the intensity of the next game, he could better gauge his dormitory's defenses, gathering a group steeped in blood hatred, ready to welcome the monsters and accumulate points. Through the utterances of seasoned players in the chat room, he gleaned some insights. The players of the first phase faced games where the leaderboard would reset from beginning to end, and whenever they encountered weaker monsters, seasoned players would take the initiative to engage. How exhilarating it would be to have monsters willingly approach to meet their demise. At that point, the only challenge would be to enhance the offensive facilities a few more times. Were Su Rian and the other seasoned players to learn of Su Lang's thoughts, they would likely be taken aback. While others struggled to survive, he was contemplating luring monsters for points. Su Lang was indeed living too comfortably. Otherwise, he would not entertain such audacious notions. Those players who were perpetually anxious would scarcely dare to think in such a manner. As time passed, the days swiftly unfolded. For Su Lang and his peers, the day was largely uneventful, aside from the addition of several new residents. Of course, this was a mere observation for them. The seasoned players were tirelessly scavenging for resources, while the newcomers were racking their brains to extract as much as possible from resource points without being detected. Although designated as break time, the competition never truly ceased. Unity among individuals is paramount. 2 millennia ago, we ventured into space to confront the Trisolarians. The lives of the 4 inhabitants of Dormitory 200 are exceedingly pleasant. Chao Yashuan and her companions engage in card games during their leisure time and indulge in cosmetics when the mood strikes. Occasionally, Su Lang joins them for a game of poker, while at other times he dedicates himself to physical training or meditation. The pursuit of self-cultivation can indeed become addictive. Although his fundamental attributes remain unchanged, Su Lang can distinctly sense an improvement in his overall condition, affirming the efficacy of his efforts. Thus, the day passes in an ordinary manner, with the commencement of the game drawing ever closer. Total nightmare coins, 456. After reviewing his usual gains, Su Lang entered the chat room. The atmosphere today is palpably more tense than yesterday. The number of participants has dwindled, as everyone is preoccupied with strategizing for survival in the upcoming round of the game. Concurrently, the player count in the Mad King's dormitory has officially surpassed 200. While the veteran players who have transitioned here possess only the experience of 3 game iterations, the information they share is invaluable. They offer insights, such as optimal point allocation strategies. The standard build for physical attributes suits the vast majority of players, while a focus on mental attributes is more advantageous in ghost-themed games, heavily relying on skills. The ideal point distribution is a ratio of 3-to-1, with extreme cases reaching 4-to-1. 5-to-1 is the most radical, typically reserved for exceptional circumstances, such as a powerful landlord guiding specialized tenants. There is no rush. The information is still incomplete, and the direction of Chao Yashuan and her friend's development will only be determined after the next round of the game, especially since resources are becoming scarce. While he may be confined to his home, Su Lang remains diligent in gathering intelligence. His time at home affords him ample opportunity to scrutinize every piece of information shared in the chat room. Thus far, this information is quite crucial and can be discussed with Chao Yashuan and her companions later. As for the path he should take, he must admit he is still uncertain. At this early stage of the game, they, as novices, lack any substantial career planning, primarily due to their limited experience. While they possess the freedom to enhance their attributes, they have yet to reach extraordinary levels. Their primary means of attack still rely on external resources and the defenses of their dormitory. Moreover, Many players can ascertain their development paths primarily due to possessing a pivotal item or skill. In practice, many veteran players recognize the importance of defining their development direction, yet find themselves in a state of confusion, lacking a definitive core skill or item, and thus drift along. Some players from the third iteration are no exception, illustrating that solidifying a developmental trajectory is no trivial task. Not long after Su Lang awoke, Wang Yaji and the others followed suit. Watching Wang Yaji's delicate figure as she prepared breakfast filled Su Lang with joy. Once again, he reflects that one must savor life when the time is right. After all, one never knows when the final curtain may fall. Chapter 42. High Heels. The final day of the game, basic nightmare coins, 56, conversion rate, 307, 8 hours generated, 227 nightmare coins, total nightmare coins, 683, last night, in a fit of enthusiasm. I procured several charming little trinkets from the trading network, elevating the comfort levels of Tong Qi and Wang Yaji to 94 and 95 respectively, while Chao Yashuan reached her highest comfort level, yet at 98. Although this only resulted in a marginal increase in nightmare coin earnings, Su Lang resolved that from now on, these comfort levels could only ascend, never descend. Acquiring a few rabbit ears or other such embellishments cost merely 100 copper coins. Each additional nightmare coin could prove invaluable in critical moments. Tong Qi grasped Su Lang's mischievous hand, her eyes pleading. The wild revelry of the previous night now filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Su Lang, in a cheerful mood, hummed lightly, asserting his absolute dominion over his guests. Tong Qi bit her lip, stifling her voice. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji had already awakened, as evidenced by their breathing patterns. Su Lang swiftly turned, engaging in a morning exercise with Tong Qi. Today promised to be yet another mundane day. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and the night vanished in an instant. In the early morning, Su Lang learned through the chat room that Wu Huihui had gone to the supermarket, prompting him to request she purchase a few items on his behalf. The total expenditure amounted to 300 copper coins, all for footwear. The outcome, however, was rather disheartening. Only Wang Yaji experienced a slight increase in comfort, gaining 1 point after donning a pair of milky white high heels, while Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan, perhaps due to a mismatch in style, saw no improvement upon wearing theirs. That morning, Wang Yaji faced unfortunate circumstances. Chao Yashuan, noticing that Su Lang and the others were still asleep, sighed quietly, feeling a pang of melancholy. Su Lang's thoughtful gifts brought her joy, however. She disapproved of his reckless behavior towards Wang Yaji. What a troublesome fellow, destined for misfortune, she thought, turning away to sleep. What if she were to become pregnant? Wang Yaji merely closed her eyes, not truly falling asleep. The prospect of pregnancy weighed heavily on all three women's minds. Yet, within such an environment, ensuring protective measures seemed laced with dark humor. In the dormitory, there were numerous couples, yet hardly anyone took the time to consider safety. Purchasing any form of protection would likely render one the subject of ridicule. Surviving the month was considered an achievement. Who would concern themselves with the future? Nevertheless, despite such dismissive attitudes, the reality lingered in the minds of all. A search for pregnancy-related videos on a popular platform revealed the most liked comments were about assisting a girlfriend with her period. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Perhaps they would survive this round of the game, and next time, Su Lang could be persuaded to venture outside. Tong Qi, leaning against the wall with her large eyes blinking, was also unable to sleep. Only Su Lang, having completed his business, succumbed to slumber. Yet, unlike the others, her thoughts wandered elsewhere. How should I contribute? I truly wish to assist Su Lang. The sight of Su Lang single-handedly defeating veteran players is undeniably impressive. Yet it fills Tong Qi with guilt. She feels utterly useless, believing that aside from cooking and cleaning, she cannot aid Su Lang in any other way. Unable to sleep, she decides to glance at the chat room. The following day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the countdown reads, Game countdown, 1 day, 1 hour. 1 minute. Basic nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate, 308. 8 hours yield 228 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 911. This marks the first time Su Lang possesses such a substantial amount of nightmare coins. It would be impossible not to feel exhilarated. He restrains himself from the thrill of a one-click upgrade, taking a deep breath before getting out of bed to perform 2 push-ups. Tong Qi quietly opens one eye and sees Su Lang exerting himself against the floor. Her heart finally at ease. At least he is not pushing himself to the brink. Su Lang, why are you doing this today? Chao Yashuan stretches lazily and inquires. What is wrong with doing push-ups? Su Lang replies, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. While it is true that push-ups can induce sweating, creating a hassle for Chao Yashuan and the others to clean, he thought such a minor detail hardly warranted comment. Don't you know the dormitory floor is sacred and inviolable? Chao Yashuan retorts. Su Lang's face darkens. He swiftly turns and leaps toward her. The landlord's authority over tenants knows no bounds. As the clock strikes 6, only 23 hours remain until the next round of the game commences. The competition among players reaches a boiling point, with tensions soaring to their limits. Consequently, 2 murders occur, perpetrated by residents of the 4th and 3rd floors. In an uproar, the inhabitants of these floors threaten to breach the dormitories of the 2 players they hold a grudge against, declaring that they will ensure their demise at the onset of the game. Su Lang silently observes, striving to avoid drawing attention to himself. For he too bears the weight of enmity. Amidst the clamor, new residents arrive. Some seasoned players lament, claiming that the more individuals inhabit the dormitory, the greater the game's difficulty. However, a faction of veteran players dismisses this notion as mere superstition. After observing for several days, Su Lang notices a pattern. It is indeed the veteran players who are the most superstitious. Their theories often resemble the rituals of gambling, with some treating them as gospel while others scoff at them. As Su Lang casually tears open a bag of chips, he ponders this observation. It seems that none of the veteran players have been around for more than 3 seasons. With so many skilled players now, I find myself fading into the background. Once a prodigy, Wang Ao has now devolved into an obscure figure. Wu Huihui, on the other hand, remains steadfast. Her floor 10 dormitory hosts the most residents, solidifying her position as floor captain. The term floor captain refers to the leader of each level. Each floor has its own captain, not necessarily the strongest player, but rather the most influential. By the final day before the game begins, the captains have already been chosen, with veteran players occupying the role on the 9 floors below. There is no way around it. Some veteran players have come over with their tenants, creating a formidable group of seasoned players that newcomers simply cannot withstand. The 10th floor is rather peculiar, as Wu Huihui has a fondness for sheltering her friends, resulting in most dormitories being occupied, preventing others from transferring in, and lacking any veteran players to contest. Generally, the highest and lowest floors, as well as the far left and right corners, are considered the least desirable positions, either a heavenly draw at the outset or a catastrophic downfall. Given the nature of survival games in dormitories, a catastrophic beginning is more prevalent. Additionally, there are those who harbor superstitions, such as a dislike for the number 4. In summary, opinions abound. Longer, today is the last day of the rest day. Tong Chi stated in a declarative tone, her eyes reflecting a mix of sentiment and apprehension, coupled with a sense of reluctance. Aside from the madmen and the ambitious, no one wishes to engage in this cursed game. We will survive, Wang Yaji reassured, patting Tong Chi on the shoulder, her red lips pressed into a thin line. Su Lang chuckled lightly, with conviction stating, we will break into the top 10. In this purgatory, we shall be the vanguard. Although he had coasted through thus far, he indeed had the merit to make such a declaration. Victory, even in a passive manner, is still victory. In truth, Su Lang's dormitory setup is not lacking. Aside from the main entrance, it rivals those of veteran players, boasting a rare guardian spirit as well. Were it not for the guardian's stipulation of recognizing only one master, veteran players would surely vie for this dormitory. Chapter 43, The Fierce Return, The Reawakening of the Dead. Before the countdown to the game concludes, Su Lang has one more opportunity to earn nightmare coins. Taking a deep breath, he instructed Chao Yashuan and the others not to communicate with anyone or speak in the chat room, then settled into meditation nearby. This time, whether due to intense focus leading to exceptional meditation results or the cumulative effect of prior efforts, he felt a refreshing current of coolness surge through his mind during his meditation. Suddenly, Su Lang opened his eyes to check his personal information. Player, Su Lang, Experience, Season 1, Room Number, 200, Owner. Attributes, Physique 11, Spirit 7, Free Attributes, 2, Skills, Advanced Meditation, Fireball, Targeting, Inventory 79, Colt Viper, Alloy Combat Knife. 6 Bullets x 200, Adrenaline Syringe, Instant Sirloin Steak, Darts, Exorcism Talismans, Funds, Copper Coins 6389, Silver Coin 0, Gold Coin 0. His spiritual attribute had increased slightly. Though his meditation skill did not level up, Su Lang felt a sense of satisfaction and resumed his meditation. Game countdown, 29 minutes, 32 seconds. As the final half hour of the game commenced, the entire dormitory building fell into an unusual silence. Aside from the exceedingly greedy players still scouring for supplies, the majority had returned to their dormitories. Moreover, on the last day of the game, the exploration mode was also sealed off. Introduced on the 6th day, exploration mode allowed players to enter a teleportation array within the supermarket to explore the game instances the dormitory had previously experienced, namely the zombie invasion scenario. The rewards for exploration mode were exceptionally generous, potentially yielding numerous high-tier items. However, the exploration mode is exceedingly challenging, akin to a perilous endeavor, dissuading even seasoned players. Unless one possesses unwavering confidence in surviving the next round, it is prudent to refrain from gambling. On the eve of the second round, a lifeless body lay quietly beneath the building. Another player, coerced by an individual from the 5th floor to leap to their demise. This, too, is a manifestation of blood feud. Presently, within the Mad King's dormitory, there exist 4 Avengers residing on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 10th floors. The dormitory has descended into an eerie silence. And the chat room is no better. The Mad King's residence now accommodates a staggering 500 occupants, filling all 200 dormitory slots. Yet, the enthusiasm for conversation has waned. Except for a few loquacious individuals, most are engaged in hushed discussions with their roommates, finalizing arrangements and strategies. The 4 inhabitants of room 200 are no exception. If it is a ghostly dungeon, Yashuan and Yaji, you two will guard during the day, while Tongqi and I will keep watch at night. We must remain within each other's sight at all times. Su Lang, donned in a survivor's outfit, bore an expression of utmost seriousness. According to the veteran players, ghosts typically possess a singular ability, enchantment. This includes inducing madness, disguise, and mind control. Moreover, the medium through which these skills are transmitted is quite peculiar. It may manifest as imagery, sound, or even some forbidden actions performed by players. Although tenants under the ghost's coercion retain the right to independently open doors, they can inflict harm on others and themselves. This is indeed terrifying. While the ghost cannot physically breach the doorway, such mental assaults are entirely feasible. Thus, investing in mental fortitude is crucial. If one's power is too diminished, one risks being manipulated, utterly defenseless. All right, Chao Yashuan nodded, her heart racing with anxiety. Subsequently, Su Lang offered further admonitions to the women, then fell silent in anticipation of the game's commencement. As the countdown approached its climax, Su Lang observed the perspiration forming in the palms of the 3 women and remarked with a smile, "Do not worry. In the end, if we die, we shall perish together." Chao Yashuan shot him an exasperated glance. "I refuse to die. Nor will I," Tongqi asserted with conviction. "Neither will I." Wang Yaji reached for the sword at her waist. Su Lang chuckled in disbelief. "So it seems I am destined to perish then." Tongqi hurriedly covered his mouth. Chao Yashuan huffed. "Su Lang, have you forgotten? In a ghostly dungeon, such words should not be casually uttered, and if someone calls you from behind, do not respond." Su Lang raised his hands in surrender. All right, I understand. The game hasn't even started yet." Amid their playful banter, the countdown silently edged toward its conclusion. Su Lang summoned the game timer, his gaze narrowing. During the first round, the title of the game featuring zombie incursions had already been revealed. In the second round, such privileges would not be afforded. One could only ascertain the type of game through resources discovered during rest periods. Yet, one certainty remained. This round would undoubtedly feature folkloric ghostly creatures, as someone had unearthed a level 3 peachwood sword, specifically designed to repel spirits. Suddenly, a private message popped up in Su Lang's retina. After configuration, only a select few could send direct messages. Su Ruyen was one of them. 180 Su Ruyen, are you afraid? 200 Su Lang, a tiger fears no chasms before it. Before they could engage in further dialogue, the game commenced. 321, game start. The current game is titled The Haunting Revenge. Game content. Deceased players have collectively transformed into vengeful spirits seeking retribution. And even more terrifying creatures lurk in the shadows. Do not rush. Take your time, for each floor holds its own little cuties. Game duration, unknown. Damn. How can the game duration be unknown? Su Lang cursed angrily. This was exceedingly bad news for him. Without a time limit, he could not strategize his scoring effectively. No wonder the seasoned players scoffed at this novice game of survival against zombies. This was truly a dormitory survival game that toyed with psychological states right from the start. Su Lang, do not panic, Chao Yashuan consoled him. Her gaze trembled as she looked at the steel door. Could this door truly withstand the onslaught of the resurrected players? Suddenly, the dormitory broadcast announced. Dormitory broadcast. The first round of the Haunting Revenge officially begins. Lasting for 3 hours. Players are encouraged to slay monsters to maintain their rankings on the leaderboard. On the surveillance screen, one vengeful spirit after another emerged from the corridor, marching straight towards room 200. Clad in the uniforms of Qingkong University, they retained their appearances from life. Some had bloodied eyes, others clutched their heads, and some stared unblinking into the void. Leading them was a male spirit with a bullet hole in his forehead. A chill coursed up Chao Yashuan's spine. This scene was far more thrilling than any horror film. Su Lang furrowed his brow, fixating on the foremost spirit on the surveillance screen. A series of information popped up. Zhou Tao. Type. Vengeful Spirit. Level. 2. Skills. Terrifying Aura. Ghostly Claws. Description. Su Lang. I have come to find you. Aside from this particular spirit, the others were of level 1. Yet they all shared a singular destination. room 200. Furthermore, another piece of unfortunate news arrived. 180 Su Ru Yen. Oh, guess what? The vengeful spirits aren't even glancing at my door. Su Lang could almost hear Su Ru Yan's alluring laughter. Cursing quietly, he stepped forward to upgrade the door. But at that moment, the ghost child made its move. On the surveillance screen, the ghost child sat within the shrine, and upon seeing the evil spirits approach, its eyes glowed with a sinister light. With a pouty little mouth, it opened wide, and Zhou Tao, who walked in front, was instantly consumed by a jet of black mist drawn into its maw. Guardian Spirit Ghost Child slays a level 2 monster. Homeowner gains 100 points. Su Lang was taken aback, his hand reaching for the door frozen in midair. Chao Yixian and the other girls were equally stunned. The four exchanged glances before redirecting their attention to the surveillance screen. Chapter 44, The Ghost Child's Ferocity. A dramatic leap in points. On the surveillance screen, the little ghost child swayed its head in delight, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Then, it opened its small mouth wide, its chubby little arms stretching out, seemingly believing that this posture would allow its mouth to expand even further, exuding an adorably silly charm. However, to the vengeful spirits, this dark child was anything but endearing. Don't come near, a vengeful spirit screamed, only to transform into smoke and be drawn into the ghost child's mouth. Help! A female spirit cried out towards dormitory 200. Chao Yashuan. It's me, Shaoli. I'm not dead yet. In the next moment, her body also morphed into black smoke, swallowed whole by the ghost child. Ha ha! The ghost child laughed joyously, its small form unexpectedly rising to its feet, facing the horde of malevolent spirits, and suddenly taking a deep breath. In an instant, a significant portion of the spirits transformed into a torrent of black smoke, continuously flowing into the ghost child's mouth. Guardian Spirit Ghost Child kills. Guardian Spirit Ghost Child kills. Guardian Spirit Ghost Child kills. Meanwhile, Su Lang listened to the incessant beeping of system notifications in his ears. Feeling a slight numbness, Chao Yashuan and her two companions wore expressions of astonishment. No one had anticipated the ghost child to be so formidable. Its ability to consume spirits appeared to be a specialized skill designed to counter these ghostly entities. Su Lang, those ghosts seem to be trying to escape. Tong Chi suddenly pointed at the vengeful spirits on the surveillance screen, speaking urgently. On the leaderboard, Su Lang's score remained firmly in first place. The significance of points was widely acknowledged. Two Thunder, players on the first floor, beware. The leading ghost possesses formidable strength, but be cautious. Being surrounded by vengeful spirits is far more terrifying. If players on the first floor notice others being surrounded, they should emerge and use ranged attacks to break the siege. 1 Gene Xian. Thunder, save me. I'm surrounded. 2 Thunder, useless. 49 Li Shuwen. Report ghost information for dormitory 40 and 60. 164 Lu Lei. Damn it. The landlord is about to open the door. Fortunately, I managed to hold him back. Everyone, beware of the spirit's mental control. 174 Zhou Daxiong. Brothers, quickly look at the leaderboard. 32 Yi Fan. Wow, incredible. The game has just started and my score is already at 200? So it's Su Lang. Then there's no need to worry. 88. Su Lang, what is going on? Have you taken some sort of stimulant? Others were not particularly familiar with Su Lang, but those who had experienced the previous round of the game knew him all too well. Upon discovering Su Lang at the top of the leaderboard, a group of players immediately began to shout. Even Wu Huihui sent a private message to inquire. However, Su Lang had no time to reply. He sighed as he observed the vengeful spirits retreating into the corridor, reflecting, the ghost child possesses another skill, warding off evil. These spirits are terrified of it. The ghost child's attack range was limited, and watching the cowering spirits hesitating to advance made Su Lang stomp his foot in frustration. It's all right, Su Lang. More ghosts are coming from that direction. Chao Yashuan attempted to console him, but suddenly her tone shifted to one of excitement. From the right corridor, waves of dark, vengeful spirits surged forth. Many were struck down by crossbow bolts along the way, allowing other residents on the same floor to benefit from the situation. Yet, more spirits had already appeared on the surveillance screen, seemingly without end. Ghost Child also discovered this, and his expression of indignation transformed into joy as he opened his mouth wide to inhale deeply. The guardian spirit Ghost Child had struck down his opponent. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile, and he could no longer contain his laughter. It was all worth it. Every bit of it. The perilous venture to retrieve the airdrop was undoubtedly justified. Fostering enmity with other players? Such a cost was negligible. The corridor was teeming with vengeful spirits, and retreating became a daunting task, compelling them to charge forward with determination. Meanwhile, from the left-hand corridor, a male ghost wielding a long sword suddenly emerged, bellowing fiercely as he led a legion of spirits toward dormitory 200. Lu Quan. Type: Malevolent Spirit. Level: 3. Skills: Swallows 3 points water, water sword technique. Malevolent spirits howl. Lu Quan was a level above Zhou Tao and belonged to the malevolent spirit category. The three women, Chao Yashuan and her companions, were taken aback upon seeing Lu Quan's information, their expressions tightening. At this moment, Ghost Child had already drained a considerable portion on the right side. Turning to find Lu Quan and the other spirits had reached his feet, inciting his fury. When others evaded him, he was infuriated, and when they showed no fear, his anger only intensified. Ghosts, by their very nature, were capricious beings. In Ghost Child's description, it was noted that he embodied ultimate malevolence. Lu Quan had arrived at Ghost Child's feet, and with a glare, Ghost Child felt as if his very essence was about to disintegrate. His sword wavered, and instead of striking at his formidable foe, he plunged it toward the steel door. Steel door durability. 5. Su Lang had already adjusted the surveillance screen to monitor the entrance conveniently, while he himself stood behind the door, observing the steel door's durability diminish. He calmly picked up a steel material nearby and opted to make repairs. Outside, Ghost Child's mouth opened wide, and after a struggle of 10 seconds, Lu Quan dissipated into black smoke. Seizing this opportunity, the vengeful spirits surrounded the door, their claws scratching against the steel, creating an incessant clatter. Su Lang's stock of steel materials was swiftly depleting. To alleviate the pressure, Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan activated the automatic attack mode of the bronze crossbow. Moments later, Ghost Child, with his hands freed, drained all the surrounding vengeful spirits. Su Lang exhaled in relief and checked his personal score, only to find that he had surpassed 1,000 points. Just the level 3 malevolent spirit Lu Quan had granted him 500 points. Su Lang remarked, "It seems those vengeful spirits are not advancing." Wang Yaji observed the hesitating spirits from the sidelines, chuckling at their reluctance. Indeed, Su Lang nodded, suddenly pushing the door open. In an instant, the vengeful spirits charged forward like a frenzy, roaring with abandon. Within half a second, Su Lang slammed the door shut. Watching the spirits being consumed by Ghost Child on the surveillance screen, he silently praised the effectiveness of his strategy. Blood Vengeance players, quite effective. Chao Yashuan and the others were astonished, but soon their joy erupted. Su Lang, your method is simply brilliant. Chao Yashuan applauded, finding the spirits that had rushed through rather endearing. Brother Lang is truly formidable, haha. Tong Chi laughed uncontrollably. Wang Yaji joined in the laughter. This round of the dormitory survival game didn't seem so arduous after all. 20 minutes later, every vengeful spirit on the 10th floor had been eradicated. Su Lang's score soared to a staggering lead. In the standings, Shulong leads with 3,411 points, followed by Thunder with 849 and Su Ruoyan with 589. On the first floor, Thunder was infuriated. Known for his bold and tenacious nature, he was determined to seize the top spot, yet he was overwhelmed by a novice player. These bloodthirsty gamers, shouldn't he the first one have met their demise? Chapter 45, Counting the Spoils. Copper coins exceed 10,000. The dormitory broadcast announced. Players on the 10th floor have swiftly eliminated the monsters. The first round's foes cannot ascend to the 10th floor. Upon hearing this, Thunder cursed vehemently, unleashing a palm strike that sent several vengeful spirits flying. His resolve to continue vanishing as he turned to enter a room with his 4 teammates. The second-level dormitory accommodates 4 tenants, which implies that Thunder, a third-phase player, must have been among the top 10 in at least 2 phases. This was entirely different from the lackluster Lu Quan. It is noteworthy that in a battle royale game, many struggle to achieve a top 10 finish even in consecutive matches, let alone in such a daunting survival game. What on earth is going on with Shulong? Upon returning to his dormitory, Thunder immediately messaged Jean Xian. Initially thrilled to have relocated to the Mad King dormitory, devoid of those seasoned 4th and 5th phase players. He had considered the first place a certainty, only to experience such a swift decline. Jean Xian replied, "Brother Thunder, I am unsure, but I will inquire with the players on the 10th floor." In Dormitory 1, Jean Xian wiped the sweat from his brow. Once upon a time, he had dreamt of having beautiful companions on either side, but a single game shattered that fantasy. Engaging in reproductive activities within the dormitory survival game is undoubtedly a luxury that ordinary individuals cannot afford. Yi Fan exclaimed, "What is happening? Were all the monsters on the 10th floor eliminated by Shulong alone?" Sun Hing added, "I didn't get to eat." Li Shuwen remarked, "Shulong, my brother is quite impressive." Chao Bin mused, "I wish to go to the 10th floor as a girl. Being with Shulong on the first floor is bliss." Su Ruoyan commented, "You've done well." Shulong simply responded with a casual hee-hee. Su Ruoyan questioned. Shulong's hee-hee was merely an instinctive reaction. Although the monsters on the 10th floor had vanished, there were pressing matters to address. The corridor was littered with loot. "Let us go collect the items," Shulong called out, rushing out of the dormitory. If the distance were too great, he would certainly refrain from taking risks. But this was right at his doorstep. To forego gathering the spoils would be a grievous waste. Moreover, with the monsters gone and players from the 9th floor unable to ascend, He was quite familiar with the residents of dormitories 199 and 198, instilling him with confidence. Chao Yashuan and her companions hesitated for a moment before hastily dashing out, beginning to gather the treasures. A minute later, the dormitory door slammed shut with a loud bang. The four gazed in ecstatic disbelief at the bounty amassed in the foyer. "We struck gold," Chao Yashuan exclaimed, her long, slender legs dancing excitedly, clad in denim shorts, leaving Shulong momentarily dizzy. "Ha ha ha, brother Shulong. I've already collected over 2,000 copper coins just by circling around." Tong Chimei bubbled, her face nearly splitting from joy. Wang Yaji ought to exhibit a touch more restraint, yet her lips are graced with a gentle smile, her delicate hands entwined behind her back, seemingly endeavoring to suppress the joy bubbling within. After all, in traditional culture, excessive exuberance is often deemed as losing oneself to delight. "Let us organize the items," Su Lang suggested with a chuckle. The group transported their assorted spoils back to the living room and began to tally them up. Regrettably, the drop rate for these vengeful spirits was rather dismal. Aside from some consumables, there was merely a singular type of zero-level item, with not a single piece exceeding level 3. The only noteworthy item was perhaps a skill scroll. Basic swordsmanship passive skill. Type: skill scroll. Level: 1. Description: stab, slash, point. Flick, lift, crash, cut, chop, wipe. This scroll had dropped from Lu Quan, and it was also available in the supermarket for a price akin to that of the aiming device, 2,000 copper coins. Tong Chi, sensing Su Lang's potential disappointment, kindly remarked, "Brother Lang, with the presence of the ghost child, perhaps we can secure an effortless victory this round without any effort." "Indeed." Wang Yaji nodded with a serene smile. Neither of the two women were ones to dampen the mood. They rarely exhibited feelings of despondency, and throughout their time together, Su Lang had never heard them complain. "That is for the best," Su Lang acknowledged, his gaze fixated on a pile of dark gray fabric scraps on the sofa. Soul shard. Type: item. Level: 0. Description: the refined remnants of ghost-type monsters, also a favored snack among spirits. Su Lang collected all the soul shards into his backpack, discovering an impressive total of over 300. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the three women. "Who among you wishes for these soul shards? I find it inconvenient to occupy space with them." "I will." Tong Chi raised her hand. She felt that among the four, she was the least useful, and being a mobile backpack was still quite beneficial, alleviating some burden for the team. Truth be told, Su Lang was fortunate to have found Chao Yashuan and the other two women. One was a wealthy heiress, thriving in high-end social circles without a care for life's tribulations. Another was a pure-hearted university student from the countryside, untouched by the taint of the internet. The last hailed from a scholarly lineage, characterized by strict family values and composed demeanor. All three women were focused on easing the team's burdens, avoiding internal strife. Had they been a group of internet-savvy female students, they might have been consumed by thoughts of patriarchy, feminism, abstraction, melancholy, and freedom, potentially leading to complications over time. Su Lang entrusted all the soul shards to Tong Chi and added, "Please give me all your copper coins. If you require anything, just let me know." "Understood." The three women replied, transferring all their copper coins to Su Lang. Funds: copper coins 15, 956, silver coins 1. Gold coins 0. The silver coin was a drop from the vengeful spirit, Zhou Tao. After the game concludes, they could try their luck again. The seasoned players had already mentioned that certain high-level items necessitated the purchase with silver coins. Yet, he felt that the lottery would be more entertaining. Although the Survivor set was merely level 3, it was the creme de la creme within that category, its attributes rivaling even the level 4 items available in the supermarket. With over 10,000 copper coins amassed, Su Lang mused silently. This is what those veteran players refer to as grinding. During the game's commencement, the supermarket remained in a state of closure. However, the currency could still be utilized for purchases. Su Lang accessed the trading network. In recent days, while gathering information in chat rooms, he often perused the trading network, becoming quite familiar with the prices. Yet, upon glancing at the items available for sale, he discovered that without exception, the prices had surged. Particularly, items used to combat supernatural entities had seen their prices multiply at least threefold. He had assumed they would not be sold. Indeed, there are always those willing to take risks for profit. Were he in possession of such items, Su Lang would certainly refrain from selling them, for nothing is more precious than one's own life. However, he recognized that his perspective stemmed from his own financial stability. Many affluent individuals fail to comprehend why some are willing to sacrifice their health for a mere increase in salary. It is often simply a matter of necessity. If one could comfortably remain at home, who would choose to toil away at work? With still over 2 hours of leisure time remaining, he encouraged the three women to explore the trading network as well. "All right," Chao Yashuan replied animatedly. Hearing Su Lang's tone, she realized he intended to purchase items for them. Su Lang indeed harbored such intentions. In this environment, a positive and optimistic mindset is essential. To establish external stability, one must first ensure internal resilience. Chapter 46. A rise in comfort during the rest period after browsing. Su Lang found nothing of interest, so he casually opened the chat room. To his surprise, he discovered a considerable number of messages from his peers. After slaying monsters, they immediately began tallying their spoils, leaving him little time to engage. He scrolled through the messages and came across information from Yi Fan and Li Shuwen. To be candid, while others envied the players on his floor for being able to rest early without the worry of monsters encroaching, for him, it felt more like a disadvantage. He could have continuously drawn monsters, but alas, after such a lengthy hiatus, everyone had already commenced their offensive against the vengeful spirits, making further conversation impractical. Thus, he offered a simple reply, expressing a stroke of luck. As soon as he sent his message, it was as if a maiden had entered a male barracks. A flood of responses immediately ensued. 58 Lu Bing, the boss has arrived. 193 Nye Xiaozhu. Hello, Su Lang, you are incredible. 186 Li Shui. Su Lang is amazing. Thanks to you, our dormitory's crossbow has taken down 2 vengeful spirits. 176 Xiang Tsong. Su Lang, could you perhaps assist us from above? The 9th floor is in urgent need of rescue. 163 Wang Yu help. The vengeful spirits are terrifying. My iron door cannot withstand them. Could you save me, Great One? 88 Chao Bin. Wang Yu, where's your floor leader? 164 Wang Yu. The floor leader is on the other side, unable to assist. Who will rescue me? Even some iron materials would be appreciated. Wang Yu was a complete novice, and shortly after sending his message, his name faded from prominence. No one paid him any heed. This was not the first instance of player attrition in this round of the game. 1 Jin Xian. In truth, Su Lang relies on his guardian spirit, which is also a reward from the last round's airdrop. It is sheer luck. If we were to compare, Lei Gu is far more formidable, having steadfastly protected me, with not a single casualty on our floor. 18 Li Chong. Indeed, you are unaware of how Lei Gu roams the corridor, dispatching foes with ease. It's simply astounding. 186 Wu Hui. Jin Xian, how do you know about the happenings on the 10th floor? 1 Jin Xian, that is of no concern to you. I simply know. Brothers on the 2nd floor, do not panic. I will resolve matters here shortly and come to assist you. 186 Wu Hui. Thank you. You have once again saved everyone. 200 Su Lang, yes? Should I encounter difficulties in the future, remember to risk your lives to save me. 186 Wu Hui. It seems Jin Xian has taken a bit of a dislike to you. Do be cautious. 200 Su Lang, understood. In dormitory 186. Wu Hui closed the private message interface, her brow furrowed in suspicion of a potential informant. Indeed, there must be someone leaking information, otherwise Jin Xian would not have been privy to the events on the 10th floor. Reputation holds significant weight, as it symbolizes influence. Jin Xian's remarks were likely intended to tarnish Su Lang's reputation. It remains unclear whether this was under Lei Ting's orders or if he willingly plays the sycophant. Leading the charge. Wait a moment. Wu Hui's eyes widened. When did she begin to ponder such matters? It seems she is indeed idle. Su Lang, however, is indifferent to reputation. If given a choice, he would prefer to be more inconspicuous. Unlike the ambitious floor leaders, he simply wishes to relax in peace. Is there anything you desire? Su Lang inquired, glancing at the trio, Chao Yashuan and the other 2. It appeared they had no specific wants. Tong Chi shook her head. We must choose something, Su Lang insisted firmly. The 3 girls, slightly disgruntled yet pleased, ultimately selected a small trinket each. The total value amounted to merely 200 copper coins, yet their faces radiated smiles brighter than blossoms. Su Lang found joy in their happiness. Tong Chi purchased a chocolate bar, Chao Yashuan chose a bottle of perfume, and Wang Yaji opted for a pale green chiffon headband. When Wang Yaji donned the pale green headband, Su Lang was struck by a revelation. Her demeanor was significantly elevated. Name, Wang Yaji. Experience, Phase 1, Room Number, 200, Tenant. Comfort Level, 96, can enhance the nightmare coin conversion rate by 96. Indeed, the comfort level has improved. One must occasionally concede that a woman's taste often surpasses that of a man's, particularly in the case of a discerning woman like Wang Yaji. Dormitory broadcast. The first round has concluded. You all have 10 minutes of rest. In 10 minutes, the guests from the graveyard will visit the Mad King dormitory building. Guests from the graveyard? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. The dormitory broadcast has finally announced the adversaries for the next round, yet the description remains enigmatic. Furthermore, the pace of this game is overwhelmingly intense, offering no respite, with crises succeeding one another relentlessly. Su Lang, what do you think the monsters in the next round will be? Chao Yashuan inquired nervously. In the cemetery, there were eerie visitors, perhaps zombies or ghouls. Su Lang shook his head and spoke. It is likely. Wang Yaji nodded, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword she held. Time flowed slowly as the echoing sounds of footsteps reverberated through the corridor. People hurriedly rushed outside in search of supplies. Though it was merely 10 minutes, they hoped to uncover something of value. They resembled diligent students assisting an elderly lady across the street, seemingly racing against time to avoid being late. During this period, several high-level players ascended the stairs, curious about the situation in dormitory 200. Upon discovering that Su Lang's door was merely a steel barrier, they began to murmur amongst themselves. What is going on? Why does Su Lang's dormitory have a steel door? They noted that nearly all the dormitories adjacent to the corridor had been breached, except for this one. Could it be that he is an extreme player, investing all resources into himself, resulting in overwhelming combat power, leaving the entrance somewhat lacking? Well, it's not entirely inadequate. After all, his two offensive devices are both second-tier bronze crossbows. What nonsense about overwhelming combat power? Haven't I told you? It's all thanks to the guardian spirits. A voice suddenly interjected into their conversation. Everyone turned to see Jean Xian had arrived. Jean Xian, why are you up here on the 10th floor instead of clinging to Thunder's coattails? Running all the way from the first floor, you're quite relentless. Jean Xian's expression darkened as he realized his words had not made the desired impact. The informant on the 10th floor had wisely ceased their communication, afraid of being exposed, leaving him no choice but to personally investigate the situation in dormitory 200. His visit was specifically ordered by Thunder. Although he was not a tenant of Thunder, both he and his teammates were practically considered Thunder's subordinates. Such was the influence of the floor master. Brother Lei, it seems there is no significant issue with Su Lang here, Jean Xian reported, sending a photograph of dormitory 200 to Thunder. Thunder replied, "Oh, come back." Jean Xian was left perplexed. Was it truly that simple to leave? He felt a sense of unfulfilled value. Yet his feet did not falter as he hurried down the stairs. In this cursed game, only the dormitories offered safety. If it weren't for dire circumstances, no one would willingly venture outside. Chapter 47, Round 2, The Mighty Second-Tier Monsters. In the first floor dormitory 2, Thunder's expression was grim. Brother Lei, should we go up and deal with that kid? A short girl asked fiercely. If Su Lang's dormitory had been in disrepair, they would have harbored no concerns. After all, those who suffered during the first round typically met a dismal fate. However, the issue was that Su Lang's facilities were intact. This signified an entirely different implication. Not wise. Do not underestimate this round of the game simply because there appear to be no experts here. A cautious boy wearing glasses interjected, shaking his head. Typically, a dormitory building would not host 200 positions. The difficulty of this game is undoubtedly extraordinary. And now is not the time for infighting. Within the Thunder dormitory, 5 individuals gathered. Apart from the lone female, the rest were seasoned players of the third phase, each possessing a notably cautious temperament. Upon hearing the words spoken, they readily concurred. Indeed, Brother Lei. Although this round unfolds within a ghostly dungeon where your lightning attribute skills confer a significant advantage, we ought not to assume an easy victory. The veteran players we have encountered tend to grow increasingly prudent with age. Given the current favorable circumstances, there is no need for us to seek unnecessary thrills. Should the situation deteriorate due to Su Lang's demise on the 10th floor, it could very well cascade into chaos for the other floors, which would be quite troublesome. Upon hearing the sentiments of the trio, Lei Ting took a deep breath and, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I am aware, even if action is to be taken, it will not be at this moment. They are on the first floor, and traveling all the way to the 10th to eliminate Su Lang, while also needing to devise a method to breach the door, would consume considerable time. Should any unforeseen complications arise along the way, it is quite likely that their group would face calamity. A prudent decision indeed, remarked the bespectacled young man with a smile. When it comes to matters of murder, door breaching, and robbery, none present found anything amiss. They were merely analyzing the pros and cons. Such is the nature of the survival game within the dormitory. Here, moralities and ethics hold no sway. Everything hinges solely on one's own capabilities. This is one aspect that the bespectacled young man relished about the game. In dormitory 200, Su Lang and his companions fixated on the clock, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the next round of the game. Yazi, you should learn this. Su Lang suddenly produced a basic swordsmanship skill scroll. Although he believed that with over 1,000 nightmare coins in his possession, it was unlikely he would face door breaching in the early stages of the game, one could never be too cautious. Wang Yazi learning basic swordsmanship could indeed prove beneficial. Thank you. Wang Yazi hesitated momentarily before nodding in acceptance, unusually refraining from any objections. Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan remained silent, as they were all well acquainted. No need for thanks. It is inherently yours, Su Lang replied, shaking his head. He held no interest in swordsmanship. Amassing firepower through firearms seemed far more advantageous. Wang Yazi inhaled softly, accepting the skill scroll with a solemn expression and declared, Su Lang, I assure you, my future worth will undoubtedly surpass that of this skill scroll. This conviction provided her the confidence to accept the skill scroll. Upon hearing this, Su Lang playfully flicked her forehead. Your value, along with that of Yashuan and Xiao Tong, is immeasurable. Do not speak in such a manner again. Wang Yazi's worth had long surpassed that of the skill scroll, though she remained unaware of this. Very well. Wang Yazi nodded, deeply moved. She turned away, using the back of her hand to dab at the corner of her eye, and then promptly activated the skill scroll. Yazi, how do you feel? Tong Chi inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wang Yazi twirled her sword and replied, I feel as though my mind has been imbued with additional memories of swordsmanship and combat experience. That is quite splendid. Xiao Yashuan remarked with a smile. Su Lang observed Wang Yazi, noting that she appeared even more striking wielding the sword, akin to a graceful swordswoman clad in a flowing white dress. Unfortunately, upon checking her status, he discovered that her comfort level had not increased. The three watched Wang Yazi practice her swordplay, and time swiftly slipped by. The dormitory broadcast announced, the second round of the game Mysterious Resurrection has officially commenced, lasting for 1 hour. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible to maintain your ranking on the leaderboard. The 4 members stood at the ready, their eyes fixated on the surveillance screens, while simultaneously checking the chat room for any crucial information. Suddenly, a dense white mist drifted down the corridor. Su Lang furrowed his brow, and before he could contemplate further, a jarring bell rang out from within the fog. The sound unsettled him, as if he had heard some dissonant infrasonic wave that the human body could hardly tolerate. So annoying, Xiao Yashuan exclaimed, covering her ears. Su Lang turned to his companions and said, You all should find something to plug your ears. Without needing his prompt, Wang Yazi had already torn a piece from her robe, crafting makeshift earplugs to hand to Su Lang and the others. By now, the fog had completely enveloped the corridor. Almost immediately, a bouncy creature bounded into view on the monitor. Zombie, type, undead, level 2, skills, bite, blood frenzy, corpse poison, steel bones, description, first. Take a sip of the blood of a loved one. Upon seeing this panel, Su Lang was immediately filled with confusion. Is this for real? A level 2 monster with 4 skills? Aside from slightly lower mobility, it was practically an overwhelming force compared to typical level 2 zombies. Su Lang's lips twitched as he observed more bouncing zombies lurking in the mist, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just the steel bone skill alone indicated these zombies were formidable adversaries. Moreover, the peculiar bell sound suggested the complexity of the monsters was likely not limited to just zombies. As the zombies emerged, their eerie, green eyes turned toward the entrance of dormitory 200. The blood frenzy effect remained active and would not dissipate until the round concluded. Furthermore, Su Lang resided in the Edge dormitory. Only the elite would deliberately choose to stay in such locations, as it facilitated score grinding, which also meant the Edge dormitories bore the highest danger. Chapter 48. The door upgrades. Time to relax. Whoosh. As the zombies entered range, the bronze crossbow immediately unleashed its assault. The rapid-fire crossbow had an attack range of 3 meters, while the bronze crossbow extended to 5 meters, boasting a swift firing rate. The first bolt had yet to reach the zombie when the second bolt followed closely behind. Struck by the bronze bolt, the zombie paused momentarily, then disregarded the bolt lodged in its waist, continuing its bouncy advance toward dormitory 200. Whoosh. Thus, another bolt was released. The bronze arrow sliced through the air like a streak of azure lightning. Inside the dormitory, Su Lang and his companions watched anxiously, their breaths almost held in suspense. The lethality of the bronze crossbow significantly determined the outcome of this siege. Fortunately, despite the zombies possessing the steel bone skill, they had already been hit by 6 arrows upon approaching within 2 meters of the door, collapsing to the ground. Loot spilled forth from its body. Yet, Su Lang and his friends had no time to examine it, for behind the fallen zombie trailed 1, 2, or even 3 more. Clang. A zombie leapt before the dormitory entrance, its arms outstretched, ready to strike. Steel door durability. 2. Su Lang grimaced, hastily clutching a steel material as he positioned himself behind the door. The steel door had a total durability of merely 50. If besieged by 3 zombies simultaneously, it would likely succumb within 3 minutes. Steel materials were not inexpensive. After all, such fundamental resources were always in demand. Although Su Lang had procured a fair amount beforehand, it was not an excessive quantity. Coupled with the materials he had salvaged from previous airdrop crates, he currently had 45 units of steel, each capable of restoring a fraction of the door's durability. He believed he could withstand the onslaught of these 3 zombies. Just as he contemplated this, he heard Tong Chi's startled exclamation. Brother Lang, you must look. She pointed towards the surveillance screen. On the monitor, wisps of white mist churned as 6 zombies formed 3 rows, their grotesque green faces surging through the fog, instilling fear. Damn it. As if one wave of zombies weren't enough, now there were 3 rows. Su Lang cursed internally, yet his actions were swift and decisive. It had been confirmed that the ghost child's skill was ineffective against these corporeal foes. Thus, the only means to inflict damage was through conventional methods. Although the zombies had arrived at the door and could pound against it, this also allowed for a more timely assault with the bronze crossbow. The moment 2 zombies fell, Su Lang flung open the door and extended an arm. "Colt, I salute you." Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down like a miniature metallic tempest. This was Su Lang's favorite technique of emptying a magazine. The confined corridor required no aiming. Every bullet struck the zombies, toppling 2 immediately. Just as Su Lang was about to reload, an unknown ringing echoed through the corridor, vibrating with urgency. Instantly, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, the world spinning around him. Without hesitation, he allocated 2 points of free attributes to his mental acuity. His mental strength surged from 7 to 9, feeling rejuvenated. Su Lang focused intently on the corridor, yet discerned no useful information. It appeared that Su Lang, in conjunction with the bronze crossbow, merely needed to fend off the wave of zombies. After all, the corridor was limited, and due to the peculiar movement of the zombies, they could not effectively encircle him. With a level 3 pistol, a level 2 door, and 2 level 2 offensive devices, a flawless coordination seemed sufficient to withstand this monstrous onslaught. However, the troubling fact remained. Su Lang was marked with bloodlust. Casting a glance at the approaching shadows in the right corridor, a shiver ran down his spine. He could not linger any longer. Otherwise, he would attract even more creatures. With this thought, Su Lang produced an exquisite summoning card. The card shimmered brightly, and a zombie emerged, roaring as it charged down the right hallway. The right-side zombies were momentarily halted, allowing Su Lang to quickly empty another magazine before shutting the door. Leaning against the wall, Su Lang steadied his thoughts and turned to Chao Yashuan. "Yashuan, please repair the door's durability." Without questioning, Chao Yashuan promptly positioned herself behind the door. It felt as if only a second had passed, yet it seemed like an hour. The clattering sound outside the door echoed once more. Su Lang opened the chat room and directly messaged Wu Huihui, inquiring whether the zombies had invaded dormitory 200 or if other dormitories had also been attacked. Wu Huihui replied that other dormitories were indeed under assault. Upon reading this message, Su Lang felt considerably more composed. If the intensity of the zombies on the right matched that of those on the left, even with over 1,000 nightmare coins, he would still feel a headache. He knew the bloodthirsty nature of the game wouldn't be so sinister. If every monster on the floor had to confront them in one dormitory, it would be better to establish a rest period where players could eliminate others instantly, thus sparing them from torment. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless noise of zombies pounding on the door filled the air, leaving Tong Chi and Wang Yazi too afraid to breathe. Chao Yashuan was sweating profusely, feeling the greatest pressure of all. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and soon she had exhausted the steel materials at her side. She quickly turned her head, drenched in sweat, to look at Su Lang, only to find him pressing against the steel door with one hand. Nightmare coins, 300. Please choose one of the following upgrade paths within 1 minute. 1. Vermilion exorcism door, above average defense, capable of repelling ghosts. 2. Alloy steel door, extremely strong defense. 3. Slippery biological door, can entangle one monster. 4. Heavy stone door, strong defense, high durability. 5. Blue steel door, extremely strong defense, high durability. Dark creatures touching the door will suffer counter damage. Drawback, cannot be repaired with materials. Su Lang observed the damage to the steel door, then decided to use the last 10 durability points for an upgrade. The door shimmered and transformed into a blue door adorned with intricate mystical patterns. In an instant, the zombies outside, previously silent under the rain of crossbow bolts, let out anguished cries. Su Lang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the blue steel door. In this game, sometimes, one must rely on sheer numerical strength. Blue steel door, reveal your attributes to me. Blue steel door, type, facility, level, 3, defense, 6,060, durability, 7,070. Effect 1, demon suppression inflicts magical damage on dark creatures. Effect 2, never compromise 22 durability cannot be repaired with materials, but will regain 30 durability points when it drops to 40, maximum 3 times. Decomposes into blue steel x 45. Upgrade requirement, 550 nightmare coins. Description, demons, I stand against you. I offer your blood to Xinyuan. A total of 130 durability points. Su Lang was left dumbfounded. The attributes of the blue steel door, along with the biological door, were not items sold in stores, so he had no inkling that the former's attributes were so extraordinary. He had merely chosen the blue steel door under the assumption that he had no materials, only to unexpectedly unveil a gem. Now he could rest easy. Su Lang glanced at his remaining nightmare coins, feeling a wave of relief. With 839 nightmare coins left, Could you possibly catch up to me? All right. It's time to relax, Su Lang said with a smile towards the three girls. Noticing their confusion, he promptly shared the information about the steel gate. The dormitory fell silent for a moment, then erupted into joyous exclamations. On the surveillance screen, zombies began to fall one after another. Each time they made contact with the steel gate, white smoke would emanate from their palms, and in more severe cases, their fingers would melt away. Coupled with the relentless assault of 2 bronze crossbows, a small clearing emerged in front of the dormitory door. Though the area was modest, merely about a meter in diameter, it appeared to have become a forbidden zone for all the zombies. Chapter 49. Points. 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 What on earth is happening? Why is Su Lang's score skyrocketing? Jean Xin exclaimed from room 2. At that moment, all the players from room 1 had migrated to room 2. This was a strategic move. Players could exploit a 1-hour time difference to enter another's dormitory, with a cooldown period of about an hour. Unfortunately, the small iron door of Jean Xion's room could scarcely withstand the zombies, which would break through in mere minutes, thus necessitating such tactics. The bespectacled youth was peering through the peephole to observe the zombie onslaught when he turned around, startled. What did you say? Damn it! Thunder bellowed, immediately checking the leaderboard, only to discover that Su Lang's score was indeed soaring. What madness has he unleashed? A female player exclaimed in shock. Forget about him for now. We must find a way to eliminate the zombies and quickly rack up points, the bespectacled youth urged. With a grim expression, Thunder opened the door and unleashed a palm strike that sent several zombies flying before charging out himself. The corridor was shrouded in a thick mist, and some zombies attacking other dormitories quickly noticed the commotion and hopped over. Thunder, undaunted, unleashed successive palm strikes until his mental energy was depleted, at which point he returned to the dormitory. After securing the door, Thunder hastily retrieved high-grade food to restore his stamina and mental energy. This approach was fraught with risk, typically employed only by seasoned players. Jean Xin was left speechless. Is the game really played like this? Truly, a master at play. Unbeknownst to him, Thunder had learned this strategy from other veteran players, having transitioned to this dormitory after struggling in his previous one. The formidable figure in his eyes was merely a minor player in the eyes of others. Employing this method, Thunder swiftly accumulated points, even as his high-grade food supplies dwindled rapidly. In room 200, the zombies at the entrance had been vanquished, and with no more zombies in sight, Su Lang commenced his operations. Ghost peeking. He opened the door, peeked out, and quickly closed it. The attacking zombies, sensing the potent aura of bloodlust, immediately redirected their assault, bouncing over to meet their demise. Hiding in his room, Su Lang watched as zombie after zombie collapsed at the dormitory entrance, suddenly feeling a rush akin to that of a slaughterer. Were he in one of those online games, he imagined he would have earned a title by now. The corpses of the slain monsters soon vanish, yet outside dormitory 200, the amassed zombies form a small mountain, presenting a rather spectacular sight. Chao Yashuan and her 2 companions exchanged joyful applause as they gazed at the accumulated loot outside the dormitory. Once this round concludes, they anticipate a bountiful harvest. You should also earn some points, Su Lang suggested, handing a colt to Chao Yashuan. Each of you gets a magazine. Take turns. Chao Yashuan paused for a moment. Then her excitement bubbled over as she seized the colt. All right. Tong Chi and Wang Yaji's eyes sparkled. Finally, it was their turn to take the stage. The 4 had previously discussed a point-earning strategy, but they hadn't expected the opportunity to arise so swiftly. After the previous round, the 3 women felt less anxious about the second round, adopting a more relaxed and joyous demeanor. This was also why Su Lang felt confident allowing them to accumulate points. Confidence must be built gradually. Open the door, empty the magazine, close the door, reload, switch out, and then open the door again. After a few cycles of this routine, Wang Yaji remarked, Su Lang, don't rush to close the door this time. I'd like to try something. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, are you truly intent on doing that? Yes, Wang Yaji replied, gripping her sword with determination in her eyes. Didn't you already collect some glutinous rice? The glutinous rice, a drop from the zombies, can neutralize zombie venom. Very well, Su Lang nodded. Chao Yashuan and Tong Chi regarded Wang Yaji with a mix of tension and anticipation. If Wang Yaji could manage, there was no reason they couldn't as well. Wang Yaji glanced at the monitor screen, then burst out of the room, confronting the zombies head-on. This display of courage was commendable. Simultaneously, the act of slaying monsters proved less daunting than anticipated. One side of the corridor was blocked by Chao Yashuan with a blue steel door, allowing Wang Yaji to face only the zombies on the other side, aided by a bronze crossbow to disrupt the zombies' rhythm. As long as she adeptly employed the fundamental footwork of swordsmanship, she would be fine. Of course, she had to retreat promptly. Otherwise, being surrounded would spell trouble. Just as Wang Yaji grew more emboldened in her slaughter, a sudden cacophony of bells rang out in the corridor. She stumbled, clutching her head. A zombie bared its fangs and lunged forward. its outstretched hands aimed directly at her forehead. In a critical moment, the zombie unexpectedly plummeted from midair. The ghostly child, with its eerie gaze, had forcibly restrained the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yaji retreated to the dormitory, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a testament to her exhaustion and fright. "Yaji, are you all right?" Tong Chi rushed to support Wang Yaji, her concern evident. "I'm fine," Wang Yaji shook her head. Chao Yashuan secured the door, patting her chest as she remarked, "Fortunately, Brother Lang's microcontrol is impressive. Both protective spirits and offensive facilities can be micromanaged, although the former is somewhat more complex, requiring a mental connection with the owner. However, most people cannot operate this way, primarily due to the absence of surveillance cameras." "Yaji, do you want to continue?" Su Lang inquired. "Yes." Wang Yaji nodded emphatically. Tong Chi clenched her fist and said, "Sister Wang, you are merely over 100 points away from breaking into the top 10 of the leaderboard." Wang Yaji's expression brightened, and she inadvertently spoke her true feelings. "Great. That should provide enough ammunition for you all." The ammunition was limited, and with 3 of them cycling through its use, it was possible that none would secure a spot in the top 10. However, if she wielded a sword, the scenario would be quite different. Upon hearing this, Tong Chi's expression froze. Su Lang patted Tong Chi on the shoulder and remarked, "This is the optimal choice. If you were in her position, you would do the same." "Indeed." Chao Yashuan, aware of Tong Chi's tender heart, chimed in. "Yaji, from now on, you should make your own decisions regarding attribute points," Su Lang said, directing his gaze at Wang Yaji. Wang Yaji nodded and promptly allocated both points to her constitution. Su Lang then produced a ready-to-eat sirloin steak and handed it to Wang Yaji. "You need to replenish your strength, Tong Chi. You and Chao Yashuan should continue cycling through to defeat monsters." Although he was unaware of the experiences of seasoned players like Lei Ting and others, he had nonetheless self-taught various strategies. The reason was simple. He had ample time to contemplate and scrutinize this game. This alone provided him with an intangible advantage that ordinary players, burdened by laborious efforts, could scarcely attain. Moreover, food upgrades required nightmare coins. It could not be entirely useless, could it? After consuming the steak, Wang Yaji's vitality and physical condition returned to their peak, and she eagerly resumed her quest to slay monsters. Chapter 50, The Fangs of Zombies, Black Zombie Blood. Information notes: after a round of slaying, Wang Yaji successfully squeezed into the top 10 of the leaderboard. It wasn't long before Tong Chi and Chao Yashuan's names also appeared within the top 10, from one dormitory in the top 10. This truly marked a remarkable achievement for Dormitory 200. Unfortunately, nearly all the monster resources on the entire floor had been devoured by the 4 of them. For anyone else to surpass them, they would need to confront at least a quarter of the zombies on that floor. Dormitory broadcast. Players on the 10th floor are clearing monsters at an accelerated pace. The second round of monsters will not be able to enter the 10th floor. "Oh no, we're clearing them too swiftly. How will Brother Lang lure the monsters now?" Chao Yashuan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to speak rather candidly. "No, we should have been slower. Had I personally eliminated Lu Quan and his group, the zombies from the 9th floor should have already arrived." Su Lang said in a contemplative tone. Tong Chi gasped, "Brother Lang, that notion is too perilous." While they engaged in conversation, their speed in collecting items did not falter at all. They swiftly gathered all the dropped loot and returned to the dormitory. Wang Yaji stood guard, ensuring the door was securely closed upon the return of the 3. Their coordination was impeccable. After a round of gameplay, everyone had grasped the importance of support in their respective roles. One could only say that their progress was indeed rapid. The 4 gathered around the sofa, eagerly anticipating the moment to tally their spoils. The 3 women handed all their money to Su Lang. Assets: copper coins 24, 892, silver coins 3, gold coins 0. Su Lang reported their assets, then clicked his tongue. The drop rate for copper coins from these zombies is quite average. There aren't even any burial items. They are, after all, second-tier monsters. "Brother Lang, your words have brought you fortune. There truly is a burial item." Tong Chi exclaimed with a smile, lifting a beautiful porcelain bowl. Blue and white porcelain bowl. Type: porcelain. Level: 0. Durability: 33. Decomposition yield: blue and white porcelain shards x3. Upgrade requirement: 10 nightmare coins. Description: a funerary object for the deceased. Aesthetically pleasing yet utterly useless. It is advisable to shatter it. Su Lang chuckled. "Let us set it aside. After all, it is a vessel for holding items." Tong Chi nodded and casually placed the porcelain aside. Among the dropped items, such funerary artifacts are indeed plentiful. Somewhat akin to the soul shards dropped by vengeful spirits, mere superfluous debris. However, there are 3 items that warrant Su Lang's attention. Zombie Fong. Type: item. Level: 2. Effect: death energy. By inserting the Fong into your mouth, one may absorb some essence of the deceased. thereby being recognized as akin by ghosts. Durability, 55. Decomposition yield, bone powder x3. Upgrade requirement, 90 nightmare coins. Description, in my youth, I possessed a set of glowing zombie teeth. The little girls were terrified of me. Black zombie blood. Type, blood. Level, 2. Effect, transform into a black zombie for 3 minutes, gaining immense strength and resilience. Upgrade requirement, 120 nightmare coins. Description, consume me, and every part of your body will be hardened, save for the sponge body and pituitary gland. Information note. Type, item. Content, the true monster lurks within the corridor. Description, this item possesses no level, cannot be decomposed or upgraded. It is merely for observation. Take a look at this information note, Su Lang said as he presented the paper. It might pertain to that bell-ringing entity. Wang Yaji recalled the terrifying sound of the bell, a chill coursing through her. It should be, Su Lang nodded. I had anticipated a plethora of monsters in this round. Yet only zombies appeared. Initially, he had expected a more diverse array of creatures in the second round, but reality proved him mistaken. At that moment, Tong Chi spoke up. Isn't this zombie what the veteran players refer to as a tough monster? Although this round featured only one type of creature and no level 3 monsters, numerous players have perished. The hardbones mentioned by players generally possess 2 characteristics, a strong door-bashing ability and being difficult to kill. The zombie embodies both traits. Su Lang wore a faint smile, pleased that Tong Chi and the others could think independently. After all, he too was a novice, occasionally finding his intellect lacking. After some discussion, Chao Yashuan suddenly exclaimed, Su Lang, so many people are messaging me. Quite normal, Su Lang shrugged. He had grown accustomed to the notifications. Me too. Tong Chi opened the chat room, equally astonished. Wang Yazi found herself in a similar situation. The 3 women, encountering such an occurrence for the first time, began to chatter animatedly. Su Lang cast a glance at the trading network and noted that someone was selling glutinous rice for 400 copper coins, so he listed his 20 portions for 399. The 20 portions of glutinous rice were gradually purchased, yielding nearly 8,000 copper coins. Su Lang sighed inwardly, recognizing that it wasn't that the zombie brother was impoverished, rather, he had merely exchanged copper coins for glutinous rice. Subsequently, he swept the market clean of all the number 6 bullets available for sale, ultimately retaining 30,000 copper coins in his possession. Never before had there been such a flawless beginning. Although he had sacrificed sleep during this round of the game, Su Lang's gains were substantial, and he reveled in the thrill of his victories. After accomplishing all this, Su Lang opened his private messages. They were inundated. Having added nearly all players from the first round, over half had sent him messages. Some were filled with flattery, others expressed confusion, while many were simply astonished. After a cursory glance, he clicked on Su Rian's message. 180 Su Rian. How do you manage to accumulate points so swiftly with a level 3 turret? 180 Su Rian. The taller the tree, the harder it falls. Do take care, don't reveal all your cards. Points are important, but life is far more precious. Su Rian's messages came to an abrupt halt here. Perhaps feeling that a monologue would be undignified, she refrained from further communication. Su Lang's initial thought upon reading these messages was that Su Rian had a tendency to be verbose. His second thought was, could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Su Lang shook his head, dismissing such notions as mere illusions. The belief that a beautiful girl speaking more than a few words to you indicates affection is but a trap for the love-struck. Would sending a voice message imply she wanted to be in a relationship? 200 Su Lang. Thank you for your concern. I am doing well here. 180 Su Rian. Thanks to you, I have now dropped to 5th place. Su Lang was momentarily taken aback. Then he opened the leaderboard and discovered that although Su Rian's points had increased, her ranking had indeed fallen from 3rd place. 200 Su Lang. It is my duty. We are all companions. 180 Su Rian. I truly appreciate it. In dormitory 180, Su Rian gritted her teeth. For a lackluster player like Nia Xiaozhu, it was ideal that Su Lang single-handedly eliminated all the monsters in the corridor. However, for a player like Su Rian, who harbored ambitions, Su Lang's actions felt like monster hunting theft. In the first round, the vengeful spirits had low defenses, allowing Su Rian to eliminate them effortlessly. With Su Lang around, she didn't have to worry about the spirits redirecting their ire, and thus she had a grand time. Yet, in this round, the zombies possessed far tougher hides. Despite her best efforts, she could only manage to slay about 10. 200 Su Lang. Why don't you head to the 9th floor and lend a hand? 180 Su Rian. The big monster on the 10th floor is lurking on the left staircase. I can deduce the big monster on the 9th floor is on the right just by using my common sense. What difference would it make if I went over now, compared to releasing the boss early? 200 Su Lang. Perhaps you might find an opportunity. The boss is currently in a weakened state. 180 Su Rian. Why not you go instead? 200 Su Lang. I am not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? I certainly am. Sometimes. Taking a significant risk is essential, though it is not always appropriate. For instance, like now, Surian was certain that some players would inevitably succumb to temptation and venture into other floors. Such creatures, with their tough hides and formidable attacks, were truly the nightmares of players. While their attack methods may be singular, the sound of them crashing through doors is unbearable. It can be said that as long as there are dormitories lacking second-level defensive structures, even with second-level doors, they could not withstand the onslaught of more than 5 zombies. Surian patiently awaited for a brief moment before she acquired the information she sought. Chapter 51. The ghostly messenger arrives. The terrifying level 10 monster. 174 Zhou Wudi. Damn it, there are 2 zombies outside my door, yet no one comes to my aid. I am out of materials. 89 Li Shu. I suggest evading the ghosts. These zombies are not very mobile. 177 Wang Yang. Agreed, Brother Zhou, let us rush to the 10th floor together. Our position is quite advantageous. We are merely 1 floor away from the invincible zone on the 10th floor. 174 Zhou Wudi. Brothers on the 9th floor, those willing. Let us go. I'm going in now. Not long after, the names of these individuals faded, including those of their roommates. They perished almost instantaneously. Su Rian gasped in shock. How could they die so quickly? Su Lang was also monitoring the movements of these few individuals and was taken aback upon witnessing the dimming of their names. What do you mean they died so quickly? Xiao Yashuan was perplexed. The 3 women had been closely observing the chat room regarding these individuals. After all, should they ascend the floor, they might catch sight of them on the surveillance screen. In a non-combat state, everyone had disabled their turret's automatic attack mode. Otherwise, it could easily harm passersby, leading to grievances, not to mention wasteful expenditure of ammunition. However, if those individuals harbored malicious intent, they would need to activate the attack mode at once. Su Lang had mentioned that sometimes, other players could be more fearsome than the monsters. Upon hearing Su Lang's explanation, the 3 women experienced a moment of enlightenment. Feeling as though they had acquired a new skill, a sense of urgency surged within Wang Yazi. The pressure from Su Lang was overwhelming. As if he were proficient in everything, which inadvertently imposed stress on those around him, particularly on someone like her with a strong sense of pride. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yazi said, I will practice my sword for a while. Please inform me if anything occurs. Tong Chi chuckled, Sister Wang, we are all in the same dormitory. You will surely receive any news. Upon hearing this, Wang Yazi's ears turned crimson, and she hurried to the side to practice her swordplay. Of course, her training was not vigorous. She merely aimed to familiarize herself with the routines and techniques, for excessive exertion would waste her stamina. With the increasing difficulty of the game, players had to consider more factors, stamina being a crucial aspect. Observing Wang Yazi's diligence, Su Lang began to meditate. In that instant, Xiao Yashuan and Tong Chi felt a sense of restlessness. Are you two too competitive? Tong Chi and Xiao Yashuan exchanged glances. Tong Chi declared, I will monitor the surveillance. Xiao Yashuan responded, I will check the chat room. Sister Wang and Su Lang are working so hard, I cannot fall behind. Tong Chi's determination was unwavering. Tong Chi had been striving diligently, yet she begrudged the situation, as she initially wished to sip tea and nibble on cookies. Xiao Yashuan silently grumbled. Meanwhile, Wang Yazi noticed the atmosphere among the 3 had suddenly turned serious, prompting her to pause her actions before redoubling her efforts in sword practice. The 4 individuals, akin to perpetual motion machines, spurred one another on. Time passed, and Su Lang eventually opened his eyes, puzzled. Has this round not yet concluded? The players on the 9th floor are lagging behind. Xiao Yashuan promptly replied. She had been closely monitoring the surveillance, possessing the most up-to-date information. It dawned on Su Lang. Players on the 9th floor likely lacked powerful offensive abilities, rendering their struggle against the zombies particularly arduous. In the past, players from other floors could come to their aid during such predicaments, but now, the stairwell was obstructed by formidable monsters, leaving others helpless. The stairwell was shrouded in dense white mist, obscuring any understanding of the events transpiring within. Unless there was a floor leader capable of rallying an entire floor, there was little hope for anyone to venture into the stairwell. After some time, the dormitory broadcast finally announced. Dormitory broadcast. The second round has concluded. You all have 3 minutes to rest. After 3 minutes, there will be a patrol by the ghostly enforcers. Players are advised to cooperate with the investigation. The rest period had been reduced to a mere 3 minutes. This was undoubtedly linked to the 9th floor's prolonged struggle to clear the game. At that moment, the chatroom was rife with accusations directed at the players on the 9th floor. 40 Zhao Shuang. 9th floor, what are you doing? 85 Oh Chun. Disgusting. You are dragging out everyone's rest time. 171 Li Li. What nonsense are you spouting? The longer we take, the longer your rest time is extended. 125 Lin Wen. Are you foolish? Just look at how many of you are left on the 9th floor. Soon the monsters will come for the other floors. 171 Li Li. You're not helping at all. and you have the audacity to speak. If it weren't for Sister Su scaling the wall to assist, we would still be stuck. 181 Liu. Su Ruan. So it was Sister Su who intervened. No wonder her score increased in the end. The chat room was abuzz with commotion. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, leaving little time for contemplation. Su Lang found himself in the same predicament. Ghostly enforcers? What could they possibly be? It sounded rather extraordinary. Brother Lang, the white mist has dissipated, Tong Chi exclaimed. Indeed. Su Lang fixated on the surveillance screen, patiently awaiting the emergence of the monsters. However, after a prolonged wait, no monster appeared. The corridor remained eerily silent, unchanged. Brother Lang, a player has perished. It's one from the 4th floor, Tong Chi reported. Su Lang was taken aback and quickly accessed the chat room. From the 4th floor, a 2-meter-tall monster clad in a black uniform emerged from a dormitory, dragging 3 corpses with a grappling hook. A player from the adjacent room 77, witnessing this through the peephole, nearly cried out. Ghostly enforcer. Type: Spectre. Level: 10 skills. Description: a ghostly enforcer that captures vengeful spirits and detests deceit. What the hell? How can there be a level 10 monster? The player from room 77 was an experienced veteran and had never encountered such a severe glitch before. In a moment of urgency, the player utilized the chat room's built-in feature to snap a photo and send it to the chat. He had no time to ponder the ensuing discussions. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door. The ghostly enforcer had passed his dormitory and was now in the adjacent room. Then, he heard the chilling command, open the door. The ghostly enforcer is conducting a room check. Suddenly, the player's heart tightened. Not long ago, he had heard a similar phrase. The 3 players next door had remained silent. And shortly thereafter, the door was breached, leaving the corpses hanging on hooks. Very well, esteemed Spectre, we shall open the door now. Have you encountered any malevolent spirits recently? Indeed, we have. Where? We vanquished them. Dare you lie? You feeble mortals could never contend with vengeful spirits. Almost immediately, the players' screams echoed, the cacophony subsiding within mere seconds. The names of the 4 players faded from existence. They were seasoned players. The occupant of dormitory 77 felt a chill run down his spine, swiftly conveying a silencing gesture to his teammates before recounting the experience in the chat room. He recounted every detail without reservation, hoping that others might glean some insight. He genuinely perceived the potential for his demise at the hands of this creature. Chapter 52. The Spectre's Affection for Porcelain. A warning from seasoned player Su Lang, upon reading the player's account and recalling the images previously shared. Spoke. What he claims must be true. What do we do now, Brother Lang? That specter doesn't seem to be inquiring door to door. It could reach the 10th floor soon, Tong Chi said anxiously. Although there was only one monster this round, it was exceedingly perilous. So far, it appeared that every dormitory visited by the specter had witnessed the demise of its players. The survival rate stood at 0. Do not panic. Keep watch while I consult Su Ruyan, Su Lang said, his brows furrowed. He felt that Su Ruyan was relatively trustworthy thus far. 200 Su Lang, Sister Wang. What do you think of this specter? 180 Su Ruyan. Information costs 1,000 copper coins. 200 Su Lang. Understood. 180 Su Ruyan. First, disable the automated attack mode of the defensive facilities. Otherwise, you will provoke the specter. This is pure gaming experience, believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Su Lang promptly instructed Chao Yashuan and the others. 200 Su Lang, and then 180 Su Ruyan. Higher level monsters possess greater intelligence. Treat this level 10 creature as if it were a sentient being. 200 Su Lang, and then 180 Su Ruyan. Such an extraordinary monster certainly isn't here for us to slay. Focus on deciphering its behavioral patterns rather than attempting to kill it. 200 Su Lang, and then 180 Su Ruyan. That is all. 3 messages, costing 3,000 copper coins. Su Lang immediately transferred the amount to Su Ruyan. After all, if the specter truly intended to kill them, those coins would serve no purpose. Having completed this, Su Lang fell into deep contemplation. Creatures like the specter, possessing intelligence, were not unfamiliar to him. He had encountered many in his nightmares. While he could not directly replicate the methods he had previously employed, he could certainly draw upon them for guidance. First, if one claims to have seen a vengeful spirit, then evidence must be procured. Conversely, if one asserts they have not seen a spirit, they are lying, for they clearly witnessed it in the first round. The second point is purely speculative. Otherwise, the survival rate of players would certainly not be so dismally low. On average, a group of players meets their demise every few minutes. As of now, no player has shared any experiences of survival. The once formidable veteran players have now fallen silent, each one seemingly afraid that uttering an additional word in the chat room might summon the specter of death upon them. At this moment, the chat room is unexpectedly quiet. Suddenly, a message appears. Zhang Dezai, I have a piece of intelligence regarding the specter, now available on the trading platform for those interested. Su Lang's eyes flickered as he opened the trading site. Seller, Zhang Dezai. Content, intelligence note. Price, 5,000 copper coins. Additional information about the specter, available for purchase. Zhang Dezai is indeed a savvy businessman. He demands 5,000 copper coins for a mere piece of information. Su Lang estimated that it wouldn't be long before someone would purchase this intelligence note. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, the note was bought. Su Lang raised an eyebrow and opened the chat window with Zhang Dezai, sending a private message. Su Lang, what information can you share? After all, it was merely a request for information, and he still had some leverage. Zhang Dezai, hee, it's you, Lang Go. Consider the information a free gift. The specter has a penchant for porcelain. Upon hearing this, Su Lang's eyes lit up. Well, it seems he was indeed waiting for this. He possessed plenty of porcelain. Su Lang opened the chat room to see if the player who purchased the information would disclose it, only to find the following message. Li Shuwen, this intelligence is highly valuable. I won't inflate the price. It's still 5,000 copper coins, now on the trading platform. Xiao Yashuan remarked. It's like passing the parcel. These people have no sense of generosity. After all, they had spent money. Wang Yaji sighed. Zhang Dezai informed me that the specter favors porcelain, with some maneuvering. Perhaps we might be spared, Su Lang chuckled. Wang Yaji's eyes brightened. Then she said, however, we shouldn't trust it entirely. After all, it's second-hand information. Su Lang nodded. Thus, he waited for someone to reveal the answer from the intelligence note. Yet, he waited for quite some time, as the intelligence note was listed repeatedly. But no one disclosed the information. It was truly extraordinary. The player's penchant for infighting and aversion to loss was on full display at this moment. Su Lang smirked. He neither wished to spend money nor confirm the veracity of the information. What should he do? Su Lang, Dezai already informed me that the content of the intelligence note is that the specter favors porcelain. Li, brother, I'm currently selling it. In dormitory 171, Li slammed his fist against the wall, truly wishing to curse. However, after 2 rounds of gameplay, everyone knew Su Lang was formidable. Thus, if he didn't want trouble, he had to swallow his frustration. Bang! Just then, a knock echoed through the room, followed by a chilling voice that sent shivers down the spine. Open the door. The specter is here for an inspection. Li felt his entire body bristle with sweat. Hastily retrieving a piece of porcelain that had fallen from a vengeful spirit to stow it in his backpack before approaching the door. Have you encountered any vengeful souls or malevolent spirits lately? The ghostly enforcer, with a visage as dark as night and towering at 2 meters tall, adorned in a black official robe, instilled a palpable dread. Li swallowed hard, suddenly leaning closer to the enforcer and discreetly slipping a porcelain bottle into the enforcer's sleeve. His dormitory was well equipped. During the initial encounter, he had vanquished numerous vengeful spirits, thus he was not lacking in porcelain. The enforcer's expression darkened abruptly. Recall what? Li, terrified to the core, stammered. I saw nothing. I was merely asleep at home. This was dire. The enforcer's profile had mentioned a disdain for liars. Humph, answer more promptly next time, the enforcer scoffed, turning away. Li stood frozen, drenched in sweat, until a gust of wind jolted him back to reality, recalling a remark made by a 6th phase player. Game item descriptions could sometimes be misleading. The information contained in the intelligence notes held the utmost priority. If conditions allowed, one should gather as many intelligence notes as possible. Chapter 53, Porcelain Frenzy. A Harvest of Madness. The dormitory survival game could be whimsical, yet it might also represent a substantial silver coin. Realizing this possibility sent shivers down Li's spine, as he grasped the dormitory's predatory nature for the first time. Silently, he closed the door and entered the living room. Li, did the enforcer leave? His 2 teammates rushed to greet him. Li responded, suddenly collapsing into silent sobs, afraid to make a sound. The breakdown of an adult may occur in an instant. His teammates were taken aback as they heard Li weep. When will this ever end? I was terrified just now. Did you see the body dragged by that enforcer's hook? It was so long. Hearing this, his teammates could not help but feel despondent. Li, what are you doing? One teammate inquired. After crying for a while, Li's fingers began to tremble as they moved in the air, a habit of many when operating interfaces. Share the experience. No charge. It's better to help out some seasoned players than to assist those inexperienced newcomers. In dormitory 200, Su Lang chuckled at the experience Li shared. In the chat room, emotions ran high. 40 Zhao Shuang. Damn, so that is how it is. I knew there had to be a guaranteed death trap. 88 Chao Bin. It's that simple? Everyone has a chance now. Thank you, brotherly. 44 Wang Ao. Damn it. I haven't found any porcelain. What should I do? 127 Qian Shu. Damn, me too. Dorm Chief, save me. 145 Li Shui. Help. The enforcer is knocking at the door. Wang Ao's words stirred a tempest of panic. Not everyone possessed porcelain. For those formidable players like Su Lang, porcelain was abundant and expendable. Yet for many, who had never ventured beyond their doors, the prospect of finding dropped items was but a distant dream. In that moment, chaos reigned among them. In stark contrast to these individuals were Su Lang and the valiant monster hunters on each floor. Su Lang remained unperturbed as he initiated a trade with Li Shui. Upon recognizing the top-ranking player, the other party promptly agreed to the transaction. A beautifully crafted dish appeared in Su Lang's trade window. 200 Su Lang. Offer your highest price. The other party instantly comprehended the cue, placing over 3,000 copper coins into the trade box before clicking to finalize the transaction. Su Lang, not overly greedy, understood the gravity of the situation. Should the other player perish, he would gain nothing. With 3,000 copper coins in hand, Su Lang smiled triumphantly and checked the trading platform, only to discover that the price of the porcelain had surged dramatically. If memory served him right, this item had previously been regarded as scrap, fetching merely a few copper coins, yet within a blink, the price had skyrocketed to several hundred and continued to be eagerly purchased. Upon reflecting calmly, if you were a wealthy investor, what would you do? Would you merely watch? No. You must learn to seize the opportunity. Acquire the possessions of the less fortunate in advance, then resell them at a premium. Su Lang's scheming thoughts bubbled to the surface, and just as he was about to act, Tong Chi interjected angrily. These people are truly despicable. Raising prices at such a time. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive, yet this was the reality. Would our porcelain not increase in price? Wang Yaji's perspective was more mature. Tong Chi was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Without selling at a high price, how could one procure arrows for the bronze crossbow? Who would cover the utility costs? It was indeed a bit excessive, but just wait until I drive their prices down, Su Lang chuckled. The porcelain on the trading platform had been completely sold out, while the chat room was filled with individuals clamoring to purchase porcelain. With such a significant market gap, Su Lang was confident that there were others snatching up the porcelain as well. The unscrupulous players in the Mad King Tower were certainly not limited to him alone. 180 Su Ruyan. How many did you acquire? 200 Su Lang. What did you say? I do not comprehend. 180 Su Ruyan. Did you not purchase any porcelain? 200 Su Lang. No, I do not engage in such unscrupulous activities. 180 Su Ruyan. Oh, I did. Su Lang. This woman is truly wicked. 200 Su Lang. Mainly, I have too much porcelain on hand and fear it might become burdensome. 180 Su Ruyan. I see. The porcelain was nearly instantaneously sold out, and shortly thereafter, a piece of porcelain was listed on the trading platform for 1,000 copper coins. This porcelain vanished in an instant. At that price point, someone was willing to buy. Su Lang swiftly listed his porcelain for 990 copper coins. All those stockpiling goods in preparation to list their porcelain were left flabbergasted. Do not engage in such cutthroat competition. The porcelain priced at 1,000 copper coins sold out immediately, indicating a significant demand, even allowing for a potential price increase. Yet, Su Lang had initiated a price war instead. Not only did Su Lang list his porcelain at a lower price, but he also listed over 40 pieces at once. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen pieces were gone. Those hoarding goods could no longer remain idle and immediately began selling their porcelain at even lower prices. Su Lang kept a close watch on the prices, noting that all the sellers were prominent players from the first and second rounds, each offering increasingly lower prices. At that moment, he remained composed, consistently driving the prices to their nadir. Players harbored no biases. They purchased solely from those who offered the lowest prices. Why did Su Lang engage in such practices? The reason was undeniably simple. As he had discussed with Su Ruyan, there was an excess of goods. Although there were still several hundred players, the spectral envoys would not interrogate each individual, but would take a bribe and depart swiftly. Even if the Feng Wang building was bustling with people, the dormitory could accommodate only 200 households, while Su Lang possessed over 40 pieces of porcelain. Considering the additional porcelain that might have been dropped from other floors, it was conceivable that some would overflow, and if sold gradually, they would inevitably become burdensome. Witnessing the titans embroiled in a price war, the ordinary players were elated. The building managers commenced a vicious competition. In truth, it was only through such means that ordinary players could find a glimmer of hope or a moment to breathe. After all, where do you think your miraculous scrolls originate? Ah, at last, we are sold out, Su Lang remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Although he verbally declared the stock depleted, 5 pieces of porcelain remained set aside for contingency. Su Lang, how much do we have now? Chao Yixin inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. This venture has netted us approximately 17,000, factoring in the total amount. We currently possess 45,000, Su Lang replied. Towards the end, even a few dozen copper coins could not entice anyone to collect the porcelain. Initially, during the market's panic, it was feasible to make a profit, but as time passed, everyone realized the possibility of overflowing porcelain. Harvest time, Tong Chi exclaimed jubilantly. Chao Yixin chuckled, covering her mouth. Little Qi, you remind me of Xiao Yan. Who is Xiao Yan? Tong Qi asked, bewildered. My niece, Xiao Yixin responded. Once, when we visited a rabbit meat restaurant, she adamantly refused to go. Yet when we arrived, she devoured 3 large bowls of rice. Ha! Wang Yizhi and Su Lang burst into laughter. Tong Qi flushed with embarrassment. Amidst the merriment, Su Lang's pupils contracted as a towering figure entered the surveillance view. Clad in a dark official robe, his palms concealed within the voluminous sleeves. A dark chain extended from the cuff, trailing behind him like a long human tether. The spectral envoy had arrived. Chapter 54, The Art of Bribery. The invitation from the underworld. The instant the spectral envoy appeared, the joyous atmosphere within the dormitory was abruptly extinguished. The pupils of Xiao Yixin and her companions dilated, as if someone had seized their throats, their faces paling significantly. Su Lang and Tong Qi instinctively drew closer to Su Lang, staring at the chain of figures. She was rendered momentarily speechless. Su Lang gently squeezed Tong Qi's small hand, offering warmth, before rising with a blue and white porcelain bowl in hand. The spectral envoy was striding towards dormitory 200, his expression cold and terrifying. Simultaneously, Su Lang approached the doorway to greet the spectral envoy. However, at that moment, the envoy suddenly halted, directing his gaze towards the plaque inscribed with the name of the ghost child. Su Lang also came to a standstill. Would the ghost child incite the wrath of the spectral envoy? After all, the ghost child was a notoriously malevolent spirit. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the spectral envoy took a step back upon seeing the ghost child and bowed slightly. Meanwhile, the ghost child seated upon the shrine lifted his head proudly, puffing out his belly, yet showed no inclination to rise and return the greeting. This scene left the 3 young women, Tong Qi, utterly spellbound. On the surveillance screen, the ghostly figure waved his hand, seemingly signaling that the ghostly emissary could depart. The emissary then dragged along a chain of souls, continuing forward. As he approached dormitory 200, the heavy steel door creaked open. Su Lang stood behind it, addressing the emissary. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed ghostly emissary. The emissary paused, surveying Su Lang from head to toe, then glanced at the composed ghostly figure beside him, and with a hint of hesitation, replied, You seek to reclaim the remains of your companion. However, I am bound by my duties. Esteemed ghostly emissary, you misunderstand, Su Lang interjected. When it comes to malevolent spirits, I advise you not to mention such matters in my presence, for I will not divulge anything. The ghostly emissary, momentarily taken aback, stepped forward a couple of paces and inquired, Then what is it that you intend to do? He had never encountered such an unusual human, one who was unafraid and even approached him willingly. Fear not, I mean no harm, Su Lang replied with a smile. I recently stumbled upon a piece of contraband and have been searching for a proper place to hand it over. He then produced an exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain bowl. Blue and white flower bowl. Type, spirit artifact. Level, 1. Effect, nourishing in long-term possession will yield a slight nurturing effect on in souls. Harmful to the living. Disassembly yields blue and white porcelain shards x3, in energy x1. Upgrade requirement, 50 nightmare coins. Description, oh, this bowl is perfect for serving brain pulp, but one must eat it over here. The ghostly emissary quickly grasped the bowl, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Where did you acquire this bowl? By mere chance. Su Lang chuckled. This is indeed contraband of the highest order. The emissary's voice trembled with eagerness, his body quivering slightly. I concur. Which is precisely why I present it to you, Su Lang replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the emissary's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. Do you have ulterior motives? Su Lang merely smiled, hands tucked into his pockets, radiating amusement. This only deepened the emissary's consternation. He leaned in closer and whispered, The circumstances here are delicate. If possible, it would be prudent to gather all the Tende bells. You can surely infer what they are. Is that all? Su Lang frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. That is all I can offer. However, if you have enemies, I could assist you in capturing or eliminating a few. The emissary exhaled, an aura of Yin energy escaping his lips. Feeling a chill creep up his neck, Su Lang maintained his smile. Then I have no further business. Thank you, esteemed ghostly emissary. Do not mention it. The emissary replied with a bow, producing a dark blue-black invitation from his sleeve. This is a gift for you. Thank you. Su Lang accepted the invitation, watching the emissary depart as the chains clanked, the ghost moving on with the souls in tow. Su Lang, you've returned. What did you discuss with the ghostly emissary? Chao Yashuan's gaze shifted slightly, sensing an unsettling chill emanating from Su Lang. The surveillance device was equipped with audio capabilities. Yet Su Lang had leaned too close to the emissary, their words barely audible, leaving them unaware of the conversation. Nothing of consequence, merely exchanged this bowl for that. Su Lang replied, revealing the dark blue invitation. Invitation to the underworld, type, item, effect, Upon use, it facilitates team matching, after which the participants will proceed to the underworld together with their dormitory and tenants. Restriction: usable only by the house owner and players from the 3rd and 6th phases. Description: come one, come all, to the 7-day tour of the underworld. The blue and white floral bowl was acquired through the expenditure of 10 nightmare coins for an upgrade. Although a further enhancement was not exorbitantly priced, he hesitated to take the risk, believing that excess could be detrimental. Consequently, he exchanged it for what should have been a useful piece of information, only to receive this non-graded item instead. Chao Yashuan hesitated, saying, "This item, Su Lang. Perhaps we should refrain from going?" Tong Chi echoed, "The underworld certainly does not sound like a pleasant place." Wang Yaji's gaze sharpened as she speculated. Perhaps it is filled with spectral messengers, akin to level 10 monsters. Regardless, they were not qualified to venture there. Su Lang chuckled softly, casually placing the invitation in the drawer. Subsequently, the 4 resumed their activities in the dormitory. Some perused the chat room, others browsed the trading network, while casual conversations ensued, accompanied by the occasional snacking on sunflower seeds. Su Lang distributed 3,000 copper coins to each of the 3 girls, instructing them to procure any worthwhile items they encountered. While he himself began to meditate, time passed quietly. The spectral messengers patrolled, querying nearly every room, departing only when dawn broke. Dormitory broadcast: morning has arrived. The 3rd round has concluded, and the 4th wave of monsters will attack at 6 in the evening. Everyone, take this time to rest. The dormitory broadcast served as a reminder that the 4th round would involve a monster assault, rather than a mere patrol by the spectral messengers. After this patrol, many players felt that facing formidable challenges might be preferable, as it would not evoke the same despair experienced during this encounter. With the conclusion of the 3rd round, players confirmed their safety. Some collapsed into slumber, while others began to socialize. Indeed, they sought to connect face-to-face after a long night, an instinctive means of combating isolation. As a lack of social interaction could lead to psychological distress, players on the 10th floor congregated near dormitory 200, calling out, "Lango, are you home? Come out and chat. Lango, are you perhaps the reincarnation of Erlingshin? You were incredibly impressive last night, saving us during both waves of monsters. Lango, Su Lang, with so many girls calling you that, you must feel quite flattered," Chao Yashuan remarked in her characteristic languid tone. "I've grown accustomed to it." Su Lang replied with a shrug. Chao Yashuan felt a twinge of annoyance at Su Lang's nonchalance, retorting, "Don't pay attention to them. You 1T reply anyway. Come, let us go take a shower." "Isn't it a bit early for that?" Su Lang questioned. Chapter 55. A familiar card, the King of Hearts. Chao Yashuan and Su Lang headed to the shower. With Su Lang having recently come into considerable wealth, he had no shortage of copper coins and indulged freely. While others collected bathwater for reuse, he kept the water running continuously after entering. Half an hour later, Su Lang sent a message to Tong Chi. Shortly thereafter, the washroom door swung open with Tong Chi entering in a fluster. "What happened? Did Sister you faint?" Tong Chi's pupils dilated, her expression tense, and beads of sweat formed on her youthful visage beneath her tousled hair. Chao Yashuan had already tidied up and departed early. Wang Yaji was practicing her swordplay when she saw Su Lang and Tong Chi emerge, and could not help but roll her eyes. It was fortunate that the dormitory had exceptional soundproofing. Otherwise, the neighbors would have surely lodged a complaint. Su Lang cleared his throat and inquired, "Yaji, have you firmly decided that your primary weapon will be the sword?" "Indeed," Wang Yaji nodded, her expression turning serious. "I feel that the sword suits me well and is quite easy to wield." "That is splendid," Su Lang replied with a smile. Should he ascend to the pinnacle in this round of the game, and if the trio of Chao Yashuan, Tong Chi, and Wang Yazi were to secure positions within the top 10, then their attribute points and other rewards would mirror his own. While this may not quite match the advantage of continuously upgrading the dormitory, it still constituted significant good news. Therefore, it was imperative to strive for success. This also implied that the 3 women could not remain mere decorative figures. Subsequently, Wang Yaji took a shower before heading to bed. Su Lang had initially been asleep, but as the cool-down time for the nightmare bed diminished, he decided to engage in a friendly interaction with Wang Yaji, primarily out of concern that the comfort level might not yield the desired effect. Hearing the erratic beating of her heart, Wang Yaji hesitated. "What is the matter?" Su Lang wore a smile that he believed to be composed, yet was, in reality, quite strained. "In the future, you might consider enhancing your physical attributes, allowing Tong Chi and Yashuan to take the lead in spiritual attacks." "Humph, go to sleep." In dormitory 200, the 4 had already drifted off into a peaceful slumber, while the others remained unable to rest. This was the critical moment to seize the initiative. Even in exhaustion, one had to scour the building. If they delayed, they might not even catch a glimpse of what they sought. Thus, unless one was the type to collapse into sleep immediately, the others hurried out of the dormitory, unwilling to rest. Each individual's spirit had been pushed to the brink. This fatigue could not be alleviated merely by consuming some gourmet food. Lei Ting and the others had spent the entire night battling monsters, their eyes bloodshot. However, as the floor leader, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. He had to lead the players on the first floor in their search. Despite the temptation to incapacitate Su Lang, he truly had no time to spare. In such moments, unity was essential. Otherwise, if the other players on the first floor were bullied, it would indirectly weaken the overall strength of the first floor, making it more susceptible to attacks. Ordinary players also needed to rely on the floor leader while aspiring to surpass him. In summary, the dynamics at play were intricate and could not be succinctly articulated. After a night of gaming, the player count in the Mad King's Tower had dwindled to 300. Yet, these 300 were more formidable than before. This was due, in part, to the spoils from defeated monsters, and in part, to the elimination of other players, allowing them to raid unoccupied dormitories. In the first round of the game, Su Lang and his companions were still learning the ropes, but in the second round, with the inclusion of seasoned players, the newcomers developed at an astonishing rate, akin to locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. After each round, the blood mist zone would expand outward, freeing up additional space and refreshing item areas. The 300 players, when dispersed, appeared rather inconspicuous, thus allowing one to venture away from the main group to gather items without fear, though if one were to be robbed, they could not blame anyone but themselves. During the game, there was no mechanism for blood vengeance. On the 10th floor, the majority of players clustered around Wu Huihui, forming a formidable group. Wang Tingting exclaimed to Wu Huihui, "Huihui, we cannot rely solely on Lang Go." "I understand." Wu Huihui nodded, her expression grave. Once a battle goddess, Wu Huihui now found herself as the weakest leader, failing to secure a position within the top 30 on the leaderboard. "Sister Huihui, look at this." Suddenly, a girl shouted, holding up a playing card emblazoned with the image of the King of Hearts. Charlemagne's hair was strangely curled as he brandished a sword at his own head. This newly acquired item lacked a clear ownership, allowing everyone to see its information. King of Hearts, type, item, level, unknown, effect, delays the start time of the game by 3 days or upgrades the dormitory once. Description, wow, a golden legend. Haha. Xiaozhu, you've struck it rich. Wu Huihui laughed heartily as a group of girls quickly gathered around. Huihui, should I upgrade the dormitory or delay the game for 3 days? Nie Xiaozhu asked excitedly. For players on the 10th floor, joining the group required no tributes or contributions, merely paying Wu Huihui 200 copper coins. While this seemed rather exploitative, it was, in fact, the most reasonable arrangement among the 10 floors. Alas, though Wu Huihui was not malevolent, she was no true saint either. "I advise you to opt for delaying the game for 3 days, a magnetic female voice interjected. The crowd turned to see Su Ruyan standing in the corner, arms crossed. "Sister Su, I thought you were acting alone. When did you show up?" a girl exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tingting inquired, "Sister Su, why do you say that?" Su Ruyan calmly explained, "The 9th floor has collapsed. Li Li and the others have moved to other floors. Consequently, the pressure will shift to the 10th and 8th floors." A sudden realization struck everyone. Indeed, it was true. Wu Huihui, aware of this, furrowed her brow and remarked, "But the sacrifice for Xiaozhu is too great." She contemplated selling the card to those with team spirit, hoping to secure some benefit for Nie Xiaozhu. Su Ruyan stated coolly, "To be frank, the value of this ungraded item is exceedingly high. If you can trade it with those seasoned players from the 7th or 8th rounds, you could fetch an unimaginable price. But do you truly believe you can survive this round of the game? From my observations, the overall strength of our 10th floor is likely the weakest. With the 9th floor's collapse, the next round will only become more challenging." With that, she vanished with an ethereal grace. Nie Xiaozhu found herself in a quandary. Chapter 56. Game delayed. Nightmare coins surpass 1,000. "Ah, I finally uncovered such a treasure," Nie Xiaozhu sighed, her small face contorted in thought. Her expression indicated that she had reached a decision. "Xiaozhu, have you made up your mind?" Wu Huihui asked, biting her lip. "Yes," came the determined reply. Nie Xiaozhu nodded nonchalantly, stating, "Sister Su is absolutely correct. What we truly need to develop now is our 10th floor." "Very well. I shall assist you in upgrading the main entrance shortly." "Thank you, Sister Huihui." The matter was to be publicized in the chat room, at least to garner some recognition. Dormitory broadcast. Nie Xiaozhu has utilized the Red Heart K. The 4th round will commence in 3 days. Su Lang, still in slumber, was roused by the dormitory announcement. Red Heart K? He recalled his own Club 3. Quickly, he scrolled through the chat room and indeed discovered the information regarding the Red Heart K. The format of the information was similar to that of his card, yet the effects were vastly different. Such items, devoid of level indications or merely displaying unknown statuses, could not be upgraded with nightmare coins. Therefore, Su Lang felt no regret for having purchased that card in advance. After all, the postponement of the 4th round by 3 days was a significant boon for him. He could enjoy an additional 3 days of rest. With this thought, a smile graced Su Lang's lips as he drifted back to sleep. Basic nightmare coins, 56. Conversion rate, 308. Total nightmare coins generated in 8 hours, 228. Total nightmare coins, 1057. Excellent. He was back to 1,000. Upon seeing his gains, Su Lang instantly felt a profound sense of security. Upgrading the steel door would require only 550 nightmare coins. If he were to sleep for another 3 days, he might even manage to attain a level 5 door. A level 5 door would surely suffice for his survival. However, this was not a certainty, as there were mechanisms like the ghostly emissaries to consider. Was this only my second round of the game? The prospect of potentially unlocking a level 5 door seemed rather audacious. Upgrading a first-tier door once was a hallmark of strength. To upgrade a second-tier door 5 times, one could be deemed extraordinary. Su Lang reveled in this realization for a moment before acknowledging the precariousness of the situation. Attracting too much attention could be detrimental. With over 300 residents in the Mad King's dormitory, it could lead to complications if everyone came knocking. In truth, he was already quite conspicuous, as he never ventured out to seek supplies. To those who calculated, this was highly unusual. Gaining 2 pounds from a single pound of rice. Was he, perhaps, the legendary perpetual motion machine that gained weight merely from drinking water? Su Lang had never responded to such remarks, for the truth was difficult to convey. The more one explained, the more contradictions emerged. The burdens of being extraordinary. Having come to this realization, Su Lang turned to embrace the slender waist of Chao Yashuan. In a sense, he truly was extraordinary. The more extraordinary he became, the stronger he grew. Later, as Wang Yaji and the others went to prepare a meal, Su Lang found himself at a loss for activities and opened the private messaging window with Su Rian. 200 Su Lang. Do you have any skills that can enhance physical strength while staying at home? 180 Su Rian. Come home, child, come home. 200 Su Lang. I am serious. 180 Su Rian. I wish I could have such a thing too. Su Lang hesitated to share the meditation information directly. Given his current level of 3, he could only describe it verbally. Upon hearing this, Su Rian promptly responded. 180 Su Rian. I have heard of such training skills, but they are quite rare. The implication was clear. She too did not possess them. Su Lang pondered for a moment before addressing the chatroom, expressing his interest in acquiring similar skills. Su Ruyan, are you really not planning to go out? Su Lang, how do you know I haven't stepped outside? The conversation ended there, yet the chatroom erupted with excitement, all because Su Lang had spoken. Yi Fan, let us all rejoice. Lang Go, you have finally made a statement. Zhang Dehai, Lang Go, you are referring to skills akin to meditation, aren't you? Have you perhaps tasted success? Zhu Yan, Lang Go. Such skills are unlikely to be retained. If anyone has them, they would have already utilized them. You might want to seek items that enhance your basic attributes, which could yield better results. Yi Fan, enhancing physicality? I think I found a blind spot. How about I teach you a set of Kegel exercises, Lang Go? Su Lang chose not to respond to the others, but he felt compelled to reply to Yi Fan. Su Lang, I do possess a skill that enhances mental acuity. However, I am still lacking one that boosts physicality. Yi Fan, I understand. Check your private messages. Before long, Yi Fan sent Su Lang a series of fitness routines, butterfly double clap, Kegel bridge, and kneeling hip thrusts. Su Lang's expression darkened, nearly leading him to delete Yi Fan from his friends list. Such exercises were utterly beyond his capabilities. Lei Ting, Su Lang, add me as a friend. Su Lang furrowed his brow. He had been reluctant to add friends lately, as each time he opened his friends list, it was inundated with a plethora of private messages. Nevertheless, considering that Lei Ting was the leader of the first floor, he decided to accept the request. Lei Ting, I just found an item that can enhance physicality by 1 point. Would you be interested, bloodline worm egg? Upon reading the message, Su Lang discovered that consuming the bloodline worm egg would indeed increase his physicality by 1 point, and he promptly replied. Su Lang, yes, name your price. Lei Ting, only negotiable in person. I primarily wish to team up with you for the exploration mode later. Your first game was a zombie dungeon. It should not be difficult to acquire some benefits. Su Lang, let us discuss this privately. Lei Ting, then forget it. In the basketball court, Lei Ting sat in the audience, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Lang had truly ignored him. Concealing his true intentions behind a facade made it easier for others to be lured in. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Su Lang had discerned his ulterior motive or simply did not wish to venture outside, as he seemed ready to give up. Damn. I refuse to believe you want to emerge, Lei Ting muttered under his breath, shoving a white worm egg into his mouth. He then surveyed the players on the basketball court. These players were his subordinates. Anything they found must be surrendered to him, after which he would provide them with copper coins for their acquisition. Furthermore, their bags were already brimming with items, leaving no room for concealment. Due to his domineering nature, he had few followers. You think you can trick me into coming out? In dormitory 200, Su Lang chuckled coldly, observing Lei Ting's demeanor. He was 100% certain that the latter harbored ill intentions. In a standard business transaction, such behavior was simply unacceptable. Wan Yaji has called. Dinner is ready. Come and eat, she urged. Su Lang acknowledged her with a nod and descended from his bed. After dinner, the four of them engaged in a brief game of cards. After which Su Lang excused himself, claiming he needed to meditate. With over 1,000 nightmare coins at his disposal, he deemed it a waste to let them sit idle and contemplated upgrading either his meditation technique or the nightmare bed once more. Chapter 57. Upgrading the nightmare bed and the new name of the ghost child. Logically speaking, 1,000 nightmare coins would suffice to enhance the nightmare bed. However, that would leave him without any coins as a safety net, considering the nightmare bed lacked offensive capabilities. Su Lang's mind wavered between choices. Upgrading the nightmare bed would undoubtedly maximize his gains, a choice favored by those who gamble. On the other hand, a more prudent approach would be to enhance his meditation skills, allowing him to retain some nightmare coins for urgent upgrades to the steel gate and turrets, ensuring absolute security. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, with many eyes fixated upon him. It was not mere paranoia. Thunder, in particular, seemed poised to strike against him. The residents of Dormitory No. 2 would go silent whenever his name was mentioned, a signal far more perilous than overt hostility. After much deliberation, Su Lang decided to bide his time. Even if he chose to upgrade the nightmare bed, he would wait until sleep beckoned. For now, he would make do with the advanced meditation technique. Time passed slowly. After a night of intermittent cultivation, his mental attributes had not increased. Meditation, it seemed, could lead to headaches if practiced excessively. After reaching a peak, the effects began to wane. During his leisure, Su Lang repeatedly opened Yi Fan's private message box. Could this truly be of any use? The room felt too cramped. Practicing such techniques would undoubtedly attract the attention of Chao Yashuan and the others. Silently, he closed the message box and glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the morning, time to retire to bed. Su Lang opened the chat room to gather the latest intelligence and inquired with Wu Hui about the whereabouts of the various dormitory heads, solidifying his decision. The dormitory heads, including Thunder, were currently embroiled in fierce competition for resources, leaving them preoccupied and providing Su Lang with an opportune moment for development. No risk, no reward. How else can a snowball gain momentum? Unbeknownst to him, Thunder had already dispatched individuals to monitor his movements. The moment he descended the stairs, Thunder and his entourage would turn and ambush him, fearing his potential for growth. 1,000 nightmare coins, luxurious nightmare bed, permanently bound. Type, facility, level 2, durability, comfort level 40, increases the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 40. Effect 1, sleep. The master of nightmares generates 10 nightmare coins for every hour of sleep. Limited to 8 hours per day. Effect 2, adaptive. The bed automatically cleans itself and adjusts its temperature according to the user's body heat, creating an optimal sleeping environment for each individual. Effect, permanent, cannot be disassembled, detected, or damaged. The master of nightmares can summon it again. Exclusive upgrade condition, 3,000 nightmare coins. Description, in this perilous survival game, a luxurious bed promises a reassuring sleep experience. Damn, the price for the next upgrade has tripled. Su Lang grimaced, quickly calculating in his mind. Never mind, mathematics eludes me, so I simply succumb to slumber. The three women, astonished by the suddenly enlarged bed, beheld Su Lang soaring onto it like a great rock. Simultaneously, they began to entertain a measure of belief in Su Lang's assertions. Perhaps he truly possessed a skill for randomly upgrading items. After all, who among the virtuous would squander an opportunity to enhance their possessions on a bed? Unless they were indeed a supreme lecher. The opulent nightmare bed was vast, its platinum-hued headboard adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur, reminiscent of a bed fit for aristocracy. Beyond its aesthetic transformation, the quality itself was exceptional. The bedding and stuffing were seamlessly integrated, sparing one the nuisance of clumping. In that moment, Su Lang felt that upgrading to the nightmare bed was an astute decision. On such a fine bed, one's combat prowess was indeed amplified. After fully activating its potential, the cooldown of the nightmare bed had scarcely been wasted before he drifted into sleep. Base nightmare coins, 80, conversion rate, 328. 8 hours yield, 342 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 399. Astonishingly, he amassed 340 nightmare coins in a single night. After 10 nights on the nightmare bed, he could upgrade once more, a modest price considering the bed's benefits. Su Lang eagerly examined his gains, overwhelmed with delight. Just one more slumber, and he could upgrade 2 turrets. With 2 level 3 turrets, who would dare confront me? Su Lang inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Yet he remained grounded in humility. Turrets, after all, could gradually diminish health if adversaries possessed a wealth of ranged attacks. Their primary purpose lay in slaying monsters rather than players. To instill trepidation in players, one's strength must be formidable. Of course, this was merely a temporary state of affairs. It was rumored that higher-level turrets possessed numerous formidable abilities. Alas, I yearn for monsters to arrive swiftly, to conclude the game and upgrade the dormitory, thereby allowing the recruitment of the fourth companion, Xiaomei, alongside the establishment of 3 turrets. Su Lang rubbed his hands in anticipation, murmuring to himself, "What are you babbling about, Su Lang?" Chao Yashuan, waking from slumber, observed Su Lang's expression shifting like a chameleon, his words peppered with mentions of Xiaomei. Su Lang chuckled softly and playfully shoved Chao Yashuan. Since she was a tenant, surely some rent must be paid? After Su Lang and Chao Yashuan finished their baths, Wang Yaji and the others had prepared a meal. Potatoes and greens had begun to refresh at the resource point, yet aside from affluent individuals like Su Lang, scarcely anyone would purchase them. Cooking was too cumbersome. Each day, after scouring for supplies, mealtime felt akin to warfare. Who had the luxury for such endeavors? It was only Wang Yaji and her companions who, out of sheer boredom, engaged in cooking. After all, one must find some diversion in life. Post-dinner, after Tong Chi washed the dishes and noticed Su Lang still in contemplation, she approached him softly. "Brother Lang, did you not give me the soul shard?" "Yes." "What of it?" Su Lang replied, returning from his reverie among the messages in the chat room. Over the past few days, more than 10 players had perished. Some sought vengeance, while others harbored murderous intent. The drama was palpable. "If the soul shard proves ineffective, I might consider feeding it to the ghost child," Tong Chi added, a hint of shyness in her voice. Su Lang contemplated the function of the soul fragments, nodding thoughtfully as he remarked, "I shall reposition the ghostly child closer to the door." Subsequently, he moved the ghostly child to the threshold and observed as Tong Chi offered sustenance. The ghostly child, initially seated, sprang to its feet upon noticing the food being presented, eagerly devouring the soul fragments with a gleeful expression. This naive child, so easily pleased by the offering of food, one wonders if it will ever be deceived. Su Lang mused silently, lifting his hand to present a piece of soul fragment as well. Once the ghostly child consumes enough of these spectral morsels, it will be able to autonomously upgrade. Thus, providing a greater quantity of soul fragments now might hasten its growth. Before long, he heard footsteps echoing in the corridor, prompting him to usher Tong Chi back into the room. Tong Chi, reluctant to part, exclaimed, "Tong Bao, I shall come to visit you again." "Ah, such an endearing nickname has emerged." The ghostly child truly resonates with Tong Chi's affectionate sensibilities. Chapter 58, Zombie Frenzy, 10 Practitioners of Dark Arts. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Lang commenced his meditation. Elevating the meditation technique to the 4th level required 300 nightmare coins, neither exorbitant nor trivial. However, after the upgrade, he would be left with merely 100 or so nightmare coins, so he decided to postpone this enhancement for the time being. As time leisurely flowed by, Su Lang sensed a diminishment in the effectiveness of his meditation and gradually withdrew from his concentrated state. The dormitory was a spacious flat with no auxiliary rooms, allowing him a clear view of the activities of the 3 young women. Wang Yazi, having finished her sword practice, was seated in meditation. Tong Chi languidly occupied the sofa, her eyes vacant, presumably engrossed in the chat room. Chao Yashuan, having procured a book from an unknown source, was seated cross-legged on her bed, thoroughly absorbed in her reading. A flicker of curiosity crossed Su Lang's eyes as he inquired, "Yashuan, what are you reading?" Startled by his voice, Chao Yashuan gasped, "You frightened me." "This is a compendium of folklore and curiosities that I purchased from the trading website." Su Lang settled beside her, saying, "Let us peruse it together." All right. The compendium resembled a storybook, chronicling folk practices such as soul calling and fox calling, alongside tales of wandering corpses and mountain demons. The tome, though not extensive, was densely packed with information. According to Chao Yashuan, while the book offered no special utility beyond mere reading, it initially commanded a hefty price on the trading site. Such volumes often contained peripheral clues to game quests, leading the first wave of readers to sell them online for others to acquire. Wandering corpses, now that piques my interest. Su Lang flipped to a particular page, gesturing for Chao Yashuan to examine it closely, especially since their previous game round involved battling zombies. The text detailed that zombies were unique undead creatures born from the grievances of heaven and earth during the age of magic's decline, possessing both formidable power and potential. There were 7 distinct levels: black zombie, green zombie, purple zombie, hairy zombie, wandering corpse, unmelted bones, and flying zombie. Reaching the tier of flying zombie indicated a transformation into a sentient being, capable of unpredictable movements, impervious to lightning strikes and fires, and exhibiting characteristics that rendered it immune to myriad forms of attack. How terrifying, Su Lang mused, noting that even the purple zombie possessed supernatural abilities such as invisibility, dream manipulation, an earth evasion. Let us hope we do not encounter such monsters in this round. Qiao Yashuan shivered at the thought. To be unaging and immortal like the black zombie. What a source of envy, Su Lang lamented with a sigh. He chuckled, reminiscing about his childhood when he watched zombie films and fancied himself as a zombie, hiding in a coffin while playing on his phone for eternity. You should consider realizing that childhood dream of yours, Su Lang suggested, his eyes gleaming. Did we not acquire a vial of black zombie essence? As a secondary item. Once upgraded, it could become a tertiary one, potentially granting players the ability to inherit the zombie bloodline. Upon reflection, this notion indeed seemed plausible. Absolutely not, Qiao Yashuan retorted, feigning indignation. Su Lang, ever the persuasive one, continued, there are numerous advantages to being a zombie. Immortality aside, your strength would only grow with time spent in the coffin. You would begin with indestructible capabilities, albeit with clear weaknesses. However, through further upgrades, one could attain an invulnerable physique, along with supernatural powers. Goodness, even I find that tempting, she exclaimed. Zombies grow stronger by consuming human blood. With so many deaths in this survival game, the upgrades would be astonishing. Becoming a 1,000-year-old zombie king after 3 rounds of the game is not merely a dream. Humph, I still refuse. They are hideous, Qiao Yashuan huffed. Noticing his inability to sway her, Su Lang clicked his tongue and turned his attention to Tong Qi, who was engrossed in the chat room. Never mind, I shan't bother her. He and Qiao Yashuan continued perusing the compendium of folklore and oddities, discovering the existence of bloodline worms, a peculiar insect cultivated by sorcerers. Once implanted, it endows the host with boundless energy and immense strength. This book holds quite a treasure, Su Lang mused. How much did you pay for it? 50 copper coins. Qiao Yashuan shrugged. The content has been widely circulated. I was merely curious. Well then, it seems I've stumbled upon a hidden gem. I shall take this book. Su Lang smiled. Consider it a gift. A hint of pride crept into Qiao Yashuan's demeanor. Su Lang then called out to Wang Yaji and Tong Qi, come. You should both take a look. Wang Yazi, intrigued by their whispers, approached promptly, followed closely by Tong Qi. Once they had all perused the book, Su Lang put away the compendium of folklore and oddities. The 3 women, still brimming with enthusiasm, continued to discuss the monsters and strange arts contained within. While Su Lang settled comfortably onto the couch. The compendium is a 0-level item, meaning it can be upgraded for a mere 10 nightmare coins. It would be illogical not to attempt an upgrade. Nightmare coins, 10. Compendium of folklore and oddities. Type. Book. Content. Chronicles numerous folklore and the life experiences of the 10 evil sorcerers. Description. A nefarious tome. Wait. It can only be upgraded once. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, this being his first encounter with such a limitation. Perhaps items of the literary variety are inherently confined to this. Not dwelling on it for too long, he began to leaf through the compendium. This time, the accounts of the strange arts were more comprehensive, even detailing explicit countermeasures. However, Su Lang merely skimmed through, quickly honing in on the crux of the matter, the 10 evil sorcerers. Before Su Lang's eyes unfolded the biographies of 10 cruel and deranged individuals. The 10 evil sorcerers. A clandestine organization from a bygone era, comprised 10 members, all of whom practiced dark sorcery. Among them was the notorious leader, the blind seer, blinded since childhood. He gained fame within the beggars sect, having sacrificed 782 innocent children in pursuit of the malevolent art known as the Great Demon King's Eye, a technique that ultimately led to his own demise. The second sorcerer, the Accursed One, hailed from a family of fortune-tellers. Orphaned at the tender age of 10, he turned to the dark arts of framing others, causing a village to fall victim to a devastating plague. His sorcery also ended in his own tragic fate. The third, known as the Blood Goo Master, was a practitioner of the dark arts of the martial world. Upon joining the 10 evil sorcerers, he descended into depravity, having sacrificed his entire clan to conjure a bloodthirsty goo, which ultimately led to his own end. No wonder the introduction described this tome as a sinister work. Should the accounts within be true, these 10 individuals could hardly be labeled as mere villains. They were akin to demons. For them, the annihilation of entire families was as trivial as breathing. As Chapter 59 commenced, the 4th round began with an upgrade to the artillery. Could the final boss indeed be among these 10? Su Lang found himself shivering at the very thought. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Some among these 10 could summon spirits, while others commanded the dead. Their capabilities aligned perfectly with the elements encountered in this round of the game. With this realization, Su Lang set aside his distractions and devoted himself to reading the book. It chronicled the deaths of the 10 evil sorcerers, simultaneously revealing their weaknesses. However, upon finishing the account, Su Lang furrowed his brow. With an additional 3 days for development, the players were in a favorable position, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. The accounts of these 10 were chilling, each tale more outrageous than the last. Initially, he had contemplated upgrading his meditation technique. But now he believed it prudent to reserve such enhancements for moments of rest. After all, meditation was not an immediate combat skill, should the other floors collapse, and monsters surge toward him. The sturdy blue steel door would be insufficient. This was not merely a matter of defense, but rather a lack of offensive capability. Firepower was as crucial as defense. Otherwise, a door, no matter how resilient, was merely a shell. He resolved to amass enough nightmare coins to elevate both artillery units to level 4 before considering any fortifications. The blue steel door was already remarkably robust. Without hesitation, he made this decision. While the allure of enhancing attribute skills was tempting, his life was of paramount importance. He had pledged to survive and develop, avoiding the fate of becoming a reckless warrior. Congratulations, you have successfully breached the dormitory door. Now you must face a landlord 10 times stronger than the dormitory itself. It seemed promising in theory, though the execution appeared daunting. After indulging in these thoughts for a while, Su Lang retired to bed. Basic nightmare coins, 80, conversion rate, 330. Total nightmare coins earned in 8 hours, 344. Total nightmare coins, 743. One reaps what one sows. The fruits of over 1,000 nightmare coins are rightfully his. Finally, Tongqi had discovered her exclusive set, elevating her comfort level to an impressive 96 points. The ensemble consists of an adorable yellow t-shirt, denim jeans, and pristine white sneakers, all of which she meticulously curated herself. The impact of that t-shirt is particularly striking. To elaborate, it features a playful Pikachu design. When worn by a girl with ample curves, the cartoonish eyes of Pikachu come to life, as if adorned with exquisite eye makeup, enhancing the cuteness exponentially. Initially, Tongqi felt a twinge of shyness, yet at Su Lang's earnest insistence, she donned it. Notably, even when they removed their clothing for sleep, the comfort of the three girls remains uncompromised. The exact reason eludes Su Lang. He can only speculate that their appearances have become indelibly etched in their minds. Today marks the final day of the game, with players brimming with confidence and ready for action. The resources replenished during this game session are abundant, ensuring that nearly every player reaps rewards. In the chat room, the discussions unfold. 32 Yi fan. Alas, I have succeeded. I finally upgraded the iron gate to a steel door. 49 Li Shuwen. Haha, congratulations, protagonist. 32 Yi fan. You seem quite pleased, leader. Did you also have a fruitful experience? 49 Li Shuwen. Just a smidgen. 40 Zhao Shuang. Leader's turret has reached level 3. Even level 3 monsters must tread carefully now. 49 Li Shuwen. This level 3 water cannon has nearly depleted all my resources, and firing a shot is rather costly, so I dare not use it lightly. 44 Wang Ao, Li Shuwen. What type of turret is the mightiest among the seasoned players? 49 Li Shuwen. There is no definitive answer. Some turrets boast rapid attack speeds, while others are slower. Some excel in area damage, while others specialize in single target precision. However, turrets among players primarily fall into two categories: physical and magical attacks. Magical attacks typically inflict area damage and are particularly effective against ghostly creatures. 186 Wu Hui Hui. Are there no turrets that combine both types of damage? 49 Li Shuwen. There are, yet they are exceedingly rare and expensive. The blueprints alone cost at least 20% more than their equivalent turrets, and the materials are even pricier. The cost of attacking with hybrid damage turrets has earned them the moniker of noble gameplay, unaffordable for the average player. 40 Zhao Shuang. So our crossbow turrets fall under rapid attack precision, correct? 49 Li Shuwen. Indeed, you are fortunate. The crossbow turrets excel in single target elimination and possess a competitive attack speed, making them suitable for newcomers. Li Shuwen is regarded as the most amiable among all the leaders, with many newcomers seeking his guidance, and he responds tirelessly whenever he notices. Su Lang has seen his photograph. He appears as a middle-aged gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding the refined aura of a scholar from a bygone era. The notion of hybrid damage nobility? It is the first time Su Lang has encountered such a term, sparking his curiosity regarding whether upgrading a turret to level 3 might unveil the option for a hybrid damage turret. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lang approached Su Rian to inquire further about hybrid damage turrets. His purse contained 1,000 copper coins. This woman has insisted on charging for any information since Su Lang's previous jest. In the chat room, amidst laughter and chatter, the fourth round swiftly approached. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the dormitory broadcast resonated punctually. Dormitory broadcast. After 3 days, it is presumed that everyone has procured the desired resources, achieving their own little moments of happiness. After satisfying your hunger and thirst, prepare to face the monsters. In 3 minutes, a wave of monsters will commence for 10 minutes. Please be ready. The fourth round of the Nightmare Returns officially begins. Is the fourth round really so brief? Chao Yashuan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yaji, wielding a longsword, responded. A wave of monsters sounds quite formidable. In a typical round, a door might only be besieged by 1 or 2 monsters, but a wave could entail many more. I feel the same, Tong-Chi nodded, with the yellow Pikachu also bobbing its head in agreement. The compatibility between humans and their attire is at max. How splendid. Su Lang glanced over and mused that there could be no stronger combination. I sense it's coming. I shall attempt to upgrade the turret. Good. Xiao Yashuan nodded in agreement. Su Lang approached the turret, while the 3 girls, Xiao Yashuan and her companions, watched intently, their eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Su Lang felt a tinge of nervousness. He had initially intended to wait until the turret's durability diminished before upgrading, but doing so would inevitably compromise the door's durability. Thus, swiftly defeating the monsters seemed the wiser choice. Nightmare Coins, 210. Please select from the following upgrade options within 1 minute. 1. Wolf Fang Crossbow, a standard level 3 turret, featuring barbed arrows with a damage output of 34 and a rapid firing rate. Each bolt costs 80 copper coins. 2. Swift Wind Crossbow, upon charging. It can simultaneously launch 3 bolts, with a damage output of 17 and an exceptionally fast firing rate. Each bolt costs 38 copper coins. 3. Silver Iron Wing Crossbow. Bolts deal additional magic damage, boasting a damage output of 37 and a quick firing rate. Each bolt costs 120 copper coins. 4. Breaking Army Heavy Crossbow. A heavy-duty crossbow with high durability. Its bolts possess penetrating capabilities, delivering a damage output of 60, but with a slower firing rate. Each bolt costs 180 copper coins. How does one choose? Su Lang felt an inner turmoil upon seeing the 4 turret options. It was not a question of uncertainty, but rather an overwhelming desire to select them all. The first option was immediately dismissed for its lack of uniqueness. The hallmark of crossbow turrets is their speed, and the Swift Wind crossbow exemplified this trait to perfection. The Silver Iron Wing crossbow seemed to embody the legendary mixed damage type, appealing to the elite players, albeit at a steep cost of 120 copper coins per bolt. The Breaking Army Heavy crossbow spoke for itself, with formidable base attributes and also mixed damage. Anyone would hesitate in such a dilemma. The attributes were simply too exceptional. Chapter 60. Turret Upgrade. Scoring like drinking water 30 seconds later, Su Lang reached a decision. It shall be you, Silver Iron Wing Crossbow. Silver Iron Wing Crossbow. Type. Attack Facility. Level 3. Damage. 37. Attack Speed. Fast. Bolts. 11. Each bolt requires 120 copper coins. Durability. 9,696. Decomposition yields. Silver X10. Iron Material X10. Demon Slaying Bolt X1. Upgrade requirement. 380 Nightmare Coins. Description. Let us hunt down those creatures lurking in the shadows. The 3 maidens beheld a flash of brilliance, as the bronze crossbow transformed into a dazzling silver crossbow, exquisitely crafted. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Women are naturally drawn to such lustrous objects, and when Su Lang shared the facility information, their astonishment was palpable. The attributes were nearly double that of the bronze crossbow, and it even possessed special damage. Brother Lang, is this the kind of mixed damage crossbow? Tong-Chi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and yearning to embrace Su Lang. Not yet. I'm still relishing the thrill of upgrading. Su Lang waved his hand dismissively and approached another bronze crossbow. The 3 maidens gasped, their breaths momentarily suspended. Was he about to upgrade consecutively? Brother Lang was formidable. With a level 3 turret, the offensive capacity of Dormitory 200 would rival that of veteran players who wielded 3 or 4 turrets, perhaps even surpassing them. Su Lang hesitated for a moment, his palm resting on the bronze crossbow. After deducting 201 Nightmare Coins, 4 familiar upgrade options appeared before him. Although the mixed damage playstyle was enticing, the consistency of the turret was too strong, making it vulnerable to counterattacks from monsters. With this in mind, Su Lang chose the Breakthrough Heavy Crossbow. Breakthrough Heavy Crossbow. Type. Attack Facility. Level 3. Damage. 60. Attack Speed. Slow. Bolts. 11. Each bolt requires 180 copper coins. Durability. 135,135. Decomposition yields. Iron Material X30. Heavy Bolt X1. Upgrade requirement. 380 Nightmare Coins. Description. 1 arrow shatters myriad spells. The 3 maidens gasped again as the bronze crossbow underwent a dramatic transformation. Its design completely distinct from that of the Silver Iron Wing crossbow. Wang Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Lang, your skills are truly remarkable. Of course. Su Lang replied with a smile. You all see only the elegance of my upgraded items. Who acknowledges the toil I endured to accumulate points? It seemed the 3 maidens were well aware of that. Never mind then. The 4 had barely exchanged a few words when the 10th floor, no, the entire dormitory building, was filled with eerie sounds. The cries of spirits, howls, and raucous laughter suddenly enveloped the premises. Su Lang, situated on the 10th floor, felt the monstrous cacophony less intensely, but was acutely aware of another phenomenon: tremors. Boom, boom, boom. As the strong vibrations coursed through the building, the expressions of the four shifted dramatically as they fixed their gaze on the surveillance screen. They witnessed a seemingly endless horde of zombies surging forth from the corridors, akin to undulating waves of darkness. Meanwhile, other floors also revealed a plethora of monsters. However, these were not zombies. They belonged to other species. In the chat room, someone promptly shared information about the monsters. On the 8th floor dwelled a paper figure. The 7th housed a mechanical puppet. The 6th was home to a centipede, a spider, a toad, a snake, and a scorpion. The 5th floor bore expressionless individuals, while the 4th was filled with floating vengeful spirits. On the 3rd floor, 3 armored warriors wielding blades awaited, and the 2nd floor was occupied by a bipedal fox demon, whereas the 1st floor held a ghostly infant with its eyes gouged out. As for the 9th floor, it remained unoccupied, thus no reports emerged. However, Su Lang surmised the nature of the monster on the 9th floor, for these creatures aligned perfectly with the attributes of the 10 evildoers of dark sorcery. What to do? Observing the swarming zombies outside, Chao Yashuan felt a shiver run down her spine. Wang Yaji and Tong Qi also appeared somewhat pallid. Su Lang remained silent, swiftly activating the automatic attack mode of the 2 turrets. Whoosh! The silver iron-winged crossbow unleashed a volley, 2 arrows gleaming with silver light, piercing a zombie's abdomen directly. From the wound, billowing white smoke emanated, hinting at signs of melting. The silver iron-winged crossbow slays a level 2 monster, earning the homeowner 100 points. Though the lethality of the silver iron-winged crossbow paled in comparison to that of the Colt Viper, it managed to slay a zombie with just 2 shots. Such is the potency of the demon-slaying effect. This demon-slaying effect is rather formidable, reminiscent of the demon-subduing effect of the Azure Steel Gate. Su Lang mused silently, his gaze fixated on the surveillance screen. Whoosh! Bang! Inside the room, the Brake Army heavy crossbow detected a target and slowly turned its head, drawing the bowstring back before abruptly launching the bolt. The impact of this bolt was astonishing. A half-meter-long, finger-thick bolt sent the foremost zombie flying, piercing through its chest and inflicting damage on the subsequent zombies. The demise of 2 zombies was negligible to the entire horde, yet Su Lang felt a sense of relief. The number of monsters surrounding the door is limited. After all, space is finite. In the case of these zombies, having 5 encircle the door is already commendable coordination. Those that cannot find a position will seek elsewhere and return when a spot opens up. Huffing and puffing, the zombie horde soon passed by Su Lang's door, leaving behind a dozen or so that surged toward the entrance of dormitory 200. There was no avoiding it. Su Lang, burdened by blood vendettas, exerted an irresistible allure to these creatures. While a dozen zombies blocking the door appeared fearsome, only 3 or 4 were genuinely attacking it. The 2 turrets were relentlessly raking in points. Su Lang, observing the soaring score, felt a sense of numbness. As long as he remained alive, first place was assuredly his, unassailable by anyone. This wave of monsters proved to be an exceptional opportunity for scoring. Previously, Su Lang had worried whether veteran players like Thunder would replicate his experience in the first round, ultimately slaying a few bosses and overtaking him. However, it now seemed almost impossible. As long as Su Lang was given time to develop, he would instill despair in all his competitors. After all, he merely needed to recline and rest. Brother Lang, it seems we are in the clear. Tong Qi gently patted Pikachu, her heart still racing with trepidation. Her chest heaved violently, while Pikachu's large eyes squinted together, resembling a creature on the verge of tears. The Emperor Tong Qi is truly terrifying. Chao Yashuan couldn't help but cast a few more glances. What was once a trivial matter seemed daunting. If our dormitory configuration couldn't withstand the challenge, perhaps it would be best to terminate the survival game altogether. Wang Yaji chuckled lightly, though her heart raced with anxiety upon witnessing the horde of zombies. She wondered if Wu Huihui and the others would manage to survive this ordeal. Su Lang shook his head, frowning as he spoke. Chapter 61. The monsters on the 9th floor trust Su Lang. In room 186, Wu Huihui and Wang Tingting listened to the relentless banging of zombies against the door, their expressions grim. Nie Xiaozhu stood anxiously behind the door, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Noticing the durability decreasing, she quickly resorted to steel materials for repairs. Earlier, Wu Huihui had promised to upgrade Nie Xiaozhu's room, but considering the costs, she opted to elevate her directly to tenant status in room 186. Coincidentally, an experienced female player inquired about vacancies on the 10th floor, prompting Wu Huihui to relinquish the position. Women indeed thrive in a communal atmosphere. However, this female veteran player was unlike Su Ruoyan. She was a casual gamer with a poor dormitory configuration, which explained her need to relocate. Sister Huihui, If we rely solely on the door to hold for 10 minutes, that might be rather implausible, Nie Xiaozhu exclaimed urgently. The other floor leaders, upon realizing the zombies' attack speed, grew rather nonchalant and unconcerned. Yet, Wu Huihui and her group felt differently. The steel and iron resources on the 10th floor were distributed among all the residents, leaving Wu Huihui's group with minimal access. While this strategy enhanced the overall survival capacity of the residents, it simultaneously diminished Wu Huihui's group's chances of survival. We cannot withstand this. What about the other dormitory sisters? Wang Tingting's gaze was filled with worry. Do not fret, Wu Huihui exclaimed. Wang Tingting and Nie Xiaozhu looked at her with confusion. What is it, Sister Hui? Nie Xiaozhu asked timidly. Wu Huihui, when enraged, could be rather intimidating. With flared nostrils and heavy breaths, she said, Trust Su Lang. He will surely lure the zombies. The eyes of Nie Xiaozhu and Wang Tingting brightened at this notion. Players on the 10th floor lamented their plight. Wu Huihui's worries were entirely justified. To slow the rate of durability consumption, some individuals resorted to opening doors to confront the zombies directly for a while before retreating back to their dormitories. However, this approach was fraught with peril, and any injuries would require glutinous rice for healing. The overall defensive capability of the 10th floor players was relatively high, as Wu Huihui did not exploit her residents like other floor leaders. This strategy, seemingly foolish, was in fact quite effective for the collective, though few could execute it successfully. Nevertheless, the pressing issue was that the monsters on the 10th floor were zombies. Their ability to breach doors was terrifyingly formidable. Thus, the 10th floor had become the most precarious of all. In room 180, Su Ruoyan manually operated the turret, firing precise shots at the zombies. Her room was a level 3 dormitory, equipped with 4 turrets, all of level 2, boasting impressive firepower. However, in her dormitory, she was alone, and the durability of her door had diminished, necessitating her own repairs, a rather troublesome affair. Su Ruoyan lacked surveillance cameras, yet seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of her surroundings. After obliterating a zombie's head with a water cannon, she approached the crimson door to restore its durability. Just as she was about to commence her repairs, her hand holding the materials hesitated as she pressed her eye against the peephole. Instantly, she gasped in horror. Emerging from the corridor were wild beasts with green eyes, wolves, leopards, and monkeys. These were the monsters that had descended from the 9th floor. At this realization, her expression tightened with apprehension. Her crimson door was formidable against malevolent spirits, yet utterly inept at countering such physical attackers. The unsettling thought dawned upon her. Would she truly perish here? Nevertheless, fear did not consume her. Seizing the moment when the water cannon was effectively damaging the zombies, she abruptly flung open the door, unleashed a cloud of green toxic mist, and swiftly shut the door again. The noxious vapors lingered before the door, continuously inflicting harm upon the encroaching monsters. On the 8th floor, room 159, Zheng Kai, the floor leader, cursed vehemently as he glimpsed the beasts through the peephole. Without hesitation, he shared the information about the wild creatures in the chat room, and then opened his door, delivering a swift kick to the paper effigy that blocked his entrance. Hurling 2 Molotov cocktails into the corridor, flames erupted instantly, engulfing the hallway. This fire would diminish the door's durability while simultaneously harming the monsters. It was imperative for him to weaken this initial wave of creatures. Otherwise, they would surge forth to assault other dormitories, accelerating the attrition of players on the 8th floor. The dormitory closest to the corridor was indeed a death trap, yet it also served as a position for dealing damage, as monsters passing by the 4 turrets would inevitably face some degree of assault. Other floors were undergoing similar trials, albeit with less intensity than the 10th and 8th. Meanwhile, in room 200, Su Lang exhaled in relief, surveying the vacant doorway. Through the surveillance screen, he noted that zombies still lingered at the entrance of room 199. He opened his door, and in an instant, the zombies attacking room 199 turned to face him. Additionally, numerous other zombies, devoid of targets, bounded toward his location. He executed the action of opening and closing the door seamlessly. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of zombies to accumulate points. Brother Lang, trouble is brewing. Monsters from the 9th floor are advancing, Tong Chi exclaimed. During combat, it was typically Tong Chi who monitored the chat room, while Chao Yashuan focused on the surveillance screen, and Wang Yaji provided support. Upon hearing this, Su Lang promptly opened the chat room and located the monster information sent by Wu Huihui and the others. The creatures included wolves, leopards, and monkeys. Thankfully, all were second-tier beings, their strength relatively feeble, posing far less of a threat than zombies. Don't worry, Tong Tong. Keep an eye on the personnel list in the chat room and see if there are any casualties on the 10th floor, Su Lang reassured calmly. After all, the entrances to their dormitories were swarmed with zombies. Even if the durability diminished rapidly, it would only amount to so much. The foremost priority now was the ability to eliminate the monsters. As long as the ability to eliminate monsters is insufficient, death is inevitable. Tongqi nodded, having been mindful of this all along, and replied, "Within the first 2 minutes of the game, 4 dormitories were breached, and the player from dormitory 18 surrendered, becoming a wanderer. Some monsters pursued the wanderers, who are those without a dormitory. 13 players were lost in just 2 minutes. While it may appear not too severe." Su Lang's expression was grave. With monsters crowding before every door, any reduction in numbers could easily trigger a domino effect. However, even though Su Lang anticipated this outcome, he could do little to assist the others. Such is the nature of the dormitory survival game. It is already a considerable challenge to safeguard one's own territory. Chapter 62. The Artillery is the Golden Beast, the final round. A minute later, Su Lang continued to lure monsters, while Wang Yaji provided support nearby. And Chao Yashuan stealthily observed the left corridor with a crossbow in hand. The blood hatred buff was exceedingly potent. The moment Su Lang stepped outside the door, many zombies engaged in combat with players redirected their attention and leapt toward him, as if they had perceived a long-standing nemesis. Su Lang remained composed, his hands resting naturally at his sides. Bang, bang, bang. Tongqi raised her pistol and fired at the approaching monsters. Against these level 2 creatures, the Colt Python still proved to be a formidable weapon. Even though the zombies were as tough as steel, a shot to the head would still bring them down. After emptying her magazine, Tongqi was about to reload when suddenly, Su Lang conjured a searing flame in his hand and unleashed it into the corridor. It was his level 1 skill, Fireball. At that instant, a green-eyed monkey leapt from below, its claws glinting menacingly, only to be struck directly by the fireball, screeching as it plummeted to the ground. "Continue attacking," Su Lang urged. Tongqi steadied herself, and after clearing her magazine once more, the 4 returned to their dormitory. By the end of it, Tongqi had managed to secure a place within the top 10 in points. During this time, several monkeys had attempted to leap from the 9th floor, but they were all preemptively shot down by Su Lang's foresight with fireballs. "Su Lang, how did you know those monkeys were going to jump up?" Upon returning to the room, Chao Yashuan inquired eagerly. "Of course, it is due to malicious perception." Su Lang chuckled inwardly, adopting an air of pretentiousness. If one must say, their malice was glaringly evident. Chao Yashuan rolled her eyes in response. Perhaps Su Lang simply possessed a keen sense of perception, considering his high physical attributes. After using Fireball, he had expended some mental energy and closed his eyes to meditate. Though brief, it would help him regain a modicum of strength. The primary function of meditation is, in fact, to restore mental energy. Once the monsters at the entrance were vanquished, Su Lang ventured out once more to lure them. "They're finally leaving," Wu Huihui exclaimed, laughing heartily as the monsters fled from the doorway. She was drenched in blood, wielding a spiked club that bore remnants of the creature's flesh. "I almost thought we wouldn't hold our ground," Nie Xiaozhu said, patting her chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Wang Tingting found the two's antics somewhat amusing. Nie Xiaozhu, standing at a mere 1.50 m, appeared as a child when beside Wu Huihui. She remarked, "Lang Gu is truly formidable. His points are nearing 10,000. Oh, if only Su Lang had taken a liking to me back then, I would surely have survived this survival game. Come on, Xiaozhu, Tingting, let us go slay some monsters," Wu Huihui announced, wielding her wolf fawn club as she opened the door. Slaying monsters alleviates the pressure on other players within the same floor and might yield equipment, prompting players with the means to seek out additional foes. Though Nie Xiaozhu and Wang Tingting are female, their courage has transformed through numerous experiences, and they followed Wu Huihui into the fray, armed and ready. As they exited the dormitory, Wang Tingting instinctively glanced towards the left corridor, where she spotted a horde of monsters, sending a chill down her spine. Wu Huihui noticed and boldly proceeded down the right corridor. Nie Xiaozhu followed suit, calling out, "Everyone be cautious, Sister Hui is here to assist." Wang Tingting hesitated for a moment, witnessing the swift demise of the monsters before dormitory 200, followed by a plethora of dropped items scattered across the ground. So much. If only I could gather some, perhaps Huihui's level would soar to 3. Swallowing hard, Wang Tingting turned away and rejoined her companions, her thoughts lingering on the abundant resources at Su Lang's dormitory entrance. As the 4th round commenced at the 6th minute, all monsters on the 10th floor were eradicated. When Su Lang stepped out to collect the spoils, he observed the crimson door of dormitory 180 swing open, and Su Rian swiftly leaped from the 10th floor. Shortly thereafter, Su Rian's score began to ascend. How convenient. It seems the supermarket offers climbing skills. If I level up, wall crawling like a gecko should be no problem, Su Lang mused to himself. One by one, they transported the resources to the entrance before firmly shutting the azure steel door. Subsequently, the group made a second round of transport, placing the items upon the sofa and coffee table. Gazing at their bountiful haul, Chao Yashuan placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. "We're striking it rich. We're striking it rich." A smile crept across Su Lang's face as well. Only players truly understand the joy of vanquishing a horde of monsters and reaping the rewards together. However, when Xiao Yashuan transferred the copper coins to Su Lang, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Su Lang, what troubles you? Wang Yaji inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. It seems we've incurred a loss. Our original copper coin count was over 40,000, and now it stands at 39,000, Su Lang replied grimly. How could this happen? Xiao Yashuan was momentarily taken aback. The turrets cost a fortune. Su Lang sighed. While the two turrets are indeed powerful, they are exorbitantly priced. The silver iron wing crossbow costs 120 copper coins per shot, amounting to 12,000 for 100 shots. And though the Pajuan heavy crossbow has a slower attack speed and is inferior to the silver iron wing crossbow, each shot still costs 180 copper coins. These turrets are not merely offensive structures, they are veritable money devourers. Upon closer calculation, it indeed proves to be quite costly, Xiao Yashuan conceded. But overall, selling these resources should allow us to recoup our losses, Wang Yaji suggested. Su Lang replied, in fact, it's almost even, as I have also accumulated a few more silver coins. However, the overall yield is far below my expectations. The three women nodded in agreement. By this calculation, the resources represented pure profit. Having frequently browsed the trading post, Su Lang possessed a keen understanding of market prices. With a rough estimate, he arrived at a valuation for this batch of goods, over 30,000 copper coins. If the market were to reopen, this would suffice to purchase a level 3 weapon, which is not an insignificant amount. Su Lang set aside 3 portions of black zombie essence and proceeded to list the resources on the trading network. Having completed these tasks, the 4th round concluded just in time. Su Lang promptly checked the chat room. Mad King Tower chat room 137200. At the onset of the 2nd round, the chat room displayed only the number of dormitories. Wanderers would be directly ejected from the chat room, attracting monsters in a manner akin to bloodthirsters, effectively marking them for death, an exceedingly cruel fate. So many have perished, Su Lang sighed. It has only been a mere 10 minutes. I hope this round's casualties are not as devastating as the last. Wang Yinji pursed her lips, her delicate brows furrowed. Frequent development had added a touch of allure to her elegant visage, and this frown evoked a sense of pity. I don't know, but I suspect the casualties will exceed 50%, Su Lang conjectured. Tong Chi interjected, these are lives at stake. The creators of this game are truly demonic. The value of life can fluctuate. Su Lang shook his head. In our peaceful era, the number of people deceived and taken abroad each year is staggering. The 3 women fell silent for a moment. Tong Chi frowned. Why hasn't the dormitory broadcast come yet? Others in the chat room echoed her concern until an experienced player stepped in to explain. This is a normal occurrence. The dormitory survival games announcements sometimes operate like a program, requiring computation time, and do not always occur punctually. Forget it. Let us rest for now, Su Lang smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the dormitory broadcast sounded, causing everyone's expression to change dramatically. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to all. Over 50 of players have survived the 4th round. The scheduled 5th round is cancelled. The game will proceed directly to the 6th and final round tomorrow at 6 o'clock, the 10 Evil Sorcerers. Chapter 63. The good and evil of the dormitory, total attributes exceed 20. Just as expected. Upon hearing the name of the round, Su Lang's heart jolted. The 10 Evil Sorcerers sounded like an organization. Xiao Yashuan stroked her smooth chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Tong Chi nodded. And we happen to be on the 10th floor. Perhaps each floor houses an evil sorcerer. Wang Yinji's gaze flickered. The dormitory has bypassed the 5th round, allowing us to challenge the 6th round. This final stage will undoubtedly be formidable. Having endured so much, the 3 had developed a heightened sensitivity to the survival game. Su Lang remarked with a calm smile. With our configuration, as long as we are not maliciously targeted, we will surely survive until the end. In the dormitory survival game, it is highly improbable that not a single player from a household can remain alive. At least, he had never heard of such a scenario. Certainly, it is plausible that such events have transpired, yet no news has emerged, particularly since all individuals involved have met their demise. A hint of sweet, naive laughter graced Tong Chi's face, as Su Lang's words instilled within her a profound sense of security. With a slight smirk, Su Lang continued, however, our goal is not merely survival, we aspire to thrive. Little Tong, your current points are stable, yet Yixian and Yizhi still require improvement. In this final phase, it may necessitate a bit of risk on your part. The 2 women displayed little outward reaction upon hearing this. Su Lang, Qiao Yixian remarked, I feel you sometimes exhibit a rather gambling-like temperament. Not at all, Su Lang replied, shaking his head with an air of earnestness. Rest assured, with me and Su Lang here, you shall encounter no peril, Wang Yizhi said with a composed smile. Though she recognized a gap between herself and the seasoned players, her confidence soared when alongside Su Lang. Indeed, Qiao Yixian nodded in agreement. Following this, the group settled to rest, simultaneously accessing the chat room. At that moment, the chat room was alight with fervor and diverse opinions. 5 Zhuyin. It feels like the dormitory is targeting us. If there's another round, our development time will be further compromised. 146 Li. Indeed, the dormitory is utterly outrageous. 143 Li Xine agreed. That grim-faced specter in the introduction appeared so unyielding, yet proved to be a trap. The newcomers were understandably anxious about this sudden turn of events, while the veteran players maintained their composure. 49 Li Shuwen. Not necessarily. Such a scenario might lead to even greater losses. 2 Lei Ting. This round of the game has already offered leniency. Having progressed so far with such minimal attrition is a testament to the newly unlocked dormitory building, which is relatively straightforward. In previous rounds, at least half the players would perish before reaching the final stage, only to lose another half then. 49 Li Shuwen. Perhaps it is due to Brother Lang. His swift kills have allowed several monsters to escape to the 10th floor, alleviating much of the pressure. Stationed on the 10th floor, Su Lang indeed encountered numerous monsters from other levels, thanks to the ongoing effects of blood vengeance. Moreover, once the monsters on the 10th floor were vanquished, seasoned players like Su Ruyin would often lend their assistance to other floors, creating a chain reaction. Whenever Su Lang was mentioned, Lei Ting would withdraw into silence, and this occasion was no exception. 159 Jinkai. The discourse regarding the dormitory's morality has been a topic of discussion among the esteemed figures of the previous building. 33 Zhang Dahai. Zhengkai. What do you mean? Zhengkai kept them in suspense for a while, until many began to inquire, prompting him to divulge his thoughts. 159 Zhengkai. The concepts of good and evil hold no significance for the dormitory. It resembles a frigid algorithm. When players exhibit aggression, it escalates the game's difficulty. When they are in peril, it decreases the challenge, consistently maintaining the player community within a stated desires. 49 Li Shuwen. I have heard this perspective as well. 44 Wang Ao. Esteemed ones, has anyone ventured into the blood mist world? As the conversation progressed, it meandered off topic, encompassing a myriad of subjects from all corners. After realizing that the valuable information was dwindling, Su Lang decided to close the chat room. The discussions among Li Shuwen and the others encompassed matters that every player must contemplate, yet they were also issues best left unconsidered for the time being, given their complexity. Before long, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The game had concluded, and after a brief respite, the players set out in search of resources. Su Lang, glancing at the countdown timer, felt a pang of melancholy. The 6th round would commence at 6 o'clock the following day. It would be splendid if it were postponed until the day after, allowing him to amass more nightmarish coins. However, an earlier conclusion to the game would afford him the opportunity to seek out Xiao Mei sooner, a double-edged sword indeed. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midnight. With nothing to occupy his time at home, Su Lang began grinding points ahead of schedule. This time, he opted for a more relaxed approach, playing and joking. Making the hours slip by quickly, Su Lang discovered an unconventional application for meditation. Utilizing it during moments of mental fatigue proved remarkably effective. This newfound ability rendered the ladies utterly incapable of competing with him. Su Lang could perform sit-ups, but how could they counter that? 3 hours later, Su Lang sat cross-legged on the sofa, deeply engrossed in meditation, while Chao Yashuan and the others had gone to take a shower. Before long, a refreshing warm current surged through Su Lang's mind. This familiar sensation prompted him to open his eyes wide, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze. Attributes: Constitution 11. Spirit 10, his spiritual attribute, had risen again. A flame materialized in the palm of his hand, blazing fiercely, consuming his mental energy. This inferno could probably be sustained for a minute. In extreme conditions, Su Lang could transform into a humanoid cannon, continuously releasing fireballs for nearly a minute. 10 points of spirit were more than sufficient for a level 1 skill. A smile crept onto Su Lang's lips. It was worth noting that the average individual possessed merely 5 points of mental capacity, and the second-place finisher in the first round only attained 5 points of free attributes, which, when allocated entirely to spirit, amounted to merely 10 points. It was no exaggeration to label Su Lang a specialist in spiritual attributes. Moreover, he was adorned in a set of gear that enhanced both spirit and constitution, which was not reflected on his panel. If the texts were accurate, he was well aware of the weaknesses of the 10 malevolent sorcerers, with no concerns to be had other than those posed by other players. Su Lang retrieved the zombie virus immunity serum, his gaze flickering. Confrontations between players were inevitable, unless he intended to remain cooped up in his home for eternity, a scenario that was evidently implausible. Should another mechanism akin to the ghostly envoy emerge, he would need to step outside in search of survival, only to find himself inadequately prepared, left merely staring blankly. Taking a step back, Su Lang's investment of resources in himself was a calculated endeavor aimed at reaping greater rewards, rather than an indiscriminate expenditure. In truth, his current attributes were already approaching an excess, and further enhancement would bear little significance, given the limited number of creatures on the 10th floor. Unless he genuinely executed a blood vengeance plan. The so-called blood vengeance plan entailed slaying other players during downtime to heighten the intensity of bloodlust, thereby drawing all monsters to the 10th floor once the game commenced. Chapter 64, Evolution Potion, The Malevolent Corpse. A single dormitory contending against a monster that requires the strength of 200 dormitories. Such a notion is undeniably mad. Yet, perhaps Su Lang can indeed accomplish it. Moreover, he need not escalate the intensity of his blood vengeance to the heavens all at once. He may take his time. However, at this moment, dwelling on possibilities serves little purpose. It is wiser to fully reap the current benefits before contemplating other matters. With this thought in mind, Su Lang resolved without hesitation to upgrade the zombie virus immunity potion. Nightmare Coins, 60, Gene Optimization Potion, Type, Medicine, Level 2. Effect, increases physique by 3 points post-injection. Grants immunity to the zombie virus, influenza, hepatitis B, and other viruses. Upgrade requirement, 145 Nightmare Coins. Description, an exemplary bioproduct. Subcutaneous injection suffices. Indeed, it is a gene optimization potion, Su Lang affirmed inwardly. This time, he felt assured. He opted not to use it immediately, but to continue upgrading. Such items that enhance fundamental attributes adhere to a particular principle. Repeated use proves futile. Moreover, an increase of merely 3 points in physique is insufficient for Su Lang's ambitions. Nightmare Coins, 145. Please select from the following upgrade options and make your choice within 1 minute. 1. Supernatural Ability Potion. Randomly acquire a supernatural ability upon use. 2. Evolution Potion. Gain 4 points in physique, 2 points in spirit, and significantly enhance cellular activity. With a sense of security, Su Lang reflected that selling would yield profits. He chose the Evolution Potion. Although the Supernatural Ability Potion held allure, its randomness was too great. Evolution Potion. Type, Medicine, Level 3. Effect, upon injection, obtain 4 points in physique, 2 points in spirit, and greatly enhance cellular vitality. Upgrade requirement, 340. Description, the first step towards biological perfection. Steady advancement will empower you. The cost to elevate to level 4 is 30 Nightmare Coins, less than that of the Supernatural Ability Potion. It appears the latter is indeed more luxurious. Su Lang mused. He now possessed 108 Nightmare Coins. If he were to rest again, he would accumulate 452 Nightmare Coins, allowing for another enhancement of the Evolution Potion. Su Lang placed the Evolution Potion into his backpack, only to be interrupted by a commotion from the bathroom. Tongqi emerged, her cheeks adorably plump and tender, akin to the purest lotus blossom. Brother Lang, could you help me dry my hair? She asked shyly, curling her petite toes at the sight of him. After their earlier encounter, she remained in a somewhat bashful state. Of course, Su Lang replied with a smile, rising to assist her. As the night swiftly passed, dawn arrived, and Su Lang promptly slept. Basic Nightmare Coins, 80, conversion rate, 330. Total yield after 8 hours, 344 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins, 452. With merely an hour remaining before the game commenced, Su Lang refrained from upgrading the Evolution Potion immediately. With over 400 Nightmare Coins, he could also upgrade the turret, allowing for some margin of safety. Although all signs indicated that the final outcome would align with his predictions, he could not dismiss the possibility of an unexpected turn. In truth, reserving 500 Nightmare Coins to upgrade the gate is the most prudent choice. However, he currently lacks offensive power rather than defensive strength, so this consideration is set aside. Unfortunately, his dormitory is only at level 2, accommodating at most 2 turrets. As time passes and the countdown nears its final half hour, Chao Yashuan can no longer contain her curiosity and inquires, Su Lang, are we truly going out to hunt monsters? Indeed, Su Lang replies, pausing to reflect before adding. If executed skillfully, you may not need to venture out at all. What do you mean? Chao Yashuan asks. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances. The monsters on the 10th floor are zombies, which possess vulnerabilities. If you manage to defeat one, you need not step outside, Su Lang explains. Vulnerabilities? Wang Yaji raises an eyebrow. Su Lang nods and retrieves a book titled Folklore and Strange Secrets, succinctly summarizing its contents. The material is not overly complex, and a brief overview suffices for Chao Yashuan and her companions to grasp the concept. This book was fortuitously upgraded from my skills, Su Lang mentions casually. Chao Yashuan and the others nod in understanding. No wonder you cleared out everything from your backpack and even purchased items dropped by monsters from other floors. Tongqi remarks with a smile. Chao Yashuan expresses her excitement. So these 10 bosses have weaknesses. If that's the case, we might even secure a spot in the top 3. Whether we place or not is inconsequential. As long as you all remain in the top 10, the rewards will be the same for me. Achieving a top 3 position would merely squander a resource, Su Lang responds. While others on different floors speculate about the nature of the bosses and the strategies for the final stage, Su Lang and his group engage in a discussion about profit distribution, seemingly foreseeing the future. In Dormitory 200, the roles of monsters and the residents appear to have transformed. The monsters are now the ones who should be hiding, while the residents are the true specters. Dormitory broadcast. The 6th round officially begins. The 10 evil sorcerers have arrived at the Mad King's dormitory. Everyone, please prepare to welcome them. This round will last for 12 hours. As the dormitory broadcast resonates, a thick fog surges through all 10 floors, rapidly enveloping the corridors. Dingling. A peculiar bell tolls through the hallway, both crisp and heavy, inducing a throbbing sensation in the listeners' heads. Thud thud thud. Zombies bounce into the hallway, and Su Lang feels an odd sense of familiarity, almost endearing. Little zombies are here to deliver points. He chuckles. Xiao Yashuan laughs as well. Perhaps influenced by Tong Chi, she finds the grotesque features of the zombies somewhat charming. How to describe it? It evokes a sense reminiscent of American bullies. As the zombies emerge, they leap towards Su Lang, 3 in total, but before they can approach the dormitory door, they are dispatched by the turrets. The hallway continues to spawn zombies, again in threes. After several rounds of slaughter, the sound of the bells intensifies, and the rate of zombie appearances escalates. Yet, no matter how many zombies there are, they are merely fodder. Finally, at a certain moment, the frantic ringing ceases, and a man clad in black, with a pallid complexion, emerges from the hallway, accompanied by 2 zombies clad in bronze armor. The 3 creatures do not leap, but walk. Su Lang's gaze swept across, and the information about the 3 monsters immediately emerged. Corrupted 10, Corpse Leader. Type, Evil Cultivator. Level, 4. Skills, Corpse Refinement. Indestructible. Description, once a formidable evil cultivator, the cause of death remains a mystery. Bronze Armored Corpse. Type, Undead. Level, 3. Skills, Bronze Iron Body, Superhuman Strength, Berserk. Corpse Poison. Description, in life, a valiant soldier seasoned by countless battles. Both bronze armored corpses possess identical attributes. The bronze armored corpse is a variant of human-crafted zombies. Not belonging to the orthodox category of zombies, it necessitates that the deceased perished in a calamity involving blades and bears a malevolent aura. Chapter 65, 10 Bosses. The formidable humanoid monsters. Upon witnessing these 3 creatures, Wang Yaji instantly shared the information in the chat room, a common practice among players, forming a consensus of sorts. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Initially, all players felt this level was somewhat simplistic, even less intense than the second round. But Su Lang's team unveiled shocking revelations. 5 Zhuyan, damn, a level 4 monster? Even top-tier players would struggle to defeat this. 44 Wang Ao, is this the final boss? The aura is distinctly different. 49 Li Shuwen, everyone be cautious. I suspect there might be 10 level 4 monsters this round. We must output damage as much as possible, or we risk annihilation. Everyone pay attention. When the level 4 monsters appear, it would be best to unleash a full barrage of damage. In Dormitory 49, Li Shuwen's expression darkened as he addressed his teammates after seeing the information shared by Wang Yaji. With 3 phase players present, it was reasonable for Boss to be a level 4 creature, but what was abnormal was the potential existence of 10 level 4s in this match. This final round would likely wipe out half the players. Of course, he refrained from expressing this in the chat room to avoid inciting panic. Truth be told, he felt a bit precarious himself. Dormitory 49 housed 4 turrets, yet only 1 level 3 turret and 2 level 2 turrets posed a genuine threat to level 4 monsters. If they were mindless beasts, he could rely on the fully durable level 3 gate to take them down individually. But humanoid monsters typically possessed high intelligence and would not mindlessly hurl themselves against the gate until their demise. Alright, Li Shuwen's teammates, all seasoned players, nodded in agreement. In Dormitory 2, the Thunder tightened his fists, feeling the weight of pressure. I hope the boss for our floor comes from the other side, a tenant said gravely. Su Lang's life and death should no longer concern us, another tenant sneered. But Su Lang is indeed impressive, having swiftly cleared the lesser monsters to summon the boss. Upon hearing this, Thunder checked the leaderboard, his expression fluctuating as he sensed that Su Lang might not be easily dealt with. Wow, Brother Lang is in grave danger now. Within a certain teaching building, Zhang Dehai muttered as he rummaged through supplies. At this moment, it was rather peculiar that Zhang Dehai was absent from the room and had yet to be targeted by the monster. However, everyone harbors secrets. The survival game in the dormitory conceals an unfathomable number of hidden mechanisms. A level for monster? I have never slain one before. In Dormitory 159, Zheng Kai inhaled sharply. Zheng Kai, what we might be facing could exceed merely level 1 and level 4 monsters, another male tenant remarked with a bitter smile. Zheng Kai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the 9th floor was empty, a chill creeping into his heart. The male tenant continued, I suggest we disable the automatic attack mode. We shouldn't be reckless like Su Lang, luring the monsters too quickly and attracting the boss from both the 9th and 8th floors. This statement served as an awakening revelation. Zheng Kai promptly ordered the deactivation of the turret's automatic attack mode and privately messaged others, urging them to refrain from expeditiously slaying monsters to avoid summoning the boss. The male tenant felt a wave of relief at Zheng Kai's decisiveness. With a leader like him, there was hope for survival. As the saying goes, a friend's demise does not concern the Taoist. The dormitory survival game is thus, the only individuals one can truly trust are those within the same dormitory. And even then, trust may be fleeting. Level 4 monster, how shall we endure these 12 hours? I have heard that the comprehensive attributes of level 4 monsters exceed 40 points. In dormitory 32, Yi Fan lamented. In his 0-level dormitory, he had barely managed to open a level 2 door, and no one ever sought refuge with him, leaving him to languish alone in his development. Many others like Yi Fan, deemed inconsequential, felt a similar sense of despair. Su Lang is a level 4 monster. Tong Chi expressed her anxiety. After all, they had never encountered a level 3 monster before. It's of no concern. With our equipment, we can withstand for a while, Su Lang replied calmly. Initiating a plan. First, we will take down those 2 level 3 copper-armored corpses, and then proceed to eliminate the level 4 monster as per our strategy. Chao Yashuan voiced her concerns. What if his weakness proves ineffective? That is inconsequential. Our one-time used Qinggang gate should possess attributes comparable to that of a level 4 gate. Su Lang shrugged dismissively. Indeed, Chao Yashuan felt reassured. Outside, the corpse commander had begun directing 2 copper-armored corpses to breach the door. The clash of metal echoed. As 2 silver arrows, akin to lightning, struck the copper-armored corpses, causing wisps of green smoke to rise as they were deflected by the stout armor, failing to penetrate. With a thundering shot, a hefty arrow was unleashed, forcefully propelling one of the copper-armored corpses backward, leaving a dent in its chest plate. Against conventional monsters, the silver-winged crossbow proves more effective, yet for these resilient foes, the heavy crossbow offers a distinct advantage. Su Lang silently commended his prior choice of the heavy crossbow. While it would take more than a few arrows to vanquish such level 3 monsters, to claim they were formidable enough to endure for an extended period might be an overestimation. After several seconds, the 2 copper-armored corpses lay lifeless before the entrance, having depleted 12 points of durability from the Qinggang gate. With continued assault, the first unyielding defense of the Qinggang gate would soon be exhausted. The corpse commander cast a troubled gaze upon the 200-numbered gate, wavering in uncertainty. As he hesitated, a powerful crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking him in the chest with a numbing impact. This shot was a deliberate assault, disregarding the automated attack range of the facility, firing at maximum distance. Roaring with fury, the corpse commander brandished a bell from his waist, shaking it wildly. 6 second-tier zombies materialized out of thin air, bounding towards dormitory 200, only to be swiftly dispatched before they could draw near. The corpse commander's expression darkened further. Hastily, he shook the bell again, summoning another 6 zombies, and charged forward alongside them. With a thunderous crash, he clawed at the blue steel gate, producing a resounding noise. The durability of the blue steel gate instantly plummeted below 40 points, but then a flicker of azure light emerged, and the monster's blood that lingered upon it was absorbed, restoring its durability to 70 points. Infuriated, the corpse commander commanded the zombies to assault the cannon while he relentlessly battered the blue steel gate, even as his fingers seared from the intensity of his attacks. Though he did not consistently inflict 3 points of durability loss with each strike, the gate's durability was still diminishing at a rapid pace. Chapter 66. 3 blades breach the gate. The corpse commander falls, the golden threaded jade garment. Su Lang instructed Tong Chi and Wang Yaji to operate the cannon, adjusting the angle to simultaneously target the corpse commander and the zombies. However, as long as 6 zombies were eliminated, the corpse commander would continue to ring the bell, summoning a new batch. This was no ordinary 4th-tier creature. It was a 4th-tier monster bearing the traits of a boss. The defensive capabilities of this 4th-tier creature were formidable. After a while, Chao Yashuan exclaimed in astonishment. We have been attacking for nearly a minute, yet the corpse commander remains so vigorous. The zombie species was indeed remarkable, Su Lang remarked, passing the colt to Chao Yashuan. However, the time is nearly upon us. Prepare yourself, as you will soon take the stage. Understood. Chao Yashuan nodded vigorously, while Su Lang fought the siege battle. The boss on the 3rd and 6th floors also emerged. The 6th floor boss was a diminutive, dark-skinned elder, with a shake of his bell. Swarms of venomous insects would charge forth to breach the doors. This boss remained calm, using this tactic to whittle down health, and soon, several doors were breached. with all occupants succumbing to the insect's bite. This monster posed a significant threat to dormitories armed solely with crossbows, for dealing with the insect's required area damage capabilities. The third-floor boss was an armored warrior, accompanied by 2 third-tier warrior minions. Do not come near, Dormitory 60. Players swallowed hard upon seeing the trio of warriors. In the 4th round, the 3rd floor was defended by 3 third-tier warriors, identical in combat prowess to the boss's accompanying warriors. Fearing to provoke the boss, a player refrained from ordering crossbow attacks until the 3 monsters raised their long blades. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolts flew forth. In a flash of cold light, the 2 warriors swung their blades, severing 2 bolts mid-air. At that moment, the boss's long sword descended with ferocity. In an instant, 3 strikes were delivered. The steel gate erupted explosively. In a swift display of prowess, the player was unable to repair the steel door before 2 formidable level 3 monsters burst into the room. The boss stood outside, observing silently as his minions mercilessly slaughtered the players. This blockade left the 3 players with no opportunity to escape, resulting in their demise within the dormitory. Next, the boss tilted his head and uttered words surprisingly coherent. News of the boss's brutal entrance soon spread throughout the 3rd floor, prompting Li Shuwen, the floor manager, to spring into action. Impossible. A level 4 boss should not possess such strength. This is almost on par with a level 5 creature. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, the repair of the silver ironwing crossbow and the Pajuan heavy crossbow merely required iron materials, which Su Lang had in abundance, alleviating concerns about the durability of their attacking facilities. However, the situation with the blue steel door was dire. It could not be repaired with raw materials. As the durability of the blue steel door dwindled to 43 points, the Corpse King finally ceased its assault. Wounded and in a pitiful state, with hands nearly burned away and an arrow lodged in its eye socket, it appeared to be contemplating retreat, albeit rather late in the game. Just as it turned to flee, the door of Dormitory 200 swung open unexpectedly. A basin of dark red liquid, exuding a foul odor and warmth, was hurled toward it. This was the beast blood dropped by the creatures on the 9th floor, a secondary item that could temporarily enhance a player's status and was not inexpensive. When this substantial elixir splashed upon the Corpse King, it seared its flesh, causing it to emit smoke and shrieks. Corpse King, to forge a corpse into madness. To become a corpse oneself, hoarding treasures plundered throughout life within a coffin, thwarted by the beast blood of one among the 10 wicked. Dying at the jaws of a wolf, losing both life and fortune. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Yashuan pulled the trigger, swiftly emptying the magazine. Bullets rained down, each finding its mark within the softening flesh of the Corpse King. Yet, the creature did not succumb easily. Instead, it turned and glared fiercely at Su Lang and the others, seemingly intent on a final retaliatory strike. Su Lang was poised to cast a fireball spell at a moment's notice. In a critical instant, Chao Yashuan drew the hand crossbow Su Lang had gifted her, landing a decisive shot to the Corpse King's head. With a thud, the creature collapsed, 3 items materializing beside it. Chao Yashuan's points surged dramatically, propelling her to 4th place. The 4 did not exchange words, but promptly collected the drops from the 3 monsters and returned to their dormitory. I did it, Chao Yashuan exclaimed joyfully. Her stunning cheeks flushed with excitement. The group quickly assessed their spoils. In addition to 5 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins, they had several valuable items. Golden silk robe, fake, type, equipment, level 4, effect 1, enhancement constitution 1, spirit 1, defense 3, agility 1, effect 2, jade armor physical damage received will be fully absorbed by durability, for 1040, decomposition yields, golden silk x9, jade pieces x43, upgrade requirement, 700 nightmare coins, introduction, a high-spec burial item. Regarded as a national treasure in modern times, friendly reminder, equipment can be set to non-visible, friendly reminder, only 1 piece of equipment and clothing can be worn per part, such divine armor. Su Lang exclaimed, astonished by the attributes of the golden silk robe. With this gear equipped, jumping from a height might not even pose a challenge. Level 4 equipment is exceptionally formidable, Wang Yaji remarked in awe. Not only does it enhance attributes, but it also adds defense. This is a trait typically reserved for Grand Gates. Tong Chi's eyes shimmered with excitement as she beamed. This golden silk robe is truly a legitimate piece of equipment. Its effects are distinct from clothing. So if you wear this, Brother Lang, you'll have an additional 4 attributes. Indeed, it offers both superficial and intrinsic benefits. Sometimes, the worth of high-grade clothing surpasses that of equipment due to its rarity, Su Lang replied, playfully pinching Tong Chi's cheek. Wang Yaji, somewhat perplexed, prompted Chao Yashuan to recount the tale of Tong Chi's lottery win. Su Lang then seized the golden silk robe and equipped it. In an instant, he felt a weight settle upon him. The texture against his skin remained unchanged, still reminiscent of the survivor's suit. He leapt in place, while the sensation had grown heavier. His sense of security had significantly increased. Closing his eyes, he mentally probed the robe, prompting a notification to appear. Would you like to reveal the golden silk robe? Su Lang selected yes. The next moment, an ancient jade armor materialized, enveloped in the survivor's suit. Tong Chi recoiled in surprise. Su Lang quickly canceled the reveal. This feels somewhat eerie, Chao Yashuan remarked, her breath hitching. After all, it was worn by the deceased. Su Lang, unperturbed, continued, let us examine the other spoils. His gaze fell upon a black copper bell, exuding an aura steeped in antiquity. Chapter 67, The 10-Day Bell Corpse, The Golden Revolution, Gunfire Piercing Despair. 10-Day Bell Corpse, Type, Oddity, Level, 3. Effect, Summon Corpse summons 3 Level 2 black zombies, lasting 3 minutes. With a cooldown of 30 minutes. Durability, 13. Decomposition yields, copper pieces x5. Nether Chi x1. Upgrade requirement, 300. Introduction, an object of malevolence. This item significantly diminishes in efficacy when in the hands of players. That Corpse King can summon 6 zombies with a single call, Chao Yashuan complained. Su Lang's eyes glinted as he stowed the 10-Day Bell Corpse into his backpack, smiling. This is already a commendable item. This must be the 10-Day Bell the ghostly messenger spoke of. Perhaps every floor's boss possesses one, though this detail remains unrecorded in folklore and strange tales. Next, Su Lang's attention turned to a black skill scroll. Corpse Manipulation, Active Skill. Type, Skill Scroll. Level, 2. Upgrade requirement, 135 Nightmare Coins. Description, a dark sorcery that allows one to control a deceased body for 3 minutes. Without hesitation, Su Lang promptly learned the Corpse Manipulation skill. After all, the Nightmare Coins required for upgrading post-learning were the same as those needed for learning. Su Lang, do you plan to command the Corpse King to battle other bosses? Inquired Chao Yashuan. Not in haste, Su Lang replied, shaking his head as he retrieved an evolution potion. With his attire and equipment accounted for, his current attributes stood at a robust 13 points in Constitution and 12 points in Spirit, culminating in a total of an impressive 25 points. Veteran players often claim that the aggregate attributes of level 4 monsters exceed 40 points. The evolution potion could bestow him an additional 4 points in Constitution and 2 points in Spirit. Thus, with a single injection, he might not be inferior to the so-called bosses. Yet, this was insufficient. Su Lang sought more. Nightmare Coins, 340. Golden Revolution. Type, Medicine. Level, 4. Effect, Golden Gene increases Constitution by 5 and Spirit by 5 upon injection, enhancing the body to its optimal state over the next 2 weeks. Note, this state represents your best form under healthy conditions, potentially increasing Constitution slightly. Upgrade requirement, 695. Description, this signifies a biological revolution, reshaping, rebirth, evolution. Our generation shall ultimately become golden humans, heralding a new era. Professor Hellenberg, by the heavens. Su Lang's eyes widened. A single injection could elevate his attributes by 10 points. The effects were undeniably explosive. Furthermore, the accompanying special effect of the Golden Gene seemed to hold significant promise. It remained uncertain whether the extraordinary effects were typical for high-level items, or if both the Golden Silk Robe and the Golden Revolution were simply exceptional. The women observed the brilliance emanating from Su Lang's hands, and upon noticing his peculiar expression, they immediately felt elated. Su Lang, has your skill activated again? Chao Yashuan exclaimed in delight. Is that the zombie virus immunity potion? It certainly resembles it, said Tong Chi, her eyes filled with anticipation, though a hint of concern crept in. But now that there are no zombies, it seems it may be of little use. Su Lang's expression remained unusual. He had fully opened his senses but detected no malice. However, sincerity in this game could be fleeting. It was wise to remain cautious about potential threats, as testing the waters could lead to unforeseen consequences. Look at the attributes of this potion, Su Lang smiled. After Tong Chi reviewed the information, she gasped in astonishment. This is simply extraordinary. After taking this, one might as well become a superhero. Not quite a superhero, but certainly not inferior to those veteran players. Wang Yaji chuckled. The attribute calculations in the survival game were governed by their own logic. They did not merely double, but increased in a tiered manner. Otherwise, with 15 points in Constitution, one could easily lift a car. Su Lang nodded and remarked, taking into account that veteran players typically gain 10 free attribute points per round. The maximum I could accumulate would be around 40. After this injection, I will nearly reach that threshold. Indeed, we must exercise caution, Wang Yaji nodded. The confrontation between players is far more intricate than mere numerical competition, even more so than battling monsters. Have you all decided to venture out? Tong Chi remarked. Belatedly aware of the situation, Su Lang chuckled. Once this injection is administered, we shall depart. Following the Golden Revolution injection, Su Lang's heart raced with fervor, his skin ablaze. And beads of perspiration cascaded down. Chao Yashuan and the other two women were taken aback, hastily bringing towels to wipe his sweat. Laboring for nearly 3 minutes before he returned to normalcy, Su Lang clenched his fists, feeling an exhilarating sensation as if he could shatter the very air around him. Let us go. I shall lead you to slay monsters. Su Lang turned to Wang Yaji, his confidence peaking at that moment. Indeed, the injection had granted him newfound strength. On the 8th floor, Zheng Kai lamented upon witnessing the dwindling number of players in the chat room. The boss on the 9th floor had not ascended to the 10th, but had instead descended to the 8th, swiftly wreaking havoc alongside the 8th floor boss. The 8th floor boss, known as the Ghost Scholar, had initially approached from Zheng Kai's direction, but, upon failing to breach the door after several attempts, had retreated. Now, the two bosses had converged. This was truly terrifying. Due to Zheng Kai's penchant for siphoning the vitality of fellow players on the same floor, the progress of others had been severely hampered. And under the assault of the two bosses, they could barely endure for a few minutes. Zheng Kai, perhaps we should abandon the floor. A middle-aged woman could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Even if we move to another floor, there is no guarantee that anyone will accept us. Another female tenant added. The middle-aged woman, in desperation, argued, we possess ample resources, and with Zheng Kai's formidable combat prowess, along with our skills, surely someone would be willing to take us in. The male tenant, who had previously suggested a slow approach to monster slaying, now perspired profusely, shaking his head. It is precisely because we are strong that no one will accept us. At that moment, he felt immense regret. Cursed be it. He should never have speculated about the dormitory's mechanics. Ultimately, he was merely a novice with 3 sessions under his belt. Cleverness can often lead to folly. Perhaps had they engaged in their monster hunting quietly, the boss from the 9th floor would not have come. Decide quickly, Zheng Kai, whether we flee or remain. The male tenant urged, his voice grave. Just as Zheng Kai hesitated, a cacophony of laughter erupted from outside the door. The four exchanged alarmed glances. It was the laughter of the paper people. The middle-aged woman checked the chatroom list, her complexion draining of color. Zheng Kai. We are the last remaining occupants on the 8th floor. Damn it. Zheng Kai nearly ground his teeth to dust. All of this stemmed from the collapse on the 9th floor. They had no choice but to hold their ground. However, despite the considerable damage inflicted upon the doors, the two bosses had suffered minimal injuries, and after a brief struggle, they breached dormitory 159. Gazing at the two bosses blocking the entrance, Zheng Kai's heart brimmed with despair. Just then, a sudden gunshot pierced the air, jolting the four from their despondency. Chapter 68. The Death of the Beastly Wolf and the Ghostly Scholar. Time rewinds to 30 seconds prior. After Su Lang and Wang Yazi descended the stairs, they did not reveal themselves immediately, instead opting to investigate the details of the two bosses. The Wicked 10, Beastly Wolf, Type, Evil Cultivator, Level, 4, Skills, Beastly Form, Traps, Blood Scent, Description, and Evil Cultivator. Cause of death remains a mystery. The Beastly Wolf, the boss of the 9th floor, was a towering figure with a wild beard and clad in a pelt coat. Beside him stood a scholarly figure dressed in refined attire, his pallid complexion and handsome features giving him an ethereal quality, as if he were a mere wisp of paper. Surrounding him were several palm-sized sinister paper figures. This scholarly apparition was the boss of the 8th floor. The Wicked 10, Ghostly Scholar, Type, Evil Cultivator, Level, 4, Skills, Paper Soldiers, Description, and Evil Cultivator. Cause of death remains a mystery. The Ghostly Scholar wore a faint smile and with a delicate gesture, sent the paper figures crashing against the dormitory door, which then spontaneously ignited. Meanwhile, the Beastly Wolf summoned monkeys, leopards, and wolves to charge forth. Just as the two were enthusiastically breaking through the door, gunshots rang out. One bullet struck the wolf's shoulder, another found its mark at his neck. Momentarily stunned, the Beastly Wolf dislodged the bullet from his neck, his eyes brightening as he spotted Su Lang in the corridor, striding towards him with purpose. The Ghostly Scholar glanced at the dormitory door and then at Su Lang, gracefully approaching him, his steps light as if he were gliding. Boom. At that moment, the door of dormitory number 159 was breached, and several beasts surged inside. Yet, the Ghostly Scholar and the Beastly Wolf paid no heed, their focus solely on Su Lang. Bang, bang, bang. Su Lang aimed and fired at the Beastly Wolf, creating numerous bloodied holes in his form. However, the Beastly Wolf remained unfazed, his physique akin to that of a tiger as he leapt into the corridor. A pungent stench of beast mingled with the metallic scent of blood assaulted the senses, provoking a wave of nausea. Roar. As Su Lang retreated, a fearsome zombie with a mottled complexion emerged from around the corner, its arms stretching and thrusting directly into the Beastly Wolf's chest. Now is the moment. Su Lang urged silently. Wang Yaji did not disappoint. She stepped forward, her emerald sword piercing decisively into the wolf's heart. her movements sharp and resolute, as if rehearsed countless times. The verdant glow was not inherent to the sword, but rather a result of the corpse poison applied to it, a basic item dropped by zombies, capable of imbuing weapons with enchantments. The beastly wolf, upon seeing the zombie's bluish visage, momentarily displayed a flicker of human astonishment, seemingly lost in thought, neglecting even the sword embedded in his chest. Moments later, he spewed forth a torrent of green blood and collapsed to the ground. The beastly wolf, a master of beasts, feasting on the blood of myriad creatures, possessing formidable strength, bound by a vow to his brother that should he ever lose his humanity, he must be slain. He ventured into peril, tainted by corpse poison, ultimately succumbing to the reverse flow of beast blood. Thus rose his vigor, and thus fell his demise. Just moments ago, his ally in breaching the door lay lifeless before him, leaving the ghostly scholar in a state of bewilderment. Yet, while he was entranced, Su Lang was not, casting a handful of burning incense sticks towards him. The incense, which emanated from the second floor's fox spirit, possessed hypnotic properties. The ghostly scholar, crafting paper into madness, self-castrated for the sole purpose of nurturing dark energy. One fateful day, he inadvertently stumbled into a shrine not of his making, inhaled the incense, and succumbed to a fatal rectal rupture. Eliminate him. This ensures greater stability, Su Lang remarked. Wang Yaji nodded, swiftly severing the ghostly scholar's head with a series of over 10 strikes. Upon exiting, Zheng Kai and his companions were greeted by a striking scene. A fearsome zombie loomed beside a man with faint dark circles under his eyes, resembling a guardian. Lang Man lay lifeless on the ground, utterly deceased, while an enchanting young woman in a white dress was engaged in decapitating the ghostly scholar. Am I seeing things? Zheng Kai stood frozen, as if witnessing two butchers tormenting a piglet. Noticing the 4 individuals, Su Lang raised his pistol slightly, his other hand resting on the combat knife sheathed at his waist. Having weapons readily accessible outside of a packed backpack was sometimes inconvenient. Observing Su Lang's subtle movement, Zheng Kai instinctively raised his hand, swallowing hard as he said, "You must be Su Lang." Though it was their first encounter, he had deduced his identity. Indeed, Su Lang acknowledged, his expression calm. This reaction did not resemble that of a novice. Zheng Kai felt dwarfed in Su Lang's presence, overwhelmed by an oppressive pressure, stammering, "Thank you for rescuing us. We will repay you in the future." In a moment of divine providence, as the door was shattered, a cavalcade of thoughts raced through his mind. No need for thanks. Mutual assistance among players is only natural, Su Lang smiled, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Wang Yaji had already collected the loot from the 2 bosses. As he watched the 2 figures vanish down the corridor, Zheng Kai's anxious heart finally settled. Damn, is this truly a first-time player? Why does he seem like a wild boss? Zheng Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. He must have developed his own unique strategy, the male tenant side. It's akin to stock trading. Seasoned players often devise their own methods to rapidly accumulate gains. This round's top player will undoubtedly be him. The middle-aged woman pressed her lips together, feeling a mix of relief for surviving and helplessness in the face of such talent. Some individuals toil as programmers for a decade, earning barely 7,000 a month, while others are recruited by the academy at just 14. Such is the disparity. Su Lang was the top player in the first round, and his status as the leading player in the second round was already secured. While they barely scraped into the top 10, unable to even graze the top 3. The stronger he becomes, the more unfortunate it is that there are no vacancies on the 10th floor. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider moving up, another female tenant lamented. While being the pinnacle player at 16 is undeniably daunting, if he were a teammate, the narrative would shift entirely. The 4 did not linger, engaging in brief exchanges before proceeding to loot the corpses. With so many fatalities on their floor, a single sweep would yield substantial rewards. Su Lang and Wang Yaji began tallying their resources in the corridor. 2 formidable bosses yielded a considerable bounty, among which were 2 Sunday bells, namely the Sunday Bell Beast and the Sunday Bell Paper. Su Lang had resolved to collect all the Sunday bells. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Yaji lost in thought and inquired, "Yaji, what occupies your mind?" "I am calling Wu Hui and the others to the 8th floor to loot the corpses," Wang Yaji replied with a smile. "Very well," Su Lang nodded, then handed the Sunday Bell Beast to Wang Yaji, saying, "Take this. It can summon 3 level 2 beasts." "Okay," Wang Yaji responded, accepting it with a sweet smile. Su Lang had previously given her a drop of black zombie essence, a crucial lifeline in dire situations, and now bestowed another gift upon her. Wang Yaji felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The 2 then proceeded to the 7th floor. Su Lang did not suggest that Wang Yaji return, as her combat prowess was commendable, and having a companion nearby was reassuring. Chapter 69, Slaying the Mad Artisan. A perilous encounter, Sinister Cult 10, Mad Artisan, Type, Evil Cultivator, Level 4, Skills, Mechanism Crafting, Ingenious Design. Madness. Description: an enigmatic evil cultivator whose cause of death remains a mystery. The boss on the 7th floor was the Mad Artisan, a man who appeared taciturn, perpetually accompanied by 3 mechanical puppets, while another 9 were tasked with breaching doors. He coldly observed the puppets demolishing barriers, wielding his merciless spiral blades to shred players into oblivion, remaining silent like a mute, only revealing a flicker of emotion in his gaze when it passed over his 3 crafted puppets, imbued with the essence of his wife and children, destined to accompany him for eternity. The floor leader, He-Chi, was a man of great responsibility. Whenever the Mad Artisan attacked the players' dormitories, he would retaliate with gunfire from the corridor. This action ultimately incited the Mad Artisan's wrath. After demolishing the 7th dormitory, he advanced toward room 130, where He-Chi resided. Seeing this, He-Chi fired a few more shots before retreating into his quarters. However, unbeknownst to him, the Mad Artisan turned back midway upon noticing 2 figures at the corridor's entrance. Su Lang refrained from shooting at the Mad Artisan, as he was surrounded by mechanical puppets. The efficacy of any potential hit was questionable. In his estimation, the Mad Artisan was the most formidable boss to defeat, with a straightforward cause of demise. Mad Artisan, deranged, using the flesh of his kin to craft puppets, solely to refine his mechanistic skills, later clashed with General Ginge of the sinister cult 10 and meta-bisected End. This creature could only be slain through sheer force. If one were to identify a weakness, it would be his fear of blades. Quite reasonable, given the circumstances. Su Lang unsheathed his long knife, patiently awaiting in the corridor. Engaging in battle within the hallway could lead to accidental injuries from the attacking mechanisms. Players were certainly not as resilient as the monsters. As the trio of large-headed mechanical puppets neared Su Lang and his companion, they opened their mouths, unleashing a barrage of steel needles. Su Lang and Wang Yaji hurriedly took refuge behind the corner of the wall as a flurry of steel needles struck the surface, evoking a sense of dread. Yaji, if the situation worsens, do not hesitate to use the blood of the black zombie, Su Lang advised. Wang Yaji nodded, her gaze resolute. The Mad Craftsman had summoned 9 mechanical puppets, each grouped in 3s, each possessing distinct abilities. She had witnessed their skills when they had just broken through the door, giving her a sense of confidence. The only source of concern was the trio of mechanical puppets surrounding the Mad Craftsman himself. Upon expelling their steel needles, the 3 large-headed mechanical puppets retreated, allowing the 3 slender puppets to advance, their forked hands spinning incessantly like propellers. A flash of inspiration struck Wang Yaji. She angled her sword, reflecting the movements of the puppets upon its polished blade. As the 2 slender puppets entered the corridor, Su Lang and Wang Yaji launched their assault simultaneously. Su Lang swiftly decapitated one of the slender puppets, while Wang Yaji, slightly miscalculating, merely severed the propeller-like arm of another. Just as the 3rd slender puppet squeezed into the corridor, Su Lang swiftly dispatched it as well. Seeing this, the Mad Craftsman hesitated, ordering the 3 shield-bearing puppets to protect him while attempting to summon reinforcements with a jingle of his bell. In that moment, a figure flashed forth. Wang Yaji was taken aback by Su Lang's audacity and speed. Observing the shielded puppets blocking the passage, Su Lang seized the moment. He leapt behind the Mad Craftsman with a sudden burst of momentum. The craftsman, clearly sluggish, turned awkwardly and was met with Su Lang's blade as he dispatched his son in a flurry of strikes. The Mad Craftsman let out a guttural sound, as if lamenting. In a frenzy, he plunged his hand into his own chest, triggering a cacophony from all the mechanical puppets, which became markedly more agile. This was the Mad Craftsman's frenzied skill, enhancing all his puppets. The wife and daughter puppets opened their wooden mouths simultaneously. One spewed flames while the other released a noxious mist. Concurrently, the large-headed puppet unleashed a barrage of steel needles. The corridor was so narrow that being struck by all 3 attacks would surely spell disaster for Su Lang. In a critical moment, a zombie appeared, howling as it charged forward, only to be instantly vanquished. In that split second, Su Lang darted into an unoccupied dormitory, narrowly avoiding the ensuing onslaught. As the flames and toxic smoke dissipated, he cautiously peeked out, throwing a dart that struck the Mad Craftsman squarely in the face. Just as the craftsman was about to ring his bell to revive the slender puppets, his action was abruptly interrupted. Now fully unhinged, he recklessly led his army of puppets towards Su Lang. The large-headed puppets, along with the wife and daughter puppets, unleashed their skills without restraint, leaving Su Lang unable to mount any counterattack. His heightened instincts sensed the malice approaching, and a fierce expression crossed his face. There was no choice but to forge ahead. Ringing the bells furiously, Su Lang unleashed 10 paper figures from the dormitory, which spontaneously ignited as they embraced the mechanical puppets. Immediately, he dashed out, wielding his alloy-long knife with wild abandon, first shattering his daughter's automaton, suffering some injuries in the process. His wife's automaton unleashed flames, yet Su Lang, furrowing his brow, retreated behind 3 zombies. Once the zombies withstood a wave of fire, he charged forward once more. The mad craftsman, witnessing Su Lang's advance, felt a flicker of fear and attempted to command the shield-bearing automaton to step forward, only to discover it was already embroiled in a struggle with 3 beasts and a woman. At that moment, Su Lang had already destroyed his wife's automaton. The mad craftsman found himself fully exposed before Su Lang, akin to a solitary figure abandoned by all. Su Lang's eyes glowed a fierce red as he struck deep gashes into the craftsman's body. Surprisingly, his physique resembled wood, producing only sawdust instead of blood. Clang. Eventually, the mad craftsman seized an opportunity to ring the 10-day bell. Alas, he was not a true game boss susceptible to instant immobilization upon being struck. Regrettably, his defenses were quite feeble. By the time the automatons were summoned, he had already been slain by Su Lang. The summoned automatons were swiftly dealt with, each falling to Su Lang's blade. After Su Lang and Wang Yinji efficiently cleaned the battlefield, they departed from the 7th floor. Many players had witnessed their battle, as it was common for players to peek in. Chapter 70. Slaying the Blood Goo, Killing After the Game. 134 Sun Jian. Damn. The one who just killed the mad craftsman was Su Lang, right? 135 Liu. Confirmed. It is indeed Su Lang. He is incredibly formidable. Is that weapon a level 4? He slices through automatons as if chopping vegetables. 138 Zhou Xiaomei. No, that weapon is merely a level 2 alloy long knife. 130 He Qi. It seems that bladed weapons are particularly effective against automatons. 128 Sun Jian. I feel the same way. But that doesn't diminish Su Lang's prowess. His combat style flows seamlessly, reminiscent of a seasoned player. 88 Xiao Bin. What are you all talking about? What has Brother Lang done? 32 Yi Fan. Damn, Brother Lang's score has nearly reached 20,000. After the intense battle, Su Lang and Wang Yinji took refuge in the stairwell to recuperate. Su Lang consumed a functional drink and a piece of bread, both classified as level 2 food. Wang Yinji swallowed a morsel of bread and remarked to Su Lang, "Have you often fought with others in the past?" "Not really," Su Lang replied, catching his breath and shaking his head. "Then have you learned any combat skills?" "You seem remarkably adept in battle," Wang Yinji observed. Perhaps it's a gift." Su Lang chuckled, then added with a hint of regret, "The golden thread jade garment has lost 5 points of durability." Wang Yinji laughed. "As long as it doesn't reach 0, you can repair it at the supermarket afterward. It might be quite expensive." After exchanging a few more words, the two made their way to the 6th floor. The boss on the 6th floor was the Blood Goo, known for its mastery over venomous insects. Yet its true strength lay in its close combat abilities. When the Blood Goo activated, its combat prowess rivaled that of the savage wolves. Su Lang had gleaned this information from the secret lore. Unlike previous occasions, Su Lang and Wang Yaji ascended to the 6th floor, where they discovered players besieging the Blood Goozy. The antiviral bug would drop antidote pills, which could nullify most of the damage inflicted by poisonous insects. Thus, rather than succumbing to the relentless assault of these venomous creatures, it was far more prudent to engage in combat. Among the throngs of attackers, Su Lang spotted a familiar figure, Su Rian. This woman resembled a great spider, poised against the wall, occasionally launching a few darts towards the Blood Goozy. Court death. The Blood Goozy, covered in numerous wounds, suddenly let out a bellow, its flesh swelling grotesquely as its diminutive form expanded to an imposing 2 meters. Not good. The boss has entered its 2nd phase. Someone shouted, hastily retreating to the dormitory for shelter. Many others, caught unawares, were trampled underfoot by the Blood Goozy, resulting in shattered bones and mangled limbs. Su Lang estimated that the Blood Goozy's base attributes had surged to at least 60. Bang, bang, bang. As the Blood Goozy charged towards him, Su Lang raised his gun and fired. In front of him lay a translucent, oversized animal trap. The beast on the 9th floor could drop a level 1 trap, while this large trap, a level 3 item, had been obtained from the Wolf Barbarian. Once placed, it became invisible and could be reused thrice. Blood Goozy, transformed by poison, it roamed the mountains in search of goo insects, only to accidentally step into an animal trap, leading to its demise from the backlash of its own blood curse. The Blood Goozy's weakness was remarkably obscure, located on the soles of its feet, a detail that would be exceedingly difficult to deduce without prior knowledge. The Blood Goozy sprinted with alarming speed, and as it approached the corridor's entrance, a dormitory door suddenly creaked open, and a hefty object was hurled out. Boom! The grenade detonated, leaving the Blood Goozy's torso a bloody mess. Astonishingly, despite the magnitude of the explosion, the corridor remained unscathed, save for a slight charring of the walls. Damn it! Damn it! The Blood Goozy seethed, glaring at Dormitory 90. The occupant of Dormitory 95 was none other than Lu Changgang, the floor leader. This grenade was a level 4 disposable item. Seeing that the grenade had failed to destroy the Blood Goozy, Lu Changgang felt a surge of anxiety and urgently instructed his teammates to activate the turret's automatic attack mode. The blood Guzi pounded against the level 3 door, causing its durability to plummet. Su Lang, observing this, furrowed his brow and fired to draw its ire. The blood Guzi's eyes glowed crimson as it charged towards him. However, midway through its assault, Su Rian, perched on the wall, shot a dart, while several doors swung open, unleashing ranged attacks upon the blood Guzi. Realizing that it would be swiftly overwhelmed if it continued on this path, the blood Guzi resolved to eliminate Su Lang before retreating to recuperate elsewhere. Yet, as it bolted to the corridor's edge, it stepped onto the animal trap, meeting its inevitable demise. Its left foot twisted painfully, and a blood-colored long worm, severed in two, emerged. Blood Sovereign Goo. Type: Goo Insect. Level: 4. Effect 1. Vigor grants the host immense vitality and recuperative abilities. Effect 2. Eruption significantly amplifies the host's vitality within 3 minutes. Introduction. Why must I be placed beneath the Blood Sovereign Goo? Huh, a dual-born creature. Su Lang chuckled. It seemed his demise was more tragic than that of the ghostly scholar. Wang Yaji clicked her tongue. The Blood Sovereign Goo expelled 3 larvae, which Su Lang promptly collected. As he was about to touch the corpse's blood insect, a booming voice interrupted. Stop. Lu Changsheng, accompanied by a group of tenants, emerged from the room, his eyes flickering with restrained anger. Su Lang had already accrued points and now sought to claim the boss's loot. This was excessive. Su Lang paused, taking only a 10-day bell, and stepped back, stating, I shall only take this one. That is unacceptable. Lu Changsheng retorted. Do you know how much we sacrificed to slay him? If you disagree, come and find me. Su Lang sneered, casting a fireball to block the path, and departed with Wang Yaji. If communication was futile, then let it be. In the distance, Su Rian, observing the scene, directly ascended to the 5th floor. The cake on the 6th floor had already been partially consumed by Su Lang. The chances of sharing in the spoils were now slim. Lu Changsheng, nearly scorched by the fireball, seethed, follow me, as the group pursued down the corridor. A cacophony of cries erupted. The ground was littered with numerous traps. These were all set by Wang Yaji on her own accord, and to her surprise, they proved effective. Su Lang's lax oversight had emboldened her to act. Had it been under a more stringent household, her cleverness might not have been able to flourish. Seeing them truly daring to chase, Su Lang laughed in disbelief, turning back to fire a few shots down the corridor, indifferent to whether he struck anyone, and hastily made his way downstairs with Wang Yaji. Su Lang, shall we return and eliminate them? Wang Yaji's eyes glinted with cold resolve, fearing Lu Changsheng and the others would cause further trouble. Let us wait until the game concludes, Su Lang replied, shaking his head. The 5th floor corridor was shrouded in mist, the boss yet to appear, still residing in the opposite corridor. Thus, the two descended directly to the 4th floor. As they arrived on the 4th floor, a pair of icy hands suddenly embraced Su Lang from behind. Dear guest, where are you headed? A pair of alluring crimson lips hovered at Su Lang's neck, exhaling a chilling breath, as if laced with shards of ice. Su Lang glanced down, astonished to find his toes elevated, and a pair of red-sleeved shoes had mysteriously nestled beneath his heels. Chapter 71. Rapidly conquering 6 bosses, players intercept. Su Lang smiled, gripping the delicate, pale hands around his waist, and remarked, such alluring little hands. Dear guest, I ask, where are you going? Allow me to accompany you. The sultry voice behind him floated, reminiscent of a lover's whisper. In such a scenario, most would have been paralyzed with fear. As long as I desire to leave. The path lies beneath my feet, Su Lang replied cryptically. What path do you intend to take? The path to your heart. Hee, you truly are a master of jest. Wang Yaji stood 2 steps behind Su Lang, her gaze fixed upon the red-clad female specter affixed to his back. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead as her mind raced with recollections of the ghastly entity. The Red Bride. Once a courtesan, she was betrayed by her peers. Her beauty utterly destroyed and reduced to a life of clandestine prostitution. She delighted in the slaughter of men, cooking their hearts for sustenance. Clad in red, she hanged herself, becoming a vengeful spirit. To gaze upon her visage is to invite death. She only manifests in proximity to men, her reflection haunting the waters during clandestine meetings, scattering her soul at the sight of her own likeness. Wang Yaji retrieved the talisman Su Lang had given her from her backpack and boldly affixed it to the Red Bride. A piercing scream erupted in the corridor, echoing with an otherworldly intensity. The Red Bride whirled around, her eyes meeting a mirror directly facing her. Modern mirrors reflect far more clearly than the surface of a lake. This is not me, she shrieked in despair. Moments later, a cloud of black smoke enveloped Su Lang's back. With a metallic clang, a 10-day bell fell to the ground, accompanied by a skill scroll. 10-day bell ghost. Type: Curio. Level: 3. Effect: Summon ghost calls forth a level 3 malevolent spirit for 1 minute. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. Durability: 13. Disassembly yields copper pieces x5. Nether Chi X1. Upgrade requirement. 300. Description. An object of malevolence. Active skill. Soul Flight. Type. Skill Scroll. Level 2. Upgrade requirement. 137 Nightmare Coins. Description. Consumes mental energy to manifest an attackable spirit, inflicting psychic damage on foes. Let us proceed to the second floor. Su Lang turned to Wang Yaji, noticing her pale countenance, and inquired, "Would you like to rest for a moment?" "No need," Wang Yaji replied, wiping the sweat from her brow and shaking her head. Su Lang said nothing further, merely nodding as they ascended to the second floor together. Their destination was the second floor, as the boss here was somewhat easier to vanquish. The third floor housed General Jinj, whose combat prowess was likely the strongest among the 10, while the first floor was ruled by the leader of the 10 evil sorcerers, a formidable opponent with blindness and madness. Both were formidable adversaries, challenging to contend with. The second floor was peculiarly silent, devoid of the sounds of battle. Yet the air was perfumed with a faint aroma. A middle-aged man in a white Taoist robe, sporting a goatee, waved a fan as he directed a group in the ritual of incense offerings to the fox spirits. In dormitory 32, Yi Fan cowered beneath his blanket, repeatedly splashing cold water on his face, tissues stuffed in his nostrils. The incense ignited by the foxes had a mesmerizing effect, leading several players to unwittingly open their doors to their demise. The fragrant smoke in the corridor thickened. Initially, some players dared to peek outside, but now they scarcely had the courage to stand behind their doors. The moment one inhaled the scent, they became mere prey, ready for slaughter. What to do? What to do? This is a build-up type boss. Yi Fan lamented as cold water splashed against him, on the verge of tears. If only we had all rushed out to confront that boss from the beginning. Now, even if others from different floors come to assist, it would be futile. For every one that arrives, another will fall. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance and hurriedly submerged his head in the basin of water. Half a minute later, he raised his head, abruptly realizing that the fragrance had intensified, nearly enveloping the entire quilt. In the next moment, a look of bewilderment flickered in his eyes, followed by a dazed expression, and he sluggishly descended from the bed. Opening the door, he noticed at the entrance of the adjacent dormitory, four foxes were rummaging through the corpse of a player, their mouths stained with blood. Upon seeing Yi Fan emerge, they eagerly raised their paws in greeting. Yi Fan immediately approached them. The four foxes squinted with delight. Once this human stepped outside the automated attack range of the turret, they could delve into his heart and soul. Just then, gunfire erupted, followed by the anguished scream of a middle-aged man. The four foxes were startled, realizing their master had been injured, and hurriedly dashed towards the stairwell. On the second floor, Su Lang and Wang Yaji were engaged in what could hardly be termed a fierce battle. Strangely, both Su Lang and Wang Yaji bore expressionless faces, resembling mere puppets. Wooden Heart Fragment. Type. Item. Level 1. Effect. Consuming it induces a state of emotional numbness for 3 minutes. Upgrade requirement. 10 Nightmare Coins. Description. A small wooden fragment that numbs your senses, an apparently useless trinket. Yet it serves as the key to overcoming the boss on the second floor. This item was revealed by the mechanical puppet on the 7th floor. To defeat the boss was also the work of the mad artisan. It transpired that the boss harbored wicked thoughts towards the mad artisan's wife, a puppet. This is quite abstract. The boss is a notorious lecher, otherwise the ghost scholar would not have met such a gruesome end. Aside from the enchanting aroma, the boss's combat prowess was not formidable. He merely cast the occasional fireball and could cloak himself for a second or two, much like a juggler in the streets. Thinking of fleeing, Su Lang's acute intuition kicked in as he sensed a wave of malice rushing downstairs. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, filling the air with destructive energy. Alas, the boss was burned out of his cloaked state, rolling on the ground in agony, and soon met his demise with a strained neck. As Su Lang and Wang Yaji hastily searched the corpse, a private message popped up. 200 Chao Yashuan. Lengo. Hurry and leave. The players have gone out to hunt monsters. Though Su Lang and Wang Yaji worked quickly, they had already spent nearly 20 minutes going back and forth. Such a duration was ample for some players to regroup. After slaying the boss, the dense fog in the corridor would dissipate, and players on several floors would quickly understand the situation. If someone pointed out the shift in Su Lang's score, it would be apparent to any discerning eye what had transpired outside. With Su Lang's current prestige, showcasing leadership would pose no issue. He could rally the players to attack the boss directly. However, Su Lang was reluctant to bear the lives of others upon his shoulders. Moreover, he had never trusted other players. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lang decisively declared, "Let us go back to the dormitory." Wang Yaji nodded, uttering no unnecessary words, and followed Su Lang upstairs. This time, their ascent was somewhat noisy, catching the attention of General Jin Gu on the 3rd floor. Wang Yaji caught sight of this and immediately exclaimed, "Su Lang, it seems we have drawn the attention of General Jin Gu." "It matters not," There will be those to shield us from calamity, Su Lang replied with a shake of his head. The duo moved swiftly, and upon reaching the fourth-floor corridor, they encountered a throng of players. Upon spotting Su Lang, their eyes gleamed with recognition. It's Su Lang. Su Lang, wait for us. Was the red matchmaker slain by you? What about the loot from the fourth floor? Su Lang and Wang Yaji remained indifferent, while a few anxious players rushed forward, only to collide with General Jin Go. The flash of blades was like a streak of lightning, and in an instant, several players perished. Goodness! General Jin Go has arrived on the fourth floor, exclaimed Wang Yan. Su Lang lured him here, I can't believe it. Shinjin added. Su Lang, stop him. Su Lang has ascended to the sixth floor from the left, cried Wu Haochen. Block him on the sixth and seventh floors, brothers. Let us inquire about what transpired, urged Wei Xiong. Chapter 72. Abundant Gains. The Dragon Elephant Strategy on the sixth floor. After Lu Chongying and his companions finished clearing the area, they initially aimed to organize other players to descend and slay monsters. Suddenly, upon seeing the chatroom notifications, they contemplated intercepting Su Lang. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Witnessing only the fleeting figures of Su Lang and Wang Yaji, Lu Chongying's expression hardened, and he contemplated pursuing them. But the thought of the traps in the corridor chilled him. He turned to those around him and commanded, let us complete this round of the game first. We shall settle the score during the break. The corridor on the sixth floor erupted in a wave of agreement. All right, we heed you, Lu Ge. Such thieves. Their crimes are unforgivable. Su Lang's kind are the most despicable, hindering everyone's progress. Just look at his score. One can only imagine how many monsters he has stolen. On the 7th, 8th, and 10th floors, players received the news, yet none dared to obstruct Su Lang. The losses on the 7th and 8th floors were severe, and those scavenging on the same floor hardly had time to react. As for the 10th floor, Wu Huihui and her group were busy looting on the 7th and 8th floors, and they too had no intention of hindering Su Lang. Returning home unscathed, Su Lang promptly opened the chatroom, discovering a considerable number of voices clamoring against him. The game has not yet concluded, and already there are so many signals of internal strife. Once the game ends, a great wave of players will surely ascend to the 10th floor. Su Lang was truly at a loss for words. While the monsters were alive, everyone cowered in their rooms, yet upon their demise, they all emerged to claim the spoils. Brother Lang, you've returned. Are you unscathed? Tong Chi approached with an anxious expression, eager to welcome them. I am fine. I shall tend to Sister Yaji's wounds. Su Lang responded. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yaji had sustained considerable injuries, enduring the journey with gritted teeth. Let me handle it, Chao Yashuan said, bringing forth a roll of medical bandages. I will take care of it. You continue monitoring the chatroom and the leaderboard, Tong Chi replied as she accepted the medical supplies. In the realm of the game, medical items possessed remarkable properties. As long as limbs were intact, injuries could be wholly restored, albeit at varying speeds. The medical bandage was a common first-level healing item, categorized as a slow healing aid. Do not be frugal. Utilize the medical spray liberally. Su Lang furrowed his brow and spoke. Yaji, our outing has yielded significant rewards. In the future, we should purchase higher quality medical supplies to avoid unnecessary suffering. Wang Yazi felt a warmth in her heart, instantly deepening her affection for Su Lang. Upon hearing this, Tong Chi promptly led Wang Yaji to the medical area, where an abundance of medical tools awaited them. Yixian, inform me when the boss is defeated. Understood. After issuing his command, Su Lang began to tally their gains, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the surveillance screens, wary of any potential troublemakers. This time, he and Wang Yaji had vanquished a total of 7 bosses. As he meticulously counted their spoils, he realized the significance of their haul. Funds: copper coins 91, 239, silver coins 13, gold coins 0, with nearly 100,000 copper coins. Selling off some of the trifles Su Lang deemed unworthy would easily push that number past the 100,000 mark. Aside from the 10-day bell, he only found 6 items of interest. High-grade animal trap, type, trap, level, 3, decomposition yield, iron sheets x6, upgrade requirement, 280 nightmare coins. Effect, hunting 23 becomes invisible once set, dealing substantial damage to the targeted prey. Description, humans are beasts too. Beast form fist, active skill. Type, skill scroll, level, 3, upgrade requirement, 320. Description, mimics the combat style of wild beasts. Enhancing physical strength. Paper soldiers, active skill. Type, skill scroll, level, 3, upgrade requirement, 340 nightmare coins. Description, consumes mental energy to create self-destructing paper figures, powerful paper soldiers. My dream is to cut out a bridge to meet Chang'e. My dream is to create paper cranes to soar westward. Craftsmanship, type, item, level, 4, effect, temporarily elevates a skill below level 4 to level 4, upgrade requirement, 540 nightmare coins. Description, a unique creation of craftsmanship. Bloodline worm eggs X3. Type: insect eggs. Level 1 effect: consuming grants 1 point of vitality. Upgrade requirement: 45 nightmare coins. Description: a larval egg of a cursed worm. If you practice the art of sorcery, you may attempt to hatch it. Compass. Type: curio. Level 3. Durability 1010. Effect: treasure-seeking 33 can locate valuable items in the vicinity. Decomposition yield: tiger bonewood X4. Needle X3. Upgrade requirement: 300. Description: a tool of geomancy designed for the pursuit of wealth. 6 exquisite items along with 7 10-day bells, each a treasure in its own right. Su Lang first consumed one of the worm eggs, enhancing his vitality by 1 point, and then tore open the scroll for beast form fist. A surge of knowledge flooded his mind, imparting the very physical enhancement skills he desired, along with combat techniques that were quite remarkable. After a considerable time, Su Lang opened his eyes and utilized craftsmanship. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Advanced meditation. Fireball beast form fist. Su Lang did not hesitate and directly upgraded to beast form fist. In truth, he preferred the advanced meditation technique, as it allowed for a skill set that did not require close combat, thus ensuring greater safety. Moreover, spellcasters truly thrived. While battling monsters, he relied solely on fireball. Yet it was incredibly effective. However, considering the potential encounters with malevolent spirits after the game concluded, it seemed wiser to enhance his beast form fist. Ultimately, survival at the gaming table was more crucial than mere victory. The dormitory survival game was never short of opportunities and treasures. The real fear lay in failing to endure. Please select one of the following upgrade paths and make your choice within a minute. 1. Dragon Elephant Combat Technique. Fierce and domineering. As powerful as a dragon and an elephant, it strengthens the body through rigorous practice. 2. Tiger Form Fist. Explosive strikes, commanding respect from opponents. It sharpens the spirit through sustained training. 3. Swallow Form Fist. As graceful as a swallow in flight, with legs like the wings of a bird. It nurtures the internal essence of clarity. With a furrowed brow, Su Lang felt that the skills upgraded with craftsmanship lacked clarity in their descriptions, especially compared to the tangible allure of nightmare coins. After some contemplation, he chose the Dragon Elephant Combat Technique. After all, the term combat technique suggested ferocity in battle. Dragon Elephant Combat Technique. Type: active skill. Level 4. Effect 1. Dragon Elephant Body 113. Prolonged practice of the Dragon Elephant Combat Technique increases constitution by up to 13 points. Effect 2. Mighty Elephant Tread temporarily triples leg defense. Effect 3. Divine Dragon Tail Sweep unleashes leg strikes that far exceed one's own strength. Upgrade requirement: 670 nightmare coins. Description: waterborne strength is akin to a dragon, while terrestrial strength resembles an elephant. The moment Su Lang selected the Dragon Elephant Combat Technique, he felt an enhancement in his physique, and his mind brimmed with practical combat knowledge. Quite satisfactory, he mused to himself. What delighted him further was that although he had upgraded to the Dragon Elephant Combat Technique, the practical knowledge from Beast Form Fist remained intact, albeit without the skill effects. Now, he essentially possessed the close combat experience from both the Dragon Elephant Combat Technique and Beast Form Fist, which was remarkably advantageous. Chapter 73. Su Lang. Do you wish to enter the top 3? Having completed these tasks, Su Lang did not rush to train, but instead gathered all his belongings and handed the 2 10-day bells to Chao Yashuan and Tong Qi. Subsequently, he turned to Chao Yashuan and inquired, how many bosses are still alive? 3 are still thriving, but the skinning ghost on the 5th floor is likely to perish soon, as everyone is launching a fierce assault on it. Chao Yashuan replied. Are Wu Huihui and the others involved? Su Lang asked thoughtfully, nodding. He then opened a private message with Wu Huihui. 200 Su Lang. Do you wish to enter the top 10? 186 Wu Huihui. Do you have a plan? On the 5th floor, Wu Huihui wielded a wolf-tooth club, her spirit invigorated. Shortly after, upon agreeing to one of Su Lang's conditions, she learned the method to counter the skinning ghost. Wu Huihui had complete faith in this approach. Su Lang's swift takedown of bosses served as the best endorsement. In truth, Su Lang had 2 cooperation targets, Su Rian and Wu Huihui. The former appears to be more reliable, yet simultaneously more difficult to control. He is an experienced player, devoid of the sense of responsibility to lead his companions, and is likely to abscond with any benefits he gains, thus failing to strengthen the ranks of all players on the 10th floor. Before long, Su Lang observed that Wu Huihui's score had soared into the top 10. He promptly accessed the trading option with Wu Huihui. Rather than agreeing immediately, she took her time before initiating the trade with Su Lang. In theory, as long as one player is in the dormitory and the other in the wilderness, they can collaborate to achieve an infinite inventory. However, in reality, this method is perilous, as one is completely defenseless at the moment of trade, with visibility severely restricted. After all, Communicating through the dormitory system during combat is already fraught with danger, let alone trading. Su Lang offered a copper coin, while Wu Huihui presented a 10-day bell painting. 2 seconds later, the transaction was complete. Su Lang held the 10-day bell painting in his hands and continued to send private messages to Wu Huihui. 200 Su Lang, do you wish to enter the top 3? On the 5th floor, Wu Huihui squatted on the steps, panting heavily, while Wang Tingting and Ye Xiaozhu assisted her in bandaging her wounds, constantly praising her. Huihui, you're incredible. How did you know that the skin changer fears poison and could identify its true form at a glance? Surrounding Wu Huihui were about 10 people, who, while remaining vigilant, also basked in her glory. Hee, it was merely a coincidence, Wu Huihui replied with a smile. Her gaze drifting toward the 5th floor corridor where a group was still bickering over the spoils of the skin changer. She had only taken the 10-day bell painting, and everyone acknowledged her contribution, so no one pressed the matter further. This group is truly something else. Instead of seeking bosses elsewhere, they remain here squabbling. Nie Xiaozhu murmured softly. Wu Huihui shook her head, saying, it's normal. Who would prefer to earn $1 million rather than just pick it up? Just then, she received a message from Su Lang. 200 Su Lang, do you wish to enter the top 3? Wu Huihui's eyes widened, and she quickly exclaimed, hurry. Give me the hemostatic spray. We must head to other floors to hunt bosses. The people around her were taken aback, then became somewhat exhilarated. Huihui has truly gone mad with excitement. Is the war god of the 10th floor returning to the mortal realm? General Jinj stormed through the entrance, an unstoppable force. All attacks that struck his armor seemed as ineffective as water splashing against an iron door. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, he wreaked havoc, leaving the inhabitants in disarray. Now, the 6th floor was deserted, as everyone had fled downstairs in a panic. General Jinj was relentlessly pursued outside. Despite his heavy armor, his speed was remarkable. Wu Huihui, trailing behind, was driven by a fierce determination, finally leading a group to intercept General Jinj. One by one, she released small paper figures. As these figures soared forth, they embraced General Jinj and his subordinates, igniting spontaneously. Initially, the effect was negligible, but soon, the general's armor became scalding hot, causing a continuous loss of health. A minute later, General Jinj and his men perished in flames. On Wu Huihui's side, 2 players had fallen, before she could even feel sorrow for her companions. Wu Huihui burst into laughter upon discovering the fallen items of General Jingo. 3 magnificent artifacts lay before her. One was the 10 Sun Bell Soldier. Another was the level 4 copper armor heavy equipment, and the last was the level 3 weapon, the 1000 Bull Blade. At that moment, Wu Huihui's score soared to 2nd place on the leaderboard, just behind Su Lang. Overjoyed, she quickly sent a private message to Su Lang. 186 Wu Huihui, Brother Lang. I want to defeat the blind and the mute. 200 Su Lang. You can't do that. It's too dangerous. 186 Wu Huihui. No, I can do it. I'm not afraid of danger. 200 Su Lang. I have entrusted the matter to Su Rian. Wu Huihui pouted, feeling a pang of inadequacy regarding her appearance, but then quickly dismissed the thought. If Su Lang truly had an issue with her, he wouldn't have shared the weaknesses of the 2 bosses. The reality was that defeating the blind and the mute indeed posed a significant threat. As the leader of the 10 evil sorcerers, the blind and the mute was not vanquished by others, but fell victim to the backlash of ghostly forces. Capturing this weakness required an extraordinary level of skill. Thus, Su Lang assigned this task to the seasoned player, Su Rian. On the 1st floor, chaos ensued. Thunder downed a potion, unleashing a torrent of energy from his palm that sent the small ghosts scattered throughout the corridor flying. The 1st floor was littered with the corpses of numerous players. Only the blind and the mute remained, and all players believed they could seize an opportunity. Yet, upon arrival, they quickly realized the boss was terrifyingly powerful, and retreat was no longer an option. In the corridor of the 1st floor, small ghosts with missing limbs, blind eyes, or deaf ears roamed, creating a ghastly scene. Any player touched by these apparitions would suffer corresponding debuffs, rendering them increasingly difficult to defeat. For instance, at this moment, Thunder was burdened by a blind ghost and a limbless ghost clinging to his back. His 2 teammates were desperately trying to exorcise the ghosts. And after casting a series of exorcism charms, the blind ghost finally began to loosen its grip. However, more ghosts were converging on Thunder and his party. Some veteran players, witnessing this scene from a distance, dared not approach any closer. The blind and the mute had already sustained severe injuries from the initial onslaught, which was the only reason they were still willing to engage. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity. Many players had already met their demise, and one veteran player skillfully maneuvered along the 2nd floor wall, casually glancing at the blind and the mute, remarking, Su Rian, this old ghost is truly formidable. Let us try attacking from a distance later. When this veteran player caught sight of Su Rian, he nearly called out for his mother. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a shooting game they had played together, the Viper. After spotting Su Rian, he had been unconsciously gravitating closer, hoping for an opportunity, even if just to catch a whiff of her fragrance. After speaking, he received no response and turned only to find that Su Ruyan had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 74. Conclusion of the second round. Reward calculation. First floor corridor. An elderly man, blind and one-armed, sat cross-legged on the ground, emanating a foul stench. Occasionally, he would extract a substance resembling brain matter from his pocket to consume, attempting to heal his wounds. At that moment, a shadow flickered beneath him, and a graceful woman suddenly appeared, reaching for the bell at his waist. With a swift motion, her hand, resembling a claw, firmly grasped his wrist. Before the young girl could finish her words, the woman deftly reached out with her other hand and seized the bell from his waist. "I possess two hands," she remarked with a smile. The blind man's frail arm twitched slightly, falling into silence. Was this some sort of infernal jest? As she shook the bell, the sound echoed, summoning a swarm of small, malevolent creatures from the corridor, their maniacal laughter piercing the air as they descended upon the blind man, tearing him to shreds. The young woman's score ascended while the blind man's life plummeted, the contrasting fates marking the conclusion of this round of the game. Dormitory announcement. All monsters have been vanquished. This round of the game has concluded early. Congratulations to all for completing the challenges of the second phase of the Mad King's Dormitory. The third phase of the Mad King's Dormitory will commence in 7 days and 23 hours. In 3 minutes, rewards will be distributed according to the leaderboard rankings. Leaderboard: Su Lang, 43380, Wu Huihui, 14230, Su Rian, 13392, Wang Yaji, 13,100. Some, the end of the game signified the dawn of hope, while for others, it felt like a descent into a hellish abyss. On the first floor, Lei Ting listened to the dormitory broadcast, his mind in turmoil. How could it be that he failed to secure a spot in the top 3? From the moment he realized it was a monster dungeon, he had been determined to emerge victorious. The other tenants in the dormitory stared at him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and trepidation, noting his ashen complexion. The final stage concluded in less than an hour, a battle unlike any they had encountered before, surreal in nature. The veteran players on the first floor were momentarily stunned. Some ventured into the corridor, hoping to claim the remains of the blind man, only to discover that Su Ruyan had already taken everything, leaving nothing behind. "Oh yes, victory!" "Ha!" cheered Yi Fan from the second floor. He had known all along that he would survive. Just when death seemed imminent, he was saved by Lang Ge. Was this not proof that he was the protagonist? To survive such peril was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Suddenly, he noticed footsteps and turned to see Zhang Dehai approaching. "Hey Dehai, when did you step out?" Zhang Dehai smiled at Yi Fan and pondered for a moment before saying, "Yi Fan, would you like to come in for a chat?" Yi Fan felt a flicker of caution but ultimately nodded in agreement. The two were neighbors and had previously been classmates, sharing a good rapport. It was astonishing how swiftly the game had concluded. On the third floor, Li Shuwen opened the window, gazing at the lingering crimson hues of the sunset, utterly bewildered. "Brother Wen, that Su Lang fellow is rather exceptional," remarked a middle-aged tenant, frowning. Implicitly, the swift conclusion of this game round can be largely attributed to Su Lang. While the formidable nature of the monsters undoubtedly provokes concern, the peculiar behavior of the other players equally baffles the mind. "They must have acquired some form of sequence," Li Shuwen remarked with a light chuckle. "Indeed, it appears that the sequence is particularly advantageous in this round." Another middle-aged woman with a noodle-like hairstyle added with a smile. Despite her unconventional hairstyle, she possessed a commendable demeanor and a slender figure, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Talent emerges in every generation. One can only hope he continues his winning streak. Li Shuwen sighed, closing the window. The window, a luxury of the third-tier dormitory, featured an air wall that prevented monsters from exploiting it, though it rarely opened during gameplay due to the heightened risk of unconventional attacks. Simultaneously, this subtly signified that Li Shuwen was a formidable player, having ranked within the top 10 in the first 3 rounds. In Dormitory 200, Su Lang and his companions eagerly anticipated the game rewards. Congratulations to Su Lang for becoming the top player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Facilities X1, Craftsmanship X3, Free Attributes 10, Backpack Upgrade to Level 1. Congratulations to Wu Huihui for becoming the second player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Ghostly Staff X1, Level 3 Alloy Gate Design Blueprint X1. Free Attributes 8, Backpack Upgrade to Level 1. Congratulations to Su Ruyan for becoming the third player. Rewards are as follows: Dormitory Upgrade Attempts X1, Ghost Blade Skill Scroll. Free Attributes 7, Backpack Upgrade to Level 1. Congratulations to Wang Yaji for becoming the fourth player, due to her status as a tenant. Her rewards are equivalent to the highest scorer in the dormitory, excluding dormitory or facility rewards. Congratulations to Lei Ting for becoming the fifth player. Rewards are as follows. Dormitory upgrade attempts x1, free attributes 6, silver coins x5, thunder attribute affinity fruit, backpack upgrade to level 1. Players ranked 5 through 10 receive the same basic rewards, though special rewards varied. Players beyond the 10th rank received only 5 free attributes. A backpack upgrade to level 1 and 5,000 copper coins, with no possibility of dormitory upgrades. The backpack had been upgraded to a 4x4 configuration, totaling 16 slots, one of which contained 3 stacked craftsmanship items. Su Lang was pleasantly surprised to discover that his special reward consisted of 3 pieces of craftsmanship. To be honest, this was quite fortuitous for him. Currently, nightmare coins were exceedingly scarce, and he certainly could not afford to invest in skills at the moment. Thus, the 3 pieces of craftsmanship alleviated his predicament of having skills at too low a level. However, he did not intend to use them all at once. The cost-effectiveness of craftsmanship was commendable, and he could consider using nightmare coins for upgrades in the future. Notably, after upgrading the dormitory, he would be able to recruit a 4th little beauty, with 4 players boosting the score. It would be worth attempting to upgrade the nightmare bed once more during the rest period. Do you have any craftsmanship on hand? Su Lang inquired of the 3 women. As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Chao Yashuan producing a small wooden heart. How exquisite! Chao Yashuan exclaimed, gazing at the craftsmanship in awe. Tong Chi chuckled foolishly. Hee, Lango, we currently have so many attribute points that we can hardly use them all. There is no rush. Let us wait until the supermarket opens, and we shall see if there are any systematic skills or items available to arrange for both of you. Su Lang chuckled. Hooray! Tong Chi exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she planted a kiss on Su Lang's cheek. Hold on a moment. I need to upgrade the dormitory, Su Lang gestured. Tong Chi's face flushed instantly. What does hold on mean? It signifies a casual intention, implying that we are about to embark on a little adventure, Su Lang replied. 2 luminous orbs floated before them as Su Lang raised his hand to illuminate the dormitory's light orb. 3 distinct dormitory styles unfolded before him. Among them were options with a secondary bedroom, an independent kitchen, and a study. Su Lang glanced at the 3 girls, briefly explaining the 3 dormitory designs and urging them to make a swift decision. The majority rules. This way, everyone feels involved. A secondary bedroom is unnecessary. We can all sleep together. An independent kitchen is appealing, but it seems overly elaborate. Practicality should take precedence in our daily lives. Let us choose the study. It is spacious enough to accommodate our belongings. In the end, all 4 unanimously selected the study. The dormitory began to transform rapidly, tiles appearing on the floor, and signs of simplified decor emerging. The place was increasingly reminiscent of a home. Su Lang smiled with satisfaction and then activated the facilities orb. This time, an even greater array of facilities materialized. Su Lang did not make an immediate choice, but consulted Li Shuwen and Su Ruyan. Neither provided a definitive answer, as both had never been top players, and past encounters with top players had yielded little information about facilities. Is it akin to a blind box? Su Lang pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 75, The Radio and the Broadcast Station, Inter-Building Communication. Since it is all a blind box, Su Lang ultimately relied on his instincts to select a newly presented facility. A radio? Su Lang held his breath as he examined its information. Radio, type, facility, level, 2. Effect 1. Receiving ability to adjust frequencies to listen to audio signals from radios in other dormitory buildings. Each adjustment costs 100 copper coins, and each connection lasts for 10 minutes at a cost of 100 copper coins. Effect 2. User establishes one's user information. Effect 3. Signal reception 01. Durability, none. Description, a radio that isolates from strange forces, safe for use. Upon reviewing the complete details of the facility, Su Lang's eyes lit up with excitement. It was indeed a communication device. Moreover, it enabled contact with other dormitory buildings. Su Lang, what's the matter? Chao Yashuan inquired. See for yourselves, Su Lang pointed at the radio. The 3 girls reacted with varying emotions upon seeing the radio. Wang Yazi remarked with a smile. So there are indeed other dormitory buildings. I had been speculating that those veteran players were merely illusions. Chao Yashuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. With this radio, our intelligence will no longer be confined to a single dormitory. Tong Chi clenched her small fist, saying, I wonder who we can connect with. I'm quite looking forward to it. The facilities acquired by top players are indeed incomparable to ordinary ones. Su Lang chuckled. Gazing at the radio, Su Lang pressed a button labeled User Information. Please edit your user information, as this will define your identity in the signal channel. Name. Introduction. Su Shan, averse to slumber? The Mad King of the Tower? This is utterly ridiculous. Neither the name nor the introduction can bear any semblance of truth, not even as sarcasm. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lang entered the phrase 0 degree, only to be met with a notification of a duplicate name. This left him somewhat speechless. He then typed 0 instead. This time, It was accepted. He proceeded to craft his introduction, opting to employ a famous quote. Do not squander a crisis. Do you confirm the user information? Confirmed. Su Lang clicked to confirm, and the radio flickered faintly, completing the information recording. He then located a rotary knob and began to adjust the signal. This signal channel is empty. This signal channel is empty. This signal channel is empty. After over 20 attempts, Su Lang felt a sense of numbness. Good grief, surely I can't be the only one in the entire dormitory with a radio? He exclaimed. Losing 2,000 copper coins stung a bit, after all. That was the currency for a passive skill. Su Lang, perhaps you should take a break from this, Chao Yashuan remarked, her expression pained. As she regarded the radio as though it were a trap. Just 10 more tries. Su Lang grit his teeth and resumed tuning the signal. A mere stretch of his hand, and 1,000 copper coins vanished. Su Lang's countenance darkened. I've already tried 30 times. If the radio proved ineffective, would it not become mere decoration? This was akin to losing a facility outright, which he simply could not accept. On his 47th attempt, the radio finally responded. Detected the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Association. Do you wish to apply for access? Yes. Su Lang felt a rush of excitement as he clicked to connect. He expected a lengthy wait to gain access, but to his surprise, results emerged in merely 10 seconds. A luminous screen appeared on the radio. The Rainy Night Swordsman has approved your access request. Friendly reminder. Your signal recording quota is full. Further tuning will erase this signal. The Rainy Night Swordsman is currently speaking. A cheerful male voice emanated from the radio. We have a newcomer in the channel. Welcome. Congratulations on being the #1 player. Choosing the radio as your new facility is the best decision of your life. Tong Chi widened her eyes and covered her mouth, almost crying out. They could indeed hear voices. Although she was already aware this was possible, the reality of it was profoundly moving. The Rainy Night Swordsman continued. Why the silence? Is my exquisite voice unpleasant to your ears? Su Lang did not respond, but instead twisted the radio to check the speaker's user information. Rainy Night Swordsman, Season 9 veteran, tenant, currently working for the landlord. A purebred horse. A Season 9 player. The 3 girls, including Chao Yashuan, were all taken aback by the introduction. And Su Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in astonishment. The Rainy Night Swordsman, speak up, do not feign silence. I am the administrator of this radio station and can answer some of your questions for free. By the way, our station's motto is mutual assistance. Mutual assistance? Does such a concept truly exist in the dorm survival game? Su Lang recalled the organization formed by Chao Yashuan and her group on the first day of the game. After a brief contemplation, he covered his mouth and pressed the transmission button. Rainy Night Swordsman, 0 is speaking continuously. How many people are there in your station? Su Lang inquired. Chao Yashuan and her 2 companions held their breath, experiencing a sensation akin to communicating with an extraterrestrial civilization. The Rainy Night Swordsman laughed heartily. There are 7 of us, though not many. Each is an elite. Moreover, the fact that you can connect to our station indicates that our dormitories are not far apart. Perhaps we might even meet in person someday. Not far apart. Su Lang's pupils constricted sharply. Could the dormitory be a large organization standing amidst the Blood Mist world? Initially, he believed that the entire Blood Mist world was constructed for the dorm survival game. To be honest, just this piece of information made the radio exchange worthwhile. In the dorm survival game, intelligence is exceedingly crucial. The Rainy Night Swordsman exclaimed. I can hear the breath of a sister. It sounds so beautiful. Tong Chi, feeling excited yet somewhat uncomfortable, found her breathing somewhat loud. Although everyone had learned to remain silent during the first round of the game, such physiological phenomena are unavoidable. Tong Chi cast an apologetic glance, quietly distancing herself from the radio. Su Lang furrowed his brow, realizing that the Rainy Night Swordsman was the type who enjoyed idle chatter. Yet he had no interest in that at the moment and continued to ask, what levels are the 7 players at? Have you ever met in person? The Rainy Night Swordsman replied cheerfully. Personal introductions are often fabricated, and experiences can be exaggerated, making them difficult to verify. However, they are probably all players above the 6th phase. As for meeting in person, that requires traversing the Blood Mist world. Only players of the 10th phase would undertake such a venture. Su Lang muttered. It seems you are about to reach the 10th phase. The Rainy Night Swordsman. Indeed. So I permit you to call me a senior in advance. Chapter 76. Rainy Night Swordsman. Recruiting the 4th Xiao Mei. Su Lang naturally could not trust all of the Rainy Night Swordsman's words, treating them merely as a reference. After all, he himself admitted that experiences could be fabricated. Su Lang asked, how many people are in your dormitory? This was a question designed to be easily dismissed, allowing for a better response to the next inquiry. The Rainy Night Swordsman. That is a personal question of mine and cannot be answered. Su Lang. So what assistance can your station provide me? The Rainy Night Swordsman responded with a somber tone. Youngster, do not always ask what the station has done for you. Rather, inquire what you have done for the station. Immediately following, his somber demeanor shifted, becoming lively and spirited, his words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. Haha, assistance is rather minimal. It is merely a gathering, a chat, a pure exchange of information. To be honest, we are more amicable than the other players in your dormitory. Why? Because we have no vested interests. Your demise brings us no benefit, yet if you were alive, we could exchange information. Isn't it true that sometimes online acquaintances can be more reliable than relatives? Moreover, conversing with one another alleviates loneliness, which is quite delightful. Initially, I proposed renaming our station to Heartfelt Radio, but the director was not in agreement, which is rather amusing. Su Lang found it overwhelming. At first, Tong Chi and the others genuinely appreciated the Rainy Night Swordsman's voice, but after repeated listens, it has become somewhat grating. Su Lang interjected, "All right, you mentioned we could ask you questions for free." The Rainy Night Swordsman cut him off, stating, "Primarily, charging would yield no results. Haha." Su Lang's expression darkened. "I have a question for you now." The Rainy Night Swordsman interrupted again. "Haven't you already been asking? Let me finish my thoughts." "Fine, Zero. Are you familiar with invitation letters?" Su Lang, wishing to avoid trivial inquiries, randomly posed a question. The Rainy Night Swordsman exaggerated. "Ah, you've actually acquired that item. Preliminary judgment suggests you possess a qualification above level 3. How terrifying." Su Lang remained silent, arms crossed, patiently awaiting his turn. After all, someone was answering his questions for free, so a little banter was warranted. The Rainy Night Swordsman continued. Invitation letters are classified into team invitations and individual invitations. The former allows you to team up with others who possess the same letter for dungeon raids, while the latter confines you to your own dormitory members. Resources within these letters are abundant, yet perilous, though slightly less so than in exploration mode. If you seize the opportunity, you can return midway without having to clear the dungeon. However, it is said that the rewards for clearing the dungeon are exceptionally generous. That fellow, Faceless, has managed to clear it once and receive the accolade of the top player for the next round. What a snowball effect. How enviable. Su Lang nodded subtly, sensing the Rainy Night Swordsman's wealth of experience. He continued, "What about the facilities? It seems the top player's facilities differ from ordinary ones." The three girls, Chao Yashuan included, perked up. This was quite intriguing. They felt certain Su Lang would become the next top player, making this information crucial. Upon hearing this, the Rainy Night Swordsman clicked his tongue and replied, "Ah, you see, the facilities obtained by the top player are principal facilities, which upgrade alongside the dormitory's level and are nearly impervious to damage, boasting abilities incomparable to those of ordinary facilities." Su Lang was enlightened. He had wondered how the monitoring device had advanced to level 2, along with an increased field of vision by 2 meters. It turns out there is a distinction between principal and ordinary facilities. What functions do principal facilities possess? Su Lang inquired. "Now you're asking the right questions." The Rainy Night Swordsman coughed twice. Su Lang waited patiently, yet the Rainy Night Swordsman did not continue, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just replying to a friend's private message." The Rainy Night Swordsman resumed, chuckling, "This information is quite valuable. You must at least address me as senior before I divulge it." Su Lang's lips twitched. "Senior. On a rainy night." The Blade Master chuckled softly. "I possess knowledge of 7 types of intelligence regarding the facilities. Here, we have 3 individuals who have each secured the title of top player at least twice. This is information they willingly share. I have compiled my own insights. Brace yourselves, for I am about to impart them. If your dormitory lacks offensive capabilities, consider utilizing an air conditioner. Directing its flow towards the door can significantly impede the movement of external monsters, and at higher levels, it even grants a freezing effect. Within the 6th level gates, there exists a frost door. When paired with a high-level air conditioner, these 2 items become essential for any ice-themed strategy, truly formidable. For those who favor a more physical approach, a microwave is a viable option. The food produced within can augment energy recovery, allowing you to transform into a valiant warrior amidst a horde of monsters. Consume, fight, then consume again. If you wish for a better quality of life, but find yourself financially constrained. Su Lang listened quietly until the Blade Master finished, only expressing his gratitude once a refreshing sound of water was heard. "Thank you, Blade Master. How audacious of a novice to presume equality with me." The Blade Master jested, seemingly mockingly. Su Lang smiled, ready to respond, when a knock echoed from the other side. The Blade Master replied promptly, "All right, I must take my leave. I nearly divulged the rules of the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society. Remember these 3 points. First, do not disseminate maliciously misleading information, or you shall be expelled from the station. Second, our collective online times are daily at 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. Third, if any anomalies occur within the Blood Mist world, report them immediately. Lastly, I advise you to refrain from revealing your real names or the name of your dormitory building. Farewell, top player." Zero continues to speak. With that, the Blade Master departed. Su Lang switched off the radio and turned to Chao Yashuan. What are your thoughts? Upon seeing Su Lang turn off the radio, Chao Yashuan sighed in relief and remarked, if everyone in the radio station possesses a radio, does that imply they are all top players? Indeed, Su Lang nodded. Tong Chi interjected. So this is an elite information channel. Chao Yashuan replied confidently, precisely. I find the Blade Master's words to hold a certain degree of credibility. Wang Yaji's cool gaze flickered as she added, however, we cannot accept everything at face value. We should listen more and speak less in the future. Su Lang nodded in agreement with the three women's incisive analysis. Truthfully, he hoped they could each stand on their own. During this recent venture to confront monsters, having a capable partner was indeed exhilarating. For now, let us focus on the present. Su Lang clapped his hands to redirect the women's attention. Within our entire dormitory, are there any girls you consider suitable, especially with available tenant spots? At this statement, the expressions of the three women froze momentarily. Are you recruiting new tenants again? Chao Yashuan exclaimed, nearly in tears. After all, our beds are quite spacious. It would be a waste to leave them empty. Su Lang chuckled, wearing a smile. Such a spacious bed. As the three women fell silent, Su Lang seized the moment and boldly declared, your objections are futile. This is our family's policy. Whenever there are vacant tenant slots, they must be filled immediately. Seeing that Wang Yaz and Chao Yashuan remained silent, Tong Chi mustered her courage and timidly inquired, all right then, Su Lang. Do you have someone you fancy? Chao Yashuan shot a sidelong glance at Tong Chi, as if regarding her as a traitor. Tong Chi shrank her neck and inched closer to Su Lang, who promptly embraced her. At this moment, Wang Yaz interjected. It is unrealistic not to recruit anyone for the dormitory. More hands mean more strength. If we are to recruit males, it is even less feasible, so Yashuan. You may propose any candidates you have in mind. I understand, but I don't have any suitable choices, Chao Yashuan sighed. I do have two attractive friends, but they haven't entered the game. Su Lang furrowed his brow. Did they even know that I intended to recruit beautiful girls? Was my intention so obvious? Chao Yashuan must possess an IQ nearing 200. How terrifying. I also have no candidates. Xiaozhu would be a good choice. But she has a boyfriend before entering the game. Wang Yi shook her head. Su Lang turned to Tong Chi. I also don't know any pretty girls. Tong Chi quickly denied. At this point, Su Lang truly furrowed his brow. To be honest, the girls from school had never caught his eye. And he hardly knew any experienced players, nor did he feel secure about them. However, he did possess a strong intuition, so he wasn't overly worried. Xiao Tong, could you call out in the chat room to see if anyone is interested in joining? Su Lang suggested. He felt it was somewhat beneath his dignity to personally recruit potential beauties. Right now? Tong Chi asked weakly. Yes, Su Lang nodded. Chao Yashuan made a face that was hard to look at. Seeing her expression, Su Lang became irritated and pressed her down onto the sofa arm. Surprisingly, this position was quite advantageous. Initially, Chao Yashuan opposed it, feeling that it was embarrassing, but Su Lang relished her humiliation. Tong Chi blushed and began to send out recruitment messages, while Wang Yiz went off to take a shower. Brother Lei, should we confront Su Lang now? A female tenant in dormitory 2 swallowed hard as she looked at Lei Ting. At that moment, Lei Ting's expression was grim, filled with intense hatred for Su Lang. If it weren't for Su Lang, he would undoubtedly be the top player in this round of the game. It is essential to note that the criteria for high-level players is whether one has ever been the top player. Another male tenant suggested. Why don't we process the gains from this round of the game first? We can wait until the supermarket opens and prepare thoroughly before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Lei Ting's mood soured even further. Who could compete with Su Lang in terms of game rewards? Everyone knew that Lei Ting had a bad temper, and after speaking a few words, he ceased further actions. Damn it. Finally, Lei Ting could no longer contain himself. He kicked the coffee table across the room, grabbing nearby objects to hurl in a fit of rage. My opportunity to snowball has been cut off by this wild seed. What was the purpose of me transferring dormitories? To continue being suppressed and oppressed forever, huh? Whenever danger looms, shall I forever perish before him? How can such repulsive entities exist? Thunder has completely lost his sanity. In a dormitory, who possesses the greatest endurance? Undoubtedly, it is the mightiest among them. Yet as long as Su Lang remains, he feels he can never ascend to that pinnacle of strength. This is the true source of his fury. The other tenants of room 2 cowered away in trepidation. A duck will never be a shareholder of Quanjude. If Thunder is displeased, he can easily replace them and eliminate them. Not all landlord-tenant relationships are as harmonious as that of room 200. After venting his frustrations, Thunder managed to regain some composure and stated, this matter cannot be rushed. We must endure. After this round of the game, the combined attributes of all individuals in room 200 might nearly reach 100. Although they may not excel in practical combat, they possess the advantage of a dormitory. Besieging a city is never a simple endeavor. At that moment, a male tenant called out, Brother Thunder, Su Lang and his crew are recruiting tenants. particularly seeking beautiful women. Thunder's eyes instantly glowed with intensity. Damn, this is an opportunity. Endure. What a load of nonsense. Su Lang seems to have had a conflict with Lu Chonggang and his group. We can reach out to them. And I can make a move. Another female tenant immediately chimed in. As long as Su Lang is willing to open the door, there lies a flaw. Her beauty is quite remarkable among the female players, as she comes from a more affluent background. On the 6th floor, Lu Chonggang received a private message from Thunder and was immediately intrigued. Su Lang had just claimed the title of top player. If he were eliminated before he could cash in, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous rewards. The combined forces from the 1st and 6th floors could surely break through. And since Su Lang is not the floor leader, the 10th floor's inhabitants may not lend their support. Lu Chonggang swiftly analyzed the pros and cons and agreed to Thunder's proposal for collaboration. The primary reason being that Su Lang is a newcomer, lacking sufficient intimidation, and he has inadvertently revealed a weakness. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The two parties did not meet in person but engaged in conversation through private messages to finalize their strategy. Without delay, Thunder and Lu Chonggang gathered a trusted group and ascended to the 10th floor. At that moment, the 10th floor was abuzz with activity. Although the game had just concluded and everyone was exhausted, upon hearing that Su Lang was recruiting a beauty, many hurried over. And the girls had even taken a moment to freshen up. I am Du Zixin, Brother Lang. Please open the door. Su Lang, come out and meet us. You won't be disappointed. I have 2 active skills, with a physique of 14 and mental strength of 8. Brother Lang, only a man truly understands a man. Get lost. Xiaonan. The female players eagerly signed up, the clamor echoing incessantly. The entire corridor on the 10th floor was nearly blocked. Everyone, please don't crowd at the door. Just add Brother Lang as a friend and send a private message with your photos. Tong Chi called out from behind the door. At this moment, Su Lang had just finished showering and emerged from the washroom with Chao Yashuan and the others, making his way to the entrance. Everyone, please step aside, or I will activate automatic attack mode. The chaos outside the door was overwhelming, and absurdly, there were even many boys present. Upon hearing those words, the players dispersed in myriad directions. Su Lang nodded subtly, and then spoke in the chat room. Su Lang, those interested, add me as a friend, send a photo, and provide your basic information. Friend requests flooded in, and Su Lang accepted each one, meticulously selecting his desired candidates. Just then, a captivating woman, adorned with heavy makeup, emerged from the crowd, her radiant smile directed towards dormitory 200 as she proclaimed, "Everyone, do not compete. I shall be Su Lang's new tenant." This woman was indeed strikingly beautiful and impeccably dressed, exuding an aura that overshadowed the rest. Some astute women and men lamented their own prospects, feeling a sense of hopelessness. However, as the woman approached the dormitory door, preparing to knock, the turret suddenly activated. The woman, possessing considerable strength, nimbly evaded the assault of the silver ironwing crossbow at the last moment, but her momentum was disrupted, and the prepped heavy crossbow swiftly struck, piercing her abdomen. Whoosh! The speed advantage of the silver ironwing crossbow was evident as it unleashed a lethal shot, instantly claiming the woman's life. Chapter 78, Player Assault and Defense Battle. A flourishing stance. Su Lang, what are you doing? Thunder and his entourage surged forth from the crowd. With such blatant malice directed at me, you dare to inquire? Su Lang chuckled coldly. I have made it clear, no one is to approach dormitory 200. The scene erupted into chaos, as none anticipated Su Lang's ruthlessness. You bastard! Thunder seethed with rage, unleashing a palm lightning strike that smashed against the bronze door. Durability 1. Su Lang's expression darkened as he maneuvered the silver ironwing crossbow towards Thunder. Witnessing the ensuing conflict, the onlookers scattered in alarm, leaving only 2 factions behind, Thunder S and Lu Chonggang S. Let us attack head-on. Brothers, follow me, Thunder bellowed, first producing a Molotov cocktail and hurling it towards dormitory 200. Whoosh! At that moment, Chao Yashuan and her companions arrived, with Tong Chi directly commanding the breaker heavy crossbow to commence the assault. Lu Chonggang snorted derisively, raising a shield to protect himself. Such formidable attack power. Lu Chonggang staggered back, watching his level 3 shield's durability plummet, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, there was no choice but to endure. If he yielded, those behind him would suffer. Lu Chonggang and Thunder understood that they could not withstand the turret's onslaught. Their battle cries echoed loudly. Yet their bodies obediently retreated into the corridor. Wang Yaji had also opened the door, dousing the flames of the Molotov cocktail with 2 buckets of water. Bang! A bullet whizzed by, narrowly missing Wang Yaji at the doorway. Thunder S side also had armed members. We'll wear down the durability bit by bit. We shall not falter in breaching the door. Thunder called from the corridor's corner. Bang bang bang. Thunder's side continued to fire, though their accuracy was lacking. With only a third of the bullets striking the steel door shimmered, its durability fully restored. Never yield count. 1. What should we do, Brother Lang? Tong Chi inquired anxiously. If they truly breach the door, your attribute points will be prematurely allocated. Su Lang produced 2 artisan hearts and utilized them directly. The never yield ability can only be consumed once against monsters. This group of wretches must be eradicated. Flame Dragon Technique. Type. Active Skill. Level 4. Effect 1. Fire Control Manipulate Flames. Effect 2. Flame Dragon Consume mental energy to unleash a high-temperature fire dragon, which remains under mental control after its release. Upgrade requirement. 635 Nightmare Coins. Description. The fire of the flame dragon is ceaseless. Bullet time. Type. Passive Skill. Level 4. Effect 1. Eagle Eye Passive significantly enhances vision. Effect 2. Bullet time active consumes mental energy and stamina to enhance perception of time. Upgrade requirement. 660 Nightmare Coins. Description. I hope you are a sharpshooter. 2 crafted hearts were immediately utilized by Su Lang, who then positioned himself behind 2 turrets, awaiting patiently. Compared to a handgun, the power of the turrets is far superior. Wang Yaji raised an eyebrow. Su Lang intended to operate both turrets single-handedly. This presented a formidable challenge. That door seems to have a self-repair function. Should we destroy the attacking facilities first? Said the man holding a handgun, expressing concern over the cost of ammunition. Lu Chongjin waved his hand dismissively. No need. The materials for repairing turrets are quite common. Su Lang can acquire them anytime. That door, however, appears rare and difficult to repair. Reluctantly, the man leaned back to attack the bronze door. This time, he noticed the turrets did not immediately fire, prompting him to stand back a bit. One must find the right angle for a more effective strike. Just as he relished the thrill of firing, a silver lightning bolt suddenly descended upon him. The man attempted to retreat to the corridor, but at the moment his gaze shifted from dormitory 200, another shot from a heavy crossbow struck him. A searing pain surged through his abdomen. He instantly lost all strength, staggering to the ground, unable to even enter the corridor. Impressive. In the corridor to the right, Su Rian witnessed this scene with narrowed pupils. The 2 attacks were executed with near perfection. It was unclear who was behind them. Su Lang did not cease his assault. 2 silver arrows flew forth, inflicting additional damage. Meanwhile, Thunder and his companions reacted swiftly. Lu Chongjin hastily raised his shield and pulled his teammate away. He's dead. Lu Chongjin stared at the fallen comrade, his lips trembling. This was a tenant he had meticulously selected. Thunder's expression darkened. Noticing the morale wavering, he decisively stated, "Let us launch a direct assault. No need for fancy tricks." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of gunfire erupted. Those familiar with firearms understand the principle. One should not shoot in confined spaces, as it could result in collateral damage. Unfortunately, Su Lang's barrage indeed sent bullets ricocheting into the corridor, striking an unfortunate head. Players are not monsters, without special abilities. No matter how robust one's physique, a bullet to the brain will result in death. Door-breaking squad, player 1. Su Lang, oblivious to this reality, shouted as he opened the door, "Fools, watch how I annihilate you in the next round." After finishing his words, he stood at the door waiting. When he noticed that no one responded even after 30 seconds, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. This group was indeed timid. Closing the door, Su Lang turned to Wang Yaji and chuckled. "This group is too cowardly. Let us prepare to head out." Wang Yaji nodded, allocating 8 attribute points to physique and 2 to spirit. Su Lang, on the other hand, invested all 10 of his free attribute points into physique, then tore open the skill scroll for soul ascendance and upgraded a bloodline worm. Nightmare coin, 45. Bloodline worm. Type. Abnormal insect. Level 2. Effect. Consuming the bloodline worm significantly enhances vitality for 3 minutes. Upgrade requirement. 90 nightmare coins. Description. A potent restorative substance. To his dismay, it did not enhance his attributes. Su Lang's expression darkened as he fed the remaining bloodline worm egg to Wang Yaji, then turned to the 2 girls, Tong Chi and another, saying, "You 2 stay here and guard the home. By the way, hand the Tende bell to Yaji." The 2 girls complied without hesitation. This was not the time for dilly-dallying. Su Lang intended to eliminate all of them before Thunder and his group returned home. Earlier, he had monitored them, noting that Thunder's group consisted of 9 members. Before stepping out, Su Lang injected himself with adrenaline and glanced at his personal information. Player, Su Lang. Experience, Phase 2. Door number, 200. Owner. Attributes, Physique 27, Spirit 15, Skills, Advanced Meditation, Flame Dragon Technique, Bullet Time, Corpse Refining Technique, Dragon Elephant Warfare. Soul Ascendance, Backpack, 1,316, Funds, with a total of 42 comprehensive attribute points, 3 level 4 skills, and equipped with all necessary attire. Su Lang was merely lacking a high-grade weapon. Otherwise, he was fully prepared. He opened the door and charged ahead, with Wang Yaji closely following. To be frank, it was not entirely prudent for Wang Yaji to participate in the impending melee, given that she possessed only a single skill. However, she did not need to engage directly. Her role was merely to safeguard Su Lang from potential ambushes. Wang Yaji applied a second-level agility talisman she had purchased herself and cast a lingering glance at Su Ruoyan to her right. Status-type items could only be used one at a time. Since Su Lang had consumed the adrenaline, he could not utilize the agility talisman. Chapter 79. Total Annihilation, Bloodlust Intensifies. What should we do, Brother Lei? Should we still fight? Asked a male player, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled in inquiry in the stairwell on the 10th floor. Fight. Why wouldn't we fight? Thunder replied with a facade of strength, though internally he felt a twinge of uncertainty. I'll lead the charge, and you all will break through the door. Isn't that akin to being monsters ourselves? Remarked another dark-skinned player, his expression one of despair. Do you not have any idea how many monsters Su Lang has dispatched at the door? Lu Chang'an waved his hand, saying wait. Let me think carefully about how those veteran players used to break down doors. Truth be told, he was beginning to lose the will to breach the door. Yet, Su Lang's last words left him in a state of indecision. As long as Su Lang remained alive, he could not find peace in his meals or sleep. Unless, of course, another opportunity arose to switch dormitories. Then he could simply leave. However, who knows what the next dormitory building will be like? By the time it arrives, one might not even secure the position of dorm head. Just as they hesitated, a large oil barrel suddenly tumbled down the hallway. In an instant, a torrent of searing flames engulfed the corridor, transforming it into a sea of fire. They had been ambushed. The crowd jolted awake. It turned out they had observation points. But upon realizing the situation was dire, those positioned for surveillance rushed over. This was a grave mistake. Damn it, it's Su Lang. Run. Not yet. Follow me upwards. Palm thunder. The players were thrown into disarray, yet amidst the chaos, there were those as bold as thunder, who unleashed their power towards the hallway. After expending their energy, they attempted to retreat. However, it was too late to escape. A terrifying figure clad in jade armor leaped into the inferno, wielding a blade with deadly intent. Damn! Thunder is truly relentless, advancing instead of retreating. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 bolts of blue lightning. Suddenly, a zombie appeared and intercepted the attack. The blade sliced through the air, ruthlessly cleaving Thunder's hands. Thunder, caught off guard by Su Lang's speed, attempted to flee. But Su Lang had already lunged into his embrace, raising his weapon to sever his neck in a single stroke. Such weak defense, Su Lang thought, astonished. Thunder's resilience was inferior even to those black zombies. With no time to ponder further, Su Lang hastily snatched Thunder's dormitory key, slashing wildly before he began to pick off the fleeing players with his pistol. Under the influence of bullet time, every shot found its mark. What the hell? How could he dare to come out? Lu Chang'an clutched his wounded arm, frantically racing down the stairs, accompanied by 2 astute teammates. Perhaps the only survivors now were the 3 of them. The thought sent a chill racing down Lu Chang'an's spine. Thankfully, Su Lang lacked intelligence, otherwise, they would be cornered on the 9th floor. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed. Ahead, a small tank clad in a copper helmet swung a ghastly cudgel toward them. Lu Chang'an's soul nearly escaped him. At a critical moment, a life-saving skill activated, forcing him to evade the strike. However, his 2 teammates were not so fortunate. The sound of bone cracking resonated as the cudgel met their chests, likely shattering their insides. Wu Hui's physique might not have been superior to theirs, possibly even inferior to Lu Chang'an's, yet she could deal such devastating damage. Once again, the battlefield among players was never merely a numerical contest. Su Lang witnessed 2 players on the brink of death and, in a surge of urgency, holstered his empty pistol and beheaded one of them with 2 swift strikes. Close call. Almost had my health stolen. Wu Hui, with her heavy-handedness, was relentless. You are Su Lang. Wu Hui gasped in surprise at the sight of him. Though his jade visage lacked the grotesque ferocity of her armor, it possessed an eerie and chilling aura. Thank you. Su Lang expressed his gratitude hurriedly before pursuing Lu Chang'an, who had fled to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Lu Chang'an was once again assaulted. Prepare to die? Zheng Kai's hands glimmered with a metallic sheen as they moved directly towards his shoulders, avoiding any strikes to the chest or head. During breaks, players often engaged in such skirmishes, striving to prevent fatalities. Those like Su Lang, who resorted to lethal force at the first opportunity, were truly anomalies. To his dismay, Lu Chang'an found himself caught in an ambush. Cursing vehemently, he raised his hands to shield himself, conjuring a protective barrier that successfully thwarted the attack. Without hesitation, he discarded the shield and leapt downwards, a mechanism reaching towards the 6th floor. That floor was his stronghold. Su Lang, descending the stairs, chanced upon this spectacle and hurried to pursue. Observing the unfolding events, Zheng Kai said nothing, retrieved the shield, and swiftly followed suit. leaping down with the agility of a gecko, racing towards the 6th floor. Had Su Lang been present, he would have noticed a significant number of players clinging to the walls, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the corridor of the 6th floor, Su Lang discovered Lu Chongqing sprawled at his door, 2 daggers embedded in his legs. "I demand half of the belongings in your room," Su Ruoyan declared, beckoning the daggers back into her grasp. "Dream on." Su Lang bared his teeth, dispelling the illusion of his golden silk garment. This item primarily served as a psychological tactic, as he was unaccustomed to its visibility in regular circumstances. "Impressive tactics, young brother," Li Shuwen exclaimed, vaulting from the lower floors to the 6th. "Indeed. No wonder you are the top player," an older player remarked, grinning from the corridor wall. "Bro Lang." Zheng Kai ascended to the ceiling of the corridor like a large lizard. Su Lang silently scoffed at the sight, nodding at Zheng Kai before addressing Su Ruoyan. "If you dare to kill, I can indeed provide you with half of Lu Chongqing's possessions." Su Ruoyan remained unmoved. What foolishness! Blood vengeance is not something to be trifled with. In the previous round, only Su Lang had survived among the blood vengeance players. Approaching Lu Chong, Su Lang swiftly severed his head. Approximately 10 blood vengeance, just the right amount. This scene caused Li Shuwen and others to frown in alarm. "Killing seems far too casual for you. Are you truly unafraid of blood vengeance?" Su Lang looted Lu Chongqing's corpse, acquiring a trove of miscellaneous items and 20,000 copper coins. Turning around, he noticed 2 additional figures had appeared in the corridor, alongside several others emanating faint hostility. This hostility was within the realm of the ordinary, and Su Lang paid it little mind as he produced Lu Chongqing's key. "I am now auctioning off Lu Chongqing's dormitory. The highest bidder wins." To kill a man and immediately sell his possessions was audacious, yet demolishing Lu Chongqing's entire dormitory would be wasteful. And Su Lang had no intention of moving in, thus opting to sell it as a blind box. I. Wu Hui rushed towards him, accompanied by a throng of sisters. "What price do you intend to set?" Su Lang inquired. 20,000 copper coins, Wu Hui replied. Witnessing Su Lang's determination to sell, others could no longer sit idly and began to place their bids. Ultimately, Li Shuwen purchased Lu Chongqing's dormitory key for over 40,000 copper coins. Subsequently, Su Lang revealed the key to Thunder's dormitory. At first glance, the Thunder dormitory boasts superior facilities, yet its location is rather inconvenient, situated at the edge of the corridor, which ultimately led to its acquisition for 40,000 copper coins. The player who procured the key to room 2 did so not for personal occupancy, but with the intent to resell it to others. Numerous lower-tier players possess copper coins, yet lack access to decent accommodations, prompting them to collaborate in purchasing. Although it requires some effort to manage, this endeavor is virtually a surefire means of earning profit. Such experiences are invaluable within the realm of gaming. "Let us discuss matters concerning the 10th floor amongst ourselves," Su Lang remarked to Wu Hui and Su Ruoyan before turning to leave. "Lang Gu. This is Lu Chongqing's shield," Zheng Kai announced, producing a sizable shield. "It's a gift for you." Su Lang glanced at the shield's attributes, shook his head, and replied, "This shield is a tier 3 item, yet its durability is rather low." "Thank you," Zheng Kai exclaimed joyfully, his gaze towards Su Lang imbued with a sense of loyalty. Chapter 80. An unexpected incident. Friends and family arrive at the entrance of the 10th floor's corridor. Wang Yaji was waiting to greet Su Lang. Upon noticing a group approaching, her expression softened. "Su Lang, would you like to gather at our dormitory?" Wu Hui inquired. "No, thank you," Su Lang replied, shaking his head as he presented Wu Hui and Su Ruoyan with 2 tier 2 items. To be candid, their assistance was not worth such a price, especially since Su Lang was currently wielding merely a tier 2 weapon. However, offering something of lesser value might dissuade them from aiding him in the future. In a survival game, alienation from friends and allies is a scenario everyone strives to avoid. "What about my 10-day bell?" Su Lang asked Su Ruoyan. "You must have collected 10 by now. This item should be quite special." Su Ruoyan regarded Su Lang intently before tossing him the 10-day bell. Su Lang extended his hand to catch it, nodding. "I'm heading back to rest. I'll see you once the supermarket opens." "All right," Wu Hui acknowledged. As Su Lang turned to enter the room, Su Ruoyan furrowed her brow. "You may not survive the next round." With numerous grudges weighing heavily upon him, it was likely that in the upcoming game, the monsters from the 9th and 8th floors would immediately target room 200. Su Lang paused momentarily before stepping into the dormitory. The corridor buzzed with activity. Yet Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan remained stationed behind the barricade, adhering to his strict orders. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Lang exhaled a sigh of relief. The tension he had been carrying finally dissipating. "I thought you wouldn't be nervous," Wang Yaji teased. Su Lang shook his head. "I'm simply not strong enough." He had come to regard individuals like Li Shuwen and Su Ruoyan as adversaries, which left him feeling considerable pressure. "You're back." Tong Qi and Chao Yashuan greeted him. Noticing their peculiar expressions, Su Lang glanced down at his blood-stained attire and remarked, "Looks like I'll need to clean up again. Once you shed your clothes, I'll take care of it. You two can begin sorting through the spoils." Tong Chi smiled. Su Lang nodded, removing his Survivor-S outfit and handing it to Tong Chi before commencing to tally their gains. Wang Yazi had already collected all the items from Thunder-S crew. Firstly, there were copper coins, totaling over 40,000, followed by a myriad of miscellaneous items and equipment. Su Lang, indifferent to the items before him, addressed Zhao Yashuan and her companions. "Feel free to keep whatever pleases you. I shall sell the rest online." "All right," the three women chimed in unison, their faces bright with joy. Presently, Su Lang's residence was overflowing with an abundance of goods. It was inevitable. His prowess in vanquishing foes was unparalleled. Should he liquidate everything, his copper coin total might very well reach 300,000. And this was merely the first cycle of the game. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. "Su Lang, have you selected your fourth tenant?" Tong Chi inquired, using a hairdryer to dry the survivor's outfit before handing it to him. "It's not that simple," Su Lang replied, shaking his head. His standards were exceptionally high. He was disinclined to accept anything below a comfort level of 90. After some contemplation, he decided to send a private message to Su Ruyen. 200 Su Lang. Would you consider being my tenant? 180 Su Ruyen. Heh. I might contemplate it for 200,000 copper coins. Su Lang was confident that if Su Ruyen became his tenant, the comfort level would undoubtedly soar. Regardless of her appearance hidden beneath the mask, her figure alone was captivating enough to render him speechless. Alas, she showed no inclination to agree. Glancing at the clock, Su Lang felt no urgency. He had until 7 in the morning to make his selection. Patience was key. If all else failed, he would have to settle for something less. Clearing his mind, Su Lang commenced his meditation practices, and once his mental fatigue set in, he shifted to training in the dragon-elephant battle technique. During the chaotic skirmishes, he was not without assailants, yet all were effortlessly repelled. His leg strength and defense had reached an almost absurd level, even sparking thoughts of clashing weapons. However, with the protection of the golden threaded jade garment, it seemed he could afford such risks. Talents emerge in every generation, mused Li Shuwen from Dormitory 49. He felt his arrogance had reached its limits after eliminating so many during his break. A female tenant frowned and remarked, "We cannot allow him to continue this way." Her name was Ning Mei, the most seasoned player accompanying Li Shuwen. "I share your sentiment," nodded another middle-aged male tenant. "Perhaps we should intercept him to prevent unnecessary losses in the next game." "Ning Mei, what do you think?" Li Shuwen inquired gently, turning his gaze toward her. After a moment's thought, Ning Mei shook her head. "That would be unwise. He has already defeated Lei Ting. Those bells capable of summoning monsters were ineffective against him, and he likely possesses many more trump cards. Furthermore, the intentions of Wu Huihui and her group remain entirely uncertain. Attempting an ambush carries too great a risk." Li Shuwen nodded in agreement, articulating his guiding principle. "Be wise, create fewer enemies when possible." The others found his reasoning sound. Suddenly, Ning Mei asked, "By the way, have you all been keeping an eye on Zhangde Hai? It seems the gate has been upgraded to level 3. Uncertain of the circumstances, we should pay closer attention," replied the middle-aged tenant. The group then resumed their discussions, exchanging insights on various anomalies and the potential opportunities and dangers therein. Thus unfolded the intricate ecology of a mature dormitory. As the clock struck midnight, Li Shuwen rose to his feet and declared, "Let us venture out to explore the building and then return to sleep." At that moment, the lights outside the dormitory suddenly illuminated, and the dormitory broadcast followed suit. Broadcast. Urgent announcement. The Crazy King dormitory boasts an excellent survival environment, and we have specially summoned the friends and family of the players to participate in the game. No need for gratitude. Go out and greet them. Li Shuwen's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly dashed out of his room. Outside, on the open ground, players stood in bewilderment, exchanging glances of confusion. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuwen's excitement surged. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he fixated on a striking young woman among the newcomers. Shouting, "1-1." Once the dormitory broadcast aired, it felt as though an earthquake had struck the Crazy King dormitory, with gasps and shouts nearly lifting the tiles from the floor. In room 200, Zhao Yashuan and Wang Yaji were consumed with exhilaration. "My parents can't be here, can they? I must see them," Zhao Yashuan murmured in excitement. Preparing to leave the dormitory, Su Lang grasped Zhao Yashuan's arm, insisting, "Let us go together." He and Tong Chi remained the calmest, as their backgrounds were somewhat similar. "All right." Zhao Yashuan inhaled deeply, her face flushed. The four friends quickly prepared and then ventured out. Due to their delayed departure, the path was relatively uncrowded. It seemed that those newcomers had not been integrated into the chat room. To become players, they needed someone to take them in or possess a dormitory key. Su Lang led the way, his gaze vigilant, aware that such corridors were prime spots for ambushes. Moreover, It appeared that they had not received the beginner's package provided by the dormitory. Tong Chi furrowed her brow, stating, "Thus, they are a burden." Su Lang shared her sentiment. Glancing at Wang Yaji and the other young woman, observing their excited demeanor, which allowed him to form a preliminary judgment regarding the mental state of the group of players. Even if they were burdens, no one would abandon their loved ones. The dormitory survival game was indeed fraught with treachery. Chapter 81, Tenant Confirmation. The mixed blood beauty. If one were to inquire about the difficulty of persistence, every player present could answer this question. Yet, the collective answer would boil down to two words: survival. To live, they would trample upon all morals and laws, fighting tooth and nail. However, it now seemed that something more significant than mere survival had emerged. At this very moment, the open space outside the dormitory was as chaotic as a bustling market. Some wept inconsolably, while others cried tears of joy. "Little one, I have searched for you tirelessly." "Mother, how did you end up in this game?" "Xiaoli, how I long for you." "On, do you have a way to return?" "Hurry back." Family members appeared to be the greatest salvation. Yet they also served as the sharpest of blades. The shattered spirits of players who located their loved ones were momentarily mended, only to be torn apart once more. "This is hell. How could you come here? This place does not belong to you." Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji, unable to find their family members, grew increasingly anxious. After a fruitless search, their faces fell in despair. Chao Jingwo, Yi Ping, Wang Xiaoxiao. The two young women began to cry out. No one responded. Their hopes were utterly extinguished. "It is indeed a blessing to refrain from participating in this game," Tong Chi whispered in a soothing tone, her words piercing through the dreams of the slumbering. The eyes of the two women glistened with unshed tears as they nodded in agreement. The throngs of players had diminished since the initial chaos, with many who had reunited with their loved ones naturally dispersing. Those remaining in place stood out conspicuously. Su Lang's gaze fixed upon a figure clad in crimson, a spark of divine light igniting in his eyes. Chao Yashuan and the other two women noticed the unusual intensity in Su Lang's stare and followed his line of sight. Before them stood an enchanting woman dressed in a wine-red coat, her golden waves cascading gracefully, as she was besieged by a diminutive male player. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a flawless, porcelain-like complexion, embodying the allure of a mixed-race beauty. In truth, she was indeed of mixed heritage. The three women recognized her as Sherry, a former foreign language instructor of Sino-British descent who had taught at Shinkong for a time. "I warn you, do not utter any more strange remarks, or I shall strike you," Sherry exclaimed, her delicate features etched with caution as she addressed the man before her. Beneath her coat, she wore a gray high-neck sweater, its intricate design catching the eye. Aside from her, a few other teachers stood isolated, hesitant to intervene. These instructors, although lacking family members within the dormitory game, seemed to be counted among the realm of friends and relatives by the game's design. "Haha, a fragrant woman. It has been long since I encountered one." The short male player inhaled deeply, a look of intoxication on his face. His narrow eyes widened suddenly as he growled. "You are not a player. Killing you would bear no grudge. Are you afraid? Come back to my room now, and in my mercy, I might offer you something to eat." With that, he reached for Sherry's wrist. Bang! The diminutive male player glanced down at the crater at his feet, then noticed Su Lang and his group approaching, swallowing hard before hastily retreating. Su Lang's current aura was unmatched, instilling fear in players merely at the sight of his profile. To outsiders, Su Lang appeared as a madman, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. "Sherry, are you unharmed?" Chao Yashuan inquired, holstering her still smoldering pistol. The onlookers surrounding them hastily averted their gazes, for many male players had been fixated on this scene moments prior. In summary, it was a case of repressed desires. "It's you, Chao Chao?" Sherry exclaimed, her hand pressed to her chest, a flicker of unshakable dread crossing her face. Having not grown up in the East, her speech bore a slight accent. "Let us return to the dormitory," Su Lang suggested, clearing his throat. Noticing that the group was predominantly female, Sherry lowered her guard and nodded in agreement. As the five departed, they drew the attention of numerous players still searching for their families. "Dahai, it seems Brother Lang is about to feast again," Yi Fan remarked to Zhang Dahai in the second-floor corridor. Following Zhang Dahai's suggestion, the two opted for a vantage point on the second floor for a broader view. "Brother Lang is so dashing," Zhang Dahai mused with a shake of his head, marveling at the spectacle. "How extravagant," Yi Fan replied, his face alight with envy. Neither felt disheartened by their lack of family sightings. Rather, they were somewhat relieved. "Let us commence our search of the building," Zhang Dahai suddenly declared. Now, the opportunity now presents itself as exceptionally favorable, with a significant reduction in competitors, and the blood mist has expanded considerably, revealing new structures. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with delight, and a mysterious smile graced his ordinary face. Having been rescued in a moment of urgency by Su Lang, and now accompanied by Dahai, how could one deny that he is indeed a child of fortune? This is a most terrifying game. Upon returning to dormitory 200, Chao Yashuan and the other two women began recounting their experiences to Shirley. As the information accumulated, Shirley's mood underwent a noticeable transformation, shifting from suspicion to anxiety and then to exhilaration. Shirley, are you not afraid? Chao Yashuan furrowed her brow. Why should I be afraid? The original world was so dull. Shirley's response was unexpectedly spirited. Her face was alight with enthusiasm, eager to engage. Chao Yashuan suddenly recalled that Shirley was an avid skier and outdoor enthusiast. Shirley, you haven't experienced the first round of the game. You do not comprehend its terrors, Tong Chi interjected hesitantly. I understand, zombies, right? Shirley's eyes lit up at the mention of zombies, her gaze fixed fervently on Su Lang. At that moment, Su Lang was practicing the dragon-elephant combat technique, exuding a wild and fierce aura, his elbows and thighs moving with the power of a warhammer. After a moment's hesitation, Shirley inquired, Su Lang, have you acquired superpowers in this game? As she uttered his name, she seemed somewhat awkward, struggling with the fluidity of the syllables. Of course. Su Lang paused and summoned a zombie, subsequently unleashing a fiery dragon to incinerate it. Shirley leapt with excitement, exclaiming, wonderful, excellent, simply splendid. Seeing her reaction, Su Lang chuckled softly and retrieved the 10-day bell. Tong Chi, why don't you let her play with the 10-day bell? I need to continue my training. All right, Tong Chi nodded. Just then, a flicker of light caught her eye at the edge of her vision. A private message arrived. 200 Su Lang. Keep her here. Name, Shirley. Comfort level, 97. Such a remarkable individual cannot simply be let go. It would be a travesty. Su Lang resumed his training in the dragon-elephant technique. In truth, he could practice meditation, but the dragon-elephant technique held a more majestic allure. Was this not akin to a peacock displaying its feathers? In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Su Lang achieved the highest score twice. How impressive. Shirley was as joyful as a child, showing no signs of waning enthusiasm. However, at that moment, her face suddenly flushed and her breathing became labored. Time's up, Shirley, you must leave, Chao Yashuan exclaimed, swiftly assisting Tong Chi in ushering Shirley out of the dormitory. What is happening to me? Once outside, Shirley returned to normal, perplexed. Chao Yashuan hastily explained the situation, concluding with, now you must wait at least an hour before re-entering our dormitory, unless you become a tenant of room 200. Chapter 82. The four scoring players and the resolute Su Lang, huh? Shirley was bewildered. What is going on here? If it is not this way, you will continue to experience suffocation, Tong Chi elucidated. Can you help me become a tenant? Shirley implored anxiously. She certainly did not wish to sleep on the ground outside. Encountering nefarious individuals would be disastrous, not to mention the impending game arriving in 7 days. Our tenant slots are highly coveted, and many formidable individuals aspire to join us. Yet we have not permitted it, as Tong Chi's gaze flickered. Shirley's expression grew somewhat troubled. You can stay, but we will share a bed. Are you willing? Just then, Su Lang approached. Shirley had not anticipated this twist and hesitated before assenting. But it's just sharing a bed. You cannot do anything to me, she declared. All right. Su Lang nodded with a smile. Chao Yashuan looked on in surprise. This was not typical behavior for Su Lang. Reflecting on his demeanor on the first day, it was quite different. Wonderful. Thank you, Su Lang, Shirley exclaimed with delight. I'll grant you a tenant slot, allowing you access to the chat room and better integration into the game ecosystem, Su Lang replied with a grin. After all, as the landlord, he could reclaim the tenant slot at any time. Thus he generously offered it to Shirley. Thank you, you are truly kind. Shirley felt that this young man exuded a captivating charm, as if radiating a celestial light. Once she officially became a player, her enthusiasm soared, and she began participating in the chat room while browsing the trading network. Su Lang, are you truly considering letting her stay here? Chao Yashuan pulled Su Lang aside and murmured. Indeed, Shirley has a wonderful personality. She should get along well with you all, Su Lang replied with a smile. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if you really intend to let her stay for free? Chao Yashuan clarified. Free stay? I like that phrase. Su Lang shook his head, contemplating his future plans, and decided to send Chao Yashuan a private message instead of speaking aloud. Chao Yashuan's face flushed as she remarked. Su Lang, I knew I was right about you. Su Lang chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Wow, Su Lang, come quick. There's a commotion in the chat room, Shirley suddenly exclaimed. She was unsure why, but sitting on the sofa, she had removed her flats, her bare feet gracefully folded beneath her. Su Lang found this somewhat displeasing. In our cultured nation, we cannot extend undue leniency to foreigners, disguising rudeness as freedom. Tonight, a proper lesson must be imparted. Players were beginning to quarrel over dormitory arrangements. Tong Chi opened the chat room and spoke matter-of-factly, while comrades are important. Beloved friends and family take precedence. Many players' dormitories were full, and with relatives arriving, the situation became quite challenging. Su Lang, without needing to open the chat room, could predict the unfolding events, lamenting that the dormitory survival game was not a solitary endeavor. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely dire. With 200 dormitories available, there would be enough for everyone. Otherwise, a bloody incident would be inevitable. The chat room buzzed with activity, as some tenants sought to establish separate accommodations for their families. Others pleaded for space to shelter their relatives, while some directly brought their families to raid the building, seizing every opportunity to develop. Overall, it seemed that everyone still possessed deep connections, unwilling to abandon their loved ones. This may very well be the final glimmer of hope in their lives. For many players, the ultimate aspiration is to return to reality and reunite with their families. Su Lang observed for a while before he began his training. Chao Yashuan and the other two young women engaged in conversation with Shirley, occasionally shaking the Shiri bell to summon spirits to play. So this is a zombie. I know it, just like a vampire. I've encountered them in the game. Shirley exclaimed excitedly. Wang Yaji chuckled. Indeed. You could transform into a zombie and experience it for yourself. Su Lang possesses items that can turn one into a zombie. That sounds fantastic. Were these the monsters you fought before? They seem quite terrifying, Shirley remarked, holding the Shiri bell and discovering that she could manipulate the actions of the zombie before her with her thoughts. This brought her immense joy. Don't worry, Shirley. I will protect you, Chao Yashuan reassured her, patting her chest. However, it should be noted that Shirley is not the typical stout Western figure. Her face is delicately sculpted, and her physique is slender rather than broad. This petite girl exuded boundless energy, playing until 4 in the morning before contemplating sleep. During this time, the girls not only discussed the dormitory survival game, but also shared stories about Shirley's home life, among other topics. It is worth mentioning that there are others like Shirley, who, despite lacking relatives in the dormitory survival game, have also been called upon, such as a teacher from Chinkong University. Upon seeing Shirley heading to bed, Tong Chi put away the Shiri bell and approached Su Lang, whispering, "What shall we do? Let's sleep. I feel a bit tired," Su Lang replied, stretching lazily. All right. Tong Chi's mind was filled with questions. Why were they sleeping so early today? However, she refrained from asking further. As they settled down, Shirley lay on the far left, followed by Chao Yashuan, Su Lang, Tong Chi, and Wang Yaji. Initially, there was little movement, but later, Su Lang swapped positions with Chao Yashuan. Chao Yashuan claimed she needed to protect Shirley, but it turned out to be a lonely endeavor. In such moments, one must go with the flow. Listening to the sounds nearby, Tong Chi acknowledged that she had underestimated the situation. Finding Shirley on the first day brought Su Lang great joy, akin to starting the game with the 4 heavenly kings. That night, he fully exercised the landlord's infinite privileges over his tenants. From 4 in the morning until 8. The lights in dormitory 200 remained illuminated. Shirley was thoroughly impressed. Meanwhile, Su Lang was still yearning for more. Shirley's exquisite features were complemented by her fair, almost luminescent skin, and her goddess-like figure, characterized by a slender waist and perfect waist-to-hip ratio. She could easily amass 1 million followers on P-Station without revealing her face. After an unknown duration of sleep, Shirley woke up, finding the luxurious nightmare bed quite comfortable, especially with its automatic cleaning feature. Being new and unaware of the rules, she did not realize that when Su Lang had not yet risen, they were not allowed to get up and leisurely wandered off to freshen up. Su Lang was awakened by the noise and discovered that the nightmare bed had not yet cooled down. Enraged, he headed to the washroom to find Shirley. After wasting about 10 minutes, Su Lang finally lifted her from the sink to continue sleeping, leaving him quite exasperated. There is no alternative, for it is well known that horses can be rather obstinate, and the tools for teaching them are understood by all. Thus, Su Lang has grown stronger and more resilient. Had it been in the past, one could only shake their head in disbelief. Chapter 83, Sequence C32, The Spirit Master, Base Nightmare Coins. 80, Conversion Rate, 427. 8 hours yield, 421 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins, 488. Revive. Complete revival. After a day's wait, the Nightmare Coins have remarkably risen from the brink of depletion to nearly 500. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Su Lang rubbed his hands together, akin to a large fly. Upon closer calculation, there are precisely 7 days until the next round of the game begins. Multiplying 7 by 421 yields 2947, and adding 488 brings the total to 3,435. Over 3,000 Nightmare Coins. This is certainly sufficient to enhance the luxurious nightmare bed. However, Su Lang would not engage in such extreme measures without considering the difficulty and type of the upcoming game. Otherwise, he might find himself bereft of sufficient Nightmare Coins to upgrade the gateway, leaving him to await his demise. Su Lang, what brings you such joy? Chao Yashuan, with her face partially covered by a blanket, revealed her sparkling eyes. Am I truly joyful? Su Lang inquired, observing the almost gleeful expression on Su Lang's face. Chao Yashuan fell silent. Indeed, one must possess a degree of self-awareness. There are 7 days and 47 minutes until the third round of the game in the Mad King's dormitory. In just 47 minutes, the supermarket would open. Su Lang glanced at the countdown timer, then stretched lazily, his joints cracking audibly. The girls stirred awake simultaneously, including Sherry. Yesterday, she had been the loudest. Yet now she shyly hid her face beneath the blanket, mimicking Chao Yashuan's pose. Su Lang, is something the matter? Wang Yaji, with her keen perception, noticed something unusual in Su Lang's demeanor. Do you all remember that golden gene? It seems to be taking effect, Su Lang remarked, stretching his shoulders and neck with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chao Yashuan's gaze sharpened as she reached out to touch Su Lang's skin, exclaiming, "You seem to have become even more handsome." Previously, Su Lang bore imperfections, acne scars and redness, but now, they seem to have vanished entirely. Truly, Tong Chi, filled with enthusiasm, sat up to observe Su Lang. "I shall check the washroom." Su Lang, feeling a surge of happiness, hurried to the washroom. There stood a full-length mirror, perfectly positioned to reflect every detail of his physique. Su Lang discovered that he had indeed undergone some noticeable changes. His body exhibited smoother lines, and his skin glimmered more than before. Overall, he appeared more handsome and exuded greater charisma. If he had once resembled a feeble version of Hugo, he now embodied Hugo in his prime, dazzlingly handsome. Remarkably, even his teeth appeared more aligned. It was truly astonishing. No wonder some players become utterly obsessed with survival games. Su Lang gazed left and right, marveling at his transformation. Beyond his appearance, he felt slightly taller, his bones imbued with a newfound strength. The golden gene reshapes a person to their optimal state, as if nurtured in a perfect environment. In other words, the consequences of Su Lang's years of indulgent living, poor diet, and bad habits would be entirely eradicated. In the coming days, he would undergo a transformation into a perfect human being. How exhilarating! As he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, Su Lang clenched his fist, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. No jest. He felt that his good friends appeared even more dashing. Just as Su Lang was reveling in self-admiration, a startled cry from Tong Chi suddenly pierced the air. Su Lang sprang into action, rushing into the living room. "What's wrong?" he inquired urgently, scanning the surroundings but finding no apparent threat. "The 10-day bell in my backpack has consumed all my soul fragments," Tong Chi said, tears welling in her eyes. Then it transformed from 10 bells into just one. She had stored away the 10-day bells yesterday, and upon awakening, discovered that 10 had condensed into 1. Panic set in as she tried to comprehend the reason. "Show me," Su Lang said, feeling his heart race. 10 bells turning into 1. Who could bear such a shock? However, when he beheld the pristine 10-day bell that Tong Chi produced, he decisively exclaimed, "This, I can truly endure." Spirit Conjuring Bell. Spirit Conjurer. Type. Sequence item. Sequence level. C32. Description. The sequence token of the Spirit Conjurer, currently bound to Tong Chi. Sequence employment conditions. 10-day bell Spirit Conjurer, met. Affinity with spirits, met. Recognition by a malevolent spirit, not met. A sequence. Is this not akin to the Nightmare Lord's artifact? Su Lang's expression radiated joy as he addressed Tong Chi. "This is fortuitous." Fortuitous? Tong Chi bit her lip, suspecting Su Lang was merely offering her comfort. "Indeed, it is fortuitous," Su Lang pondered, then stated, "the fusion of the 10-day bells into 1. This hidden setting is undoubtedly extraordinary." Tong Chi found some merit in his reasoning. "Congratulations, Tong Chi," Chao Yashuan exclaimed. "This is your chance," Wang Yaji added with a smile. Su Lang quickly turned to Sherry, saying, "Sherry, let us keep this matter under wraps." "Understood. I'm not foolish," Sherry replied. Coming from an educated family, her intellect was fully engaged, and her knowledge and culture might be the most extensive among the 4 girls. Following this unexpected turn of events, everyone lost their appetite for food, opting instead for a quick energy drink before deciding to assist Tong Chi in fulfilling the conditions to become a spirit conjurer. When the topic of recognition by a malevolent spirit arose, they immediately thought of the ghost child. Tong Chi promptly purchased some soul fragments on the trading network and made her way to the corridor. The ghost child, seated in the shrine with eyes closed, opened them upon sensing Tong Chi poking at its belly. "Tong Bao." Tong Chi offered the soul fragments to the ghost child's mouth. The ghost child's eyes lit up with joy as it eagerly consumed the fragments. Observing its insatiable demeanor, Tong Chi felt her heart melt and quickly produced more soul fragments to offer. Su Lang watched from the side, stroking his chin and contemplating the affinity condition concerning spirits. This condition indeed seemed to align perfectly with Tong Chi. After feeding for a while without any noticeable progress, Su Lang spoke up, "Tong Chi, take out the spirit conjuring bell." "All right," Tong Chi replied, complying with his request. Upon seeing the spirit bell, Gue Tong furrowed his brows. Glancing between Tong Chi and the spirit bell, he pondered for a moment before exhaling a breath of ghostly energy towards the spirit bell. In an instant, the black radiance of the spirit bell intensified, resembling a black night blooming Sirius. Wow! Exclaimed Shirley, utterly astonished. Longer, it seems I have successfully ascended. I shall now share my information with you. Tongqi appeared momentarily dazed, her face lighting up with delight. Su Lang nodded, quickly receiving Tongqi's shared information. Spirit Master. Sequence level. C32. Sequence ability 1. Ghostly body mental attribute 5. Capable of extraordinary manifestations of spirit bodies, monsters, and dark art skills. Sequence ability 2. Spirit Bell 010 can nurture 10 ghostly entities within the inner circle of the spirit bell, each possessing a mental attribute weaker than her own. Sequence ability 3. Ghost Shadow. The Ghost Shadow possesses the body, allowing for a 1-second phasing of the self. Yet repeated use of mental power within a short time frame results in exponentially increased consumption. Chapter 84. The supermarket reopens, commencing purchases. Neo Heiress Challenge. Chao Yashuan also received Tongqi's shared information, her lips parting to exude eloquence. Wang Yaji wore an expression of disbelief. Having ventured alongside Su Lang, she fully understood the terrors of those ghostly entities. If Tongqi possessed 10 monsters of the Red Lady caliber, she would be invincible. Initially ranked second in her dormitory, she had now been surpassed in a single leap. This sequence was simply too overpowered. The sequence indeed determined the core developmental trajectory. Su Lang muttered to himself, contemplating other matters. In comparison to the Spirit Master, his Nightmare Lord appeared somewhat enigmatic, with much information left unarticulated and seemingly lacking a sequence level. He wondered what rank it would attain if truly assessed. Longa, let us return home to study this further, Tongqi whispered upon noticing someone in the corridor. All right, Su Lang replied. The group returned to their dormitory, chattering animatedly about their discoveries. Xiao Tong, you are undoubtedly a magic-based sequence. You haven't allocated your free attribute points yet, have you? Chao Yashuan inquired eagerly. No, I haven't, as there has been no imminent danger to warrant it. Tongqi shook her head, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She was finally free from the shackles of being deemed useless. Then quickly allocate all your points to mental attributes. Chao Yashuan urged immediately. Su Lang, upon hearing this, playfully flicked her forehead and advised Tongqi, do not heed her words. The most extreme allocation method is merely 5-to-1. You should only allocate a maximum of 10 points for now and adapt subsequently. Tongqi's physical and mental attributes both stood at 5, granting her a total of 12 free attribute points. Moreover, it was not a time of war, so an all-in approach felt excessively drastic. In truth, it would be best to consult the Rainy Night Swordsman before making any decisions. It was a pity that Shirley missed the morning assembly at 7 due to unforeseen circumstances. All right, Tongqi nodded. Humph. Chao Yashuan shot Su Lang a glare with her beautiful eyes. TSK, that little girl is showing her teeth. It seems she still holds a grudge regarding Shirley's recruitment. Su Lang resolved to make her the primary damage dealer during the next score grind. After allocating her points, Tongqi purchased several urns on the trading network. This is an item previously dropped by the first-floor monster, capable of summoning a level 2 imp. Tongqi spent some time and successfully tamed 3 imps, only to feel a bit dizzy. You should learn this first, then we can go shopping. Su Lang noticed that there were only 5 minutes left before the supermarket opened, so he handed the skill scroll for transforming paper into soldiers to Tongqi. He had not utilized this item until now. Acquiring too many skills felt wasteful for him. Having the Flame Dragon technique was sufficient. Once Tongqi mastered the skill, the 5 of them departed from the dormitory, as was customary, alongside Wu Hui and her companions. Although Su Lang was protected by his golden silk jade garment and was not afraid of fatal injuries, the girls were not as fortunate, so it was wise to take precautions. On their way to the supermarket, some people spotted Su Lang and his group from a distance and hurriedly avoided them. They were not concerned for any other reason than fearing that Su Lang, the madman, might suddenly turn violent. Who could predict whether Su Lang would go on a rampage? Many were apprehensive of him, including newcomers who had been warned by their families not to provoke Su Lang. Su Lang noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere among the players. It seemed to have grown more amiable, but in reality, it was not kindness. Rather, it was a suppression of their fierceness. They had all developed weaknesses, and being overly aggressive would now seem somewhat inappropriate. We will split up shortly. Let us first examine the most expensive items, and if they are suitable, we will purchase them directly. Su Lang sent a private message to the 4 girls. He had already transferred 30,000 copper coins to each of them. He would head straight for the facilities area, as that section contained the priciest items. A crowd gathered in front of the supermarket, and as the group arrived on the 10th floor, people instinctively parted. This was the power of reputation. If Su Lang were merely strong, others would not fear him. However, being both formidable and ruthless, along with a hint of madness, altered the dynamics entirely. As the countdown reached 0, the supermarket doors swung open, and Su Lang was the first to rush inside. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that the products on the shelves were vastly different from before, and the supermarket's decor had also changed, with additional ice crystal-like embellishments adorning the walls. He made his way directly to the facilities area and quickly located the most expensive item there. Helix Dart Blueprint. Type: Attack Facility. Level: 5. Damage: 173. Attack Speed: Extremely fast. Durability: 300,300. Effect: Releases a helix dart that continuously attacks within a 7-meter radius. Inflicting massive damage on enemies and possessing cutting properties. Requires 50 copper coins for every second of sustained rotation. Manufacturing requirements: 0-point Power Core X1, Black Crystal Shard X1. Meteoric Iron X7. Upgrade requirements: 1080 Nightmare Coins. Description: Blood. I have seen the ground strewn with severed limbs and endless blood. If conditions permit, 3 helix darts can be installed, unleashing a trio of darts that make it nearly impossible for foes to enter. Price: 130,000 copper coins, young brother. Do not purchase this. You cannot gather the necessary materials. Su Lang, enviously eyeing the item, turned to find that the voice belonged to Li Shuwen, the floor leader from the 3rd floor. Purchasing such items is merely a squandering of money. One cannot be certain that the materials for the next round will even be gathered, Li Shuwen remarked with a smile. Behind him trailed several tenants from Dormitory 49. Closest to him was a youthful, pure-looking girl, seemingly his daughter, named Wenwen. I can see that, Su Lang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as he received messages from Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji, containing information about equipment and skills. Too expensive, I can't afford it. Such items are merely intended to tantalize or to foreshadow the levels one may encounter in the future, Li Shuwen said with a nonchalant smile. Su Lang continued to nod, transferring 30,000 copper coins to Chao Yashuan to procure a weapon. Chao Yashuan, being astute, promptly sent him information on the 3 most expensive items in the equipment section, allowing him to assess other goods as well. Typically, each area possesses only a single copy of its finest items, which vanish once purchased. Players who barely qualify to buy will hesitate, as they must reserve funds for facilities. Only those with substantial wealth, like Su Lang, can afford to seize the opportunity swiftly. Take your time, young brother, Li Shuwen observed Su Lang's distracted demeanor and chuckled as he brushed past him. Take care, Su Lang replied, unfazed. After chatting with Chao Yashuan and the other 3 girls for a while, Su Lang began to peruse the other facilities. The blueprint for a level 5 item was merely a spiral shuriken. Thus, his current aim was a level 4 blueprint, which he soon found appealing. However, this item appeared to be a mainstream commodity here, with a total of 5 in stock. So he decided against rushing to buy it, and instead sought to reunite with Chao Yashuan and the others. Chapter 85. The Legendary Blade, Blood Pelican's Edge, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Wall-mounted skill, Legendary Blade, Blood Pelican's Edge. Type: Long Sword. Level: 4. Damage: 20. Effect: 1. Soul-devouring edge slaying monsters restores and increases durability, with a maximum increase of 100 points, currently increased by 0 points. Effect: 2. Blood Pelican permanently increases damage by 1 point for each player killed during the game. During rest periods, it increases by 10 points per player, with a maximum increase of 150 points, currently increased by 0 points. Durability: 3030. Decomposition yields: Blood Pelican Essence X1. Soul-devouring Iron X7. Upgrade requirement: 700 Nightmare Coins. Description: The Blood Pelican claims it will devour you all. This weapon was what Su Lang had instructed Chao Yashuan to purchase. Valued at 60,000 copper coins, a price that far exceeds that of other weapons of the same level, while its basic stats were notably inferior. However, if he could fully stack both effects, Su Lang would wield a weapon unrivaled among level 4s. More importantly, he was captivated by its potential, having enhanced numerous items. He had gathered some experience. Such uniquely characteristic items often yield significant cost-effectiveness post-enhancement. If only I had this blade before confronting Thunder and his crew. Su Lang mused as he stowed the blood-red blade in his backpack. Let's head to the skill area, Su Lang said to the ladies. The group of women nodded and followed Su Lang. Meanwhile, a player who had arrived early at the weapons area swallowed hard and hurriedly shared the news of the blood heron blade with his roommate. This was, after all, a lethal weapon. Soon enough, this information circulated in the chat room, causing quite a stir. Yet, no one dared to openly discuss it. After all, to question someone who had just purchased such a deadly blade would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Upon reaching the skill area, Su Lang first perused the premium offerings, only to realize that these skills were not particularly useful to him. He casually purchased 2 level 3 skill scrolls. Mastery of Blade Arts. Type: Passive Skill. Level: 3. Effect: Grants profound mastery of blade techniques and slightly enhances blade intuition. Upgrade requirement: 320 Nightmare Coins. Description: Pursuit of perfection and mimetic spider. Type: active skill. Level 3. Effect: consumes mental or physical energy to simulate the climbing and jumping abilities of a spider. Upgrade requirement: 360 nightmare coins. Description: mimicry, a technique that alters the force field. The combined cost of the 2 skill scrolls was merely 20,000, and Su Lang learned them on the spot. Although the levels of these skills were not high, he deemed them practical, particularly the wall-clinging ability, which was rare among players, even at supermarket prices. It would likely attract buyers. Yeji, Chi-Chi, choose whatever you like. We truly have the means this time, Su Lang said with a smile, glancing at the women. Chi-Chi waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I won't need anything. The paper soldier technique is highly practical, and even if I had resources, I would prefer to invest them in the spirit calling bell. The spirit calling bell was a euphemism. What she actually meant was the series. Raising little spirits was her current priority, and purchasing 10 urns would not come cheap. Su Lang nodded in agreement and turned his gaze to Wang Yaji. Her attractive lips curled into a smile as she replied, I have plenty of equipment at home. I can wear whatever. As for skills or items, I think it would be wise to wait until we confirm the type of dungeon. These 2 women were beginning to express their own opinions, which was quite commendable. And what about you? Su Lang asked, looking at Qiao Yashuan. I have no particular thoughts. My core direction has yet to be determined. So I suppose I'll just lounge around at home. Qiao Yashuan shrugged, somewhat resigned. There was nothing wrong with lounging at home, as long as she stayed with Su Lang. She would eventually have her day to shine. Shirley thought it was her turn and eagerly raised her hand. Can I have a healing spell? The healing spell was a level 3 skill, priced at over 10,000. No, Su Lang replied decisively, shaking his head. Qiao Yashuan's lips twitched. There it was. The merciless Su Lang had made an appearance. Your basic attributes are too low. The healing spell would not benefit you significantly. It's better for us to use items, Su Lang explained. Shirley felt a bit disheartened and said, I was hoping to earn money with the healing spell. This young girl surprisingly had a business acumen. Su Lang regarded her with newfound respect but still remarked, your attributes are insufficient. You would only incur losses. Considering Sherry's petite stature, recouping her investment seems an arduous task. Alas, Sherry finds herself in a quandary. Furthermore, Su Lang raised a finger and turned to Wang Yaji, stating, Yaji, once the type of instance is confirmed, the corresponding items will surely increase in price. Will you truly be able to make a purchase then? Despite being accompanied by a wealthy patron like Su Lang, Wang Yaji and her companions maintained a rather frugal disposition, indulging only in food and drink while sparingly using their resources. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yaji furrowed her elegant brows, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Lost in contemplation, she was startled when Su Lang approached a selection of goods and pointed to one, saying, I've noticed you eyeing this item several times. You must desire it. Don't you? Indeed, Wang Yaji declared, her hesitance dissipating as she openly admitted her interest. Su Lang then proceeded to purchase the Celestial Lotus Chi cultivation technique, along with the accompanying Celestial Lotus sword technique and Celestial Lotus movement. Among these 3 skills, the Celestial Lotus Chi cultivation technique was rated at level 4, capable of nurturing ethereal energy through practice, while the other 2 were level 3, forming a cohesive set by their very names. Why did you buy them all? Wang Yazi felt a pang of anxiety, realizing the total cost would amount to nearly 40,000 copper coins. Su Lang waved his hand dismissively, not as a means of negotiation, but to reassure Wang Yaji that no further words were necessary. The survival game facilities were the priciest, followed by equipment, and then skills. Given that Wang Yaji had accompanied him through thick and thin, he was determined to fulfill this modest wish of hers, gratefully accepting the skill scroll Su Lang offered. Wang Yaji felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Upon returning, she vowed to practice diligently. Subsequently, Su Lang acquired 2 targeting skills for Sherry and Qiao Yashuan, assigning them the responsibility of artillery support. Let us proceed to the facilities area, Su Lang suggested with a smile. Typically, players frequented the entertainment and living zones last, and many had merely observed without making purchases in previous days, making Su Lang's frenzied shopping spree quite a rarity. This behavior had become a habit during rest periods. He rarely ventured out, so his finances remained stable, allowing for more extravagant spending. Upon reaching the facilities area, Su Lang noticed several prominent players gathered, including Su Ruyan, engaged in a heated discussion regarding purchases. Kai, I genuinely want the flame dragon cannon. If I buy it, you must refrain from doing so. One player implored. Brother, my dormitory is in dire need of a large-scale destructive cannon. I truly wish to acquire it. Please, don't. Chapter 86. The new cannon and enchanting attire. As Su Lang and his companions approached, the crowd turned their attention, though their conversation continued unabated. After listening for a while, Su Lang gleaned the essence of their discourse. The newly refreshed blueprints for level 4 cannons included 3 variants: the Flame Dragon Cannon, the Spring Fist, and the Marble Launcher. They all coveted the flame dragon cannon and were persuading others against making a purchase. The rationale was simple: resources were limited. If everyone attempted to buy, the available cannons would dwindle to just 2, leading to losses no one could bear. Why not just buy it outright? It is indeed a precarious situation. Should someone resolutely decide to purchase, and you make your acquisition only for them to follow suit immediately, it would lead to unfortunate repercussions. In such instances, one cannot differentiate between the participants and the vendors at a bustling marketplace, as they earnestly engage in a mutual analysis of advantages and disadvantages. The dynamics of competition are omnipresent. After expressing her astonishment, Xiao Yashuan remarked, "Su Lang, are you considering the purchase of the flame dragon cannon?" At that moment, Wu Huihui approached with Nie Xiaozhu, casually inquiring. "Of course not," Su Lang replied, shaking his head. Despite the exceptional attributes of the flame dragon cannon and the lack of large-scale destructive artillery in his dormitory, it was not within his realm of consideration. He had already formulated his purchasing strategy. In the forthcoming round of the game, Dormitory 200 must attract at least 2 floors worth of monsters. Mind you, that is the minimum. Therefore, the sustained attack capability of the artillery is of paramount importance. Haha, I shan't purchase it either. If everyone acquires the flame dragon cannon, I sense that ultimately, one will be left holding the bag, resulting in an inability to gather the necessary materials. Wu Huihui chuckled, scratching her head. What do you intend to buy then? Perhaps the blueprint for the main gate? Nie Xiaozhu inquired, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze upon Su Lang, a flicker of intrigue crossing her face. How had she never noticed Su Lang's handsomeness before? You shall know soon enough, Su Lang declared as he strode forward. The individuals still engaged in discussion instinctively parted to observe him. In truth, they had been keeping a watchful eye since his approach. Whatever you do not purchase the flame dragon cannon, they all silently implored, wishing to avoid a price war with Su Lang. Whether they could compete was one matter. Should they succeed? What if he decided to outmaneuver them? They were all aware of Su Lang's previous acquisition of the killing blade. Fortunately, as he drew closer, he did not opt for the design of the flame dragon cannon, but rather procured the marble launcher. Marble launcher, type, attack facility, level 4, damage 40, attack speed, extremely fast, durability 7,575, effect, releases a marble with penetrating properties. The marble possesses 50 durability and will automatically ricochet at reasonable angles until destroyed. Only one marble can exist at a time. Each marble costs 1,000 copper coins. Manufacturing requirements: Advanced Power Device X1, Advanced Trajectory X1. Blue Crystal X8. Upgrade requirements: 560 Nightmare coins. Description: shoot, 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 shoot. Bounce, 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 bounce. Sale price: 60,000 copper coins. The marble launcher possesses average damage, yet its attack speed rivals that of a spiral dart. Moreover, it is not a financial burden. A single marble costs merely 1,000 copper coins. Though the blueprint is somewhat expensive, being the priciest among the 3 level 4 blueprints. But expensive equates to quality, and quality begets expense. Upon witnessing Su Lang's acquisition of the marble launcher, the other participants silently exhaled in relief. Zheng Kai even laughed, saying, "Brother Lang, I was on the verge of abandoning the purchase of the flame dragon cannon. Please, continue," Su Lang remarked as he leisurely departed. The crowd perceived Su Lang as rather ostentatious. Li Shuwen glanced at his daughter, stating, "This is Su Lang, the top player from the previous round. Is that so?" Li Wenwen mused, her attention fixed on Su Lang's retreating figure, harboring a flicker of curiosity within her heart. The reason for her curiosity was quite straightforward. Li Shuwen had advised her to avoid any interaction with this individual. At the entrance of the supermarket, Su Lang purchased several crystal materials. The materials section clearly indicated their potential uses for repairing various facilities and equipment, boasting a comprehensive selection. In truth, if he were to expend all his copper coins on facilities, he could likely accumulate enough resources for 2 level 4 turrets. However, this would mean his combat effectiveness would remain stagnant, allowing dedicated players to surpass him, which was decidedly unwise. Ultimately, Su Lang decided to explore the living and entertainment areas further. Upon entering the living area, he found himself momentarily transfixed before a row of clothing displays. Lemon Vanilla Base Shirt, type, apparel, level 4, effect 1, charismatic allure. Wearing this garment slightly enhances charm. Effect 2, self-cleaning automatically cleans stains. Decomposition yield, high-grade leather X10. Upgrade requirement, 240 Nightmare coins. Description, an exquisite women's top, exuding a subtle lemon fragrance. Price, 2,300 copper coins. Su Lang gazed at the creamy white base shirt in the showcase, envisioning how stunning it would look on Xiao Yashuan. He mused how these high-end garments resembled the fashion from racing and battle royale games, devoid of any attribute boosts, merely aesthetically pleasing yet functionally lacking. As Chao Yashuan perused the selections, she offered her critiques, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, while flamboyant, they were undeniably beautiful, showcasing both minimalist and high-end designs. In fact, Level 3 attire already belonged to the T1 echelon of Blue Star's fashion industry. Garments of Level 4 and above possessed a remarkable allure, seamlessly aligning with human aesthetic sensibilities, which was truly astonishing. Not necessarily, at least they weren't overly flashy, Tong Chi smiled. Though Shiri was unfamiliar with these online games, her gaze lingered on the garments as well. It seemed that no woman could resist such charms. The group of women stood somewhat scattered, each drawn to their own interests. However, Wang Yaji's attention remained fixed on Su Lang. Noticing his stillness, she inquired, Su Lang, what is the matter? Do you think wearing these high-end clothes would make you more beautiful? Perhaps, but they tend to be ostentatious without substance, Su Lang replied. Wang Yaji shook her head, asserting that she would never indulge in such purchases. While the living area was bustling with individuals browsing clothing, particularly among the girls, very few were genuinely inclined to make a purchase. Choose a level 4 outfit that you like, Su Lang suggested. That seems inappropriate. Wang Yaji's expression shifted. Buying clothes is one thing, but something so expensive? You must choose, select what you desire. Su Lang insisted, offering no further explanation. Observing Su Lang's determination, Wang Yaji took a deep breath and began to select her clothing with a meticulousness surpassing that of skill selection. This is pure wastefulness. It was evident that Su Lang harbored a peculiar penchant for purchasing clothing for himself and others. Realizing this, she decided to indulge him. Ultimately, Wang Yaji selected a chiffon dress. Su Lang, does it look good? She asked as she emerged from the fitting room, standing before him. Absolutely stunning. Su Lang felt a surge of excitement as he assessed the comfort level and exuberantly exclaimed, Yaji, go buy whatever clothes you desire right now. Wang Yaji, taken aback, opened her mouth in disbelief, uncertain of how to respond. She was unconcerned about purchasing a single item, realizing that complaining would only lead to unhappiness for herself and for those spending money. Why bother? However, if she were to buy more, it would indeed feel inappropriate. This thought led her to consider a reason, Su Lang's evident favoritism towards her. It was clear that Su Lang held a fondness for her, just last night. Before she could indulge in her imagination, he continued, Yixian and the others should buy as well. Wang Yaji fell silent, pondering whether the owner of the house might be a true devotee of beauty. Chapter 87. The spendthrift Su Lang, the lucky child, draws again. Ultimately, under Su Lang's insistence, each of the 4 women acquired a complete outfit, shoes, and several pairs of spare stockings, totaling nearly 30,000 copper coins. On their way to the entertainment district, Tong Chi cautiously inquired, Lang Gu, what's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? If only the clothes could be returned. Su Lang expressed his regret, lamenting the absence of level 4 accessories, which could have allowed him to purchase even more for them. The group fell into silence, including Xueli. Having adapted swiftly to the environment, she recognized that others were struggling for survival, exerting every effort for a single copper coin. While Su Lang frivolously spent on what seemed unnecessary, as if on a vacation. This was a survival game, not a holiday resort. They remained unaware that their enhanced comfort was Su Lang's greatest achievement. The news of Su Lang's clothing purchases spread, leading to rampant gossip. Most comments were disapproving, branding him a spendthrift, foolish, and a sycophant. Yet, no one dared to voice their opinions in the chat room. Everyone understood the underlying truth. While other thugs might merely inflict broken bones, Su Lang was a different case altogether. With a mere gesture, he could invoke terror. Murder was but a word away. And now, having acquired a weapon, he appeared even more formidable. Li Shuwen contemplated whether Su Lang had obtained some murderous sequence. In a corner of the entertainment district, Su Lang spotted a familiar face in a familiar spot. Brother Dahai, let's go. He shouted eagerly. Oh, so close. Brother Dahai, how about giving me a silver coin? I'll give it a try. Zhang Dahai was once again engaged with the lottery machine, this time with the silver lottery. Su Lang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This fellow had some skill. That's it. This is my last silver coin, Zhang Dahai sighed, gazing longingly at the machine. Just then, someone noticed Su Lang and nudged Zhang Dahai's side. Turning around, Zhang Dahai beamed. Lang Gu, back for another round at the lottery machine? The crowd turned to look, their expressions frozen in awe. The beauty of the 4 women was simply breathtaking. Chao Yashuan donned a pearl-white collegiate-style coat, paired with a cream-colored base layer, while her delicate waist was accentuated by a campus skirt. The white stockings below emphasized her legs, which appeared remarkably long and straight, reminiscent of pencils. Wang Yaji presented herself with an air of understated elegance, her striking features framed by long, lustrous black hair, tied back with a green hairband, which beautifully highlighted her fair neck, akin to an ethereal being. Sherry, in a casual shirt layered with a leather jacket, showcased her curvaceous figure in snug jeans, her golden locks shimmering with a radiance befitting a leading lady from a road movie. As for Tong Chi, she maintained a cute, cartoonish aesthetic, instantly drawing attention to the Snorlax emblazoned on her chest, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Some found themselves swallowing hard, their hearts racing. Had it not been for their awareness of Su Lang's prowess, they might have sought her contact information. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Qiao Yashuan felt a tinge of pride. Isn't she charming? Indeed. Su Lang nodded at Zhang Dahai. Did you draw anything worthwhile? Just a purple crossbow. Zhang Dahai replied with a goofy grin. If you have plenty of silver coins, Brother Lang, I think you should go all in and see if you can draw an orange item. What is this orange item? Su Lang inquired with curiosity, noting he had a fair amount of silver coins. Something rather unique. A red heart Q playing card that can temporarily replicate a turret for 10 minutes, Zhang Dahai answered. Su Lang's eyes sparkled with interest. That sounds promising. Let me give it a try, he declared, yet handed all his silver coins to Tong Chi. Should I take the lead? Tong Chi blinked her large eyes. Yes, Su Lang affirmed. A girl who smiles is never short on luck. The same goes for those with ample assets. That's because those with poor luck can't muster a smile, Qiao Yashuan interjected. Su Lang cast a sidelong glance at her. This former heiress seemed increasingly inclined towards sarcasm, occasionally indulging in sharp commentary. Is this a lottery? Sherry asked. Su Lang nodded. Tong Chi, let them all have a turn first. All right, Tong Chi acquiesced readily. Sherry was eager to be first. After inserting her silver coins, she fixated on the flickering screen, her anxiety mounting. The surrounding crowd watched intently. As many were previous onlookers, they felt less intimidated by Su Lang, willing to observe from a distance. Though the atmosphere lacked the vibrant excitement of Zhang Dahai's earlier turns, missing that arcade-like charm. Good luck, Tong Chi whispered encouragingly. The lottery machine contained over 100 items, predominantly white. Unfortunately, Sherry drew a white item this time, a box of fragrant tissues. Such a waste. I've heard that silver coins can later be used to purchase more advanced items, lamented a newcomer, only to be silenced by a family member. Yashuan, it's your turn. Sherry sighed, relinquishing her position. Qiao Yashuan stepped forward, hoping for better fortune, and drew a green item valued at around 1,000 copper coins. Next was Wang Yaji, who also drew green. Finally, it was Tong Chi's turn. The crowd perked up in anticipation. On her first attempt, Tong Chi revealed a blue item. Alloy Finger Tiger, type, Gauntlet, level 2, damage, 21, decomposition yield, Alloy X2. Upgrade requirement, 130 nightmare coins. Description, wearing it will slightly increase your punching speed. We've broken even, Zhang Dahai exclaimed with delight. The blue items signify a return on investment along with a modest profit. Well done, little Tong, Qiao Yashuan praised joyfully. Tong Chi indeed had a streak of good fortune. Her last draw yielded a purple item, and this time was no less remarkable. Let's go again, Su Lang said, his eyes gleaming. He decided to wager all his silver coins, hoping for a chance at an orange item. Tong Chi continued to draw prizes, her excitement akin to a roller coaster ride, stirring the emotions of those present. A few among them possessed silver coins, but only one or two at most. Drawing early might yield lesser items, while waiting could mean missing out on something valuable. It was a precarious situation. We've got something, someone shouted in exhilaration. The lottery machine displayed a purple scroll. Healing spell, Su Lang remarked with a peculiar expression, glancing at Sherry. She bit her lip, clearly eager for it. Tong Chi hesitated for a moment before addressing Su Lang. Brother Lang, should we give it to Teacher Sherry? Teacher? A newcomer in the crowd looked puzzled, lacking the awareness to gather intelligence from the surroundings. Friends quickly explained through private messages, prompting the newcomer to gasp in astonishment. You're playing this game to enjoy life, right? Surely, they aren't in that kind of relationship. Many newcomers still held onto conventional views of the world, unaware that Su Lang had already begun to immerse himself in the game from the very first night. All right, Su Lang nodded in agreement with Tong Chi's suggestion. While he possessed a keen intuition to avoid betrayal, the atmosphere in the dormitory was equally vital. Thank you, I adore you, Tong Chi. Sherry embraced Tong Chi, her smile radiant like a sunflower. Upon obtaining the skill scroll, she declared, if anyone is injured, I can heal you, but it won't be free. Some individuals pondered the price, tempted to inquire. If you wish to avoid a day of lethargy, refrain from doing so, Su Lang cautioned, returning his focus to Tong Chi's draws. Oh right, my spiritual attribute isn't sufficient, Sherry tapped her head. Her intent was not to amass wealth, but merely to experience the sensation of wielding extraordinary powers. Chapter 88. The trio, seeking advice from Zhang Dahai unbelievably. I actually drew it. In dormitory 200, Su Lang marveled at the red heart Q card in his hand, utterly astounded. Red heart Q. Type, item, level, unknown, effect, temporarily duplicates an attack facility for 10 minutes. Description, a hat trick. Haha, Su Lang, are you still staring at it? Qiao Yashuan adorned herself with a beautiful necklace, admiring her reflection in a makeup mirror. Wang Yaji practiced the Qinglian cultivation technique nearby. Sherry held a small knife, seemingly contemplating a gentle cut, but hesitated. Tong Chi busied herself with her ghost pet, several urns of ashes placed beside her. Each girl had received a portion of copper coins, thus expanding their operational latitude. However, this meant that Su Lang was left with little money, merely 2,000 copper coins. To acquire all the materials for the marble launcher design, 2,000 copper coins would certainly be insufficient. He would have to wait until everything on the trading network was sold, which might yield him around 100,000 copper coins. You wouldn't understand. Su Lang shook his head and produced a card featuring the design of a 3 of diamonds. What do you mean I wouldn't understand? Chao Yashuan was displeased to hear such words and approached with small steps. Being the eldest among the girls, she believed she must comprehend everything. Ugh, eldest sounded too harsh. She should say she was the queen among girls. Tong Chi was simple-minded, Wang Yaji was taciturn, and Shireen lacked strategy. Only she, Chao Yashuan, could command presence. Look at this card. Its level is unknown, and it must be quite extraordinary. If we manage to collect a full set, there may be some special transformation. Just like Tong's sequence, Su Lang candidly shared his thoughts. Humph, I had thought of that long ago. Chao Yashuan lifted her nose and huffed. I wanted to collect them too, only to find out that others were purchasing them as well. A flicker of curiosity crossed Su Lang's face. Who are those people? Ever since he acquired the cultivation method, he had entrusted the task of monitoring the trading network to Chao Yashuan. The information conveyed by the trading network was sometimes more cryptic yet more authentic than that exchanged in chat rooms. Li Shuwen, Tang Zhe, Su Rian, and Zhang Dehai. Chao Yashuan reported with a smirk. Whenever cards are put up for sale, those 4 are the ones who buy them. Although the trading network did not directly disclose the identities of the purchasers, Chao Yashuan could always inquire with the sellers. The aura of the goddess Yashuan still held sway. I see. Su Lang contemplated for a moment, then smiled. Let us refrain from collecting for now. We shall buy once they have completed their collection. As long as I possess a 3 of diamonds, no one else can gather a full set. Buy? You would actually buy? Chao Yashuan's expression turned peculiar. Su Lang and Chao Yashuan exchanged glances for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Shireen, puzzled, glanced over and remarked, Su Lang, we haven't eaten in a while. I'm feeling a bit hungry. You go? Su Lang gestured with his chin towards Chao Yashuan. The smile on Chao Yashuan's face instantly vanished as she turned to prepare the meal. Humph. During the meal, Su Lang inquired of Tong Chi, how many little spirits have you subdued? 6. Tong Chi replied. Good. Drink 2 bottles of energy drinks shortly to accelerate your mental recovery and swiftly subdue 10. Su Lang instructed as he picked up a rubbery sausage, only to furrow his brow slightly. This sausage didn't seem very fresh. It wouldn't be from the Shangzhou period. Would it? Is the survival game getting ruthless too? Tong Chi looked somewhat puzzled. We're going out to scavenge for supplies, Su Lang explained. Previously, we feared ambushes. But with you and Yaji now, there's no need to be so timid. All right, Tong Chi smiled and nodded. Having played 2 rounds already. This was the first time the 200 dormitory was set to sweep the building, which filled her with anticipation. I want to go too. Shireen raised her hand. You stay home with Yashuan. Su Lang decisively refused. Shireen going out would only create chaos. Oh, Shireen sighed, her expression turning gloomy. Su Lang, do you think I'm weak? Indeed, Su Lang nodded. Surely, your bluntness has truly broken my heart. Suddenly, an ingenious plan struck Shirley's mind. Perhaps Su Lang might take the bait. She sent Su Lang a private message. 200 Shirley. Su Lang, if you take me out, I can offer you something in return. 200 Su Lang. Even if I don't take you out, I can still treat you that way. Damn it. Shirley raised her middle finger at Su Lang. Upon witnessing this, Su Lang abandoned his meal and strode towards Shirley with an imposing demeanor. The foreigner, seeing this, hastily retreated to the nightmare bed. I'll be right back, Su Lang declared to the trio, Chao Yashuan and the others, before he sought to assert his dominance. How dare a tenant provoke the landlord? Has he lost his mind? Hearing the commotion, a flush crept across Chao Yashuan's cheeks. She suddenly found herself envious of the sleep quality of certain protagonists in anime. If only she could fall asleep at this moment. Unfortunately, she still had to deal with the aftermath of the meal. How infuriating. Perhaps it would be better to unite with Tong Chi and the others to rebel against Su Lang, letting him experience a day of servitude. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tong Chi had subdued 10 little ghosts, and the trio began to pack their belongings. It wasn't until after 10 that they finally stepped outside. Packing included the distribution and management of backpacks, tactical preparations, pre-battle analyses, travel arrangements, light sparring, and short-term intelligence gathering. Every step was crucial, as it concerned their very lives. For instance, light sparring could enhance combat experience and familiarize them with each other's strengths. Above, the sky was shrouded in a mist of crimson, through which a dim, dark moon was faintly visible. Su Lang and his companions entered a library, with the moonlight extinguished. Tong Chi turned on a flashlight, dispelling the darkness. Beyond the beam of the flashlight, 3 little ghosts wandered in the shadows. This exemplified the prowess of the Ghost Master sequence. It required minimal mental energy to sustain the little ghosts, and upon their demise, they would return to the Ghost Bell for renurturing. Inside the library, apart from some commonplace books, there were no peculiar items, and many areas bore signs of having been searched. After rummaging through a corner, the 3 found nothing. This prominent building has undoubtedly been searched. We need to explore less conspicuous places, Su Lang remarked. Waiting for items to refresh before them was unrealistic. They had to conduct a swift search and retreat. Wang Yaji nodded in agreement, stating, "Everyone likely thinks the same, so the location we choose must be exceedingly discreet." The trio pondered for a moment, and then Tong Chi sighed. Alas, people no longer share where they find things. They intentionally conceal information about resource points. If only we had an elder to guide us. Times have changed, Wang Yaji said, her eyes glinting. Tong Chi frowned slightly. With so many people, they probably won't have enough good resources for themselves. Su Lang suddenly thought of Zhang Dahai, who could always procure valuable items, and opened a private message to him. Chapter 89. Meeting Zhang Dahai. 2 women see blood hay. Dahai, which locations are currently abundant in supplies? Su Lang inquired. I have a few ideas and can suggest several supply points, but can you come over for a moment? Zhang Dahai replied. Su Lang responded, puzzled. I need your assistance urgently. Zhang Dahai insisted. Moments earlier, within a dimly lit underground warehouse, Zhang Dahai was hastily searching for supplies and soon discovered a collection of bottles and jars. Indeed, the basement exists for the purpose of storing goods, he mused, pleased with his find, just as he was about to trade with Yi Fan, who remained in the dormitory. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the locked door was kicked open, and 4 individuals strode in, immediately spotting Zhang Dahai amidst the supplies. Let us keep our distances, Zhang Dahai proclaimed. I know you, Zhang Dahai, the burly leader. After checking Zhang Dahai's information, adopted a condescending demeanor. You only have 2 people in your dormitory, right? The other one is named Yi Fan. With no escape route here and no one to assist you, if you wish to avoid suffering, hand over everything you possess. The other 3 men effectively blocked Zhang Dahai's exit. Everyone relishes the thrill of trapping their prey. You are just a Phase 2 player, the burly man continued, but suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Zhang Dahai flung a stone, not aimed at the group of players, but rather shattered the hanging light. As darkness enveloped the basement, the burly man witnessed Zhang Dahai raise his arm, revealing a gleaming crossbow. Were you responsible for all this? Su Lang glanced at the 4 men sprawled on the ground, his gaze towards Zhang Dahai revealing a hint of intrigue. At this moment, Zhang Dahai appeared distinct from their earlier supermarket encounter, draped in a tattered gray cloak, resembling a vagabond. Indeed, luck was on my side. Zhang Dahai nodded repeatedly. They're incapacitated now, so why did you go ahead and knock them out? Tong Chi inquired curiously. To avoid past mistakes, lest they shout for help to their friends, Zhang Dahai explained. How did you manage that? Tong Chi pressed on. Accurate stunning of the enemy is no simple feat, she remarked. Su Lang, however, waved his hand dismissively. This is Dahai's matter. He possesses the capability, deserving of respect. There's nothing I can't divulge. It's merely a skill called bludgeon. Zhang Dahai lifted the bloodied wooden club in his hand. Su Lang nodded in understanding. All right. I grasp the situation now. I can assist you in eliminating these 4. Zhang Dahai's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lang. To eradicate the roots of the problem, keeping them alive would inevitably lead to trouble, yet he wished to avoid bloodshed, hence the call for Su Lang's aid. It's a trivial matter, Su Lang waved his hand. I understand the rules. When the time comes, the spoils will be divided equally among us. Zhang Dahai chuckled. Su Lang nodded, withdrawing the blood pelican blade and handing it to Wang Yaji. Eliminate them, he instructed, his tone calm as he regarded Wang Yaji. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaji refrained from uttering further words, brandishing her knife towards one man's neck, yet hesitating to strike. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Dahai, inquiring, Dahai, we were once classmates. Now, I implore you to affirm that your words are true, that you have not deceived us, correct? Although the act of eliminating these individuals bore only advantages, she was reluctant to be utilized as a mere instrument, and even less so to allow Su Lang to be used in such a manner. Meeting Wang Yaji's piercing and serene gaze, Zhang Dahai responded with unwavering assurance. Every word holds truth. They were the aggressors. The evidence of the struggle indicated that these men had encircled Dahai. Su Lang remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaji nodded in agreement, reasoning that it was implausible for Zhang Dahai to have surrounded 4 individuals himself. With this thought in mind, she swung her blade with resolve. Su Lang observed quietly from the side, his inaction stemming from a desire to witness Wang Yaji's bloodlust while also wishing to temper the intensity of the encounter. The dispersion of bloodshed would diminish its grotesque nature. This subtle strategy had been inadvertently revealed by Su Rian. The task required a methodical approach. He had already claimed the lives of over 10 individuals during this respite, and he feared that continued violence might lead to unforeseen complications. Wang Yaji spared one life, handing the bloodied long knife to a visibly unsettled Tong Qi. Zhang Dehai was taken aback by this senior's ferocity. She appeared delicate and refined, yet her decisive demeanor was one that many a man would envy, coupled with a keen intellect. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Qi accepted the blade. The blood pelican blade, having tasted blood, gleamed with an even more vivid crimson hue, its cold light mingling with the sanguine glow, creating a hauntingly beautiful sight. With the knife extended, it effortlessly pierced the heart of the last remaining adversary. Tong Qi sighed in relief as three little spirits swooped in through the doorway, encircling her as if to offer protection. Su Lang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, providing comfort while simultaneously reclaiming the blood pelican blade. Effect 2, Blood Pelican during gameplay. Each player killed permanently increases damage by 1 point. During rest periods, each player slain permanently increases damage by 10 points, with a maximum increase of 150 points. Current increase, 40 points. The lethality of the Blood Pelican blade surged by 40 points, rendering the blade even sharper. What is happening? Zhang Dehai was startled by the little spirits, and, upon witnessing their servile presence around Tong Qi, could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. The women surrounding Brother Lang appear to be quite extraordinary. Release the little spirits. The scout position must remain undisturbed. Although Su Lang offered consolation, he felt compelled to address Tong Qi's misstep. Tong Qi nodded and commanded the three little spirits to guard outside. Subsequently, the four began to divide the spoils. Disinclined to engage in management or interpersonal relations, Su Lang claimed the remaining supplies from the four, while Zhang Dehai appropriated the room key, which held greater value, as it provided an opportunity to unlock a treasure chest. After fulfilling their respective needs, Zhang Dehai began to share his experiences regarding looting buildings. Typically, newly emerged landmark structures conceal 1 or 2 valuable items, though most have been thoroughly searched. However, there remains one location that I deem quite promising. This is merely my personal assessment, and I cannot guarantee its accuracy. Zhang Dehai, with a serious demeanor, shared his experiences without any reservation, eventually pointing out a specific location. Su Lang, upon hearing this, nodded repeatedly and casually remarked, Dehai, now that Yifan has moved in with you, how does it feel to have company? Quite good, Zhang Dehai replied with a cheerful smile. At least I won't have to worry about my backpack being insufficient when I go out. After their formal discussion, they exchanged a few more idle words. Adhering to the traditional communication style of Easterners, which emphasizes the importance of warmth in interaction. Once the small talk concluded, Su Lang and his companions took their leave. Rustlake Park. This was a newly uncovered area after the gaming rounds above the dormitory building, one that had been previously searched. The three of them headed straight to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The stone floor of the pavilion had been scraped by someone with intent. Yaji, are you really going down there? Perhaps we should come back during the day, Tong Qi said, hugging her shoulders, sensing the eerie atmosphere. I'm a decent swimmer, Wang Yazi replied with a nod. Zhang Dehai suggested that the likely place to find something was not the entirety of Rustlake Park, but rather the lake bed itself, as it was the only area that might remain unexplored. Here, take this, Su Lang said as he handed a pearl to Wang Yaji. This was the siren pearl he had just acquired from the trading network, which allowed for free breathing underwater when held in the mouth. It was a rare secondary item, yet it was quite inexpensive since it did not enhance combat abilities. Its primary purpose might be as a material for a specific design blueprint. Such unique and scarce items could potentially sell for a high price in the future, but the vast majority of players lack the means to stockpile them. Chapter 90. The Black Gold Ghost Head Shield. Zero is online with her fair and graceful foot gently touching the water's surface. Wang Yaji slowly entered the water, holding a flashlight, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. This was a tentative endeavor. Whether she discovered valuable items was secondary, as the main challenge lay in the environment itself. During this outing, they had already amassed spoils worth nearly 10,000 copper coins, and they had also increased the lethality of the Blood Heron blade by 40 points, which left Su Lang quite satisfied. With some idle time on his hands, he posted 3 acquisition requests on the trading network: high-grade power units, blue crystal projectiles, and blue crystals. These were all essential materials for crafting marble launchers. Some of the supplies he had previously listed for sale had already sold, and he now had 30,000 copper coins, allowing him to test the waters with a low-price strategy. As far as he knew, he was the only one to have purchased the design blueprint for the marble launcher. And since blue crystal projectiles were exclusive materials for it, acquiring them at a lower price should be relatively easy. The blue crystals could be found in the supermarket's raw materials section, priced at 5,000 copper coins each. The only potential hassle was the high-grade power units, which were required for many turret blueprints, making them highly sought after and unavailable in supermarkets. Langgu, Yaji hasn't come up yet, Tong Chi said with a hint of worry. Is she still responding to messages? Su Lang inquired. It has been quite some time, Tong Chi replied, pursing her lips. The trio had agreed that Wang Yaji would send a message back every minute. Su Lang furrowed his brow, just about to send a private message to Wang Yaji. When Tong Chi hurriedly interjected, she asked back. Sister Yaji has found a level 3 shield. Moments later, a circular ghostly shield appeared in Tong Chi's hands. Obsidian Ghostly Shield. Type, Shield. Level 3. Effect 1. Minor dissuasion attacks with damage lower than the defense are completely ignored. Effect 2. Ghostly Aura every minute. An additional shield with a durability of 10 is added, lasting for 59 seconds. Defense. 15-15 durability. 5050, 10. Disassembly yields. Obsidian X10. Ghostly Essence X1. Upgrade requirement. 340 Nightmare Coins. Description. Mother, for what do I fight? For what do I perish as an unnamed soldier? If Zhang Dehai knew that the three of them had found exceptional equipment upon arrival, he would undoubtedly be slapping his thigh in disbelief. The quality of this item clearly surpassed anything he had previously discovered. This indicated that resource points like the lake bed had now become premium resource locations. This shield is rather extraordinary. The minor dissuasion effect is quite rare, Su Lang remarked with a smile. Indeed, it effectively counters sustained attacks. If only the dormitory door had such an effect, Tong Chi nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With high defense and low attack power from opponents, the lethality of their strikes would significantly diminish. However, continuous attacks would still have an effect. Yet, the fact that the Obsidian Ghostly Shield could entirely exempt one from this type of damage made it exceptionally powerful. Su Lang estimated that this shield could fetch around 20,000 copper coins, but he had no intention of selling it. Instead, he decided to keep it as a fixed piece of equipment in his backpack. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yazi emerged from the water, replenishing her stamina. The lake bed was expansive, and she wished to rest a bit before thoroughly searching it. No rush, let us warm up first, Su Lang suggested, asking Chao Yashuan to trade him a devil pepper. This item was said to warm the body, according to its description. After consuming it, Wang Yazi felt a surge of warmth. Su Lang felt a pang of regret for his impulsive decision and quickly offered her a functional beverage. After a flurry of activities, Wang Yazi returned to the water. Half an hour later, the trio departed from the small pavilion in the center of the lake. It seemed that only the lake bed directly beneath the pavilion contained valuable items, while the surrounding edges yielded little of worth. I can't shake the feeling that Rusty Lake is peculiar. If this were during gameplay, I wouldn't want to be here at all. Tong Chi shivered as the night wind blew, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. Haha, perhaps it's simply your frail constitution, Wang Yaji chuckled lightly, glancing at her skirt, which had completely dried. The automatic cleaning effect of the level 4 clothing was indeed impressive. Where shall we go now? Tong Chi inquired, looking towards Su Lang. Let us head back. I need to cultivate, Su Lang replied. Practicing outside was rather inconvenient. The dragon-elephant combat technique consumed stamina, and meditation was even more taxing. At 7 in the morning, Su Lang awoke from his meditation and accessed the signal channel for the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society. Having missed the gathering the previous day, he could not afford to miss it again. Chao Yashuan and the other 3 women sat quietly beside him, intently focused on the radio. Within the channel, there are 4 players: the Rainy Night Swordsman, the Heavy Armored Maniac, the Wanderer, and the Midnight Grim. Each of these individuals has, at the very least, secured the title of #1 player on at least one occasion, marking them as elite gamers. Zero connects to the radio signal. Rainy Night Swordsman continues to speak. Oh, Zero, you finally logged on. I thought you had met your demise yesterday. The Rainy Night Swordsman spoke in his characteristic deep voice. Su Lang, upon hearing this, pressed the microphone button and produced a voice changer he had casually acquired, responding, I had some matters to attend to yesterday. Are you all currently engaged in a game? The Rainy Night Swordsman promptly inquired. Pretty much, Su Lang replied ambiguously before lowering the microphone. I assume no one else will be joining. If there are issues, let us address them quickly, Heavy Armored Maniac interjected, his voice resonant and robust. It appeared that the others were not particularly curious about Su Lang. Allow me to speak first, the Wanderer began, his voice a pure electronic mechanical sound. We just concluded a game, and the Black Merchant approached us. Black Merchant? What is his name, and what does he sell? The Rainy Night Swordsman asked with intrigue. His name is Cabby. He offers a wide array of goods. Not fixed in nature, but I believe he possesses considerable skill and a plethora of quality items, the Wanderer replied. Is that so? Remarked the Rainy Night Swordsman. What is the rarest item he possesses? Inquired Heavy Armored Maniac. The Wanderer, having garnered attention, divulged a piece of valuable information. I can share that Cabby has a penchant for spicy food. If you have any spicy items on the trading network, it would be wise to stock up. Excellent. I happen to have some death spicy peppers. I hope he visits our dorm next time. The Rainy Night Swordsman responded eagerly. Regular peppers below level 3 are of little use, the Wanderer retorted. In my 5th round, I faced vegetable monsters and obtained high-level peppers. Haha. Heavy armored Maniac chimed in. Damn it, Maniac, you're enjoying yourself again, exclaimed the Rainy Night Swordsman. Haha, who knows if they will even come to me. Chapter 91. The Ranger Sequence. Enhancing Tong Chihuan's value, Su Lang raised an eyebrow. A black merchant with a taste for spicy food? Intriguing. The Rainy Night Swordsman had previously mentioned that their dorms were relatively close, so it was plausible that the black merchant might visit his location as well. Contemplating this, he opened the trading network and purchased several devil peppers. Although the devil peppers were only level 1, they could be upgraded using nightmare coins. Such distinctly characteristic items surely wouldn't be upgraded to something bland. He still recalled the unfortunate incident with the bloodline worm. Once the Wanderer concluded his information sharing, Heavy Armored Maniac began to share his insights. In my last game, I inadvertently acquired a number 1 player. Within a level 9 main facility, there exists a vein. I suspect it's a gold-producing facility, which you enthusiasts may wish to select next time. The Rainy Night Swordsman exclaimed. I can't believe you managed to secure a number 1 player. The Wanderer, old madman. Do tell what dungeon you are referring to and how you acquired the title of top player. Has your dormitory experienced any attrition? The Armored Maniac. For quality tenants have perished, I am currently in the process of recruiting new ones. However, due to the high casualty rate in my dormitory, potential candidates are quite reluctant. As for the dungeon type, it is merely a standard offensive and defensive dungeon, nothing particularly noteworthy. The Armored Maniac. All right, you all should share your intelligence quickly. I am pressed for time. The Rainy Night Swordsman. There is nothing novel on my end, so I shall not delay you further. The Armored Maniac. What about you? Fierce Zero? Su Lang remained silent, rapidly processing the information. After a few seconds, a captivating female voice resonated. Midnight Fierce Zero. I have nothing to report either. Su Lang shivered. The voice was utterly enchanting. However, judging by her name, he suspected she might actually be a male. The Armored Maniac. All right, newcomer, it's your turn. Su Lang picked up the voice changer, pondered his words carefully, and then spoke into the microphone. Zero, there's not much else to discuss. But I would like to mention our dormitory building. I have noticed several players who are never present in the dormitory during the game. They are always out and about. In reality, there was only one such player, Zhang Dahai. The Rainy Night Swordsman exclaimed. Wow, you struck gold. The Armored Maniac. You've encountered a Ranger Series player. Su Lang's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he had heard the term series from someone else. The Rainy Night Swordsman continued. Indeed. And if there are several Rangers in one dormitory building, then I believe you might want to consider relocating. Zero. I just transferred here and am not very familiar with the situation. Could you explain why? The Rainy Night Swordsman. A single dormitory building typically has only a few series, neither too many nor too few. If they are all Rangers. Then without powerful series players to secure the building, it is only a matter of time before your dormitory is obliterated. Midnight Fierce Zero, Brother Knife. Could you elaborate on what the Ranger series entails? I am not very knowledgeable. Su Lang silently perked up his ears, equally intrigued. The Rainy Night Swordsman. It is well known that players are more easily detected by monsters when in the wild. The Ranger series refers to those with an ability to mask this perception, allowing them to move freely in the wilderness. Players of this series generally possess strong solo combat capabilities. Midnight Fierce Zero. So that is what a Ranger is. I thought it referred to some virtuous NPC. The Rainy Night Swordsman. Do not underestimate the Ranger group. The ultimate dream of all regular players is to dominate a building, while the dream of Rangers is to explore the entire Blood Mist world. Capable Rangers are often quite proud, and in extreme cases, they may abandon their dormitories altogether to become wanderers. Midnight Fierce Zero. I see now. Brother Knife, you are quite impressive and knowledgeable. Could you explain what a series is? The Rainy Night Swordsman. Certainly. The Armored Maniac. Boring. I'm off. After the Armored Maniac left, the Wanderer followed suit. Neither wished to engage with such basic information. Indeed. For them, this was elementary knowledge. The Rainy Night Swordsman's exquisite voice slightly altered. Do these two not wish to hear my exclusive insights on series? Midnight Fury. Brother Knife. Do not be angry. They do not heed us, but we listen. Rainy Night Swordsman. You must have already become a sequent. Your fiery passion is so natural. Your abilities must surely relate to charm. Su Lang observed the silence that enveloped Midnight Fury, his lips twitching involuntarily. The Rainy Night Swordsman possessed a tongue as sharp as a blade, cutting through the air with each word. Rainy Night Swordsman. The sequence begins at E and ascends from there. I am uncertain how many levels exist, but the highest known is A. Rainy Night Swordsman. The number following the level denotes the degree of danger. C1 is significantly more terrifying than C100. Rainy Night Swordsman. To my knowledge, each sequence is unique and seems to persist indefinitely, not fading away with the demise of its players, resembling some sort of curse. Rainy Night Swordsman. If this seems too vague, allow me to recount a sequence player I defeated. His sequence was D86, the Siren, a formidable combat-oriented sequence. Though ill-suited for the dormitory environment, otherwise, I might not have triumphed over him. Following this, the Rainy Night Swordsman divulged a plethora of information before logging off. Su Lang followed suit. Midnight Fury appeared to lack experience and spoke with a certain insincerity, making communication likely a waste of time. After turning off the radio, Su Lang's gaze towards Tong Chi transformed into something peculiar. Chao Yashuan and Wang Yaji shared a similar sentiment. Little Tong, your exorcist sequence seems rather extraordinary. Chao Yashuan remarked, fixating on Tong Chi. Is it? Perhaps so, Tong Chi replied, a hint of bashfulness gracing her cherubic face. Thanks to Brother Lang. I could gather the 10-day bell. Your fortune is remarkable. Su Lang shook his head, stating, Tong Chi, I sense that your sequence allows for an extreme allocation of attributes. Chao Yashuan repeatedly nodded in agreement. With 10 spirits at her command and the innate ability to become ethereal, she truly possesses a flaw in the system. They had previously tested this. When Tong Chi invoked her ethereal form, her body would become incorporeal, allowing all frontal assaults to pass through her. Unfortunately, Tong Chi's mental capacity was rather low, limiting her to activating the ethereal form merely 3 times consecutively, with at least a 0.1 second interval of corporeality. I concur, Tong Chi nodded, promptly allocating all her attribute points to her mental prowess. If only we could provide Tong Chi with a mental cultivation technique, Su Lang chuckled. Chao Yashuan's eyes brightened. Did not the Rainy Night Swordsman mention that with good fortune, sequences might unlock new abilities? Perhaps it truly exists. Upon hearing this, the four felt a surge of anticipation. Though Sherry did not fully grasp the specific implications, she understood it was a positive development. Wang Yaji and the others, aware of the exorcist's value, felt elated for Tong Chi. It seemed she could easily leave dormitory 200 and embark on her own journey. Sister Yaji, do not jest. Ha ha. Within dormitory 200, a joyous atmosphere reigned, increasingly vibrant and tinged with a rosy hue. The pars began their work. Chapter 92, Comfort Ranking. A single rest yields 500 nightmare coins. The comfort ranking is led by the illustrious Chao Emperor. Tenets, Chao Yashuan. Qualification, Phase 2. Attributes, Physique 5. Spirit 5. Skills, Aiming. Comfort level, 111. Can increase the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 111. Tenets, Wang Yaji. Qualification, Phase 2. Attributes, Physique 14. Spirit 7. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Qinglian Sword Technique, Qinglian Qi Cultivation Method, Qinglian Body Technique. Comfort level, 109. Can increase the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 109. Tenets, Tong Chi. Qualification, Phase 2. Rank, C32 Demon Slayer. Attributes, Physique 5. Spirit 22. Skills, Paper Cutting Soldiers. Comfort level, 107. Can increase the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 107. Name, Sherry. Qualification, a creature that might perish at any moment. Attributes, Physique 5. Spirit 5. Skills, Aiming, Healing. Comfort level, 107. Can increase the conversion rate of nightmare coins by 107. As the landlord, Su Lang has the ability to peruse the information of his tenants. But what piques his interest the most is the comfort level, which remains hidden from others. The combined comfort level of the 4 women totals 434, and with the addition of the luxurious nightmare bed, it reaches an impressive 474. Thus, when Su Lang awakens, the data he receives is as follows. Basic nightmare coins 80, conversion rate 474, total nightmare coins generated over 8 hours, 459, total nightmare coins, 947. With the enhancement from their attire, all 4 women's comfort levels have surpassed the 100 mark, reaching extraordinary heights. Lying down for a single session yields nearly 500 nightmare coins, allowing for a lavish lifestyle akin to that of a coal baron. Su Lang's eyes gleam with excitement. It is no exaggeration to assert that these 4 women now surpass even the most renowned first-tier celebrities in beauty. Otherwise, they would not capture the unwavering gazes of so many players when presented in public. However, celebrities possess an aura that might elevate their comfort level in Su Lang's heart even further. With 6 days of relaxation remaining, Su Lang anticipates acquiring an additional 754 nightmare coins, plus the existing 960, culminating in a total of 792 nightmare coins. The funds required to upgrade the nightmare bed are already sufficient. He wonders if, upon upgrading the nightmare bed to level 3, he might also have the option to choose a developmental direction. While Su Lang indulges in these musings, Wang Yaji awakens and instinctively places her hand on Su Lang's chest, exclaiming, "Su Lang, you seem even more handsome." She gazes at his face, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Really?" Su Lang responds casually, yet swiftly retrieves a small mirror. "Indeed, I have grown even more handsome. Can you fathom the daily struggle of waking up to a more handsome reflection? Surely, you understand, right?" He resolves to explore the zombie invasion instance at the next opportunity. The biochemical agents are astounding. Su Lang marvels. "Even 10 versions of Peng Yuyin wouldn't suffice to match my prowess. Bro, your abs are showing." Suddenly, Tongqi reaches out to touch Su Lang's abdomen. In the survival game within the dormitory, while physique enhancement is indeed effective, it does not drastically alter one's appearance. Otherwise, Wu Huihui would have transformed long ago. Injecting does indeed promote muscle growth. Su Lang smirks, his delight palpable. After some contemplation, he opened the trading network and discovered that several items listed for sale had been purchased, resulting in an increase in his copper coins. Meanwhile, the acquisition orders remained active, untouched. After further reflection, he decided to post an advertisement for items that could enhance attributes at the price of 1 copper coin, with negotiations to be conducted privately. His objective was not merely to enhance his appearance, but to bolster his strength. He had long recognized the advantages of possessing formidable power. Otherwise, he would not have invested in the Blood Heron Blade and skill scrolls. Copper coins primarily served to elevate his capabilities and those of Yuxian and others. Without sufficient combat prowess, he would hesitate to collect money after defeating monsters, let alone venture out to conquer buildings. This was the strategy that Su Lang had devised. Nightmare coins were chiefly reserved for upgrading facilities, while copper coins were allocated for enhancing combat strength. This approach seemed more sensible, as players' primary adversaries remained the monsters. And utilizing nightmare coins to enhance facilities could yield hidden treasures like the Bronze Gate. "Su Lang, your skin looks splendid. And your hair color. Oh my, it's perfect." Women exhibited a keen interest in his appearance, circling around Su Lang and playfully touching him. After taking a shower, Tongqi and the others had prepared a meal. Following their dining, Su Lang and Wang Yaji commenced their training. After executing several complete sets of the dragon elephant combat technique, Su Lang felt exhausted. Yet his constitution had increased slightly. With a constitution of 28, and factoring in the additional bonuses from his equipment and attire, he had effectively reached 30. Su Lang felt a sense of satisfaction and then began practicing advanced meditation techniques. During his meditative state, his mental attributes also saw a slight enhancement. A double blessing. In the long run, the practice of techniques proved far more cost-effective than relying on attribute-enhancing items. Upon completing their training, Su Lang, Tongqi, and Wang Yaji commenced sparring. Wang Yaji, with her flowing garments and fierce swordsmanship, imbued her weapon and body with an ethereal energy, augmenting her lethality and physical attributes, reminiscent of internal martial arts. The 10 minor spirits captured by Tongqi were all second-tier imperfect ghosts, capable of inflicting corresponding debilitating effects on their targets, further bolstered by her skill in paper-cutting combat, resulting in impressive combat strength. As for Su Lang, his comprehensive prowess rendered him formidable, easily contending with both women. However, Su Lang harbored a sense of foreboding. If the quality of the spirits Tongqi had captured was sufficiently high, he might not stand a chance against her. Perhaps it was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The enhancement provided by the hierarchy was exceedingly potent. After a brief, intense sparring session, the trio set off once more, heading straight for Rusty Lake Park. This time, it was Wang Yaji who would dive again. Su Lang settled into a stone pavilion, quietly engaging in his training. Adorned in his golden thread jade attire, with Tongqi by his side, he felt relatively secure against ambushes, especially as they were situated in the center of the lake. After a little over 10 minutes, Wang Yaji resurfaced from the water, having discovered something valuable. Netherfire, active skill. Type, skill scroll. Level, 3. Effect, consumes mental energy to control netherfire with attributes of cold and heat. Inflicting frostbite and burn damage on foes. Upgrade requirement, 360 nightmare coins. Description, the Lantern of the Night, driving away 100 demons, with its dual special attributes. This skill was truly a remarkable find. Su Lang appeared slightly taken aback as he gazed at the drenched Wang Yaji, who resembled both a haunting specter and an ethereal maiden in white. "Did you also discover it in the central area?" Wang Yaji nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I explored the edges of the lake, but found no resources." Su Lang concluded, "Then we need not venture to the periphery. We shall save time for other locations." He then handed a skill scroll to Tongqi. "Go ahead and learn this. It should be classified as a form of dark magic." "Thank you, Brother Lang," Tongqi replied, her hesitation non-existent as she tore open the scroll. Chapter 93. Slaying 3 more and enclosing the Rusty Lake Park within the confines of Dormitory 200. Resources were allocated to those most suited to wield them, Otherwise, it would not explain why Chao Yashuan and Su Lang, among the earliest, remained mere novices. A sphere of ghostly blue flame, the size of a fist, manifested before Tong Chi. With a mere thought, it soared toward a stone pillar, scorching it black while leaving traces of frost. Does it consume much mental energy? Su Lang inquired. Not significantly, Tong Chi replied, shaking her head. With another thought. 3 orbs of ghost fire began to dance around her. Quite impressive, Su Lang nodded repeatedly. With 10 spectral entities and the incorporation of paper-cut soldiers alongside ghostly fire attacks, a summoning style was beginning to take shape. One person is indeed a legion. Brother Lang, where do we head next? Tong Chi extinguished the ghost fire and looked towards Su Lang. Little Tong, you shall serve as our guardian while Yaji and I meditate for a bit. Su Lang smiled. The pavilion at the center of the lake is quite advantageous. It offers no fear of ambush. Understood, Tong Chi replied, summoning 3 small spirits to conceal themselves in the shadows for precaution. With Wang Yaji's Qinglian movement and Qinglian sword technique, the addition of pure spiritual energy would significantly enhance their strength. Meanwhile, having just completed his meditation, Su Lang was now ready to practice the dragon-elephant combat technique, planning to supplement his energy with some meat afterward. However, being in the wilderness, he refrained from overexerting himself, opting for moderate training. Boss, look, there are people at the pavilion. In the park's thicket, a trio of figures moved stealthily, one of whom, a gaunt youth, exclaimed in surprise. The burly man, referred to as the boss, turned his gaze toward the pavilion, eyes narrowing. What the hell? Are they human or ghost? Wang Yaji, clad in white with flowing black hair, appeared far too ethereal to be human. They are indeed human, and remarkably beautiful. The gaunt youth became entranced. The thin moonlight cascaded down upon the lake's center, casting a lustrous glow on Wang Yaji's skin, as though she were a masterpiece crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself. Stop dreaming. They are from Dormitory 200, and we cannot afford to provoke them, warned another youth with darker skin, patting the gaunt youth's shoulder. It's fine. I can admire from afar. She is simply too beautiful. The gaunt youth swallowed hard, his gaze fixed. Come on, you have the ability to see. What are we supposed to do? The burly man scolded. And as memories of Chao Yashuan and her companions surfaced in his mind, a flicker of irritation ignited within him, causing him to regard the gaunt youth with a more scrutinizing gaze. Aside from a bit of poor skin condition, you two are quite handsome, he remarked. Enough from both of you. Didn't you just vent your frustrations at Aunt Zhao? The dark-skinned youth replied, his expression darkening. Aunt Zhao is the gossip of the dormitory, a topic shrouded in unspoken filth. Although she seldom appears in the chat rooms, everyone is well aware of her reputation. Despite her advancing years, she spares no expense in adorning herself with copper coins, and her business thrives remarkably. In times of existential crisis, the pressure upon everyone is immense. One must find a release. You may wonder why Su Lang maintains 4 women, and how this seemingly frail young man has become so quickly enmeshed in such a situation. He turned to his 2 companions and mused, is it possible that Wang Yaji and the others are akin to Aunt Zhao, merely serving the elite players while we remain oblivious? Indeed, you might just be onto something, exclaimed the burly man, invigorated by the thought. Everyone has been speculating about Su Lang's peculiarities, and this presents a fresh perspective. Should we inquire further? The emaciated youth suggested, sensing the homeowner's interest. A glint appeared in the dark-skinned youth's eyes as he brandished a handgun. The path from shitting is straightforward, rather than engaging in such trivial pursuits. We should lay an ambush. The other 2 men promptly revealed their own firearms. These 3 gunners had garnered a modicum of fame among the players. We could give it a try. The terrain here offers a significant advantage. The burly man suppressed his wicked thoughts, allowing greed to rise instead. Su Lang may be the top player, but what of it? If one day he were to realize his lofty ambitions, who would dare mock Huang Chao as unworthy? Why can't I see anything? The emaciated youth exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. The burly man furrowed his brow, his expression paling as he beheld a sight behind the emaciated youth. A small, eyeless specter had crept up on him. Good heavens! The burly man cried out, collapsing onto the dry leaves in terror. With laughter and glee, a swarm of little ghosts emerged from all directions, swiftly overwhelming the 3 men. Following closely, paper figures armed with knives and shields descended upon them, mercilessly hacking away. The forest echoed with their anguished cries. Su Lang emerged from behind the trees, observing the scene from a distance. Tong Chi and Wang Yaji appeared in succession. The paper figures swiftly changed their attack positions and, in mere moments, severed the hands of the 3 men gripping their guns. Please no? The burly man screamed in terror as he watched Su Lang and his companions approach. It was indeed an ambush, but it was Su Lang who had ensnared them. Su Lang's vision far surpassed that of the emaciated youth. Go, Su Lang commanded coldly. Handing the blood pelican blade to Tong Chi, she stepped forward, the malevolent spirits entwining around them, leaving the three men no room for resistance, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Effect 2. Blood Pelican. Each player killed during the game permanently increases damage by 1 point. Each player killed during rest periods permanently increases damage by 10 points, with a maximum increase of 150 points. Current damage increase, 70 points. The Blood Pelican blade was indeed a worthwhile purchase. In less than 2 days, it had already enhanced its lethality by 70 points. After the killings, the blade's edge became increasingly bloodstained, as if it could summon the wails of the damned with each swing. Brother Lang, our gains this time are considerable, Tong Chi remarked, deftly beginning to search the corpses. Just the 3 guns alone could fetch a handsome price, Wang Yaji added with a smile. The collective resources of the 3 individuals amounted to nearly 5,000 copper coins, which they promptly divided amongst themselves along with 3 firearms. The practicality of these weapons was remarkably high, enabling even novice players to vanquish seasoned veterans. In the heart of the dense forest, Su Lang captured a photograph of the trio, embodying the principle of making full use of resources. Please refrain from visiting Rust Lake Park in the future. It harbors dangers. Su Lang posted this message in the chat room, his first in several days, instantly igniting a wave of excitement. Holy cow, boss. You didn't mean to say you killed that person, did you? One player exclaimed. Lang, I caught a glimpse of your legs. Could you perhaps sheath your knife? Another teased. Lang, you have finally emerged. A third player remarked. Su Lang, my young friend, have you claimed Rust Lake Park for yourself? Queried another. A wandering wild boss, how impressive. All players who saw the message felt a mixture of horror and absurdity. The danger he referred to surely implied a threat to themselves. On the final day of the game, within the gymnasium, it became evident that he had indeed made an appearance, monopolizing Rust Lake Park. Li Shuwen frowned, stating that the campus was too expansive for a single team to sweep all areas, making territorial control the optimal strategy. Almost all leaders had staked out a significant area, preventing others from encroaching. Casual players were relegated to less desirable zones. Those familiar with online gaming understood the situation. This was territory claimed by the Exploding Heaven gang, where casual players were prohibited from approaching and organized players were to be eliminated. Having slain 3 individuals, it was likely that no patrols were even necessary. No one dared approach Rust Lake Park again. A middle-aged man gasped, inquiring of those nearby. By the way, how many players has he killed now? Almost 20. All during breaks. A woman in red replied with a wry smile. Li Wanwan, listening nearby, grew increasingly curious about Su Lang. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply. The next round of the game is bound to be thrilling. If this fellow crosses over, he will transform into a dragon, and if he fails, he will shield us from calamity. For now, let us avoid provoking him and advise others in the building to steer clear of Rust Lake Park for supplies. Third teaching building. Utterly audacious, exclaimed Tang Zhe, the 5th floor leader, from the podium. Heavenly calamity begets human misfortune. A man wielding a knife chuckled. Su Lang is destined to perish in the next round. I concur. Once his dormitory is breached, we can simply clean up the aftermath, remarked a petite woman with half-black, half-white hair and an intimidating makeup. In the cafeteria, Wu Huihui gasped. Why has Lang killed again? The area surrounding the cafeteria was entirely Wu Huihui's domain, where she regularly stocked food for sale, ensuring a bountiful return over time. I don't know. Perhaps he wishes to establish his authority. Nie Xiaozhu replied, apprehensive. There have been many valuable items at Rust Lake Park. It is indeed a good location. I will ask him if he needs anyone for patrol and offer him a couple of people. Wu Huihui said, opening the private message window to Su Lang. Wu Huihui, would you like me to lend you 2 people to help with the patrol? Just give them a little reward. Su Lang, no need. No one around should dare to come, and if they do, so be it. Wu Huihui, brother, try to kill less if you can. I'm feeling a bit scared. Su Ruoyan, are you out of your mind? Su Lang, I've already placed the keys in the auction house. You may want to take a look. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just forcibly dismantle the dormitory. Zhu Yan, Lang, do you want me to help you patrol? Su Lang, no? It's fine. Zhang Dahai, no way, you can't be serious about finding something good in Rust Lake Park. Take it easy. Su Lang, it's all right. Chao Yashuan, you've been killing again. Su Lang, just a little. Chao Yashuan, impressive. Su Lang, keep an eye on the house. I want a warm meal when I return. Su Lang closed the chat interface. No one should dare to come to Rust Lake now. As he spoke, he casually swung the Blood Pelican blade, and a large tree was instantly severed in 2. The current lethality of the Blood Pelican blade is 90. Once its passive ability is fully charged, it should pose no problem to chop through 3 or 4 levels of armor. Indeed, we shall search for supplies within Rust Lake Park in the future. It saves us from running all over the place, Tong Chi chuckled. Primarily, those premium resource points have been claimed by others, making it unwise to wander aimlessly when we could just defend one location. Rust Lake Park is quite expansive. It would take a considerable amount of time for the 3 of them to search it thoroughly. Fortunately, no one else came. Even if there were, The spoils would remain in their own pot. After a simple sweep, Su Lang and Wang Yaji began their training. Thus, they continued this repetitive cycle, returning to the dormitory at 5 in the morning. Although their earnings didn't exceed 10,000, they were still decent. After all, these were the first few days of their rest period, and the quality of resources wouldn't be too high. They showered, ate, and accumulated points. Letting the day pass by. Another day awakened by my own handsomeness. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Lang woke from his slumber and immediately pulled out a small mirror. Lying down, growing stronger and more handsome, and still having fun beforehand. Who could resist that? Were it not for the cool-down period of the nightmare bed, he would truly wish to weld himself to the bed. Basic nightmare coins, 80, conversion rate, 474. 8 hours total, 459 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins, 1406. Seeing such a substantial number of nightmare coins, Su Lang found it difficult to contain himself. Damn it. Why not use them all to boost my skills? I could directly overhaul my tower defense strategy. Unfortunately, it remained a mere thought. Securing victory in the game was sufficient. There was no need for flamboyant tactics. Moreover, even if he managed to break through during the game, Tong Chi and the others could not. If the main gate of their stronghold were breached, it would spell disaster. Total nightmare coins, 3,701 days, turned into weeks. And soon the final day of the game arrived. On this very day, Su Lang gathered all the materials for the design blueprint of the marble launcher. The only pity was that no one sold items to enhance attributes. Such items were exceedingly rare. Cultivation remains a reliable endeavor. During the rest period, Su Lang's mental fortitude and physical constitution each increased by 2 points, a most delightful development. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Lang commenced the installation of the artillery. This contraption bore a striking resemblance to a cannon, crafted from azure crystal and remarkably compact. Little ghost, go? Su Lang unleashed a zombie, retreating back inside the door to activate the crystal marble launcher. With a swift whoosh, under the gaze of the 5 occupants of dormitory 200, a crystal marble shot forth, piercing the zombie's chest before rebounding off the wall to further penetrate its shoulder. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the zombie was reduced to a state of disarray. The marble continued to bounce back. Each impact against the wall seemed to diminish its durability slightly, shattering with a resounding crash after several minutes, showcasing remarkable endurance. This will be exhilarating against densely packed foes, Tong Chi exclaimed joyfully. She had just released a paper doll for testing and discovered that if the marble failed to penetrate its target, it would rebound. If the 2 monsters were close enough, achieving a rapid succession of 7 strikes per second was entirely feasible. Moreover, this was merely the upper limit of the little ghost's health, not the marble launcher's capacity. Observing its trajectory, it appeared not to aim for vital points, but rather to ensure its own rebound. Wang Yaji beamed with delight. The 4th-level artillery was indeed extraordinary. No matter how the marble ricocheted, it never ventured outside the corridor, displaying remarkable intelligence. The activation range was somewhat short, at only 5 meters, yet it sufficed. Chao Yashuan commented sharply. I can scarcely imagine the fate of anyone standing in its path. Shirley gazed longingly at the suspended marble launcher, eager to touch it. This diminutive artillery possessed immense power. Nearby, within the shrine, a ghost child with large, dark eyes watched Tong Chi intently, finger resting on their lips. It's coming, Tong Chi noted, producing a soul fragment to nourish the spirit. The ghost child beamed with joy, for every time Tong Chi ventured outside, it meant sustenance for him. Let us head home. The game is about to begin, Su Lang concluded. Chapter 95. The Day and Night of the Spirits, the Terrifying Frost Demon Army. Dormitory announcement. The 3rd round of the Mad King's dormitory game officially commences. Following this round, all basic dormitories will automatically level up to level 1, granting everyone an artillery piece. Congratulations. The 3rd round is titled Day and Night of the Spirits. The daytime will last for 20 hours, while the nighttime will persist for 4 hours. During the day, temperatures will plummet drastically and frost demons will emerge. While keeping warm, remember to remain vigilant against the frost demons breaching the doors. At night, the dormitory will be enveloped in an extreme polar night phenomenon, with mysterious creatures emerging to haunt. Capturing these enigmatic beasts will yield grand rewards. Do not succumb to deep slumber. This round of the game will last for 7 days. Wishing everyone great success in their martial endeavors. The dormitory broadcast was chillingly cold. Despite the final words of blessing, warmth was conspicuously absent. Su Lang's expression turned grave as he prepared to address Chao Yashuan and the others, only to find his countenance darken. Why have you donned that outfit again? He exclaimed, noticing that Chao Yashuan had, at some point, put on a pink outfit, paired with black shorts and casual shoes. The pink pain garment of a certain otaku type. Clothing. Level 3. Decomposition yield. Intermediate leather X3. Pigment X3. Upgrade requirement. 74 nightmare coins. Description: have you heard? There's a comic convention on the National Highway tonight. Some people simply adore wearing it. Even the spirited girl seems quite resilient. Chao Yashuan pouted, adhering to her own peculiar logic. This pink pain garment was salvaged from a trash bin in Rusty Lake Park. And despite being listed on the trading network, it garnered no buyers. Upon discovery by Chao Yashuan, she regarded it as a treasure. The fragrant campus goddess transformed into a rather odorous two-dimensional homebody. However, as it was game time, Su Lang preferred not to linger on trivial matters and instead opened the chat room. 49 Li Shuwen, brothers, this is a standard environmental dungeon. Everyone be cautious and try to adapt to the surroundings. 89 Tang Zhe, the polar night phenomenon sounds quite unique. It might be the most challenging, or perhaps a beneficial level. 181 Li Yu, the day and night specter. Is this round still dominated by ghostly creatures? Thankfully, I've affixed talisman paper to the door. 95 Zhou Shun, who has information on frost spirits? It appears to be a special race. 33 Yi Fan, wait, doesn't anyone feel terribly cold? Cold. Su Lang felt it too. His gaze shifted to the surveillance screen, where he noticed the sky outside the corridor had turned pale and the temperature was plummeting. In environmental-type games, he had gleaned some insights from conversations with the likes of Rainy Night Swordsman. In this genre, players contend not only against monsters and other players, but also against the environment itself. Moreover, such dungeons are exceedingly unkind to lower-tier players, resulting in significant casualties among them. Bro, it's starting to snow outside, Tong Chi remarked, pointing at the surveillance screen. Sherry dashed back to her room and unearthed a thermometer from a pile of clutter. Look, it's 5 degrees below zero. No wonder it's so frigid. Wang Yaji shuddered and suddenly declared, oh no, we must prepare cold-resistant supplies. Those with quick wits knew precisely what to do at this juncture. After being reminded by Nie Xiaozhu, Wu Huihui also began to procure cold-resistant materials. In such extreme conditions, lower-tier players would undoubtedly struggle to endure, and later, they could resell what they acquired. However, Wu Huihui did not intend to do so, as her friends on the 10th floor also needed supplies. Dad, what are you all doing? Li Wanwen inquired, gazing at Li Shuwen and the others with puzzled eyes. Around them, various supplies were rapidly materializing. Clothes? Buy. Quilts? Buy. Woodlighters? Buy. This group of veteran players was ruthless, even considering the need for fire to combat the cold. Players who had not reserved any copper coins could only watch helplessly as the supplies were purchased. Minutes later, the corresponding cold-resistant materials on the trading network were completely depleted. Only then did Li Shuwen patiently explain the rationale to his daughter. Li Wenwen contemplated, refraining from uttering any sanctimonious remarks. Having spent the break by her father's side, she had learned much. This round is a windfall for us. The female tenant smiled lightly as she glanced at the air conditioner. Indeed, Li Shuwen had once achieved the title of #1 player, and the primary facility he selected was an air conditioner. What a beastly situation. They've sold out so quickly, exclaimed Su Lang from dormitory 200. How could they be so malicious? What will those at the bottom do? Shirley said, her brow furrowed with concern. Although Su Lang had purchased a considerable amount of cold-resistant supplies, it was a necessity for him. Others, however, were simply wicked. After installing the crystal marble launcher, Su Lang was left with 100,000 copper coins, having spent 10,000 on this procurement. Su Lang, I'm freezing. Chao Yashuan shivered, her nose dripping. Then why don't you lie back down? Don't forget, the nightmare bed adjusts to your temperature. Su Lang rolled his eyes and replied. And take off those clothes. Otherwise, you're not allowed in bed. The landlord's rights over the tenants are absolute. Chao Yashuan obediently undressed and got into bed, immediately feeling the warmth envelop her. After a while, Shirley too succumbed to the cold and joined them under the covers. The two women had such low endurance that if they remained outside the blankets, they risked not just catching a cold, but potentially freezing to death. Soon after, Tong Chi also crawled into bed, having no choice due to her frail constitution. This was the downside of extreme conditions. One was crushed when facing adversity, yet could easily prevail when the odds were in their favor. Meanwhile, Su Lang and Wang Yaji remained transfixed on the surveillance screen, awaiting the arrival of the monsters. Brother Lang, Yashuan, you must see the chat room. Tong Chi suddenly alerted them. 33 Zhang Dahai. Brothers, look outside the dormitory building. Image. Approximately 10 minutes into the game, humanoid, beast-like monsters with blue eyes, adorned with icicles, appeared outside the dormitory. They did not launch an immediate attack, but waited for their comrades to arrive from all directions. Once they had amassed into a formidable army, they charged into the dormitory building under the command of a crowned humanoid creature at the forefront. These monsters swiftly filled the first, second, third, and fourth floors. Goodness, there are so many monsters. They are all at least level 3. How can there be such a variety of troops, armed with guns and swords, resembling a civilization? Su Lang exclaimed. If the door is breached, you must flee first to the floor leader and run without looking back. Before the monsters reached the 10th floor, Su Lang stood behind the door, prepared to upgrade it. His expression was grim, and an air of trepidation loomed within him. Thankfully, he had not been greedy and upgraded the nightmare bed yesterday. Just a glance at the Frost Demon's information made it clear that his azure steel doors stood no chance against them.